You just used a robotic dog to deliver takeout, and it scared the military district into activating a first-level combat readiness overnight. It made a round at a military base 5 kilometers away, causing the military's fire control positioning system to crash completely. To capture your robotic dog, the troops dispatched 1,000 heavily armed personnel for pursuit and interception, just when everyone thought they could breathe a sigh of relief as the robotic dog was cornered by a tank on the street. In the next second, the mechanical dog unexpectedly switched forms and vanished from the spot in an instant, leaving behind 16 mock rings. Experts watching this scene were all stunned. What a sight! With a liquid metal alloy skeleton, a nuclear fusion-powered flying device, and even the black tube on the dog's back was an electromagnetic railgun. The academician from the National Academy of Sciences ordered on the spot to find the creator at all costs. You are a student at a mechanical engineering vocational college, but you never attend classes. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, you distribute flyers. On Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, you deliver takeout, and on weekends, you work as a tutor. You work hard to earn money not just to make ends meet, but because the system has set a time limit for your research project. Only by using the money you earn to build a robotic dog can you make the super technology blueprint operate completely. Today is the last day for the robotic dog to be completed, and you are currently in the school's entrepreneurship base giving the robotic dog its final cleaning. However, at this moment, the department head barged in with a group of people. Chen Bin, your actions have already crossed the school's bottom line. If you don't want to be expelled, sign this guarantee letter. The counselor was also nearby, kindly advising, just write it down, you can perform better in the future. At this moment, you hesitated. Attending classes was impossible, and what the teacher said was just a bunch of nonsense to you. However, just as you hesitated, a dog barked woof 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 from the nearby washing pool. In an instant, everyone became agitated. Chen Bin, how could you abuse a dog? What kind of good person would put a dog in a vulcanization pool? Although there were no dog lovers in the crowd, ordinary people also couldn't understand the act of abusing a dog. Hearing this, you quickly waved your hand. That's not a real dog. Woof woof woof. As the barking sound rang out again, Director Su walked directly towards the washing pool. This sound is exactly like a real dog. Who are you trying to fool? Seeing him like this, you hurriedly stepped forward to grab his arm. It's dangerous. Don't get close. That super high torque opening and closing mouth, combined with ultra-hard alloy big teeth, can crush both skin and bone. If Director Su gets bitten, that would be a problem. Little did he know, Director Su was already anxious. Who are you trying to fool? Which family's dog can be washed with ultrasonic water? However, before he could react, a mechanical dog suddenly emerged from the washing pool, standing on the edge with all 4 legs. After being cleaned with vulcanization liquid, its metallic shell shone brightly, and the metal shell on its body was tightly fitted like scales. It had the appearance of a Longwa pastoral dog, with its eyes using high-definition cameras, 2 light rings, an open mouth revealing a row of sharp alloy teeth, and surprisingly, a tongue inside its mouth. The mechanical dog shook its body, shaking off all the moisture, and then let out a threatening low growl. For a moment, everyone was scared and took a few steps back. However, at that moment, a series of voices echoed in your mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! The mechanical dog has been successfully created. The super technology blueprint has been unlocked, and shock value increased by 1. The products created by the host using this system will shock people, allowing you to earn shock value to exchange for high-tech skills. Before you could feel excited, you hurriedly stepped forward to stop it. Wang Kai, don't be fierce. These are all your teachers. In the next second, the red light in Wang Cai's eyes instantly turned green. Its fierce mouth closed, and it trotted over to your feet, gently rubbing its head against your leg. The dog's mouth was closed, but Director Su and the teachers beside him had their mouths wide open, and they were gaping. The smooth movements of this mechanical dog left them astonished. Is this really a mechanical dog? How could this possibly be a mechanical dog? How could such natural and agile movements be something a mechanical dog can achieve? As the head of the top mechanical engineering department, he has some knowledge about mechanical dogs. Currently, there are quite a few institutions in the country researching this project, but the products they produce are like children's playthings. Not only do they walk stiffly, but their designs are also very simple, with only the dog's torso and 4 legs resembling anything at all. Clearly, the mechanical dog in front of him is at an absurdly high level. Even the world's top experts cannot achieve such agility. Director Su came back to his senses and hurriedly asked, where did this mechanical dog come from? Did you make it yourself? I just said, why don't you go to class? You're out there working all day to make money, and just this one leg costs 7 or 8,000. Upon hearing this, you immediately lifted the mechanical dog and presented it to him. Director Su examined various details again, trembling as he asked, just you alone? Actually, I didn't do it all by myself. most of the hardcore parts were custom made by others, and only a very few parts were made by me. At this moment, Director Su felt his scalp tingle. A genius, a super genius. Although the materials were purchased, the research and design were entirely completed by one person, which is truly impressive. Having such a student in the institute brings prestige to the entire school, and if things go well, the ranking might even rise. Just like how an ordinary university produces an academician, the school will also develop alongside. How is the performance of this mechanical dog? How does it execute commands? Director Su's lips trembled, clearly a bit excited. I designed it as a companion and guardian type mechanical dog. It can be affectionate, interact, and doesn't need to be fed or walked. As for commands, you just need to speak, and it can understand and execute most of them. Director Su seemed somewhat incredulous. He could understand the former, but the command method is through language. Could it be that some simple actions were preset? This thing is not easy to explain, after all. It is a complete set of information processing capabilities. Let's just demonstrate it directly. Wang Kai, go fetch a piece of scrap metal. The next second, Wang Kai immediately jumped up, ran into the workshop, and quickly returned with a piece of discarded steel plate. For a moment, the entire venue fell silent again. This dog actually has such strong information processing capabilities. I've struck gold. I can't demonstrate any further. I must seal off the information. Director Su took a deep breath, then hurriedly dismissed everyone, insisting that the matter of the mechanical dog must not be spread under any circumstances. After everything was instructed, Director Su closed the door and walked up to you. You don't need to go out to work anymore. All research and development funds will be fully covered by the school, and you don't need to attend classes anymore. However, you shook your head. Sorry, I don't need your money. Hearing this, Director Su paused, realizing that this kid was afraid the school would take his research results, so he decided to take it slow. Alright, but I hope you can participate in the college student robotics competition in 3 days. The organizers seem to have offered a prize of 20,000. And of course, if you win first place, the school will also provide a reward of 20,000. Hearing about the 40,000 in prize money, you instantly became interested. That's a lot of deliveries to make. Soon, Director Su returned to the office, smiling as he dialed. Professor Huang, my student has developed a mechanical dog and wants to participate in the robotics competition the day after tomorrow. Sorry, your side has already registered a team, so I think you can completely replace them. However, before Director Su could finish speaking, the tone on the other end suddenly changed. Let me tell you, as long as I'm here, you can forget about bringing your bad influences in here. At this moment, in a restaurant in Jiangzhou, Professor Huang looked at the video just sent to his phone, slowly widening his eyes. In the video, a mechanical dog was rubbing against a young man's thigh. As a professional specializing in robotics, he noticed something was off with just one glance at the dog's movements. The natural and agile actions were very absurd. Most mechanical dogs on the market have leg joints that rotate along an axis, meaning they can only move back and forth. But the mechanical dog in the video could not only move back and forth but also twist side to side. The several elderly people sitting in the private room looked at Professor Huang's expression and teased him. It's rare for our classmates to gather together. Why are you still working? It's not work, Professor Huang said as he handed over his phone. This mechanical dog was developed by students from your school. Our school's students. The professor who took the phone clearly had a somewhat disdainful tone. There are excellent talents in vocational schools, but there are even fewer who engage in research and development. However, when he saw the mechanical dog in the video, his expression suddenly became serious. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the excitement, while professionals watch the details. He had been deeply involved in the field of robotics for many years, and the moment he saw the mechanical dog, his brain went blank. Could this agile movement be a synthesized video? Soon, a group of 6 people was also drawn over. Not only were they all veteran professors in the field of mechanical engineering, but they also all had experience studying abroad. However, after watching the video, they fell silent. If this is real, this mechanical dog would be like dropping a heavy bomb in the field of mechanics, but it is most likely fake. Anyway, we'll see each other tomorrow. Let's continue eating. Tomorrow? Where is that mechanical dog now? Can you still eat? An old man interrupted Professor Huang's words, clearly a bit impatient. At this moment, at the entrance of the school dormitory, you are busy directing a robotic dog to deliver takeout. Since the school does not allow delivery personnel to enter, you take the order from the delivery person at the door and deliver it to the dormitory, charging only 50 cents per order. The vocational college is not very large, and you alone can handle all the takeout for everyone. Additionally, the robotic dog can read the orders and accurately find each student's dormitory. As for transportation, it's simple. Just weld a basket onto the back of the robotic dog, put the takeout inside, and let the robotic dog transport it to the destination. Soon, a robotic dog with a basket dashed out, At the entrance of the dormitory building, 3 girls holding hands stood frozen in place. What's going on with this dog? There's takeout in the basket. That's amazing. Ding ding ding. Shock value +1+1. The robotic dog made just 1 round trip, and the shock points increased by more than 100. You happily operated the mechanical dog to continue going upstairs, and every person who came out to pick up their meal provided a bit of shock value, while also scanning to pay 50 cents in the mechanical dog's basket. This dog is amazing. It can really deliver takeout on time. For a moment, both the hungry and the not hungry in the dormitory came out to watch. Even the usually frugal dormitory supervisor ordered a 0.9 yuan meal. At this moment, Professor Huang, along with a few old classmates, had arrived at the school gate. You should call to ask where that student is. However, before he could take out his phone, another professor pointed not far away. It seems we don't need to call. Look over there. Isn't that the mechanical dog from the video? Hearing this, everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, and saw a mechanical dog that looked almost identical to the one in the video, with its metallic original color and a mutt-like appearance. The only difference was that this mechanical dog had a basket on its back, and several delivery workers were lining up to put takeout into the basket. The mechanical dog, filled with takeout, turned nimbly and ran inside. An elderly person felt a bit surprised. The movements looked somewhat abnormal and a bit stiff, but it did well in terms of simulation. At this moment, the old man's lips beside Professor Huang were trembling. As a master in the field of robotics, Professor Ho immediately noticed something different. Did you all notice that while it runs, the basket behind it remains balanced? If it were running like an ordinary dog, the things in the basket would be tossed around chaotically. The others quickly looked over and instantly widened their eyes. It was indeed as Professor Ho said. What a waste. Such a top-notch mechanical dog is actually being used for food delivery. What does food delivery mean? It means the technology is mature. Hearing this, Professor Ho's expression became somewhat serious. Which team developed this mechanical dog? The technology has been so mature before being released. Are they completely not participating in any academic exchanges? Professor Ho complained while looking at Professor Huang. You really don't know anything about the mechanical dog from your school? Professor Huang shook his head. I really don't know. I'll contact that student right now. But I feel like it's impossible for a student to have developed this. No need to rush to call. The dog is delivering food here. He will definitely come over later. The 6 old men lined up at the door, creating a unique scene for a moment. A few minutes later, the mechanical dog came out of the dormitory, and it quickly ran towards the outside of the campus with a basket on its back, moving very gracefully, the previous stiffness completely gone. Professor Ho took a deep breath. This is unbelievable. Something we invested hundreds of billions in and couldn't figure out. You actually use it for food delivery. Get the dean to come to me right away. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, the dean looked at Director Su with a puzzled expression. Are you saying that a student in the mechanical engineering program who hasn't attended class for a long time developed a top-notch mechanical dog, and you still want to give him a laboratory? The dean was at a loss for words. How could a class with an average score of less than 300 produce a super researcher? Isn't this a fantasy? Have you been under too much stress lately? Maybe I should give you a few days off? Just as the words left his mouth, the dean's phone rang, but when he saw the caller ID, he became nervous again. It was a call from a leading figure in the field of robotics. The dean gently waved his hand, signaling Director Su to leave, and then he answered the phone with a beaming smile. Professor Ho on the other end of the phone interrupted the upcoming small talk and directly asked, which team developed the delivery robot at your school? The dean was momentarily taken aback. If Director Su had not come before, he would have definitely replied that he didn't know, but at this moment, he recalled Director Su's words and instinctively began to probe. What's wrong with the delivery robot? I would like to communicate with the development team. Upon hearing this, the dean's expression changed, and he immediately stood up, rushed out of the office, and called back Director Su, who had not gone far. The dean waved his hand while making a phone call. Okay, I'll help you communicate. After a few pleasantries, the dean hung up the phone and looked at Director Su again to ask for details. Are you talking about the delivery robot? Director Su was also taken aback. He had no idea what delivery robot he was talking about. The dean shook his phone. Just now, Professor Ho called and said that our school has a highly advanced delivery robot, and he wants to communicate with the team behind the robot. Director Su did not know who Professor Ho was, but it seemed that he held a high position. I'll investigate and get back to you as soon as possible. Director Su walked out of the office and directly called you. Chen Bin, do you know there's a delivery robot dog at the school? You were taken aback. What did Director Su mean by calling? Can't a robot dog deliver food? Hearing the silence on the other end, the director immediately asked his question. Is that robot dog yours? After receiving a positive response, Director Su hung up the phone and fell silent. He had developed a super powerful robot dog, and it was actually used for food delivery. He then turned around and pushed open the door to the dean's office. The delivery robot dog is the one developed by that student I mentioned. His name is Chen Bin. The dean was really surprised, not expecting it to be a student from his own college. Director Su pointed to the documents on the table. His family situation is very transparent. It's basically impossible for him to hire someone to buy the robot dog technology, let alone the technology. He can't even afford to buy the robot dog itself. To develop this robot dog, he doesn't attend classes and works day and night. The dean opened the personal information and paused for a moment. The second-floor laboratory in the experimental building will be used for his research in the future. Additionally, for such a student, we need to provide a substantial amount of research funding. I have tested it. He doesn't want research funding. The dean is not foolish and quickly thought of a deeper meaning. If he doesn't want research funding, then it can be replaced with a scholarship. Recently, there has been a national college student robotics competition, and they are offering prizes. It is reasonable for the school to give some bonuses as well. Let's increase the reward amount to 300,000, and I will take care of securing a spot for that competition. The right to use the laboratory can also be considered as a reward. Director Su felt that he truly deserved to be the dean. This arrangement was simply too thoughtful. When you go, mention that Professor Ho wants to discuss technology with him, and try to facilitate that. The dean thought of many things in an instant. Compared to the top researchers outside, everything still has to revolve around the students of his own school. It is not easy for this school to produce a top-notch technical talent. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he did. It must be prioritized. At this moment in the workshop, you are already assembling the second mechanical dog. While assembling, you listen to the prompt sounds. In just 1 hour, the shock value has surged to over 300 and is still increasing. The idea of having the mechanical dog deliver takeout is simply brilliant. Just then, you heard a knock on the door and turned to see Director Su standing at the entrance. He stepped forward, looking at the half-finished mechanical dog in your hands, his eyes instinctively widening. Shock value +1. You couldn't help but glance at Director Su. What's so shocking about this? There's no depth to it at all. Director Su had previously seen the already assembled mechanical dog, and now seeing you assemble it like this was truly shocking. Although it is already certain that the mechanical dog is developed by you, seeing the process with my own eyes is still shocking. Director Su tried hard to shift his gaze away from the semi-finished robot dog. Do you still have money? Once this one is made, I basically won't have any left. What will you use it for? To deliver takeout? It can earn more than the boys' dormitory by picking up takeout from the girls' dormitory. Director Su fell silent. Spending a lot of money to make a robot dog just to deliver takeout is one thing for a big company, but for an individual, with a profit of 50 cents per order, how long will it take to break even? It feels somewhat short-sighted. You looked at Director Su in confusion, asking what he wanted from you. In a couple of days, there will be a college student robotics competition. If you win first place, the school will give a prize of 300,000 yuan, and all expenses during the competition will be reimbursed by the school. Once you win, the usage rights of the first floor of the school's experimental building will also belong to you. Chen Bin's eyes lit up when he heard the last sentence. The driver's license is really high compared to the $300,000 bonus for the use of the school's lab building. It's a simple point. Mechanical dogs are expensive because most of the parts are sourced and made by someone else. With a lab, all those parts can be made directly, for cost money, and a little time. The other thing is that there are many high-precision parts that cost money to wait for, but the lab has high-precision machines. Director Su looked at Chen Bin's expression. Let me arrange your entry? I wanted to compete, but Professor Huang had another team under him and didn't agree. After communication, he agreed to compete first tomorrow. Whoever has the better robot dog will go. Director Su nodded. Then let's meet tomorrow. By the way, there's something else. Professor Ho wants to see you and exchange techniques with you. Chen Bin was puzzled. Who? Ho Yunhua, a top researcher in the field of robotics. He saw your mechanical dog delivering takeout somewhere. Don't recognize, don't see. Chen Bin lowered his head and continued assembling. Director Su watched as Chen Bin began to get busy, and didn't advise much. Then I'll leave first. Contact me by phone if you need to. Yes. Director Su walked out of the workshop, exhaled slowly, and dialed the dean's phone. I just talked to him. He's willing to go to the competition and is quite happy, but he doesn't want to see Professor Su. Plus I saw him assembling the new mechanical dog with my own eyes. The dean was also looking at the mechanical dogs, but he was in the campus forums, looking at photos and videos taken by students. If you don't want to see him, you don't have to force him. You can arrange for him to go to the competition first. Before he saw the mechanical dog, Dean felt that Chen Bin was important, but having seen the mechanical dog, he knew that Chen Bin was the school's thigh. Holding on to this thigh, he, the dean, might become the principal. Winning the NCAA tournament would put the school's name on the map for a while, but this mechanical dog's presence on the field would set the school on fire nationally. It's super hard to mix up the chances of a mediocre pheasant college that's known nationally. A hit. Chen Bin was unaware of the impact of his creation of the robotic dog. His attention was fully focused on assembling the mechanical dog. Without the system to help with assembly, it was a little slow to assemble. When the system helped, the parts would fly over on their own when they needed something. He just had to fix it. There are even problems with the fixing, and the system will help to modify it. Assembled for a moment. Chen Bin stopped. Want to stop smoking once to see? You can't have 3 rolls of paper towels in front of you and then another roll of paper towels. Can you? You can't be so black-faced. Can you? Chen Bin first looked at the shock value. 456. It's a new high. It's totally going to smoke again. Chen Bin felt that before the last draw. There was no specific god to worship, so much so that it was not helpful. This time he had to worship a specialized god, Reuben. Chen Bin clasped his hands together and chanted a few words of Gong Gong Ban in his heart, then drew the prize. The light flickered again, and amidst the white light, a blue blow appeared. Not rolling paper. Chen Bin was a little excited. Now, as long as it wasn't a roll of paper, it was a good thing. The light faded and it was empty. Chen Bin froze. Nothing? Congratulations, host, for gaining primary mechanical affinity. What's a mechanical affinity? As Chen Bin was thinking about it, he felt a change in his body. His arms seemed to become more powerful and his fingers became easy and flexible. The eyes could see very far at once, steeply and clearly. Chen Bin removed the glasses he had been wearing for years and could see things in the distance without any blurring at all. Myopia is better. Finally, Chen Bin looked at the machine tool. The machine tool that the school gave free access to was an old 3-axis machine. With just a glance, Chen Bin discovered details that had never been discovered before. He could even see the wear and tear on the machine. Without touching it, he knew the actual error of this machine, and the knowledge naturally surfaced in his mind. The operational techniques to utilize this machine to improve the accuracy of the workpiece. Chen Bin looked at the mechanical dog again. The mechanical dog, which had been assembled very slowly. He spotted 2 installation errors at a glance. Trying to correct it, Chen Bin felt the speed, precision. He didn't even need to think too hard. Instincts allowed him to assemble it quickly. Parts don't need to be searched for anymore either. He can pinpoint the parts he needs in a large pile of parts. The way and method of installation also do not need to think. Almost become instinctive, like, do not need to consider the order, orientation. When he got the workpiece, he knew so installed, and even the force can be controlled just right. Chen Bin's eyes lit up. This is only a beginner's mechanical affinity? How powerful is that advanced mechanical affinity? One look at a machine and it works by itself? Really counterintuitive. Got a good raffle draw. Gotta strike while the iron's hot. Chen Bin tested some and continued the lottery. Another 100 shock value disappeared, and Chen Bin had another roll of paper that he didn't feel the need to buy for a short period of time. Can't smoke anymore. Gotta slow down. Continue assembling the mechanical dog. Chapter 7, Someone Intercepts? The mechanical dog that was originally estimated to be assembled for 2 days was assembled 80% by the evening, and the rest was estimated to be assembled in an hour. No time to assemble it now, though. When it's time to practice, Chen Bin wasn't really short of money anymore. After all, in 3 days, there would be more than 300,000 rewards arriving. But you have to sell a bunch of stuff you bought for the stall or lose money. Chen Bin took out a bunch of creative trinkets from the workshop and rode his electric bike to the night market. The school night market was bustling with a bunch of snacks and a bunch of assorted household items. Chen Bin sells creative trinkets and is doing well. After all, other things, the similarity is very high. Chen Bin sells creative small goods. Basically, he went online to find a lot of interesting pendants, as well as a variety of small toys. Buying in bulk is inexpensive while really being special. Even if no one is buying, there are people standing in front of the booth looking. Some people crowded around. Then more people crowded around. If there are more people, someone must have paid for it. Chen Bin opened his package in front of the stall and arranged the contents according to different price ranges. Then mark up the price. It is important to mark up prices so that you can do business with students. Because students aren't good at haggling and don't want to ask without buying, as well as hate being treated with double standards. So even if you want it, you'll turn away without seeing the price tag. As Chen Bin made all the preparations, he saw a few old men rushing over at a fast pace. 6 old men slipped through the night market a few times. Finally saw Chen Bin. Chen Bin only recognized Professor Huang among them, and was somewhat confused about what was going on. Is it because of the previous call? Or is it because Director Su communicated with Prof. Huang? So Prof. Huang was indignant and came looking for trouble? But isn't it a bit abstract to bring 5 old men over for trouble? Chen Bin responded to all changes with no change. What do you see? The first order today. Give you 20% off. Professor Ho also didn't expect the dean to reject him, but he also had to find the real developer of the mechanical dog. Luckily, Chen Bin is more famous and very easy to find. He stared straight at Chen Bin. Tell me, who made the mechanical dog? You mean the mechanical dog that delivers the takeout? Me. Impossible. The old man shook his head. I've seen too many top researchers, geniuses too. I've never seen one like you. The first thing you need to do in research is to be focused, committed, and give everything you've got. Chen Bin still has time for a stall? Professor Huang then changed his angle. You just have to tell me the real developer behind the mechanical dog, and I'll give you a package for everything in this booth of yours. Don't ask for a discount. I'll even double it. Chen Bin looked at Professor Huang. Really? Really? That's me. Professor Huang still wanted to speak, but Professor Ho stopped him because Chen Bin didn't want to talk, and there was no point in asking. This time it just needs to be verified. Professor Ho took out his cell phone and flipped a picture from it. Look at this topic. Will you? Chen Bin looked at the title on the photo. He won't. How can he know math topics? Just in this later moment, the analysis process, as well as the calculation process, had been automatically completed in his head, and then the answer was given. 6, 3, Chen Bin uttered the answer doubtfully. Mental math. I don't know if it's right. Professor Ho froze, looking at the topic with a ghostly expression. Chen Bin mentally calculated such a complex calculation? And it's so short. 2 seconds? Is it really time to think? He was shocked, and Chen Bin was just as shocked. Is mechanical affinity so great? He will solve this topic by relying on the knowledge he gained incidentally when he acquired the mechanical dog technology, but not the ability to do mental math. Mechanical affinity that made it like an extra computer inside his head. Professor Ho took a deep breath. It seemed like he had really run into a genius. But what if Chen Bin has seen this exact same title? Professor Ho rummaged around again and found a more difficult topic. Take a look at this one. Chen Bin swept his eyes. This topic is wrong, and the result cannot be calculated. Professor Ho put away his cell phone. This can't be wrong. He created the wrong question. Not many people should have seen it. Professor Huang also saw that Chen Bin was a true genius and waved his hand. Close up. I'm all in. Chen Bin didn't give him the chance to wrap it all up and waved his hand. No, you'd be wasting it if you wrapped this pile. Every product here, hand-picked by me, has to sell. Dean, you asked me to keep an eye on Chen Bin and said to contact you about something. You say, in the dean's heart, Chen Bin's importance had been ranked first. Prof. Ho, Prof. Huang, and a few of them are near Chen Bin's stall, helping Chen Bin sell things. The dean was confused for that brief moment, then abruptly tensed, a sense of crisis looming. Professor Ho is trying to dig in? Does Chen Bin have a sense of belonging to this pheasant university? Definitely not. Taking a deep breath, Dean said, I'll be right over. His intentions are clear. Pokies are an art. Going to the top colleges. Chen Bin was just one of the countless geniuses. And here, he was that one and only genius. Dean rushed to the night market as fast as he could. Saw 2 old men at the entrance to the night market. One of them was Professor Ho, covered in all kinds of trinkets and holding a sign, $10 for 5. Dean was confused. The contrast was really a bit much. It was so big that he couldn't bear to look at it while he quickly took out his cell phone and snapped a picture. Prof. Ho also saw the dean. Buy them all. The dean waved his hand, then lowered his voice. This school of ours, it's easy for a genius to come out, so you come over to poach. It's not quite appropriate, is it? Professor Ho also froze. Digging in? Immediately after that his eyes lit up. Why hadn't he thought of digging in? Isn't it condescending for a top genius like Chen Bin to be here? The dean looked at Prof. Ho's reaction and knew that he was overthinking it. But Prof. Ho didn't think to poach Chen Bin now, and he would definitely want to poach Chen Bin later. We can talk about it. Chen Bin is now a sophomore, even already next semester, and he's going out for an internship his junior year. Instead of digging him up now, why don't we wait? And when he's a junior, I'll set him up at your institute? Professor Ho frowned. You want to use him to bring glory to the school? Yes, but it's not exploitation. It's cooperation. He's got a bit of a principle about money, so we'll let him go to the competition and award him $300,000 for winning, along with the use of the lab. He won't be able to use a lab on his own anytime soon after he goes to your research institute, right? Why don't we wait for him to accomplish a little more? Here, any need he has, we will fulfill it. The simplest point is, where did you get so many pretty schoolgirls when you left school? Prof. Ho fell silent. He understood when the principal said so. He gave the conditions and couldn't dig Chen Bin away. It was indeed slightly better for Chen Bin to stay here. I don't dig him. I want to exchange research on mechanical dogs. Dean sighed in relief. Then let's help him sell along. Chapter 8. I'm numb. A few moments later, Dean had a bunch of little creative pendants hanging off of him as well. A few moments more, Chen Bin closed the stall. A bunch of students heard that the dean was selling something, and they all came over to join in the fun. plus the jewelry that Chenbin picked out was really okay, as well as a teacher passing by on the procurement of a large pile. Half an hour sold Chenbin to sell a week's worth of things. Chenbin walked out of the night market with fried noodles in his hand and looked at a few old men, as well as the vice president. What do you want? Professor Ho said directly. I want to take a closer look at that mechanical dog you developed. To the workshop. People did a favor. So Chenbin couldn't say anything more and led a group of people to the workshop. In the workshop, mechanical dogs with baskets welded to their backs rest on their backs. Seeing a group of people approaching, he quickly stood up and rushed towards Chenbin. It braked sharply in front of Chenbin, then rubbed against Chenbin's leg. A few old men who understand the technology. The eyes are rounded. The genius is really shocked enough. This set of moves is truly awesome. Charging forward and then slowing down quickly to put on the mechanical dog outside. That's a high-level maneuver. It's much harder to unload that deftly. The mechanical dog, however, is truly awesome, dexterous, natural, with excellent center of gravity control. Ding, shock +9. Chenbin smiled. Bringing people back is not a loss. Having these 9 points is very good. You guys just voice communicate with it directly and tell him to do whatever action he wants. Chenbin said, walking inside the workshop and continuing to assemble. Professor Ho squatted in front of the dog. Can you stand up on your hind legs? The mechanical dog jumped straight up to a standing position. Standing on 2 legs. Very stable. Ding, shock value +9. Professor Ho was shocked not only by the movements of this mechanical dog, but also by the analytical ability of the commands. Standing on 2 legs, this kind of command, Chenbin will never specialize in the design. The dog will also, I'm afraid, that has a great autonomy, as well as the ability to analyze the command. It is true that it understands what is being commanded. Try again. Stand on 1 leg. The dog lifted another leg. Ding, shock value +1. I'm not talking about the back legs. I'm talking about the front legs. The mechanical dog jumped up on 1 leg, then landed on its left front foot as if it were upside down. Ding, shock value +1. In the workshop, Chenbin raised his head and looked outside, a bizarre expression on his face. These guys, are they ricocheting, vibrating all the time? Roadrunners usually only provide shock value the first time they see a mechanical dog, and this was a short 2 minutes and provided it 3 times. As he was thinking, he saw the mechanical dog spinning upside down. At the same time in his head, a beep sounded once again. Ding, shock value +1. Chenbin couldn't sit still, went to the box in the corner and took a few bottles of water, and moved a few chairs. Sit and watch. It's an all self-service shock machine. He's got to provide some service. A few of the old men were tech-savvy, and the more tech-savvy they were, the more shocked they were, and continued to be, because this mechanical dog is, almost on all fronts, anticlimactic. The degree of simulation, locomotion, information processing, environmental adaptability, and even temporary attitude adjustments based on the weight loaded on the body, Chenbin counted as he assembled it. In just 8 minutes, this group rocked 13 times. If he had known they were so shocking, why would he have set up a stall? While he was thinking about it, Professor Ho walked into the workshop. He wanted to ask what the algorithm of this mechanical dog was. With such an unbelievable information processing ability, he doubted that the dog was connected to some large server behind it. What may appear to be communicating with the dog is actually interacting with the server's AI. As a result, he had just walked into the workshop, and his eyes widened as he looked at the mechanical dog on the table. It's a half-finished mechanical dog? Chenbin assembled it while saying, yes, the second one, shock value +1. Professor Ho walked forward and looked at the interior of the robot, then at Chenbin's skillful assembly movements. Fully hand-assembled? Right. Chenbin assembled a 90%, suddenly paused. How come there was a part missing? It's still a high-precision part. After rummaging through a pile of parts for a moment, Chenbin turned toward the machine tool. It's a good thing I just got mechanical affinity, or I wouldn't have been able to make high-precision parts yet. Turning on the machine and replacing the cutter head, Chenbin began cutting out reeds with the machine. The whole thing flowed. Professor Ho looked on with some shock. This old-fashioned 3-axis machine tool, which he had used a long time ago, was not bad at the time, but put it in the present, the machining speed was slow, the machining accuracy was poor, and it could be used to make parts on a mechanical dog? The others had similar expressions, especially when you look at the parts on the mechanical dog. They are all very precise and the joints are tight. The other thing is, why did Chenbin machine the parts without checking them against the drawings? And no marking on the surface of the workpiece? How do you know where to cut? How do you know the shape? In a group of puzzled gazes, Chenbin took out the manufactured parts, and without measuring them, he directly planted them into the robot dog. Professor Ho looked confused. Don't you have to measure the parts you manufacture? My eyes are the ruler. Click. With a soft click, the parts fit tightly together. Chen Bin continued to install the back parts. Professor Ho waited in silence while thinking. Previously, Chen Bin was tested with 2 questions to confirm that Chen Bin is a genius. These things in front of him now told him again that Chen Bin was definitely not an ordinary genius. You can use a 3-axis machine tool to make high-precision machine tools, and the level of hand assembly. Not only is he a top-notch researcher, but he has unparalleled hands-on skills. Definitely promising. With Chen Bin fixing the last piece of parts, the assembly of the second mechanical dog was complete. Chen Bin pressed the switch. You'll be called Xiao Hei next, and you'll be responsible for delivering the women's dormitory takeout. The puppy looked up. Woof woof. Wait. Professor Ho raised his hand. You built this mechanical dog just for delivery? Isn't it nice to be idle, delivering takeouts, doing a favor for your classmates, and testing mechanical dogs? Prof. Ho wanted to say it was a waste, but when you think about it, robots were developed to replace human work. Can you sell me a mechanical dog? I want to learn. Chen Bin pondered a little. 100,000 apiece. Either? Professor Ho looked at Chen Bin with a serious face. Yes. The average mechanical dog on the market can be sold for 100,000 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Chen Bin, the mechanical dog, offered $1 million for him to buy. Okay, I'll manufacture it in the next 2 days. And when I'm done, I'm going to take the mechanical dog to the college robotics competition. I'll give it to you after the game. Is that okay? Professor Ho nodded. Yes, I'm the judge of the competition. I'll wait for you at the arena. Okay, $50,000 deposit now. Chen Bin thought that he didn't have the money to order the parts right now, so he simply asked for a deposit. A few of the old men went away, coming with an impulse and leaving with immense excitement. The dean confirmed that Professor Ho had not recruited Chen Bin and was relieved, greeting Chen Bin and leaving first as well. Only Chen Bin was left in the workshop. Chen Bin began to make phone calls to order parts for the mechanical dog. With 50K or ordering parts that have been manufactured before, it's a lot cheaper. He ordered 3 sets of parts in one go. The dog also has a guarding function, so it's perfectly possible to carry a mechanical dog around with you. Sell one, keep one with you and leave the other in the lab. Although the competition hasn't started yet, he has already internalized the lab. After all, none of the so-called robotics competitions can fight. Chapter 9 Useful, but not much. Called, Chen Bin began to use machine tools to manufacture parts. Can make some parts themselves, then manufacturing, can save money. It was busy until late at night before Chen Bin went to bed. It's so nice to wake up to the sound of a ding 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 ding. 2 mechanical dogs, early in the morning, started to deliver, and wherever they passed, caused a shock. Chen Bin looked at the shock value and it had reached 506. There is a sizable amount of it, and it's perfectly fine to smoke it again. 10 seconds later, Chen Bin entered the bathroom with a freshly drawn roll of paper. I have to say, the system produces all the best products, and this roll of paper is really comfortable to use. It's more comfortable than any toilet paper on the market. Well, in that case, it's not too bad. Chen Bin did not continue to draw. He rolled enough paper. Keep making parts. Busy until the evening, Chen Bin suddenly paused. The beeping in his head changed. Shock value accumulated to 1000. Can open the first page of the Super Technology Atlas? Is it opened? The previous draws of the catalog were not official functions of the catalog, and the catalog that was now opened was the real Super Technology catalog. Turn it on. Chen Bin only felt a blackness before his eyes. Then he saw a huge blue atlas. The catalog floated in the air, estimated to be more than 10 meters high, emitting a very technological blue light. Then the atlas opened the first page just as Chen Bin slowly opened it. It was as if a picture had unfolded. The scroll is a steel jungle of skyscrapers. Flying cars were shuttling between the skyscrapers. The roads are lined with people wearing various smart devices, as well as robots. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the picture. There's also a superb array of technology inside. Chen Bin looked dumbfounded. This was the future? This is the first ING page? Looking at the thickness of the Super Tech Atlas, there are at least a dozen more pages. 1000 shock value opens the first page of the technology catalog? Is that 2000 to open the second page? Or 10,000 to open the second page? But in the twinkling of an eye, Chen Bin shook this thought away. It wasn't a matter of when to open the second page. It was now the first page of the vast array of technology waiting for him to acquire and then manufacture. Chen Bin moved closer to the atlas, picking out the high-tech technology in the huge scroll. There were many technologies, and there were quite a few technologies that could be exchanged for 1000 shock values. He wants everything, whether it's a robot, or a terminal on those on the road. There is also a 3-dimensional projection screen in front of people. This level of technology is really high. Suddenly, Chen Bin's gaze landed on the edge of the scroll, where there was a man who was clearly an enforcer, and he was wearing a metallic battle suit. It's simply not too handsome. Chen Bin focused his attention on the battlesuit. With a flash of light, an all-metal battlesuit appeared before his eyes. It's just like Iron Man, only this metal battlesuit, to be more angular, looks more dominant instead. Exoskeleton bulletproof armor. It needs to be redeemed by consuming 3,800 shock value. Demanding? It's really cool though, and it also aids the warrior's movement and increases strength speed. Defense is still strong. That's fierce. This exoskeleton gear doesn't work. What about the other stuff? Chen Bin looked at the gun in the warrior's hand, which was holding a gun that looked a lot like a toy gun. It was a gun that didn't look like a modern gun at all, but more like a gun from a movie that appeared in the interstellar age. As Chen Bin focused his attention, the gun appeared in front of him. Electromagnetic Railgun, requires 1288 shock value to redeem. Chen Bin looked at his shock points and was still short by more than 200, and he was afraid that he would not be able to make it tonight, but at most, tomorrow's morning rush hour takeout deliveries will meet demand. Exiting the system space, Chen Bin couldn't help but get a little excited. That gun just looks awesome and totally need to try it out. Also, the gun is safe. It looks like a toy. It shouldn't be too risky to manufacture. But now it's time to pack up and get ready to leave tomorrow for the robotics competition the day after tomorrow. For the National Collegiate Robotics Competition, it is usually done as a team, with some good schools having several teams. The program of the competition is also more complex. Instead of creating robots to fight each other, there is an all-around scoring evaluation. Also, for different products, there will be different ways of testing, such as the current hottest mechanical dog. There will be some cross-obstacle performances. For Chen Bin, the genus is not challenging. The only thing I was expecting was for the venue to be crowded and provide a little more shock points. So many things on the first page of the Super Tech Atlas. He wanted them all. Quickly packing up a set of clothes, Chen Bin continued to assemble the robot dog. Worked late into the night and still slept in the workshop. Early the next morning, Chen Bin went out and got into the car arranged by the school to participate in the college robotics competition. Prof. Huang led the way. But from the original team, it became Chen Bin alone. It's also gone from being just a place to check out the action to taking first prize. As Chen Bin sat in the car, his attention unconsciously sank into the depths of his consciousness. Shock value, 1289. Already redeemable for EM railguns. At the bottom of the system template, though, there is an extra line of small print. 10 consecutive draws must be blitzed for rewards. Chen Bin had been prepared to directly exchange. Because of this 10 consecutive draw, slightly paused for so many moments. After a moment's contemplation, he held back. The raffle could indeed draw good things, but now that he was steadily getting technology, it was still technology that took precedence. Redemption. The moment the order was given, the shock value almost cleared to zero, and then a bunch more knowledge began to appear in Chen Bin's mind. Chen Bin had already experienced the magic of the system once before, and the mechanical dog knowledge infusion was something that really shook him up. This one was equally shocking. Not only has he mastered all the principles and knowledge about electromagnetic railguns, but also the level of manufacturing processes. For 10 minutes, Chen Bin digested all the knowledge. At this moment those memories, instead of being like memories, became knowledge that he thoroughly grasped. It's so well known that it's almost become instinctive like. Chen Bin looked at Professor Huang. Do you understand electromagnetic railguns? Professor Huang was a bit surprised, but still nodded. Understand some, but not much. Currently electromagnetic railguns are not mainstream. Electromagnetic railguns are the mainstream. Before the artillery range of 20 to 30 kilometers is very impressive. 70 kilometers is the limit of the time. That time the electromagnetic railgun range can reach 350 kilometers. Chen Bin all froze. The cannon? 350 kilometers? This really isn't a missile? Awesome. Electromagnetic railguns are based on the same principle as electromagnetic railguns, using orbital acceleration followed by the addition of a reconnecting cannon. But the acceleration path of an electromagnetic railgun is too short, as well as the small electromagnetic emitters don't have enough power to accelerate the bullets very fast. Currently it can only be used for urban blast defense, and is so powerful that a handgun can't even match it. Chen Bin thought about the memories in his mind. So what if you can accelerate the speed of the bullet to 3 times the speed of sound? Chapter 10, Electromagnetic Railguns. 3 times the speed of sound? Professor Huang pondered for a moment. A pistol bullet discharges at roughly 300 meters per second. A rifle can reach 2 times the speed of sound, and a sniper rifle bullet discharges at a speed that can reach 900 meters per second. That's the same as, the electromagnetic railgun has the power of a sniper rifle and a faster rate of fire than a machine gun. It's also cheaper, pure metal bullets, than gunpowder bullets. As long as the gun doesn't weigh too much, it's going to be a descending blow to the current gun situation. Professor Huang looked at Chen Bin suspiciously. You're interested in this and want to develop it? Chen Bin nodded, but he didn't say he had mastered the technique. I want to try it. Professor Huang pondered a little. In theory, I should advise you to continue to plumb the depths of the field of robotics, which will live up to your talent. But since you're interested, I can help you out a bit. Professor Huang took out his cell phone. My classmate has engaged in electromagnetic orbital weapon research. I'll take you to his lab to take a look. There's the best electromagnetic railgun available. Chen Bin looked at Professor Huang with some surprise. Such a wide range of connections? Professor Huang was a bit embarrassed by Chen Bin's look. I'm not at a high level, but my classmates are all very good. You're also quite impressive. Otherwise the school wouldn't have hired you at a high salary. Chen Bin casually patted his ass. Professor Huang smiled. He was completely unconvinced or didn't care at all when others said so. But Chen Bin is different. It's really cool to be called a genius by a genius. I'll connect you now. The real tournament starts tomorrow, so leaving today is just a matter of finding a place to stay and settling in where the tournament is being held. This will allow you to go to the contest in the morning. By the afternoon, the convoy had arrived in Zhangchang. Professor Huang took Chen Bin out of the hotel and went to find his classmates. The car soon stopped in front of a building. Chen Bin looked at the magnificent building, and that gate had 8 lanes of traffic. On the huge gatehouse, there were also a few large gilt letters. Institute of Light Weapons. There are still sentries by the gates of the institute. Chen Bin couldn't help but twist his head to look at Professor Huang. This place, I can also enter? Can. It's not going to be a problem, is it? Don't worry, it is. Professor Huang got out of the car and led Chen Bin to the main entrance. Just in time, an old man walked out of the main entrance, smiled and greeted Prof. Huang, then greeted the two of them as they entered the institute. Chen Bin is really shocked. No need to check the identity, nothing to do. He entered the institute? This research institute is really good. A big road leads to the research room, and it looks like there is no shortage of money. Professor Huang chatted idly with his old friend and led Chen Bin all the way into the building. Then Chen Bin fell silent, looking at the wide array of weapons. A museum? It really is a museum, lined with glass cases holding weapon after weapon, even barges. The most anticlimactic, of course, was the fact that there were actually beautiful young teachers holding red flags followed by a group of elementary school students, feverishly looking at the guns in the cabinet and asking all sorts of questions. Chen Bin looked at Professor Huang. Didn't you say you'd take me to the lab? Professor Huang's classmate's name was Yen, and Professor Yen said, you can't just go into the lab, and this is where the most advanced electromagnetic railgun is currently located. It's on the 4th floor. I'll show you. Chen Bin retracted his spit and followed Professor Yen up to the 4th floor. The 4th floor is full of modern weapons, and of the more technological kind. Chen Bin saw a stun gun here, as well as an anti-drone gun, and an electromagnetic railgun. Only these things, again, are kept in glass cabinets. Chen Bin came up to the front of the electromagnetic railgun and looked at the shape of the gun, then at the round bullets placed in the corner. Why the button-style bullets? Lightweight and save space when loading. Electromagnetic orbital acceleration is inefficient, and if you use conventional bullets, they will exit the chamber even slower. Chen Bin continued to look at the exterior. Can I see the internal components? Professor Yan looked at Professor Huang in confusion. When he came, Professor Huang was talking about his students wanting to come over to look at the electromagnetic railgun. Now this seems like more than just wanting to see. Prof. Huang then said, is it convenient to show him? Professor Yan laughed. Definitely not. What's in here is also secret level. Professor Huang understood and looked at Chen Bin. I'll think of a way to see if I can arrange for you to be part of the research team. No need. I'll turn around and develop it myself. Chen Bin was just curious to come over and take a look, wanting to compare it to the electromagnetic railgun in the catalog. It's not like you have to learn. And with the mechanical affinity in place, he was able to look the gun over just by looking at the exterior design. As for power, the screen next to it shows a test of the gun. Can see how much of a dish the EM railgun is. Because of the appearance of the bullet, when it hits, it deflects, and the bullet marks are very spread out on the 5-meter target. With a bullet like that, 10 meters is completely out of power. It really is worse than a pistol. Professor Yen, on the other hand, was a bit confused. Where did the student come from? What kind of student is he? You're just going to develop your own electromagnetic railgun? Didn't you hear that Huang was recruited by a college? Professor Huang heard Chen Bin say he would develop it himself, and nodded. Alright, then you develop it yourself, and if you need any help, talk to me. Professor Yen was once again confused. Professor Huang actually endorsed Chen Bin's own development of an electromagnetic railgun? What's going on? Is an electromagnetic railgun something very common? The more curious he was, the more he couldn't help but think about it more. Old Huang, this student of yours, has had experience in the development of electromagnetic railguns? Chen Bin shook his head. No, so you're just interested? Not really an interest, just a bit of an idea. Professor Yen looked interested. What's the idea? The core of an electromagnetic railgun is electromagnetic acceleration, and increasing the power of the electromagnetic voltage increases the power. Professor Yen just had a feeling that it was a waste of time to ask, who doesn't know about this stuff? But the problem is that there is no way for a small electromagnetic device to burst into superpower. It's a technical problem as well as a material problem. If you make the EM generating device bigger, it's not a gun, it's a cannon. After seeing Professor Huang leave with Chen Bin, Professor Yen turned around and headed back to his lab. And this time, it was also put right behind him. As Chen Bin and Professor Huang walked side by side, Chen Bin suddenly said, "Will there be a problem if I work out my own firearms?" Professor Huang smiled. "It's fine if you report in time, and it's fine if you don't and no one knows about it. You weren't there for the practical school class, and a lot of the students used machine guns." Chen Bin scratched his head. "Still been to a few hands-on classes, and I've car. Nothing if you don't take it away. Things like guns, which look like trouble on the outside, are very criminal to the teacher, who has a machine tool and can turn them, and even carve the rifling." Chen Bin put his heart into his stomach and followed Professor Huang to the competition venue first. The robotics competition was held in a large plaza. Here the staff is busy setting up the venue. There were also a number of students from other schools debugging their robots. There are robot dogs, and humanoid robots, and octopi robots, and crawler robots. There's even one of those mechanical earthworms, which are sort of robots that can wriggle around quite nimbly. However, Chen Bin's gaze was directly attracted by the equipment in the stadium's workroom. There are still high-precision CNC machine tools here? Chapter 11 schools want to be famous too. Professor Huang followed Chen Bin's gaze. That's the equipment for the contestants to use to make final adjustments before competing. Is there material for that? A staff member nodded. Yes. Chen Bin went straight to the workroom. There were other teams busy in the workroom, but none of them were using machine tools or other manufacturing equipment. Isn't this perfect? He'd be just right for an electromagnetic railgun. Chen Bin walked to the front of the machine tool and began to study it. Professor Huang followed Chen Bin closely. Can you use it? Do you want me to help you? If he hadn't had mechanical affinity before, Chen Bin really wouldn't have. But now, he understood the machine tool to a T just by observing it. The 77% here is not knowing how to use 77%, but knowing 80% of this machine tool as a whole. It's already fully functional. Chen Bin quickly fixed the material and began to preset the parameters on the CNC machine, compared to the machines in his workshop, where you have to do all the cutting angles, depths, speeds, etc. yourself. A CNC machine only needs to enter the parameters. Much less difficult. Professor Huang looked on in confusion. This is the beginning? And no drawings? What kind of brain is this that has complex drawings of parts directly in its head? You can memorize shapes and stuff, but you can also memorize specific parameters? So complex parameters, and workpiece curvature and so on. Really sick. Professor Huang watched from the sidelines as Chen Bin quickly created part after part, as well as calling contacts to make some parts that couldn't be made here. It's not like doing R&D, it's like manufacturing. But the problem is manufacturing, and he's never seen it this smooth. Not a moment was wasted at all, and the whole process flowed smoothly. Make manufacturing a product as if it were an assembly line. But as Professor Huang looked on, he grew puzzled. It doesn't feel like it's right. These parts are so small, they don't seem like they would make a mechanical dog. And tubular parts? Professor Huang thought of an electromagnetic railgun, but immediately afterward he vetoed the idea himself. Not at all. Chen Bin only had the idea of manufacturing an electromagnetic railgun yesterday. How could he possibly be able to manufacture it directly now? It's not possible. Thinking the impossible while waiting. Chen Bin, on the other hand, is all about manufacturing. Throughout the manufacturing process, there was also the blue light of the Super Toucan assisting him in the manufacturing process. In conjunction with a variety of high-precision equipment, the manufacturing speed is quite fast. Chen Bin estimated that by staying up all night, he could create the electromagnetic railgun. This efficiency, it's unbeatable. When he was busy late into the night, he and Prof. Huang were the only ones left in the workroom. Prof. Huang was also a bit tired. He was old and didn't have as much energy as a young man. Chen Bin looked at Professor Huang and said, "You go back to the hotel and rest first. I'll be fine on my own over here." Professor Huang didn't hold on to his words. "All right, you also go back to rest early. There's still a competition tomorrow." Good. Chen Bin did not continue to be busy, waiting for the machine tool to automatically process the parts. There's something about waiting that's just stupid. I'm always looking to smoke something when I have nothing else to do. Looking at the shock value, it once again reached 100. Only 100 were provided in one day, a bit less, but it was normal. Although there were 4,000 people in the school, but these 4,000 people, many of whom had already known in advance that there were robot dogs, were not so shocked when they saw them. as well as the fact that some people are completely tech illiterate and don't even realize what a robot dog means. I'm afraid that the next few shock points mechanical dog gets at school will be fewer and fewer, but there are tons of shock points arriving tomorrow. After all, many of the people who come to the games know a little bit about technology. It's totally fine to smoke it. Drawl. A familiar glow began to flicker, followed by a flash of white light. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the simmering pill. A version of the medicine appeared in Chen Bin's hand, along with an introduction about the drug. Staying up all night hurts your body and spirit. Please don't stay up all night. If you have to stay up all night, please use stay-up pills. Stay-up pills can strengthen and invigorate your spirit with no side effects. There's more of this? Chen Bin was indeed a bit tired, and tried to eat a capsule, instantly feeling that his brain became clear, and all the fatigue disappeared into thin air. Such an amazing potion? 10 tablets in all. You can stay up 10 nights, but on second thought, when such a drug is developed in the future, his seniors who are playing screws in the factory will have to work 20 hours a day. I'm afraid. On second thought, the senior was afraid that he wouldn't be able to wait for that day before he was replaced by a robot. It's all about automated production equipment of all kinds now, and it's only going to get more so in the future. Chen Bin put away the medicine and continued to work. The amount of work that was supposed to be done tomorrow feels like it will be done by dawn. The entire workroom, leaving Chen Bin alone, was directly engaged until dawn. By this time, he had several more electromagnetic generating devices on hand, plus a full assortment of parts and a dozen bullets cut right through. All that was needed was for the parts ordered last night to be delivered and he could put the EM railgun together. The phone rang suddenly. Looking at the caller ID, Professor Huang called. You didn't go back to the hotel yesterday to rest? No, on a break in the workroom. Professor Huang fell silent. While Chen Bin was a genius, he was also a super hard-working genius. He wanted to say that his body was important or something like that, but he didn't. When he was young, he really didn't care about that. Wait for me in the workroom. I'll be right over to you. Yes. Chen Bin hung up the phone and first put away a bunch of parts, then continued to be busy. This machine tool is given to use for nothing. Make more mechanical dog parts. Make all your own. Blood money. Professor Huang walked into the workshop and looked at Chen Bin, who was still busy. You really slept? Slept. Professor Huang took out a set of clothes. School uniforms. Change and get ready for the competition. The school still has uniforms? Chen Bin was all a bit surprised. He didn't remember it at all. No indeed. But it's temporary and customized. Chen Bin happened to shake off the school uniform and then was silenced. People's school uniforms only had a school logo at the chest. This dress, a logo bigger than a millstone in the front, and another on the back. The school wants to be famous. Chen Bin put on his clothes. What's the flow of the match like? First, we'll draw straws, and in the order drawn, we'll go up to the stage and present our robots, demonstrating a full range of performance. Here are the judges' scores based on the robot's performance. Passing score. Move on to level 2, which is where similar robots are ranked. You don't have to panic. Later on, when you draw the straw, bring your dog up to the stage for introductions and then show. Chen Bin is happy. This rule, specially tailored for him, right? The robot dog doesn't even show up in front of it, and the moment it's brought on stage, it rocks the house. How much shock value would have to be harvested? Okay, when's the draw? There will be an announcement. Just wait. Chen Bin turned his head and continued to be busy, looking at Professor Huang's heart, which was truly focused. This kind of person can achieve success. He is really not envious or jealous. Soon, the radio sounds and the host takes the stage and begins to say his opening remarks. There were quite a few people on the stage, the first excluding the judges, and a few people in military uniforms, followed by students from major universities. After all, there was only one student on stage, and the rest were off stage. On top of that, there were some people from companies that came over to find targets to work with, as well as a lot of people watching. The scene was very lively. Chen Bin swept over with a glance. There were at least hundreds and thousands of people. If you do well this time, you might be able to get a straight 10 draw. Chapter 12, Can you load a weapon? The host's introductory remarks ended, followed by a representative of each participating team coming up to the stage to draw lots. There were hundreds of teams. Most wore school uniforms, but the only one whose uniform was labeled huge by the school colonel was Chen Bin. Chen Bin followed the team onto the stage and then drew lots. The so-called sign is a slip of paper with 16 written on it. He'll be up in the 16th. Walking off the stage, the staff was registering schools, delegate names, and numbers. While registering, he said, there is a limited amount of time to present on the field. Only 2 minutes. So everyone do what you can to get your robot's highlights done in those 2 minutes. The first 10. You can go backstage and start getting ready. 2 minutes at a time is not too long or too short to show the highlights of the robot. Chen Bin took the vouchers and walked to the stage. sitting down next to Professor Huang, vocational college students. It seems like there are only about a dozen of them. It's good to have a dozen or so. It's been screened. You don't just sign up and get in. Shenbin looked down at the box at his feet. One of the vocational school students taking first place should be quite interesting. Professor Huang also smiled. Jiangzhou Vocational and Technical College can be a hit. The draw was over quickly and the team that drew first came to the stage. Following on stage was an 8-legged spider robot. A girl came on stage with a microphone. Hello everyone, I'm Su Chi from Jiangcheng University, and my team brought the octopod spider robot. Able to travel quickly through a wide variety of terrain, it can reach speeds of 35 km per hour on flat ground. The 8-legged robot moved quickly from side to side on the stage as Suki introduced it. The 8 slender legs, when they walked, they also gave people a feeling of elegance. The speed was really quite fast, and they were very flexible. There was a lot of applause from the stage, and it did have a little something to it. This robot is equipped with infrared detectors, laser detectors, and can accurately avoid obstacles. There are also intelligence systems that can, to some extent, interact with people. It's a simple AI module implanted, and with a lot of AI open source, this isn't hard to do. Introductions are almost made in 2 minutes or up. The second student came on stage with a mechanical dog. Mechanical dogs are a dominant design in robotics today, with 4 legs that require less balance and easier movement. Hello everyone, I'm Chang Dong from Kyoto University, and I'm bringing the mechanical dog. The 4 legs of the mechanical dog lifted and fell continuously in place, and the design was also very good, with the appearance covered with a layer of white high-gloss paint, giving the mechanical dog a futuristic look. There was also applause from the stage. The mechanical dog looked real good. Then a robot on stage. Shenbin also had to say, indeed a little something, basically have their own outstanding design. After the first 10 robots were displayed, Shenbin walked to the backstage and waited with the box containing the mechanical dog. 10 minutes passed quickly. The person who drew the 15th stepped down from the stage, and the host stood at the entrance. Looking at Shenbin, ranked 16th student, it's your turn to go on stage. Shenbin took the microphone from him and strutted onto the stage. Hello everyone, I'm Shenbin from Jiangzhou Vocational College, and the product I brought this time is a simulated mechanical dog. Opening the box, the mechanical dog walked out of the box and circled around Shenbin's leg, occasionally rubbing his head against Shenbin's leg. There was dead silence in the room. This mechanical dog seems like a real dog, and those movements, they're really real? The group of researchers in the front row, with the exception of Professor Ho who had seen it before, all of them were wide-eyed. The more tech-savvy you are, the more shocking it is. No, a mechanical dog like this could be developed by a student at a vocational school? The system's beep also sounded in Shenbin's ears. Ding, shock value plus 780. Cool. Shenbin suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and squatted down. Come, say hello to everyone. The microphone was passed to the mouth of the mechanical dog, who let out a very cute bark. Woof woof. The stage remained quiet. Shenbin's ears were not quiet. Just now that moment, another 206 shock value arrived. It was only a matter of 10 seconds or so, and it had already racked up a 10 draw. Shenbin once again said, this simulation mechanical dog, the speed is very fast limit speed, can reach 60 kilometers per hour. The stage was in an uproar. 60 kilometers per hour? Doesn't sound fast, but 60 kilometers per hour for a puppy that's no more than 30 centimeters tall? Ding, shock value plus 350. Not everyone offers shock value, but it's fine if they do. It has superb bouncing ability and can jump up to 3 meters. As the words fell, the mechanical dog leapt up. A small mechanical dog, jumping 3 meters high, more than a meter taller than Shenbin. Ding, shock value plus 620. Shenbin realized that this group of people were unable to resist the shock of visual effects. Then he demonstrates visually striking performance. You can jump up to 20 meters. The mechanical dog runs straight to the side of the stage, then makes a small forward assist, then lashes out and leaps diagonally. It made a beautiful arc in the air and landed on the other side of the stage. Boo! There was dead silence in the room. 20 meters. A mechanical dog can jump that far? Ding, shock value plus 450. Shenbin continued. Of course, this is just the basic athletic performance. The mechanical dog also has an extremely strong information processing ability. After saying that, Shenbin looked at the front row of the judges' table. Go, hold Professor Ho's identity nameplate over. The mechanical dog leapt directly off the stage, landing precisely in front of Professor Ho, holding the nameplate in its mouth, turning its head and leaping back onto the stage. The whole movement is fluid and incredibly silky. Ding, shock value plus 360. Give it back. The mechanical dog just landed on the ground, turned its head and jumped up again, re-arriving in front of Professor Ho and dropping the nameplate. Ding, shock value plus 60. The same points can basically only be shocked once, with a second display that doesn't provide much shock value, but for Chen Bin, it's okay to have it. Ding! With a soft sound, the 2 minutes of display time ended. It was a huge gain of 2,880 shock points in those 2 minutes, allowing for nearly 310 consecutive draws. Add another 1,000, and all of them have access to the technology for that exoskeleton armor. Too bad it was only 2 minutes, or he could have reaped some shock points. Wait a minute, the man in the uniform suddenly said. Chen Bin looked over suspiciously, Colonel, and stood up. Can this dog be fitted with a weapon? Chen Bin was a bit surprised, but still said, what kind of weapons are installed? Rifles, for example. Chen Bin shook his head. This mechanical dog I designed has an attack ability in itself. Installing a rifle is a bit disjointed and incongruous. Major An subconsciously looked at the mechanical dog. This dog has the ability to attack? Yes, it's a companion mechanical dog that also has guarding abilities, and in turn, can have attacking abilities. As Chen Bin spoke, he said, do you need a demonstration? Yes, you demonstrate. Chen Bin looked around and couldn't find a suitable target. Any attackable targets? Chapter 13, Passing the Eye. Major An beckoned, and the soldier behind him immediately opened a case. Inside the box, a mechanical dog sprayed with camouflage stood up. There were also 2 guns attached to the back of the mechanical dog. The military mechanical dog climbed up the stage very nimbly. Chen Bin gave the order, destroy that mechanical dog. Chen Bin's mechanical dog rushed out steeply, over a dozen meters away, and instantly rushed to the front of the mechanical dog before opening his mouth covered in metal teeth and biting down on the mechanical dog's neck. Ka-ching! The outer layer of the mechanical dog's neck was metal, and at this moment, it was directly bitten out of a hole, with only a few wires attached. As he twisted his head and flung it around, Wan Kai lifted his paw and pressed it against the wire. A 2-centimeter sharp blade protruded from the front of the claw, severing all the wires and ripping the mechanical dog's head off. The mechanical dog can still move around, as the head is just the lens, and the sensing device. The controller and power module are on the torso, but Wanted didn't stop there. A claw slammed down, the sharp blade slicing through the mechanical dog's carapace. Then Wonky took another bite. The terrifying bite force of the super torque, combined with the strong teeth, bites open the shell of the mechanical dog. After his teeth snapped together, Wonky steepled his head and ripped a circuit board out of the robot dog's torso. Electric sparks flashed and crackled, ringing through the house. Ding! Shock value plus 800. Major An's mouth was dumbfounded and open, looking at the mechanical dog with a face full of unbelief. From the time Chen Bin's mechanical dog pounced over to the end of the fight, it didn't take more than 3 seconds. The ferocity displayed by this mechanical dog presented a super huge contrast to the cuteness it had just shown. On top of that, he was shocked by the terrifying combat power of the mechanical dog. That terrifying speed, the claws and teeth that easily tore through the metal casing. Can the target carry it if it's an individual? Absolutely can't carry it. Major An's eyes were bright. The role of the mechanical dog on the battlefield is mainly 2. One is to detect and check the situation. The second is a ground advancing alley battle. There's no way to do it cleanly with only missile bombing and drone sweeps, and wars require ground troops to advance. Now they've all activated their main battle tank production lines just for ground propulsion. Robot dogs can replace humans during ground advances and reduce warrior casualties. The mechanical dog with a rifle, in his opinion, was really inferior to Chen Bin's mechanical dog. 60 kilometers per hour. Such a speed to pounce on the enemy. As long as the opposite side is a person, it is probably difficult to react and there's no escape. And as soon as they are approached by a mechanical dog, they end up exactly like their mechanical dogs, being torn apart with ease. In that case, it did seem superfluous for Chen Bin to hang a rifle on this mechanical dog. A bunch of other military guys, equally wide-eyed and somewhat incredulous. Most of them knew a little bit about technology. This mechanical dog, isn't he behaving a little too outrageously? The mechanical dog completed its task and retraced its steps to Chen Bin's side, continuing to rub against Chen Bin's pants leg. Still cute and obedient. But what came to the minds of those on the scene was how powerful it had just been, and how violent. Off stage, Professor Ho and Professor Huang were equally shocked, as well as bewildered. This was also the first time they had seen the power of a mechanical dog. This mechanical dog actually has the ability to attack? Still so strong? A bite that directly scraps a human mechanical dog? You know, the military's mechanical dog shells are all metal, resulting in a crunchy bite? Chen Bin walked off the stage with the mechanical dog, and the first thing he met was the astonished gazes of countless people. Many people looked at the badge on his clothes and were a bit incredulous that a vocational school could produce a big brother. Major An had also been waiting at the exit, taking out his cell phone and exchanging contact information with Chen Bin before returning to the podium and continuing as a judge. The 17th ranked student walked on stage with his mechanical dog, holding the microphone. He lost his breath for a moment, He had just seen the mechanical dog's performance backstage and was still in shock. There was also a kind of self-shame. What qualifications did their team's mechanical dog have to compete with Chen Bin's mechanical dog on the same stage? The audience on stage also felt a strong contrast. If there is no Chen Bin's mechanical dog, then this mechanical dog walks up to the stage by itself, flexible and stable, and can also get a good evaluation. But after seeing Chen Bin's mechanical dogs, these mechanical dogs were nothing in their opinion. All of a sudden, the contest went from being 100 times more exciting to boring. Chen Bin also didn't look at the next robot demonstration by the other teams, but went straight to the workroom. This time, 4,000 shock values were directly harvested. He was a little impatient for the raffle, a 10-draw blitz he'd never tried before. Entering the studio, Chen Bin closed the door and washed his hands and face first. If not for the lack of conditions, he would even want to bathe and fast. Sitting on the chair, Chen Bin closed his eyes and focused his attention on the depths of his consciousness. On the template, the shock value has accumulated to 4,003. It's not a luxury to consume 1,000 and have a 10-pack. 10 in a row. On the system page, the light flickered again, and then a bit of white light surfaced. Another roll of paper. 5 rolls of paper in one sitting. Then came something different. A folding stool with a leaning stool. A must-have for traveling and fighting at home. Finally something different. But what's the point? Band-aids to speed up wound repair. Chen Bin felt a bit of a loss. Mineral water to rehydrate your body. Mineral water +1. Chen Bin is really speechless. Can not burst something useful? 10 draws in a row. With only one last item left. There was a sudden flash of blue in the flickering light. Chen Bin's attention instantly focused on the same blue light that had been given to the mechanical affinity the last time. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've gained memory enhancement. Chen Bin was a bit surprised. Memory enhancement? This is the equivalent of an attribute enhancement. Is this the blitz effect of a 10 in a row draw? Suddenly, the prompt sounded again. Ding! 10 consecutive draws can choose a prize blitz. Chen Bin was stunned. The meaning of the blitz is not that there are good things in the 10 consecutive draws. Where's the hesitation? Isn't a paper towel still a paper towel after a paper towel storm? Choose memory enhancement. Ding! Memory enhancement upgraded to unforgettable. Chen Bin suddenly felt a coolness in the center of his brow. And then this coolness expanded at an extremely fast speed. Almost instantly, it filled the entire mind. Chen Bin felt that his thoughts became super clear. His thoughts were clear, and he had the feeling of seeing the sun through the clouds. Opening his eyes, Chen Bin hurriedly picked up the machine tools manual. The thick instructions have tons of words and drawings. Chen Bin opened a random page, glanced at it then closed it. But he was shocked to realize that he could see that page if he wanted to just that page. He remembered every word on it, the illustrations, and even the pattern of the pages. In less than a second, his thoughts hadn't even kept up with his eyes, but his brain had memorized everything about the book. That's genius? He didn't really know genius was so outrageous until he actually experienced it. Fortunately, he also became a genius. Chapter 14 Realistic Description. Continue machining the part. The entire presentation session lasted all morning, but in reality, it had already ended from the moment Chen Bin took the stage. The latter display was tasteless. The people on display on the stage have no desire to win. There were no surprises for those watching from the stage. Their thresholds were pulled super high by Chen Bin all of a sudden. There was no way to surprise them with ordinary robot designs anymore. The display ended. A group of judges could no longer wait and went directly to the workroom to find Chen Bin. They could hardly contain their desire to see the mechanical dog up close. Major and likewise wanted to find Chen Bin. Just now, if not for the competition still need him to act as a judge, he would have already gone to find Chen Bin. The group swarmed into the workroom and then closed the door. Chen Bin turned back somewhat bewildered, looking at the frenzied gaze of a large group of people, and subconsciously shrank back. What do you want? We want to see that mechanical dog of yours. Chen Bin looked at the group of people's yearning gazes and released the mechanical dog. A group of old men gathered around the mechanical dog and scrutinized it. The mechanical dog's appearance, which looked almost identical to that of a field dog, felt like a field dog's fur turned into a metal shell. It's still that scaly texture. Why does this still have a tongue? A researcher wondered. The tongue is equipped with temperature and humidity sensors, as well as pressure sensors. If the target of the bite is too hard and detects that it will hurt the teeth, it will let go and bite at a different angle. Ding! Shock value +12. Chen Bin was silent for a moment. What's so shocking about this? What's so shocking about this? The group of researchers looked at each other and were also silent. These are small designs that aren't at the heart of the mechanical dog, but it's the design of such small features that are, in turn, more rare, because only the finished product is designed for additional improvement. It also means that the technology on this mechanical dog is mature. A professor couldn't help but say, Professor Ho said you designed this mechanical dog? Designed and manufactured all by yourself? Chen Bin nodded. Right. The professor shook his head outright. I don't believe it. And it's basically impossible. Professor Ho hastily pulled the professor who spoke. Don't talk nonsense. It's not nonsense. Doing research, the first thing is to question. I want to meet the real developer of this mechanical dog. The old professor looked at Chen Bin. I'm not targeting you. These days, there are a whole lot of elementary school students writing top journal papers. What's the situation, you know? It doesn't matter if it's just a top journal paper. But this mechanical dog, you don't even understand its significance. It's definitely a landmark invention in the field of robotics. Who's your dad? Chen Bin looked at the professor whose eyes were looking straight at him with an odd expression, and gently patted his chest. If my father was a top researcher, would I still be able to attend this school? The old professor responded, but immediately afterward said, if you were a genius, you'd be able to go to the school? Majorin felt there was truth in that. Prof. Ho helped out by saying, I watched him assemble the robot dog, and he could come up with the answers to the puzzles I gave him just by looking at them. But his relief was useless. No one believed it. Chen Bin also did not have the meaning of defense. If you encountered the questioning to defend, then he did not do anything in the future, specializing in the defense of all people. You can watch the robot dog if you want to, but you can leave if you don't want to. We need to identify the maker of this mechanical dog, or you will be disqualified from the competition. Otherwise everyone borrows robots made by outsiders to compete, and there's no justice in this competition. Chen Bin bristled. Then show me proof that I didn't create this. Is there anything else you guys want? Nothing, don't bother me. As if the mechanical dog was humanized, it turned around and jumped to Chen Bin's feet, not even looking at the group of people. The old professor didn't expect Chen Bin to be so nonchalant. His face reddened with anger. Now it's you who has to come up with the proof that this mechanical dog was developed by you. Do you have the design drawings? Do you have all the part parameters? Yes, in my head. It suddenly occurred to Professor Ho that when Chen Bin processed parts, he didn't need to look at the drawings at all, and the terrifying speed at which the questions were answered. It couldn't be. All of it, really in your head, could it? The old professor was furious and laughed. In your head? Is your brain a supercomputer? Do you know how many parts this mechanical dog has? 934 parts. The old professor froze. And how long is the second section of the dog's metal tail? Length 17.6 millimeters. Width 15.4 millimeters. Thickness 2 millimeters. Chen Bin said as he casually drew a part on the paper. The appearance looks like this. A couple of old men subconsciously went wide-eyed, looking at the parts on the paper, then at the second section on the dog's tail. Exactly the same. Chen Bin looked at a few people and his brows slowly furrowed. Aren't you guys geniuses? Is your memory so poor? Why do you need a supercomputer if you're just going to write down hundreds of parts? The old professor was full of incredulity. Impossible. What do the two parts connected to the mechanical dog's paw joints look like? And the parameters? Chen Bin still made a quick drawing, then handed the drawing over. Connected together, there are 4 major parts and 18 minor parts. You won't be able to see it if you draw more than one, so I only drew the exterior, so you can compare them based on appearance. The old professor looked down at the drawing, at the mechanical dog's paw joints. Exactly the same. His voice trembled a little. You really remember all of it? Is it hard? Majorin had been watching the fun from the sidelines for so long, and at this moment, he only felt that Chen Bin's persecution was deafening. There's no way to refute it yet. People do remember and it really isn't that hard. Professor Ho couldn't help but say, how did you memorize it? What do you mean? Chen Bin looked over with some confusion. I developed it. Of course I remember. Prof. Ho also developed a lot of things. How come he doesn't remember? He had to take notes himself. So did other researchers. Chen Bin saw that everyone was silent, and the puzzled look on his face increased. Don't you all remember everything just by looking at it? Majorin interjected. At the entrance to the venue, there's a contest announcement billboard. What's the 7th line in it? Chen Bin didn't even bring a pause. It's the time of the match, 2:30 to 5:30 in the afternoon. Colonel Lin turned his head and waved at the guard. Not 2 minutes later, the guard returned carrying a vertical billboard. The 7th line of the billboard is really game time. There was dead silence in the room. A few old professors looked at each other, and someone said, could this be the legendary Overwatch? Speaking of unforgettable, everyone looked at Chen Bin with somewhat strange eyes. I used to think that the overview was the stuff of myths and legends. The results appeared before them. Chen Bin was also displaying it on purpose, as more than one person had questioned him and had to show his hand. Okay, if you guys don't have anything to do, don't bother me. I've got work to do, Chen Bin said as he operated the machine tool. Majorin walked up. I have something about this mechanical dog I want to talk to you about. He had just watched the entire event and saw Chen Bin's talent, and at the moment, he was looking at Chen Bin with some envy in his eyes. He had always thought that unforgettable was an exaggerated approach to a good memory, and it wasn't until Chen Bin actually demonstrated what it meant to be unforgettable in front of him that he realized that it was realistic. Chapter 15 Professional Counterparts. This mechanical dog you developed, when will it probably make it to mass production? Chen Bin was a bit puzzled. Mass production? Prof. Ho estimated that Chen Bin did not understand the meaning of it and explained. It is a laboratory product that is directly moved to offline mass production, which is very difficult because there are precision requirements that the vast majority of processing plants cannot process. So unless some of the production quantities are small or large, highly sophisticated weaponry, most of the equipment, the lab-built samples, and the mass-produced models are subtly different. Chen Bin reacted and directly shook his head. But this mechanical dog is directly capable of mass production. Most of the parts one am directly spending money to find someone to customize non-standard workpieces, and a small portion of it is manufactured by my workshop. Manufacturing requirements are modest. Colonel N's eyes widened steeply, and he was ready to downshift his mass production. As a result, Chen Bin told him that such a mechanical dog can be directly mass-produced. A mechanical dog with such extraordinary performance would be invincible on the battlefield. What's the approximate cost? Chancellor needed to have a number in mind so she could go back to the meeting to discuss purchases. The cost of building these units for me started out at $40,000, and then as more parts were made, the price came down a little bit, to $30,000. If you have to have a lot of them and mass produce them, the price will be very low. Colonel N's body was trembling. About how much? I can't give too exact. Within 10,000 anyway. Colonel N's voice changed tone. Really? Mechanical dogs on the market nowadays basically cost more than $100,000. Chen Bin gave him a 10,000 or less? What kind of concept is that? Training a real dog costs a minimum of $100,000 with the risk of failure. And a dog that succeeds in becoming a military dog costs $30,000 upwards per year for all sorts of things. Chen Bin looked at Major An's excited look and spread his hands. Theoretically, yes, but right now I just have a small workshop. The manufacturing speed is very slow. All the parts are ordered from outside, and it's too late to assemble them. Major An waved his hand. That's not a problem. We'll arrange for someone to approach you. Professor Ho stepped forward. I'll do it. Professional match. The old professor who questioned Chen Bin before also stood out, saying the same thing as who was not a professional counterpart. But I am more experienced, and I have a mechanical dog on my side, and a production line, which can be the fastest way to get your mechanical dog on the market. The others' faces changed, and they too wanted to help. Helping to get a mechanical dog mass-produced, that's a nearly unbeatable learning opportunity for all of them to know about this mechanical dog's technology. All of them were researching robots, and the appearance of this mechanical dog was similar to a descending blow to them, and they really wanted to know the inner workings of this mechanical dog. Chen Bin looked at a group of people who were eager to try, all without much choice. Professor Ho, is it convenient for you to teach me? Please. Prof. Ho laughed. The first mover advantage was that obvious. Major An took out his cell phone. Exchange a contact, and if you have any questions or needs, call me directly. Yes. In the workroom, a large group of researchers left disappointed, and Prof. Ho was beaming. Cost is not the same as pricing, and pricing takes a lot of things into account. We'll start with mass production, account for the costs and then price it based on multiple parties. I need the complete set of parts for this mechanical dog, along with the manufacturing requirements, and then the overall drawings. Chen Bin took out his cell phone. I'll send it to you? Professor Ho froze. In the phone? Most of the plans for the parts are in the phone, which has a lot of storage space, and it's through the phone that you get people to customize the parts. Professor Ho was silent for a moment. These things, to some extent, even have to be kept secret. That is, no one noticed Chen Bin. Otherwise will Chen Bin all the orders placed by the parts of the drawings to obtain, and can even assemble a mechanical dog. Close to a technology leak. Chen Bin sent over the information about all the parts in his cell phone. There are still some that aren't painted. I made them myself. I'll give them to you later. Yes, Prof. Ho mused slightly. Regarding pricing, what do you think? How much do you want to make from it? Is there anything to this? Suggest 2 sets of pricing. One for the military, which can be very low because there's no competition. And you've got a mechanical dog performance that's basically a monopoly. The price just doesn't have to be too expensive. By targeting the market, the price can be a little higher. Otherwise there's no way for other companies to live. High-tech companies, research and development is very high, plus staff salaries, sites, and all aspects of the expenditure, coupled with the low sales of mechanical dogs, can only be high prices to recover costs. Chen Bin thought of the price of mechanical dogs on the market. It was indeed expensive, but the actual cost of construction was not that high. But I see that many fields monopolized by foreign countries have high prices, and once the Dragon Kingdom masters the technology, the price will go to the bottom? Professor Ho smiled. It's not the same, foreign prices are high, and whoever they sell it to is basically selling it to us. We developed it, and in the end it will be sold to us, so why the high price? For example, shield machines are basically used by the Dragon Kingdom, and the length of all the underground tunnels in other countries around the world in a year is no match for the length of the Dragon Kingdom in a month. On the contrary, when the technology of the Dragon Kingdom is up to date, the price is still just as expensive when it is sold overseas. Chen Bin really didn't know this, but the reasoning was really this: then the military will give the base price, and the civilian will follow the average market price? Yes. Pricing strategy reached a consensus. Professor Ho continued. Do you want to form a team? The equivalent of your logistics team. You are responsible for R&D. They are responsible for mass production sales and so on? Start a company? Chen Bin did have his heart set on it, but he didn't have any experience. There's no rush. I'll learn about it first. Good. Prof. Ho continued with the next item. Developing it, and mass-producing it, as well as selling it, are completely different. But Chen Bin was also different from what he was before. The overviewing made his brain work very well. Starting a company was necessary to help him do a lot of things without having to do everything himself. Once the military places an order, money is no longer a problem, although it is the bottom price, but still slightly more money, more quantity, more money. Civilian sales definitely couldn't take off in a short period of time, but what Chen Bin needed wasn't sales, but shock value. Talking to 2 o'clock in one breath, Chen Bin's thoughts became clearer. When the company opens, he doesn't even need to manage it. Just find someone who specializes in opening companies. Use an AI monitor and he'll be the first to know if there are any problems. But the company still has to be in trusted hands. Chen Bin quickly thought of the right person and felt out his cell phone and dialed. Hey, counselor, what's up? Dinner? What? Considering going to sea? The counselor froze. I'm a big man. Going into the ocean? How could I possibly go to sea? It's not what you think. I mean, do you want to get out of school and make a go of it? What? I want to start a company, but I want research and development, and the company has to be managed by someone, and I think you'd be perfect for that. Dongxing was confused. Being a counselor for so long, he never thought that one day, students would let him open a company? Chapter 16 Open Fire. Chen Bin chose his counselor with consideration. Counselors deal with a bunch of things with school students on a regular basis and have seen so many people and things that it's perfectly fine to manage a company. As for the company's development strategy and so on, although these counselors do not understand, but Chen Bin, this company does not need these. What he produces, does he still have to worry about selling it? It's all crossover products after all. I'll pay you a high salary and give you a commission. So what do you say? The counselor still doesn't know what to choose. Chen Bin continued. How about this? I'll talk to the school and say that I need you to help me. Keep your position for now, but you help me get the company started? The counselor responded this time with no worries and a potentially unlimited future. So what's the point? Okay, then you can help me register a company first. What's the name? Chen Bin pondered slightly. Let's call it Super Atlas. Super Tulip Technologies? Right. Chen Bin hung up the phone and looked at Professor Ho. The counselor is helping me start a company, and everything goes through that company next. The host's voice outside sounded again, and the afternoon's matches were to begin. The afternoon races were more interesting and were like-for-like competitions, but that was before Chen Bin's mechanical dog came out. After Chen Bin's mechanical dog came out, everyone was just expecting his mechanical dog to come out, but compared to a few minutes in the morning, which had provided thousands of shock value directly, the entire afternoon had only provided 800 shock value. That's normal. 2. Take a modern pistol to ancient times and the shock value that comes from firing a shot. Superbly. I guess I don't know how many people thought the heavens were angry, but the world's guns nowadays don't cause shock by pressing. Shooting a gun in the Dragon Kingdom, you might get treated like a firecracker. The shock value is back to the 4,000 mark, and you get a lot of technology again. Also good news this afternoon, the parts for his customized EM railgun arrived. There are also 2 plastic housings that, when closed, make for a quick build of an electromagnetic railgun. This is not the place to test the quota. Chen Bin stuffed the gun into the bag and handed it to Professor Huang in passing, and then went up to the stage to receive the award. The host took the microphone. The first place in this robot competition goes to Chen Bin from Jiangzhou Vocational and Technical College, whose simulation companion robot, with its ultra-high simulation, ultra-intelligent information analyzing ability, and superb performance, crowns the group. Chen Bin went on stage to receive the award. There were 3 teams in the first prize, and the remaining 2 teams did pretty well. They just felt ashamed of themselves when they walked on stage. Normal, they were first. No problem. Now tied for first with Chen Bin. A bit inadequate, but the process goes on. There are still statements to be made. Off stage. Prof. Huang felt that the bag in his hand was a bit heavy. Will the bag not be sturdy? As he was thinking about it, he felt a lightness in his hand, followed by the sound of clanking in various parts spilling out onto the ground. Think what you want. Professor Huang bent down to pick up the parts, feeling speechless as he did so. Chen Bin is really ruthless. Came over to compete, and ended up pulling the wool over the organizer's eyes like crazy. In addition to the parts, there's a toy gun? Picking up the toy gun, Professor Huang felt a little heavy. This isn't supposed to be an electromagnetic railgun, is it? Thinking about it, Prof. Huang shook his head first. How could it be possible? No way. Prof. Huang picked up the gun and took a closer look at it. Plastic casing, but a heavy feel that gives the gun a great texture. The look is chic, with a muzzle on the front end, giving the impression of a futuristic weapon. At 50 centimeters in length, it's not too long, and with both hands, it's just right. Professor Huang's hand unconsciously gripped the handle of the gun and his finger was on the trigger. On the front podium, the host's voice rang out, "Please invite Chen Bin to say his acceptance speech." Chen Bin took the microphone. "I'm honored to have my mechanical dog win. Thank you all." The host looked at Chen Bin, handed her the microphone. Also froze, the previous two speakers so long. Chen Bin, just a sentence? No thanks to the Dragon Kingdom. Thanks to the school? Thank the teachers? But she was also highly professional and quickly took the microphone. What a unique statement from this student. Next on stage is the R&D team that won the second prize in the competition. Chen Bin was just about to get off the stage when he saw Professor Huang holding a gun with his hand still on the trigger and grabbed the microphone at the first opportunity. "Professor Huang, don't shoot. It's dangerous." Professor Huang froze and subconsciously raised his gun. It was instinctive, instinctively asking Chen Bin if this was the gun. But as he lifted the gun, his index finger subconsciously fired. Boom! With a soft thud, a pike-shaped bullet cut through the sky and accurately hit the metal components of the stadium's roof. Boom! A hole suddenly appeared in that steel member. The initial velocity of 3 times the speed of sound made the bullet's killing power extremely terrifying. But that's not the end of it, because this is an electromagnetic railgun. Ordinary firearms, which are gunpowder bullets, need to exit the cartridge case after firing a shot. So the effect of firing a gun is one shot after another. But an EMP gun is different. The bullet doesn't need to be decast. It's just one bullet, accelerated through the barrel at the same time, and fired. You can have 10 bullets in the barrel at the same time. There was a steady stream of bullets entering the barrel in the back. Instantly dozens of bullets were declared. As Professor Huang moved, the bullets changed their firing angle, leaving a line of trajectories directly on the roof of the stadium. The roof of the steel components, several of which had broken right off, was creaking at the moment, somewhat overwhelmed. Professor Huang shivered and hurriedly let go of his hand, his face full of confusion. People around them screamed and ducked away. Colonel Lin turned back with a dumbfounded face and looked at Professor Huang, who was holding a gun and standing frozen. "Put the gun down." Professor Huang hastily let go of his hand and placed the gun on the ground. Colonel Lin glanced at the roof that was at risk of collapsing. "Immediately, evacuate the crowd." The fighters he brought with him, in conjunction with the staff, began to get people out of the stadium. Chen Bin was a bit flustered. He didn't know what the consequences would be if he researched a gun privately, but developing a gun and firing so many shots was definitely not a small matter. He had originally developed the gun mainly for his own fun. Taking a deep breath, Chen Bin walked towards Professor Huang. Professor Huang had slowly come back to his senses by this time, but was still shocked that this was really an electromagnetic railgun. The sound of firing was minimal, mainly the sound of the bullet cutting through the air. Then there's the rate of fire, and the very low recoil. But he was most shocked that Chen Bin only did want to develop an electromagnetic railgun yesterday, and as a result, an electromagnetic railgun was created today? Isn't that too efficient? And the power, isn't it too much? As he was thinking, Chen Bin rushed over. "Why are you playing with my gun for nothing? The bag is broken." Chen Bin looked at the parts scattered all over the place inside. There was no way around this. Are there serious consequences for private weapons research? Professor Huang didn't react for the first time, then looked in the direction of Majorin. Seeing that Majorin was still far away from this side, he hurriedly took out his cell phone and called, "Hey, old Yen, come to the robotics competition site right away." On the other end of the phone, Professor Yen was a bit surprised. "What am I going over there for?" "Say you asked Chen Bin to help you research the electromagnetic railgun. He developed it, but there was an accident. He built an electromagnetic railgun that broke the steel components of the stadium's roof." Chapter 17, Waiting for the Test. Professor Yen laughed. "What's so great about bragging? A steel component is something an electromagnetic railgun can break? Come on, or the consequences could be a bit dire." Professor Yan's smile slowly stopped. "Really? When have I ever made a joke like that? I'll be right there." Professor Yan hung up the phone with disbelief still in his eyes. How can an electromagnetic railgun be that powerful? How long does the barrel have to be? How much does it weigh? Go ahead and take a look and take a back seat. The fact that he had asked Chen Bin to assist in research and development, and the fact that Chen Bin had secretly researched and developed on his own, were two different concepts. Professor Huang hung up the phone and looked at Chen Bin. Next time you develop weaponry, you can properly speak to me. I'm not at a high level, but I know a few people and I can build bridges for you if I can't. Chen Bin nodded. Good. As he was talking, Majorin walked over. Professor Huang looked at Majorin. I just fired by mistake. Where's the gun? Professor Huang pointed to the toy gun on the floor. Colonel On looked down at the gun, the plastic casing, and the cheap paint, and was silent for a moment. Wasn't this a toy gun? This is an electromagnetic railgun, a gun that Professor Yen of the Light Weapons Research Institute had Chen Bin assist in developing. Colonel An picked up the gun and looked up again at the roof not far away, incredulously saying, it's really an electromagnetic railgun? As a military logistics, he specializes in the piece of new weapons and has knowledge of all kinds of high-tech weapons. Electromagnetic railguns, now a year at a time, but no matter how much they change, they are not very powerful or accurate. But the power of Chen Bin's shot was really not small. The roof of the steel components can be punched out. That waist-thick steel pipe could make a hole. Then there's the line of the bullet holes, which is a precise line across the top. It's definitely accurate. In exchange for those EM railguns he knew, the bullet holes were definitely spread out in all directions. Majorin looked at Chen Bin. What is the rate of fire of this gun? Extreme rate of fire, 80 rounds per second. Colonel N's eyes widened steeply. More. How much? 80. Ding. Shock value plus 30. A large group of people around them were shocked at the same time. 80 per second. This machine gun is not so fast. You know, counting by rifles, like the M16, the theoretical rate of fire is 700 rounds per minute, or 10 rounds per second. That's still the theoretical rate of fire, without considering bullet changes or overheating. A fully automatic AK-47 can only fire at a rate of 600 rounds per minute. The rate of fire of a light machine gun, which is about 1,000 rounds per minute. This electromagnetic railgun, it can go up to 800 rounds per minute. The rate of fire, it's unbeatable, even more so than Gatling, comparable to a machine gun. Mind you, the Avenger machine gun, the weapon used on attack planes, was only 3,900 rounds per minute. Colonel On held the gun at arm's length. How many rounds can I put in it? 300 rounds. Colonel An raised an eyebrow lightly. That much? The bullets are diamond-shaped and can be staggered to fit more in the same space. Plus the bullets are hollow inside, so they're not heavy. What about kill range? Not tested, but theoretically, the precise killing range should be between 800 and 1,000 meters. Colonel An's large eyes were filled with doubt. Is this really an electromagnetic railgun? Aha! Majorin was a little reluctant to try it, but this was not the place to test it. Let's go to the range. Chen Bin pointed to the roof. What about there? I will communicate with the organizers. Majorin took the matter in stride and led a group of people to the Light Weapons Research Institute. There is a professional range for testing. Prof. Huang called Prof. Yen halfway through and told him to wait at the shooting range. A few moments later, the military vehicle drove into the Light Weapons Research Institute, drove straight in, passed at a fork in the road, and continued to drive backward for 2 minutes before arriving at the firing range. Prof. Yen had stopped at the entrance to the range, and by this time he knew what had happened. Shots were fired at the robotics competition. He's got all the photos from the scene. It's just that these photos have taken him from being bewildered to being super bewildered. Originally, he was just puzzled, and after seeing the photo, he felt like he was clueless. How could that muzzle effect be caused by an electromagnetic railgun? How can it be that powerful? Looking at Colonel An, he hurried over. Show me the gun. Majorin took out the electromagnetic railgun and said with some surprise, you haven't seen this gun before? Professor Yan looked at the gun and his brain went a little down. The appearance of the gun, as he had imagined it, was nothing like what he had imagined. He was thinking very long and thick. How else would there be room for acceleration? How to provide high power? Professor Yen? Professor Yen subconsciously shook his head, then responded, I've seen it before, but I've only come up with a concept. I don't know how far it's been developed, and I don't know it's so powerful. Receiving the gun, Professor Yan's mind uncontrollably thought of yesterday, just yesterday, when he had taken Chen Bin to see the electromagnetic railgun. As a result, Chen Bin took out an electromagnetic railgun today? It must have been worked on before and just brought out yesterday. It could have been worked on before, and there's no way it could have been that powerful. Such a small thing, with a total length of less than 60 centimeters. Even if it's all barrels, there's no way to accelerate the bullet to a very fast speed, right? Professor Yan looked toward Chen Bin, who got off the bus, opened his mouth to say something, but swallowed back. The staff is already preparing for the test. It'll take about half an hour or so I'll take you guys to rest first. The range was huge, and just as Chen Bin entered, he saw a large amount of equipment and various high-speed cameras. At first glance, it's really professional. Prof. Yen led Chen Bin and the others to the stands on the side of the range. There's a huge bulletproof glass that looks out over the test site, as well as 4 large screens that show all kinds of data, and things captured by high-speed cameras, and high-definition cameras. Standing here, you can see the crew below setting up the venue. It was the first time for Chen Bin to come to this kind of place, and his first feeling was that it was high-end and everything was organized. As we waited, people came in one by one from outside, obviously got the message and came over to see what was going on. Some are obviously official people, but most are still researchers. They all came in with puzzled faces, and when they came in, they asked where the guns were. All of them were people who heard about the breakthrough in technology and came to see the guns. There were 50 seats in the stands, and they were full, but there were still people pushing in, all standing. Chen Bin also did not expect the scene to be so big, but this place should be full of people who know what they're doing, and they should be able to provide a lot of shock value later on. Then this exposure isn't a bad thing. Also, private R&D shouldn't be a serious matter. At least no one has mentioned it until now. Estimating that there was nothing wrong, Chen Bin was no longer nervous. Instead of waiting, I'd like to draw a prize. With so many top researchers surrounding him, how much can it add to his chi, right? Chapter 18 I'll have one too. Chen Bin focused his attention deep into his consciousness. Drawl. 100 shock points disappeared while the light began to flicker. Chen Bin looked on expectantly, then saw a flash of white light. White light means it's something ordinary. The light converged, and in the glow, a round canister box appeared. Refreshing chewing gum, sobering breath, refreshing and awakening. 100 shock points for a box of gum? But it's okay to be idle and chew as a pastime. Chen Bin put his hand in his pocket, and when he took it out again, there was an extra box of gum. Picking up one and throwing it in his mouth, Chen Bin instantly felt refreshed. The flavor is okay. Professor Huang sat right next to Chen Bin, who was still a bit nervous. Give me one. Chen Bin handed one over. Professor Huang chewed twice. His eyes widened as he felt the cool air of the mint in his mouth, rushing straight to his head, and his whole brain became a little bit lighter. So refreshing. What's so cool? A nearby professor queried. Chen Bin looked at the old professor looking at him and silently handed the gum over. You try it. The old professor likewise chewed twice. Something. I feel refreshed. A few of the older professors around them looked over as well. It had all been a tense wait, but the wait itself was boring. There are things to distract them and their attention is quickly diverted. Chen Bin poured a handful into his hand. Come and taste them all. There were also old professors on the end, who didn't want one, but couldn't resist reaching for one as they watched others try them. Chen Bin felt like he was now like a kindergarten teacher, distributing gum to a group of children. The box of gum is gone. The rest withdrew their hands, while those who had eaten it were very amazed. What brand of candy is this? Where did you buy it? It's been a long time coming. I forget where I bought it. Where's the sign? Chen Bin took out the box. There's no license plate. A professor said, send me a message when you find the sign. While saying that, he took out his cell phone. Here, add a friend. The others also responded. Add a friend too, and send me a message when you do. The first person to friend froze. He really only wanted to know the brand of gum. After a flurry of confusion, Chen Bin added almost the entire field. And with this interlude, the atmosphere in the arena was no longer stiff, and a professor took the initiative to ask, you developed the mechanical dog and this EMP gun? Most of them, in fact, don't really believe in it. After all, these are two fields of study, but they didn't question it if they didn't believe it, and under normal circumstances, they didn't bother to question it. It was none of their business. It's pure curiosity to ask that now. Aha! Chen Bin answered. I've heard that this gun is very powerful. How did it do that? The EMP gun we researched at the academy has very limited power. Again, it's questionable. Some people come up and roll their eyes. Others are just curious. Chen Bin doesn't resent such questions. Got any paper? Immediately someone brought a pen and paper. Chen Bin quickly drew the principle of the electromagnetic generator on his book. I don't know what you guys are using, but this electromagnetic generator I designed can instantly burst out powerful energy. An old professor took Chen Bin's paper and his face gradually changed. Not the one we use. When the others heard this, they instantly changed color and swarmed over. Let me see. Let's see. Chen Bin silently took a picture. I'll pull a group. Send it to the group, and we'll all watch it together. 2 minutes later, everyone entered the group. Chen Bin sent the photo into the group. The whole room was instantly silent. Only in Chen Bin's head, a voice rang out. Ding! Shock value plus 79. A moment later, one of the researchers looked up. One as if they had seen a ghost. It was a design that they had never seen before. That's not the design they used either. This means that Chenbin stepped out on a new path. This is so much more difficult than researching on an existing base. Their first reaction was that Chenbin had made a breakthrough on this path they were studying. Now it was Chenbin who came up with a better design. These are two completely different concepts. It's a design that can definitely be used in other EM-related devices. Once replaced, the performance of all electromagnetic devices, I'm afraid, will be drastically improved. A group of people were as wide-eyed as if they had been taken over, looking at their cell phones and muttering. For his part, Majoran looked toward Chenbin. This was the second time he had seen a similar image. The last time, it was in the stadium's workroom, where Chenbin subdued everyone with his overawakening. Someone reacted. This is something that can't be leaked outside. From a technical standpoint, the design is quite counterintuitive. From a business standpoint, this will lead to a major equipment refresh. If the Dragon Kingdom can rely on these and grasp the first opportunity, it will be able to catch up with the rest of the world in many fields, so it should never be leaked. The speaker was the director of the institute. The dean looked at Chenbin immediately afterward. I invite you to join our institute. All conditions, feel free to mention them. Professor Huan was still looking at the drawings at this time. He wasn't someone who specialized in these, and it was a bit of a struggle to read them. Suddenly looking up at this moment, no, someone's digging in? But after raising his head, he lowered it again. Mainly because at this time, he also felt that the school had no reason to keep Chenbin. It's hard to keep dragons in shallow water. Chenbin shook his head without hesitation. If he had gotten an invitation when he was in school before, he might have said yes, but not now. The military basically gives him 100% orders now, as well as the school will give him a lab. He had a place to study, and money, and most importantly, freedom. When you do research here, you have guards coming in and out, and you can't hide what you've developed. If he was here and came up with top-notch products every other day, he might get sliced up and studied. If it was in school, he could still push it as a previous development. The dean was a bit saddened, but didn't continue to advise. In his opinion, he was in the shallow end here as well. Chenbin is the true dragon. Over the intercom, a staff member's voice rang out. Everything is ready for the test to begin. Dean picked up his walkie-talkie. Come up here and get your guns and start testing. The staff immediately got their guns and started testing. The first test was the power of a single shot. The crew secured the gun and there was a very thick target 10 meters in front of the muzzle. This target is made up of layers of thick composite material compressed and thickly stacked together. The power is determined by analyzing how many layers the bullet has passed through, analyzing the damage inside the target, and determining the state of the bullet after it hits the target. A 1-meter target to test most armor-piercing rounds. The crew adjusted the switch and pressed the trigger. Shoo, boom. The sound, compared to the sound of a normal musket, was about equal to nothing, but the audience on the viewing platform could see the data appear on the screen. First is the initial velocity of the bullet, 1,000 meters per second. That's faster than a lot of sniper rifles. What's sick is that the target is directly pierced. Ding, shock value plus 101. Chenbin laughed. This was really cool. There are probably as many test items as he can add to the shock value next. It has to be these old professors who deserve respect than ordinary people who know nothing and can only be shocked once. Chapter 19, A Good Harvest. Chenbin looked toward another screen, which showed the image that had just been captured by the high-speed camera. A diamond-shaped bullet could be seen slowly flying out of the muzzle of the gun. Not a regular diamond shape with curved arcs on it. The arc drove the bullet forward on one side while still spinning slowly. Then came the voice of the staff on the intercom. This bullet pierced the test target. Ding, shock plus 89. Chenbin's eyes lit up. One test, multiple harvests? It also has to be professional. A group of researchers felt numb at the moment. Their electromagnetic railguns couldn't even penetrate the first layer of this target, embedding it in the surface at best. Chenbin's gun, all of a sudden, hit the target through the head. This power, completely incomparable. Dean picked up his walkie-talkie. Take a look at the internal breakage of the target. A few moments later, over the intercom, a staff member's voice rang out. All the targets have an extra hole in the center. The bullets didn't do any damage around the hole. They just pierced the target. The researchers were also able to see the situation on the screen. The sharp bullet, which pierced the target, flew straight out. Not like a normal bullet that goes in and does a lot of damage. It's probably a bullet hitting someone in the forehead with a small hole in the front and a big hole in the back. Majoran's face changed slightly. What others saw was that the bullet's lethality was relatively small. What he saw was that the bullet could penetrate walls. In an alley fight, determine the target's position through infrared heat sensing and strafe it directly. Originally, this tactic was accompanied by machine guns and missiles, as well as rockets that would otherwise not penetrate enough to hit the target. But now, With a gun like that, a single soldier could strafe through a wall. It can greatly reduce the probability of a warrior being injured. Testing continues. This time, the target increased to 2 meters thick. With a soft thud, the bullet pierced the 1.5 meter target before coming to a stop. This means that for a 5 centimeter thick steel plate, this bullet can penetrate 3 pieces. Chenbin smiled happily as he listened to the shock value add another 90. Despite the small number of people, the shock value that these people can provide is really high. The second test is the rate of fire test. Compared to some guns that said theoretical rate of fire, but in reality could not reach the rate of fire at all. Chenbin's electromagnetic railgun, set 80 per second, is 80 per second. When the 80 rounds hit the same point of the target with precision, they punched a fist-sized hole in the center of the 2 meter thick target. Another 100 more in shock value. Major N was a little incredulous. Why do all the bullets hit the same point? Where is the recoil of this gun? Even though this is an EM railgun, under normal circumstances, EM railguns have recoil. The bullet flew off, and that was bound to have a counterthrust. I have a specially designed unloading device. It also converts the unloaded force into energy that can be used for orbital acceleration. Everyone, in unison, turned their heads to look at Chenbin. The eyes were incredibly complex. They wanted to say that Chenbin was blowing awesome, but Chenbin was already so awesome that he didn't need to blow at all. But the operation that Chenbin just talked about was very complicated. How could it all be on the gun? If that's true, then I'm afraid the most powerful thing on this gun is not just the electromagnetic generating equipment, and this energy conversion device. Ding! Shock value plus 101. Over the intercom, a voice rang out of ammo. Chenbin spread his hands. I only manufactured a total of 200 rounds. Professor Huang consumed some in the stadium, and the test consumed the rest. Majorin stood up. No need to test next for now. Dean also reacted to the fact that there were a bit too many people here. I'll arrange for the guns to be sealed first. Everyone else reacted to the fact that they'd seen something remarkable today and might have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Chenbin froze. No, he collected a total of more than 500 shock points. The result is not tested? Over 1,200 shock points were redeemed, and counting the stadium shooting, a total of 1,500 shock points came to hand. It's not a lot of money. Watching the gun being sealed, will this gun be tested later? Go to my office and talk. The dean pulled Chenbin to his office. Majorin also quickly followed. He also did not expect that coming out to participate in a competition selection would result in the appearance of 2 weapons that could be procured. In the office, the dean first poured Chenbin a cup of tea. This school uniform of yours, it's a bit chic. Chenbin looked down at his school uniform. The school didn't have a uniform. I'm going to win an award, so there's a uniform. The dean laughed, and when Chenbin said so, he understood. Vocational school is difficult to come up with such a genius as Chenbin. It is very understandable to bring some publicity. You can't learn anything by staying in school, and you're giving up. So you really don't want to consider a change? I'm not thinking about it for now. There's still a year left after graduation. The dean looked to Colonel Ann. About the gun. Do you or do I have to say it? I'll say it. Majorin looked at Chenbin. This gun isn't quite the same as the mechanical dog. If this gun can be mass-produced, it's a tactical level weapon. Tactics can be customized around this gun. The technology inside, which is also beyond the current world level, belongs to the technology that cannot be leaked out for a short period of time. So mass production has to be the responsibility of the arsenal. The technology also needs to be kept strictly confidential, but will compensate you accordingly. What do you think? Chenbin nodded. I understand. Announced a generation. Confidentiality generation. R&D generation. Well, Senior Colonel and pondered a little. Whatever conditions you have, you can mention them. Chenbin thought about it and really didn't want anything too much. In front of the Super Tech Atlas, everything has to take a back seat. No conditions. The depths of Major An's eyes flashed with a touch of respect. Not everyone can be as spontaneous as Chenbin. Don't worry, the technology patent is still yours. And in the future, when the technology is applied, all of the proceeds will also be yours. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Chenbin stood up. I'll leave if there's nothing else. Wait. Dean turned his head and took a book off the shelf. Is it true that you can't forget your eyes? Chenbin looked at the dean in confusion. What do you mean? Dean opened the thick book and then closed it. No offense. I'm just curious. So which page was the one I just opened and what was written in it? Dean now wants to be very simple. As long as Chenbin said the page number, he can get admiration. You've just turned to page 62, which talks about the design of gears. Dean reopened where he just opened it. He'd opened it casually. He didn't know how many pages. Now he knew. It was page 62. 5th row. What's the 6th word? Light. Dean looked up in some disbelief. Normal can't even see clearly, can it? It's true that the brain can't keep up, but the eyes can see and recall a little. Dean's face scrunched together. Isn't that even more outrageous? Chen Bin waved his hand and walked out of the office. Outside, Professor Huang waited anxiously and saw Chen Bin come out. What did you talk about? Chen Bin smiled. The gun has to be kept secret. It can't be exposed for a short period of time, and he said he would give me compensation. But I didn't ask for it. Prof. Wang was relieved. He was worried about the accountability study from above. It's highly unlikely, but fear not. We go back to school now? Go! This time out. It falls into the category of being a flurry of activity, but it was quite rewarding. Chen Bin looked at the 6,000 shot points on the system page, which redeemed almost everything on the first page of the catalog. Should work. Sitting in the car, Chen Bin resisted the urge to draw 10 in a row and opened the atlas. The huge atlas slowly unfolded, and the picture scroll that seemed like the future was once again displayed in front of Chen Bin. Chapter 20 with honor. Inside the catalog there were also a superb number of high-tech products. Chen Bin was a little sigh of relief, which did not know how many shot points it would take to redeem all of them. It's a good thing that shot points aren't too difficult to obtain these days. Take your time. There's always a chance. As his eyes searched the atlas, Chen Bin's gaze lurched, and he saw the street, with a person floating in the air. The man floated through the air with his hands right behind his back. No, there's something underfoot. Chen Bin's attention was focused on the disc he stepped on under his feet. Flotation plate, portable transportation. Chen Bin's eyes lit up. This thing is not invincible for delivery? There were no bumps and the soup didn't spill a drop. And the visuals on this thing are unbeatable. Definitely reached shock value. To rot compared to a mechanical dog, compared to a gun, requires some understanding of these technologies. This floating board is much more straightforward. As long as the person seeing it isn't a cutie, it will definitely rock. Required for redemption. 3,988. Chen Bin only felt a toothache. 4,000? It's a little expensive, but just get what you pay for. Redemption. The shock value was only 2,001, and then a sea of memories flooded into Chen Bin's mind. Floating plate with ionic propulsion inside. Ions are generated by ionizing the gas, and the electric field is used to accelerate the ions, causing them to be ejected downward, which creates a reaction force that propels the floating plate for levitation. There are a lot of hard parts to it, and the skill level is really high, but it's also really awesome. This kind of propulsion, as yet, does not produce hurricane force winds like a jet engine. This is because although the ion jet velocity is very high, the mass of the ions is extremely small. Hard to say the impact is that on a microscopic level, the ions collide with the small number of gas molecules around them, causing extremely weak gas molecular motion and producing weak air currents. Inside the floating plate, in addition to the ion gas pedal, there is a suction device, as well as a number of jet ports. Through the control of the intensity and direction of the ion injection from these jet ports, to realize the attitude control and flight operation of the floating plate, Chen Bin digested all the knowledge in a short period of time. His eyes widened a bit, and he felt that he had all provided the system with a bit of shock value. It's so shocking. The extra technology in the brain is actually studied by humans. But these technologies, all at once, are a superb step forward in human research. How cool would this be to skate around the school on a pontoon board? Didn't the shock value rub off? But immediately after Chen Bin's eyebrows wrinkled. The technical level of this floating board is a bit high. The laboratory arranged by the school, top or not, it would be a little embarrassing if it couldn't be manufactured. The car quickly drove to the school. A huge banner was pulled right over the front door of the school. Chen Bin, our sophomore student, won the first prize in the national robotics competition. The red banner, with that huge size, almost hid the school's name. At the entrance of the school, the leaders of the institution and even the principal arrived. They already know what happened, because business calls from some of the big companies have been made to their cell phones. Many big companies already know what happened at the robotics competition, and they realize the huge business opportunity behind the mechanical dog. Compared to real dogs, mechanical dogs are cute, interactive, and don't need to be fed or walked. Most importantly, at this point in time, mechanical dogs are exactly what's hot. Once the cooperation is reached, it can immediately be used as a publicity point, and even if it cannot be sold on the shelves subsequently, this wave of stock surge can make those people's value soar. Countless people have called the school in the past few days, wants to ask for a partnership and is willing to pay big bucks for exclusivity. Under such circumstances, Chen Bin's importance, in the eyes of a group of school administrators, skyrocketed. The car was parked at the entrance of the school, and a group of school leaders greeted Chen Bin. Director Su smilingly introduced Chen Bin to the dean and the principal. After a round of introductions, the group headed for the school. The passing students looked at Chen Bin, who was surrounded in the center of the crowd, with a confused look on their faces. Isn't this the working maniac? What? Not pretending anymore? Showdown? He's a rich kid? The student next to me pointed to the notice board on the other side. Can't you see that big avatar? Chen Bin, outstanding student of our school, developed the world's top mechanical dog during school and won the first prize in the national robotics competition. Gripes. The delivery dog, he didn't buy it, he made it? Holy, he's developing mechanical dogs to be lazy? This is the moment when all the passing students stop. The number of people who knew Chen Bin was very large. After all, he was a working maniac, and the number of people who had seen Chen Bin was very high. The contrast at this moment was a bit outrageous, so outrageous that it was a bit hard for them to accept. It was also the first time for Chen Bin to be surrounded by so many school leaders walking forward, but he didn't have any discomfort. It's a little bit of a strange feeling. It seemed like the campus was all changed at once. A group of people sent Chen Bin to the laboratory building. The principal said, "The fourth floor of the laboratory building, the best equipped floor of the entire laboratory building, has just been upgraded this year," and after a meeting, it was decided that from today until graduation, this floor is all yours. Director Su was originally prepared to give Chen Bin the second floor, which is quite a bit worse than the fourth floor. Chen Bin thought about what he had heard his classmates spout earlier. The air conditioner can't even be turned on weekdays, and no one uses it after spending tens of millions of dollars to upgrade a lab. Now that I think about it, it doesn't matter if the air conditioner is on or off. It's the lab that matters. Chen Bin walked into the laboratory with some impatience, and the first thing he saw was a high-precision CNC machine tool, or a 9-axis linkage. Before Chen Bin workshopped that machine tool, only 3 axes, birdshot, and through mechanically affable instincts, one can tell that the device is new. Looking at a bunch of other lab equipment, it's basically brand new and all new. Chen Bin's eyes grew brighter as he excitedly examined one piece of equipment. Nice place. It's really possible to create floating panels here. After looking around, Chen Bin walked directly to the front of the machine tool and began to enter the parameters. A group of school leaders looked at Chen Bin's actions, and their smiles froze on their faces. No, this is ignoring them, and they want to have a recognition ceremony. Also, there has to be some discussion about what to do with the mechanical dog technology, right? Professor Ho followed Chen Bin and watched as Chen Bin began to work, then looked at a group of school leaders who whispered with their heads down and took the initiative to say, "My last name is Ho, and I'm currently Chen Bin's assistant." The dean looked at Professor Ho with some surprise. Assistant? This is not digging away Chen Bin. So he stayed by himself? So shameless? Professor Ho looked at the dean with that look in his eyes and explained, "The military arranged this. The military is going to purchase a batch of robotic dogs next, so they asked me to cooperate with Chen Bin and design a mass production model of robotic dogs. The school leaders are not cuties either. Professor Ho said so, is to tell them that the mechanical dog by the military fancy. As for whether the civilian use, that of the back can only be decided. Until then, there is no cooperation." But the school leaders didn't feel the slightest bit sorry for them. Instead, their eyes lit up one by one. A product that is used for civilian purposes and one that is used for military purposes are two different concepts. The benefits to the school have to be even greater. The name is louder at the same time. As long as Chen Bin has a sense of belonging to the school, then later the school benefits continue. Because of this relationship in place, a little something leaking out of Chen Bin's fingertips can make the school better, and they benefit a lot. Chapter 21 Recognition Assembly. Professor Ho looked at the expression on the group's faces and also smiled. This group of people belonged to the group that had gotten lucky and recruited a student like Chen Bin. Alright, Chen Bin still has to be busy. Don't bother him, the dean quickly said. We're thinking of having a recognition meeting. What do you think? Prof. Ho waved his hand. Don't make those false. As a researcher, generally don't like this kind of. The busy Chen Bin instantly turned his head as if he had received some signal. I think it's okay to drive. Professor Ho froze. Ha? He felt that Chen Bin was not the kind of person who liked to show his saintliness in front of people. Or else he wouldn't have said only a few words when receiving the award. But immediately after, he thought of the difference. Chen Bin wanted to pretend in school, in front of his classmates and friends to fool around. It's really quite normal for young people to like this. Maybe there's a favorite girl on stage. That's even more fulfilling. Seeing an opportunity to kiss ass, the school leader hurriedly said, "Then we'll prepare for the recognition assembly as soon as possible? Do you need us to prepare a speech? I'll prepare the speech myself." Chen Bin thought about it and said, "It doesn't have to be too early." 5 days later, he predicted that it would take 5 days to create this floating board. In 5 days? Yes, if we can. Several campuses of our school, all assembled, and I'll encourage them as much as I can. The school leaders looked at each other. This request, a little difficult. This campus 4,000 people, but the school's several campuses add up to 12,000 people. Having to move 8,000 people from other campuses is a big job. It would take a couple hundred to transport it by bus. But Chen Bin had said it, so he definitely had to do it. with 5 days, it's not too late to start scheduling. The principal clapped. Okay, then everyone from all the campuses will come and join us. Chen Bin heard the results and got cool. If you can step on a floating board and take off in front of 12,000 people, the effect, mustn't it be invincible and heaven-defying? How much shock value must there be? It's cool to think about. Turning his head, Chen Bin continued to be busy and energized. There are 2 difficulties in manufacturing the floating plate, which are to make an ion gas pedal on a floating plate less than 50 centimeters in diameter. The other thing is to separate out the ions. Actually, the hardest part is the design difficulty, but the design difficulty Super Atlas has been given to dissipate. The difficulty of manufacturing is also only theoretical difficulty. The first one has a blue light to assist in manufacturing. There is no pressure on Chen Bin. Guided by the blue light that only Chen Bin could see, Chen Bin quickly opened all the equipment and began to manufacture the parts. Midway through the day came a text message that the school's $300,000 bonus had arrived. Chen Bin money did not even cover the heat. Directly sent to the counselor. The counselor is now helping to start a company and needs money. The money had just been sent over when the counselor called. What are you giving me for the bonus the school gave you? Let's get you to help me start a company. Professor Ho has already given me $2 million. Chen Bin looked at Professor Ho with some confusion. What are you giving money for? I didn't give the money. The military authorized it. Chen Bin all froze. When? Professor Ho didn't react for a moment before realizing that Chen Bin didn't understand any of this at all. The military is going to purchase the mechanical dog, but when the conditions on your side aren't enough to manufacture it, they'll give a portion of the purchase price up front. Not only that, as long as you cooperate with the military, there are a lot of benefits, and there are subsequent tax reductions, as well as a variety of restricted materials that can be purchased on a priority basis, and so on. Chen Bin reacted. Understood. Then I'll leave this aspect to you guys. I'll get busy with mine first. Okay, get me the drawings for the mechanical dog as soon as possible. Good. Chen Bin said. Can you pick up some courier for me? It's at the workshop, and there's a lot of stuff in the workshop to bring over. Good. Professor Ho nodded and walked out of the lab. It dawned on him a bit that he was reduced to running errands for people to get deliveries, but this person would make sense if it was Chen Bin. How do you get to the workshop? Prof. Ho went downstairs to make a phone call and pulled on Prof. Huang. Students in unison. When there was only one person left in the lab, Chen Bin stopped. The heart is itching again. Want to smoke something? Shock value is also enough. After consuming 3,800, there are now 2,500 left. You can come to 210 consecutive draws. And once the commendation meeting started, Chen Bin could still have big gains. Smoke it first and see what luck you get. 10 straight draws if you're lucky. Drawl. A flash of white light emerged from the flashes of light. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the super soft rolling paper. Chen Bin put away the paper towel and continued to be busy, getting the express delivery from Professor Huang and Professor Ho. Chen Bin then took out the parts he had made at the competition site and assembled the mechanical dog. It's better to have protection in the lab. 2 mechanical dogs are perfectly suited to guard the place. By the way, the parts in the design drawings of the robot dog will be drawn out again and given to Prof. Ho to go for mass production. After all this, Chen Bin devoted himself to manufacturing. Army Logistics Support Office. Major and got a copy of the test document. Real-world data on mechanical dogs. Real-world testing. And Major brought Chen Bin's mechanical dog back for testing. Just to say performance. No way to place an order. The only way to go through the test, as well as meeting to discuss the number of purchases. Opening the file, the first thing you see is a few big words. Top secret test file. Colonel and froze. Top secret? The Dragon Kingdom has 3 separate levels of secrecy. Secret, classified, and top secret. Top secret is already the highest level, but he was able to read it because he handled this document, as well as being involved in the matter. Continuing down the page, he saw a description of the abilities for a mechanical dog in actual combat. Ambushed by 3 9-man special forces teams, destroy the designated target and retreat in one piece. Major and only felt goosebumps rise all over his body. How? There must have been bomb traps, mines, and a rain of bullets at the scene. All the people in the special squad of the Dragon Kingdom, their shooting skills are not bad, and the speed of the dog, by all accounts, should not be able to avoid it. Keep looking back. The mechanical dog has superb information processing capabilities and is capable of giving commands and then freely executing them. In the test, the mechanical dog was told to destroy all mechanical dog targets in an area, and without any other information, it quickly traveled through the area, destroying any mechanical dogs it encountered. After clearing the entire area, continue to roam the area. Major and only felt his scalp tingle. Normally, all that can be done now against a robot's orders to clear an area is to slip through and return, unless set to run a second time. But this mechanical dog is not set. also reading the presentation. The first time around, it was a gradual cleanup and elimination, and when it was all cleaned up, it became a wandering search for a target. These are two ways of looking, for two situations. With a trembling hand, Majorin opened the second page and saw the basic performance test of the mechanical dog. The speed was even faster than what Chenbin had said, with a limiting speed of 65 kilometers per hour. Strength, 300 kilograms? This dog can carry 300 kilos? All-terrain access? And swim? Colonel N's goosebumps rose all over his body. This dog, is there any weak point? If present on the battlefield, this dog can get supplies anywhere fast, against the day. And the bite, 400 kilograms. One bite and you can crush anything. Chapter 22 Floating Plates. Continuing to turn back, and Major looked at one page. The test is very detailed, including the range is there. Sustained high-intensity exercise. The range can last 2 days. The more detailed it was, the more shocked Colonel N was. It had been shocked beyond words before, and now it was shocked once again. It turns out that the mechanical dog performance we've seen before is just the tip of the iceberg. The guard walked up to Colonel N. I'll take you to the conference room. Colonel N closed the file and followed the guard into a conference room. In the conference room, there were a dozen people, all with gold stars on their shoulders. The lowest was a major general. The person in charge of the meeting has even 2 stars on his shoulder. At the moment a dozen or so people were looking down at the papers, glancing up at the mechanical dog on the table every now and then with a blank look in their eyes. Is such a mechanical dog really something that can appear in this era? Isn't that a little too strong? Majorin sat silently at the very back of the room. The general sitting at the forefront of the conference room said, this mechanical dog is a bit scary strong, and in ground propulsion, it's almost invincible. There are few means of dealing with it other than a missile blast at wide range. You're saying the mechanical dog costs less than $10,000 to build? Majorin nodded gently. Chen Bin, the developer of the robot dog, said so. What do you think about the fact that this mechanical dog was developed by a young man? Colonel N said in a deep voice. He can really forget everything. A book, he only needs to look at it and he can remember it all. But he doesn't have good grades and his past behavior is not out of the ordinary. Majorin didn't say anything. With such a horrible mechanical dog being developed, Chen Bin's situation was bound to be investigated. The general continued. And no one gave him the technology. It could have been a sudden enlightenment. As he spoke, the general said, he's also started a company. I think he wants to manufacture it himself. It's too slow to go through the regular process, so go and help him set up the company system. Then start the manufacturing of the mechanical dogs as soon as possible. Order 10,000 units first. Yes. Then you'll find a suitable station near the Jiangzhou Vocational College. And your main task, you'll be responsible for protecting Chen Bin, as well as facilitating him. Majorin subconsciously raised his head. Wasn't it a bit too much to ask him to prepare quarters around the school? But thinking of the terror of the mechanical dog, he nodded. Good. The electromagnetic railgun, which has already been sent to the Academy of Defense Sciences, is still under detailed testing, and subsequent to that, if bulk purchases are made, they will also go through Chen Bin's company. You go here. There is another task. If Chen Bin wants to mass-produce the mechanical dog for civilian use, tell him to lower the performance of the mechanical dog. Civilians don't need to be aggressive. Yes. Majorin walked out of the conference room with a smile on her face, although it seemed that he was serving Chen Bin next, but to put it another way, it was the ability to prioritize access to the top equipment. Done well. It might be possible to take this very difficult step, and he could also converge the 4 stars and synthesize a golden star. Also the authority given to him this time was very large. Building a site from scratch is complex and requires the mobilization of many resources. Do it right and the future is bright. At the same time, the video of Chen Bin's mechanical dog at the robotics competition began to spread online. Those who knew the situation before were in the loop. Sort of insiders. It's just that the average person many times doesn't realize how scary the mechanical dog's technology is. Just like many people are surprised when they see a normal mechanical dog. Nowadays mechanical dogs are actually so powerful. When he saw Chen Bin's mechanical dog, he was equally surprised. This mechanical dog was so powerful? Sighing is not shocking. Chen Bin watched the video of the mechanical dog on the popularity of the results of the shock value of the growth of 300 a day. Although it was said that 300 a day was already very good, but having made a harvest at the robotics competition, Chen Bin really couldn't be interested in this 300 a day. Sweepstakes are no fun either. Pump a prize a day to test the waters. 4 pumps in 4 days, 2 rolls of paper towels, a crutch, and a box of gum. Chewing gum is a good thing, or at least it's worth quite a bit more compared to rolling paper. Drawing the good stuff means it's time for a 10-pack. Hopefully something good will come. Looking at the shock value, after 4 days of increase, it had reached 3002, fully capable of drawing once. Chen Bin rubbed his hands together and focused his attention deep into his consciousness. 10 consecutive draws. The light began to flicker, followed by a flash of white light. Rolls of paper. Chen Bin has gotten used to out of the roll of paper. No big deal. Have the balls to come back to 9 rolls of paper. Then he can still see what the roll looks like after the storm. Rolling paper again? Or is it a roll of paper? Stay up late pills. They're okay. I've been staying up really late lately and I'm halfway through the last one. Boosting gum? It's not bad. Power potion? What's this? Drinking it increases your strength for a short period of time? Isn't this a stimulant with no side effects? Blue light. Chen Bin's eyes lit up steeply. Good stuff. Charisma boost. Something on the same level as a memory boost? The remaining 3 are rolling papers. Please select the Blitz reward. Chen Bin raised his eyebrows lightly. Choose what? Pick Charisma boost? After all, Charisma boost has relatively the highest value out of the bunch. But immediately after Chen Bin vetoed the idea. What charm did he want? Blitz. Power potion. Ding. The power potion has been upgraded to a power booster potion. Chen Bin looked at the introduction of the strength enhancing potion. And after drinking it, it would increase his strength for a long time. The slight change in the name is a huge change in the role. From increasing power for a short time, to increasing power for a long time. Again, no side effects. Tilting his head back and drinking the strength-enhancing potion, Chen Bin could feel an extra tingling sensation in his body. Very slight and very comprehensive. Also present was a sense of power. Chen Bin could feel his body getting stronger. The enhancement was not much, but it felt very comfortable. Clenching his fist, he felt like he could kill a bull with one punch. Looking around the room, Chen Bin saw the test target. 38 pounds of mechanical dog. Picking up the mechanical dog, I could feel that it was a lot lighter than before, but still slightly heavier. Not into Hercules, but Chen Bin estimated an increase of 20 to 30 pounds of strength. It doesn't sound like much, but it has been a lot. That's at least a month's worth of workouts if you switch it up. And with this boost, his body didn't change in any way. He could still increase his strength if he started working out. Compared to the last blast out of Overwatch, this increase in power is worse, but that's a comparison. The value is actually just as high. If this was used for an Olympic weightlifting champion, he could just set a new world record, breaking the upper limit of human extreme strength. Chen Bin went to the mirror immediately after, and just added a little bit of charm. I don't know if there is any change. Looking from side to side at myself in the mirror, I couldn't see any changes. It seems that charisma +1 doesn't add up to much. It didn't help that he wanted charm, though. Ding! A crisp beep sounded. It was a device that had completed the processing task. Chen Bin quickly walked over to check the parts. With this batch of parts all fabricated, assembly of the floating panels can begin. The pontoons aren't big, but the parts on them are really big and much more complex. This would have been impossible for Chen Bin to assemble without his unforgettable memory, as well as mechanical affinity, and without the guidance of the system. Chen Bin would definitely not have been able to assemble it. That's a lot more difficult to assemble than those large Gundams. Those Gundams are difficult to assemble, let alone these very small parts. But with the Overwatch, Chen Bin was able to remember the location of all the parts, and the mechanical affinity allowed him to assemble it very smoothly. But spare me the trouble. I have to stay up all night today, and if I don't, I'm afraid I won't be able to assemble it in time to finish it tomorrow before the recognition ceremony. Thinking about the commendation meeting, Chen Bin is full of energy. 12,000 students. If just one person is shocked once, that's 12,000 shock points. With so many shock points, you can redeem so many techs and draw for prizes so many times. Chapter 23, Are You an Alien? As for the first prize of a national robotics competition, is it not a bit trivial to engage in such a large-scale commendation meeting? That is not something that Chen Bin needs to consider. The school has spent the last few days preparing for the recognition assembly. A total of 180 buses were prepared for transporting students from other campuses. Teachers were also called in advance for a rehearsal to ensure safety. There were also official people on the scene, as well as paramedics. After all, over 10,000 people at a recognition ceremony can easily become dangerous. In addition to this, celebrities from all walks of life were invited. Under normal circumstances, the school will not invite people. After all, with the status of this pheasant school, even if invited, many people do not come. It is not good to not invite, but invited and still lose face. But now it's different. Celebrities from all walks of life are all here, because the one who came out at the commendation ceremony was Chen Bin. Everything is ready. On Chen Bin's side, he stayed up until morning and finally finished manufacturing the floating board. The circular floating plate, 50 centimeters in diameter, didn't look too big, and a person standing on it was about a step wide. It's not even 2 centimeters thick. The overall appearance is silver in color and also has a very slightly curved design. The exterior looks really pretty. Other than that, not much character. But this stuff, It makes people fly. You have to test it first, as well as learn it, or it won't be appropriate if you miss it on stage later. Shenbin placed the floating disc on the ground. The floating disc naturally floated on the ground, about 10 centimeters off the ground. Shenbin lifted his foot and stepped on the floating plate, which had a roughly 1 centimeter dip, but the perfect control system instantly adjusted it, allowing the floating plate to regain its height of 10 centimeters. The pontoon board stayed level the entire time that Shenbin had one foot on it. No shaking at all. Shenbin had thought about learning how to use this thing, but now it seemed that there was no need to learn at all. It's so easy. There's no flying skill in the press, only the skill to use it. The other foot also lifted and stood on the floating board, still without any wobble. Obviously, he was in the air, but Shenbin strangely felt a sense of having his feet on the ground. This control system, absolute perfection. The next step is to try flying back and forth. Control points can be set. There are sensors under the feet. Shenbin set on the right foot. Moving forward is forward, backward is backward, left and right is the same. Move your right foot gently forward a little and the floating disc begins to slowly move forward. It feels like standing on a conveyor belt, but it's more stable than on a conveyor belt. As Shenbin's feet slowly moved forward, the speed of the disc slowly accelerated. This slow pickup in speed gave Shenbin a feeling of safety. Then move your foot left and gently move it a little bit and the disc starts to float forward to the left. Elevation is also easy. Lift your feet. Shenbin lifted his foot, and the disc naturally began to rise. 10 centimeters, 20 centimeters, 30 centimeters. It's not fast either, but it can slowly rise up to 2 meters. The reason why it's 2 meters is because this level of the lab, which is only 4 meters high, will have to hit its head if it rises any higher. Sinking is pressing your feet down with extremely accurate sensors underneath them. With Shenbin's foot down, the floating disc began to sink. A set of operations that are very simple and safe. This is because there is a limit to the acceleration-deceleration of the floating disc. There will be no sudden acceleration or deceleration. The same goes for raising and lowering. In such a case, the user is basically fine as long as they don't fall flat on their own. Squeak! With a soft thud, the door to the lab was pushed open. Professor Ho walked into the room with a document and looked at Shenbin who was floating a meter in the air. Ding! Shock value +2. Professor Ho turned around with an expressionless face, then closed the door, then proceeded to knock on the door. Anyone? Shenbin floated over and opened the door. Ding! Shock value +1. Professor Ho looked at Shenbin with complicated eyes. Aliens? Shenbin first right did not collapse, not just step on a floating board. How did it become an alien? Just created a floating board. I said to test the effect. Shenbin jumped off the floating board. What alien or not? Ding! Shock value +1. Professor Ho looked down at the floating levitation plate. This thing, it can make people levitate? Right. Something you've been busy making the last few days? Right. What's the principle? Magnetic levitation? Shenbin shook his head. No, magnetic levitation is not stable enough unless the area is large. And the other thing is that the application range is also small. Unless all the ground is covered with magnets. Then what's this? There's no wind. And the shape? It's obviously not a jet. Shenbin looked at the puzzled Professor Ho. Ion propulsion. Professor Ho slowly opened his mouth wide because he didn't understand what it meant. He knows about ion acceleration. But what does ion propulsion mean? Spraying accelerated ions out to make a floating plate fly? How did this happen? And that's a completely different field than mechanical dogs and electromagnetic railguns, right? How many days has it been? Shenbin listened to the continuous dinging sound in his head and knew that he had developed this thing right. Professor Ho, alone, provided him with a dozen points of shock value for a short period of time. He hasn't even said anything yet. Prof. Ho half looked back. This thing can take people flying? Yes. Prof. Ho hesitated. Just stand up there? Right. Ding. Shock value +1. Professor Ho hesitated and stood on the floating board, feeling the sensation under his feet. How do I control it? Move your right foot forward and move it slower to control the floating board forward. Paddle backward, which is backward, and lift up, which is upward. Professor Ho moved his feet forward. Shock and bewilderment tangled on his face as he felt his body drifting forward with it. Shocked is shocked by this technology. Bewildered is totally hard to understand how such a technology is being developed now. Shenbin watched Professor Ho's attempts before and after as he quietly watched from the sidelines. Couldn't bear to interrupt the old man's fondness for new things. Of course, the most important thing is that Professor Ho is really give shock value a clatter gave, one after the other. A session will provide more than 30. Finally, Professor Ho stopped. Not to play enough, of course, but the call came. Looking at the caller ID, he reacted and handed the document in his hand to Shenbin. This is the speech in here. See if it's okay. Do you want to change anything? Shenbin opened it and looked at it. His brows furrowed. So much? And it's boring. I thought I said no speeches? Considering that you've been busy these past few days, I was afraid that you wouldn't be prepared, so I prepared a speech for you. Chen Bin hadn't really prepared, and he didn't think about going on stage to say more. Okay, I'll pick a point to read. Professor Ho picked up the phone and walked out of the lab, looking at the blinding sunrise as if it was a lifetime ago. One door down, and it was as if he had gone from the future back to reality. Chen Bin closed the door and started practicing the floating board. Although it's safe to accelerate and decelerate the floating board, you still have to practice your maneuvering and find a bit of feel for silky smooth control. There's nothing wrong with practicing for shock value and to appear holy in front of people. Chapter 24, Why are you flying in the sky? Chen Bin is practicing his floatboard and the school has begun its official organizational meeting. Student council students were setting up the entire large playground and organizing students to move chairs from the building to the playground. The stage has also been set up, along with the sound and so on. Backstage, the stars, specially invited by the school, are making preparations to go on stage. Yes, the school took into account that Chen Bin was the only one who won the award and might be dry after going on stage. So the program was arranged. This way when the recognition is complete and there is a program that the students enjoy, the students are not too upset inside. The stars that are invited are still more recognizable and more popular with the student body. As the main campus prepares, so does the branch campus. As class after class of students, arranged by their counselors, get on the bus. Then one bus travel to the main campus. The school is really spending a lot of money on this one event. Arriving at the main campus, the students cheerfully headed to the playground and began to sit in rows. They were quite happy to see the stars perform their programs as well as sing. After all, it's still free. There was a sigh of relief that the school had at least done something personnel, although it was in the name of the recognition assembly, but to give them benefits, that is a good thing. With more and more students, the entire playground was filled to capacity. Standing on the stage looking down at the dense crowd, 12,000 is really a lot. There were also a bunch of counselors, as well as security and officials, patrolling. It's easy to mess up when there are a lot of people, and security, as well as police officers present, can take care of things quickly. By 10:20, the first and second rows entered. It was the leaders of the school, the representatives arranged by the big companies to come over, as well as official people, and people from the military. Chancellor N was also invited. Normally he wouldn't come to such an occasion, but with Chen Bin in such an occasion, then things would be completely different. The fact that Major N is sitting here also puts the minds of many of the surrounding tech companies in the right place. The mechanical dog military has its eye on it, but it didn't discourage them, it made them look forward to it even more, because on this mechanical dog, there's an extra military certification. Once we work together, the market response will definitely be better. At 10:30, the student hosts walked on stage and began to say their opening remarks. After the opening remarks, the principal made his appearance. Chen Bin, taking the first place in the national robotics competition, leaving a colorful first stroke in our school history. Many leaders on stage subconsciously covered their heads, but also the principal. That's a bit much. Really, first place in the national collegiate robotics competition is indeed a high level, but by no means does it come close to that. It's a little embarrassing to say it. Takes the school down a notch it seems, but on the other hand, that's what you call attention. The principal continued his speech, encouraging the students to learn from Chen Bin. The speech was close to half an hour and nearing its end. Next, please welcome Chen Bin to the stage. The principal personally invited Chen Bin. It's just backstage where no one is on stage. No one on stage either. The principal didn't hold his tongue and said half a day. Chen Bin hasn't come yet? You've arranged everything, but you forgot to ask Chen Bin to come over? Professor Ho on the stage also changed his face and forgot. Let him go to Chen Bin and give the speech at the same time, but also let Chen Bin come over in advance. But in that situation, he forgot everything. Remembering to give the speech was the same thing that reminded him because of the call that came in. Professor Ho rushed to call Chen Bin. The call came through. Where are you? Come to the playground. The recognition ceremony has begun and is waiting for you on stage. Chen Bin froze. Waiting only for me? This was a little awkward. I'm coming over. At the same time the words fell, Chen Bin opened the door, stepped on the floating board, and flew straight to the playground. Since it is necessary to manifest the Holy Spirit before men, it would be better to do so from the beginning. Stage, knowing that Chen Bin was already on his way. Everyone take it easy. Because of a mistake in our work, we weren't able to notify Chen Bin's classmates in advance of the start time of the commendation assembly. The students on stage had a look on their faces that they were used to. It's a school that doesn't fit their impression without a few missteps. The principal continued. Just now has made a call. Chen Bin's students have been on the way here. Soon, 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 soon. The principal was halfway through his sentence when he got stuck, repeating the two words soon almost instinctively. His eyes, dead set on the distant sky, where a figure was flying over. It's really flying. right there in the sky, slowly approaching. Gradually, the students also noticed the difference in the principal and his confused gaze. Then someone turned back to the sky. That turn of the head made their brains go straight down. Why would someone be flying in the sky? Their dangling also caused more people to subconsciously turn around and follow their gaze. Gradually everyone turned back, and then everyone's necks, as if welded shut, all held their heads high and looked backward. Chen Bin, who was high in the air, felt nothing but relief as he listened to the beeps in his head. I haven't slept a wink in the last few days. I've been busy, but it was all worth it when the shock value came to 12,500 at once. Cool. If it wasn't for the large number of people in the scene right now, he would have wanted to have a 10 in a row draw. When Chen Bin flew closer, the principal recognized Chen Bin, and more people recognized Chen Bin as well. Even more shocking, Chen Bin slowly decelerated and then smoothly stopped on the stage. The principal looked at Chen Bin dumbfounded. You, how to fly in the sky, worked on some gadgets, ding, shock value plus 6,666. Chen Bin froze as he listened to the beep. There was still shock value in this way? The countless audience under the stage. There are so many grooves want to spit. Not you are flying in the sky, but also gadgets? It's not like people can't fly in the sky, but you have to have an airplane at least, right? Or a hot air balloon, or even a jet, right? As a result, Chen Bin stepped on a frisbee-like thing and flew over their heads. And a small thing? Chen Bin gradually realized something. Want to make the researchers secondary shock? Just need to tell them about the technology. They will be shocked because of the difficulty of the technology. But most ordinary people, who don't know how difficult the technology is, don't even understand what it is. But this one is really not much of a problem. They don't know the technical difficulties, but they can know the visuals, as well as being able to feel the shock through his words. The principal gulped and decisively terminated the topic of the floating board. Next, please invite the winner of the first prize of this university robotics competition, student Chen Bin, to make a speech. With that, the principal handed the microphone to Chen Bin. Chen Bin took the microphone and swept his gaze over the countless faces of his classmates. Thank you all for coming over to participate in this commendation assembly. Even though everyone is here for the stars and singers, I have to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to say a few words here. A lot of people on the main campus should know me, and gave me a lot of distinctive names, like Working Maniac. The countless students on the main campus under the stage were dumbfounded. They knew that Chen Bin was a working maniac, but they didn't know that working maniacs were so fierce. Mechanical dogs are hot, in delivery, and most people have seen them. As it turns out, this thing was developed by Chen Bin. Just the contrast is a bit outrageous. The other thing is that Chen Bin just flew over on a flotation board. That was really cool. Awesome. Chapter 25, Just Fly Away? Many girls looked at Chen Bin. Their eyes glazed over. He feels a bit more handsome than before. Sure enough, accomplished boys are just handsome. Their temperament is all different. Chen Bin continued his speech. What I can tell you is that the way up must be very tiring. But likewise, the view from the heights is more beautiful. Speaking of this, Chen Bin resumed handing the microphone to the principal. The core of the speech had been distilled and finished by him, and the statement was officially closed. The principals are frozen. That's it? The speech is at least a few thousand words, but Chen Bin can handle it in a few words? But he didn't have any complaints. If it were any other student, he could have developed a mechanical dog. He could have developed a small thing that flew directly and stepped on his head with a smile on his face. The principal reappeared with a smile. Student Chen Bin's speech was concise and succinct. Learning is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall back. In this world, it's actually the same for doing anything. What can be accomplished with too much ease, most likely won't be a big deal. And the success that you reach at the end, through hard work, through hustle, may not be a big deal. But it's something that you've earned through hard work, and it must be very fulfilling. This time, to reward Chen Bin for helping the school reach a breakthrough from 0 to 1, the school gives a scholarship, $300,000. There was a gasp of surprise from the stage. $300,000? It's really much more for the students. Not to mention students. $300,000 is just as much for people who have graduated and are working. A lot of people got envious looks on their faces and they wanted to work hard and win the award too. Satisfied with the effect, the principal took the enlargement 1 bonus card and handed it to Chen Bin. Chen Bin used to not understand why he had to hold a very large sign when he went on stage to receive the award. He learned later that the sign was big enough for people on stage to see, more visual and intuitive. Chen Bin shook his bonus card. Thank you for the school bonus. Thank you all. After saying that, Chen Bin took a step on the floating board and flew into the distance. The entire recognition ceremony was a little quiet. It was real quiet, mainly because Chen Bin was flying again. Just like before when they flew over, they flew straight away. This time they could see more truly. Chen Bin was standing on a disc and flying. That disc, It's a flying machine? Isn't that a little too disrespectful of the law of conservation of energy? Chen Bin, who had once again harvested a fortune in shock points, went straight back to the lab. This is also considering that if you don't go back to the lab, you'll be surrounded when you get off the stage. So you might as well come back first and wait for everyone to calm down. Also, he came back in such a hurry because the system had a new beep. Is it time to consume 10,000 shock value for the lottery system upgrade? The sweepstakes system can still be upgraded? Chen Bin's attention was focused on the system deep within his consciousness. What will change after the upgrade? The explosion rate will increase tenfold. Prizes that have been drawn in a raffle can be redeemed directly through shock value. Chen Bin's eyes lit up. The explosion rate increased by 10 times? That's not going to take off? And shock value that can be directly redeemed for prizes? In other words, anything he had won before could be directly redeemed through the shock value. For example, the power potion. You don't need to draw in the future. Just consume the shock value. Much more convenient. For future draws, if you get something really good, then just redeem it multiple times. It's just that consuming 10,000 shock value is a bit of a giveaway. 10,000 shock value. Redeeming technological techniques. All for 3. But it's time to pay for future draws. The main reason was that there were more shock values now, and after the commendation meeting, the shock value had broken the 20,000 mark. 23,000. Upgrade the lottery system. The shock value instantly disappeared by 10,000, and at the same time there was a change in the lucky draw page. As Chen Bin looked on, his eyes widened and his face became ugly. The number of shock points required for the draw went from 100 to 1,000. Hot horses. Dare I say that the tenfold explosion rate is a tenfold increase in the number of shock points required for the ING lottery? Taking a deep breath, Chen Bin tried to calm himself down. Would everything in the raffle become better? It won't come out of a roll of paper? After all, it's 10 times better than rolling paper. How good would it be? How about a smoke? It's hard to go a day without smoking. 13,000 shock value. Smoke 1,000. It's nothing. Pump. The light began to flicker and then a flash of white light appeared. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a roll of paper. Chen Bin looked at a full 10 rolls of rolling paper and fell silent. It did seem to be 10 times as much. Life. It's so hard. The recognition ceremony continues. The rapper sings passionately over the dynamic and rhythmic music. The school leaders were enlightened enough to think that the students liked rap, so they brought in singers for the students. Just not many students cheered to the sound of very rhythmic music. He was still reeling from the kind of impact that Chen Bin had just made his entrance. The students were soulful, and the leaders, company representatives, and a group of researchers in the front row were even more clueless than the students. At this moment, one of them was already sitting on pins and needles. All of them wanted to go to Chen Bin, wanting to understand how Chen Bin flew in the sky. It was a moment of human curiosity that was aroused to the extreme. The audience was out of sorts and the singers were actually no better, singing the wrong words halfway through. They are also in shock. The impact of a person being backstage and seeing a student just fly, that impact is really big. There was no passion from the audience on stage, and the enthusiasm with which they sang was equally feigned. Finally, the recognition ceremony was over, and students began to follow the routes that had been planned ahead of time and began to exit in an orderly fashion. The counselor took the students to the car and instructed them never to post the video of Chen Bin flying in the sky today. Meanwhile, school leaders and others can't wait to get going. Anu, the university leaders, and a group of top researchers, went straight to the experimental building. They were still in shock at the moment, just wondering how Chen Bin flies. Prof. Ho was also in the crowd and was silent as he listened to them talking about their doubts. What's the point of knowing? What's the point of knowing? The skill levels are all different and asking is a double whammy. Finally, the group of people arrived at the experimental building and went straight up to the 4th floor. The door to the 4th floor lab was closed and there was no sound from inside. Majoran walked to the front of the line and knocked gently on the door. Come in. The door of the lab was pushed open. Chen Bin was eating, looking at the large group of people, a smile on his face. Have you eaten yet? He'd just lost 11,000 shock points, and now a whole bunch of tech-savvy people had come along to provide quite a few more. Colonel Lin shook his head. Where's that frisbee of yours? It's not a frisbee, it's a floating board. Chen Bin pointed to the floating board on the table. That's the one. Everyone's eyes were deadlocked on the floating board. Looking at the silver-colored circular floating plate, everyone's eyes were filled with a look of disbelief. I didn't realize it was so small, as well as so thin, from a distance before. How does it fly? Ding, shock plus 30. 30 people, all of them, provided shock points. Well, cool. Chen Bin had just lost quite a few shock points and was now able to more or less regain some blood. Chapter 26 AI Assistant. Ding, shock plus 30. Ding, shock plus 30. Chen Bin listened to the continuous prompts and knew that it was the group of researchers who were riddling themselves, and he was happy to see it happen. After a breath of at least 150 shock points arrived, the increase in shock points began to slow down. The principal looked at Chen Bin. Can I take a closer look at this floating air? Yes. A group of people walked up, touched the floating boards, felt the quality of the boards, and once again began to refresh their shock points. Chen Bin ate and watched them survey the floating board while listening to the beeps. Nearly 200 more shock points were credited during the touch. Then someone said, "How does this floating board fly? What kind of principle flies? Magnetic levitation? Definitely not a jet. There are holes in this, but they're too small." Chen Bin explained. "Ion jet. Ding. Shock points plus 30. Then came the continuous beeping. The ones present were basically researchers who studied robotics and cooperated with Professor Ho to put the mechanical dog into mass production. Don't know much about this ion jet stuff, but know even less, more or less. Inside this tiny frisbee, it can separate ions, and also accelerate ions to very fast speeds? Chen Bin gently nodded. Right. And then there's still the need to control the velocity of the ion population to keep it in balance? Right. Ding. Shock value plus 30. Ding 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 ding. Chen Bin looked at the group of dumbfounded researchers. Still, these people were definitely the most adorable people. Ordinary people are shocked once or twice and accept it. These people can find more points to shock on their own, providing shock value on a consistent basis. The group finally eased up after being shaken for the umpteenth time. Major N's first consideration was whether or not it could be used on the battlefield. How's the speed of this floating board? It's not fast. It's designed to be a substitute. If you can't get the speed, then you'll be of little use on the battlefield. Is it difficult to manufacture? Another asked. Chen Bin nodded. Very high. Basically there is no way to mass produce it. This lab can just barely manufacture it. If this lab can make it, then there should be quite a lot of equipment out there that can make it. Someone said. Chen Bin didn't say anything, but instead picked up a tiny part and handed it over. This is the part one made. The researcher looked closely at the parts, a puzzled expression growing on his face, then looked up. This was made here? The parts are complex, with grooves on multiple sides, and I'm afraid the accuracy requirements are very high, and still irregular in appearance. The manufacturing time would have to be long as well. The problem is that the condition of the equipment here shouldn't be able to manufacture such a part. Chen Bin nodded his head gently. Made here. I'm a bit talented when it comes to operating equipment. Ding. Shock points plus 10. That's more than a little bit of talent. That's unbeatable talent. Hearing that there was no way to mass produce it, Senior Colonel N lost all other thoughts for the time being. Flying that high, is safety guaranteed? Chen Bin hadn't really thought about this, but this was actually something that needed to be considered. Normal floating boards fly at a height of 10 centimeters and are fine if you fall. When he flies high, he falls and gets hurt. One does have to be a little careful or whole lot of life preservers. I'll turn around and prepare some life preservation measures. Colonel N asked no more questions. I'll leave now. You keep busy and call me if you need anything. Yes. The other researchers saw Major N leave and left as well. It was just a little bit of a daze when I left, too. It was so surreal. Professor Ho waited for everyone to leave. The basic system has been set up over at the company. Do you want to go over and take a look? Send me the address of the company. I'll turn around and get the security measures ready and head over. Professor Ho froze. You're going to fly there? Chen Bin hesitated for a moment. It was a good idea. Weren't there more people in the city than in the school? This is one flight where the shock value must be off the charts? Don't! Professor Ho panicked. Chen Bin was still genuinely moving? There are people in the school to keep order. And in the city, you're going to have quite a few safety concerns if you have to fly once. There's bound to be people looking up and seeing you. And people driving. And it's easy to get into an accident because of distraction. Also crowds of people can cause stampedes. Chen Bin nodded, pressing the dangerous thoughts in his mind for now, but new thoughts popped up. It would be perfectly fine to attend more events in the future. Events that were arranged by someone. He could get quite a bit of shock value if he went and flew once. Also safe. Professor Ho also left, and in the lab, Chen Bin was the only one left. Chen Bin was all a bit sighing. 30 people, in one breath, had provided him with nearly 1,000 shock points. On average, one person shook 30 times. One would also have to be technically savvy to know the gold content of these products of his. Chen Bin's attention was focused on the system and then landed on the lottery button. How about a smoke? The system had consumed 10,000 shock value from him, so it couldn't really be upgraded to garbage, could it? It just so happened that this group of researchers sent 1,000 shock value, making it clear that God wanted him to draw a prize. God forbid. Then it must be smoked. Drawl. Another 1,000 shock values disappeared, and then the light began to flicker. A flash of red light surged between the flashes of light. Shenbin instantly widened his eyes. It was really better to upgrade. Upgraded, this burst rate is really different. The second time you draw, you get a red light prize that has never been seen before. The highest it could go before the upgrade was blue. Red should be the prize above blue. The red light converged, revealing a glowing chip inside. Although the system says that there is everything inside the lottery, this is still the first time Shenbin has drawn a chip. Ding! Congratulations to the host, obtaining an intelligent AI assistant. The chip appeared in Shenbin's hand, and even when he held it in his hand, it was still bubbling with light. Intelligent AI assistants? Shenbin looked at the style of the chip. It was the same as an ordinary chip, only with light. Intelligent AI assistants in the form of photonic chips can provide you with companionship as well as help. Shenbin tried to fix the chip on the motherboard, reassemble it, and turn it on, all without reinstalling the system. The computer goes straight to the boot screen. Then a cute doll face appeared on the screen, cartoonish looking and kawaii looking. On the stereo, a clear and sweet female voice rang out. Hello master, nice to see you. Can you give me a name? Shenbin felt that the name was just a code name. Just anything would do. Calling it familiar was the same. You're called Good Luck. Yes. Is it possible to invade other networks? Currently there is not enough arithmetic power. I have a lower degree of intelligence. Invading a network and borrowing arithmetic power allows me to use my full capabilities. Shenbin pondered a little. Not for now. He hadn't yet figured out the AI's performance and basic effects. The red glow, however, meant that the level of the AI was definitely not low. How intelligent are you? Is there a standard grade reference? Shenbin shook his head. No, but there's a rough range. Do you have emotions? No, but I can fake emotion if you need it. That's not necessary. Shenbin waved his hand and continued to study the AI. The algorithm of this AI is extremely complex, so complex that Shenbin can't understand it at all, and he can't even look at the underlying code if he wants to. But this also indirectly shows that the level of this AI is very high. I'm afraid. Chapter 27 Wings of Freedom. Shenbin viewed the AI for a few moments, puzzled over it, and put the AI aside for now, focusing his attention on the Super Technology Atlas. Just the first page of the various tech products is a huge amount. Shenbin had a clear goal this time, to find technology that would keep him safe in the air, plus it better be gorgeous. After these exchanges, he already knew the next technology to exchange, and demanded that it be as flashy as possible. Researchers know the technology, and the better the technology, the more shock points they provide though, but the number of researchers is too small. It also has to be about earning shock points from regular people, then it needs to be the visually stunning kind. Shenbin searched little by little on the huge catalog. In the process of searching, his eyes grew bigger and bigger. So many top technological products. He was also shocked. All of them wanted to, and these things taken out could completely turn the entire Dragon Kingdom upside down. Shenbin's gaze skimmed over the flying car and suddenly saw a figure. Next to the flying car in the middle of the high sky, a man spread a pair of wings, metallic wings that gleamed in the sunlight. Shenbin was instantly frozen. These wings, so handsome. I hadn't noticed it before, but now it looks like it was this guy who jumped off the flying car and spread his wings? Like a thrill sport? Seems like a glider jump, only with gliders turned into real wings? It wasn't protective equipment, but it fit Shenbin's requirements very well. And really, if he didn't fall down smoothly on the pontoon, he could still fly on the pontoon again. Shenbin's attention was focused on the wings. Information about the wings surfaced. Wings of Freedom. Wearable flight gear. Maximum weight, 300 kilograms. Maximum flight speed, 500 kilometers per hour. Faster than a helicopter? That's a little bit of speed. A little bit of ferocity. Shock points required for redemption, 1,800. It's not expensive yet, and it's less expensive than pontoons. That's not even a hesitation. Redeem. Shenbin now also summarized a little experience. The price of exchange products and technology content is linked. Right now, it seems that the EM Railgun is the least technically challenging at this point. Memories of knowledge about the Wings of Freedom quickly flooded into Shenbin's mind. The technical difficulties in Wings of Liberty are mostly materials and link structure strength. Then energy. The material was made of lightweight alloy, and the weight of the entire set of Freedom Wings was no more than 30 kilograms, but the wings unfolded as a whole, approaching 6 meters horizontally. The other thing that is interesting is the extremely high level of connectivity, with hundreds of different connectivity structures throughout the pair of wings, with metal feathers and feathers connecting to each other. Because the wings have to be tucked away when not in use, there are multiple variations of each connecting structure. It's very complex and at the same time, subtle to the point of being almost outrageous. Strength is still guaranteed. The other thing is the drive when flapping the wings. Again, very outrageous. The wings are so big that they take a tremendous amount of force at the structure when flapping violently. The pressure increases exponentially as you fan back and forth. After acquiring all the memories, A touch of shock appeared on even Chen Bin's face. This freedom wing is really complex and still difficult to manufacture, but also really handsome and powerful. There's even a parachute on the back of this kit for malfunctions. If the freedom wing malfunctions, there's a parachute to ensure safety. Chen Bin actually came with the whole parachute in mind, and ended up with a whole free wing. So what's the point? Get cracking! Chen Bin first called Director Su for various metal materials. To build this kit, you have to start with alloys, and you have to build ultralight, high-strength alloys first. From these alloys, the feathers of the wings of freedom were created. A phone call was made and within a few minutes, someone was delivering metal materials. The blue light began to guide Chen Bin as he began to melt the metal and then create the feathers. The appearance of the feathers is also very different from bird feathers, and the design of each feather is still different. All feathers, however, have a wind-driven design concept on them that ensures perfect airflow guidance through the air. Into the manufacturing, Chen Bin is really able to do without distractions, because it is a creative process. The sense of anticipation pulled full of at the same time. The fun is also enough. When a metallic feather is held in your hand and is really light enough to resemble a feather, the sense of accomplishment is truly sufficient. Even every feather here can be treated as a work of art. It's perfect. After working until late afternoon, the cell phone rang, pulling Chen Bin out of his state of devotion. Chen Bin looked at the caller ID. It was Professor Ho calling. Picking up the phone, Professor Ho's voice rang out. Are you still coming to the office today? Chen Bin looked down at the dozen or so feathers that had only been created. No time, some other day. I'll let you know before I go. Yes. The phone hung up. Chen Bin took out his gum and chewed it while continuing to be busy. The main difficulty in making feathers is the inverted mold, but with the help of the blue light, Chen Bin did it right and could do it fast. The machine also starts machining the connecting structure. Chen Bin estimated that at this rate, in a week's time, he would be able to create the wings of freedom, and with the first build, subsequent builds will be much faster, because the most tedious part of the process is the feather inverted mold, and after having it once, you have a model that can be used multiple times subsequently. This thing, screw it, it could be mass-produced. Chen Bin thought of the new Captain Bald Eagle from the Marvel movie. So rare to get a set of wings and be able to be a captain. He can build better performing wings on his side and mass-produce them. Busy until late afternoon and hungry, Chen Bin turned his head toward the mechanical dog. Go to the cafeteria and fix me something to eat. The mechanical dog farted out the door. Chen Bin thought for a moment and said, you use the floating board to go over. The mechanical dog floats out of the lab on a floating board. Chen Bin nodded in satisfaction, so that the food bought for him would not get spilled everywhere. The mechanical dog had just walked out not a moment ago, when an intensive beat suddenly sounded in Chen Bin's head. Is this the mechanical dog running into the crowd? It's kind of a surprise, and again, like the mechanical dog before it, you can get a lot of shock points just by running around the school more. It's perfectly fine to smoke it again. Chen Bin felt like the system controlled him, thinking about the lottery every day. No, it's very wrong. On top of that, it's easy to have another 10 rolls of paper when you've just drawn a good one and move on straight away, so you might as well slow down. Forcibly resisting the urge to draw, Chen Bin continued to manufacture, and as he did so, he did not look towards the draw. Half an hour later, the mechanical dog returned to the lab dangling a meal. Chen Bin sat in front of the computer with his meal. Good luck. Tune me in to the TV. What is your preference? Send streaming Sane to his death. The game screen suddenly appeared on the screen, and Sane was demolishing the tower, accompanied by the sound of the anchor's 1, 2, 3 cuts. Chen Bin began to take 1, 2, 3 bites. Good luck's voice suddenly rang out. Distractions during meals are bad for your stomach. Chen Bin's attention shifted from Sane to Good Luck. This knowledge, I don't have it on my computer. Where did you obtain it? I have all the data on human health right here in my basic database. Chen Bin raised his eyebrows lightly. Am I healthy then? Chapter 28, Targeted? Good Luck mused slightly. Whether or not you're healthy needs to be checked by a specialized facility. I can only tip my hand to your behavior. And is there anything else I should be aware of in my behavior right now? It's not right to stay up late. You need to get enough sleep. Also, you may now face danger from the outside world. Chen Bin took a bite of his rice. Danger in the outside world? Someone is trying to get at me? It's not that someone is out to get you, but rather the basic logic at hand is that when a child is holding a gold bar in his hand, he's being targeted. Besides, one step ahead is genius, and you're at least 10 steps ahead, so you're bound to get noticed. Chen Bin hadn't thought about this aspect, or rather, while he had drawn attention, it was reasonable as well as safe for it to come from the official Dragon Kingdom, Colonel, and has now even established new quarters near the school. Plus, the Dragon Kingdom itself was a relatively safe place, so he didn't think too much about it. So what do I do? Prepare cameras around the lab so you can know if danger is approaching so you can leave early. All persons approaching you. are subjected to an identity check. In addition to that, the places you are going to are being laid out in advance so as not to give anyone an opportunity to take advantage of them. When Chen Bin heard this, he suddenly thought of something. Help me check the employees of that company under my name. It's verification. Verification to see if anyone's onto him. Turn on networking access? Chen Bin pondered slightly. Turn it on. In the next moment, a large amount of data and information appeared on the computer screen, and green codes, as if a waterfall, quickly flashed across the screen. A picture also appeared on the other side of the screen, along with a personal message. In a minute's time, though, Good Luck's voice rang out, there are 8 people who have a military background, or come directly from the military, and are arranged by the military at such a high level that they don't need to worry about it. Chen Bin was psychologically prepared for this. After all, let Professor Ho to assist him, but also said in major, the military unprepared is unlikely. Not giving any support is not an option either. And then there's the regular people who come over to work. 11 in all. Last one. A little problem. A picture appeared on the screen of a girl with short hair and a competent look. She previously worked for a large company in Kyoto. Said that the headhunter dug her up. In fact, the headhunter and she have a very good relationship. Based on the information exchanged between them, it can be judged that it was she who looked for the headhunter, so that the headhunter helped her to enter this company. Chen Bin raised his eyebrows lightly. Where did you get the exchange of information? All the firewalls that are currently on the internet don't make any sense to me. This information is basically undefended. One sentence let Chen Bin know how outrageous this AI's algorithm really was. That is, the entire internet. No more secrets for Good Luck? Why did this man come to our company? It's being checked. Good Luck mused slightly. There's a lot of information that's going on offline. I don't have the complete information on my side. I have to integrate more information before I can make a judgment. But that company is yours. And very few people know this information. And there are quite a few other people involved in her knowing and coming over to poke around. Chen Bin pondered slightly. Exactly? Basically sure. Except I need to present a more complete chain of logic to you. Chen Bin called Majorin directly. Hello, Majorin? What's wrong? Would it be convenient for you to come over? I found something over here. Good. Majorin didn't ask many questions. Chen Bin was going to let him come over. He would just set off straight away. However, in 10 minutes, Majorin walked into the laboratory building, pushed the door into the laboratory, and at a glance, saw a piece of feathers on the table that looked like a work of art. What's this? What's another new invention? Immediately afterward, his gaze fell on Chen Bin. Found anything? Chen Bin pointed at the computer screen. Colonel An also looked at the screen and saw the cartoon villain. What's this? Good Luck waved across the screen at Colonel An. Hello, I'm Wisdom AI. You can call me Good Luck. Colonel An all froze. Chen Bin, this also developed AI? But thinking about the mechanical dog, the appearance of this AI seems to be nothing. After all, the mechanical dog itself already has a high degree of intelligence, being able to deliver and go shopping. With such a foundation, it's normal to develop a specialized AI. Hello, Majorin greeted Good Luck. Good Luck continued. This person, I saw you investigating her. Majorin looked at the picture that appeared on the screen and nodded gently. It's not just him. I have a baseback tone for all the people who have joined Super Toho Company. You didn't check this person out. I compiled all her income and expenses over a 10-year period and there is a serious mismatch. For 10 years, her apparent income has been $6 million, including some investment income, but her spending, in all, adds up to more than $10 million, and she currently has $2,622,760,000 lying in her account. Majorin didn't respond for a moment, mainly because it was difficult to investigate a person's income and expenses. Income is difficult because a person's income, most likely, is not just bank card income, but many personal accounts and so on, and offline revenue. Expenditures are even harder to survey. How a person spends their money, that's a super difficult statistic. Plus Good Luck talking about a decade forward. How can this be traced when much of the data on income and expenditure over a 10-year period has been lost? Good Luck looked at Majorin's blank face and continued to present several photos. These people, normally, would not have crossed paths with her, but they appeared many times in the course of my investigation. There's no financial comings and goings, but so many times, they do things that indirectly help the target. The bewilderment on Colonel An's face gradually turned into gravity. Although he was in charge of logistics for new weapons updates, he wasn't stupid. When grooming spies, it's normal to help someone get to a position, provide them with credit, help them remove obstacles, and then develop a usable person. This person, originally in the chip company, and Major slightly pondered, can find out what forces are behind this woman? Can't find out. No direct contact. There is an indirect connection? Majorin was keenly aware of the problem with that statement. Yes, more information appeared on the Good Luck screen. and Colonel N came forward, and at first, it felt like a catch-22 and a bit of a stretch, but there's a bit too much of this catch-22 stuff, and that's fun to watch. The people who helped her, can we continue to follow those people backward? Yes, but I don't have enough computing power and it takes too long. Major N was a little excited at the moment, because he might be able to clean up an intelligence line along with this one. Arithmetic? Need a server? Good Luck shook his head. Only master authorization is required. Chapter 29 does have the technology. Major N looked at Chen Bin in confusion. Authorization? She can directly borrow someone else's arithmetic, but it requires my authorization. Chen Bin gently waved his hand. Then take your time to investigate. Colonel N nodded. Then I'll arrange for someone to wait over here? No, I'll let Any Luck contact you directly. Major N was a little confused as to how he could contact AI directly. Call? No need. This time it was Good Luck who spoke. The voice coming from Major N's cell phone. I've accessed your phone and can share the information I've found out with you directly. Ding. Shock value +1. Major N hurriedly took out his cell phone and looked at the avatar that appeared on the screen of his phone. No. This hacked into his cell phone? How? Is the level of this AI so high? It can automatically hack his cell phone system? The cell phone system is a lot tighter comparatively, and it's broken in the blink of an eye? Subconsciously, Major N looked at Chen Bin. He knew that Chen Bin was powerful, and he also knew that this AI was at a high level, but this level was too high, right? But this time of year, the higher the level of Good Luck, the better. Slightly contemplating, Major N looked at Chen Bin. They shouldn't be rushing at you. They're rushing at the mechanical dog's technology. After all, the news of the mechanical dog is spreading widely now. Your safety, though, still needs to be taken care of. I'll consider putting you under some guard. Chen Bin shook his head. The guards don't need to exaggerate too much. This is a school. Safety can be relatively guaranteed. Set up more surveillance around the lab building. I'll have Good Luck keep an eye on it. And if anyone suspicious approaches, just check it out. I don't usually go out much. It's fine. Senior Colonel N pondered a little. That's fine. Just call me at the first sign of trouble. Good. Major N is gone. And Chen Bin gave him huge credit for one phone call. Uprooting one of the other force's intelligence lines was truly a heavenly feat. A line of intelligence like this is incredibly valuable. And in addition to the value, there is the cost of time, at least a dozen years, plus the money invested before and after, the preparations, etc. And all he had to do was wait for the list and then order the arrests. While excited, he was subconsciously shocked. Chen Bin is just super outrageous. Good Luck this AI, to be put on the market, absolutely can kill all the AI. He had heard earlier that the top had asked him to arrange for quarters over here, and felt that the top had placed a bit too much emphasis on Chen Bin. Now that he saw the floating board and saw this AI, he felt that the above had even underestimated Chen Bin somewhat. He had already reported the news about the floating boards, and he didn't know what decision would be made from above. Thinking about it, metal feathers popped into his head. What's the deal with the metal feathers in Chen Bin's lab? A simulated robotic bird? It's kinda possible, with a mechanical dog in front and a mechanical bird in the back. But the odds are that a mechanical bird is not as good as a drone for practical use. The drone is simple and straightforward to take off and can also hover directly, making it far less difficult to control than flapping its wings. But if you can really develop a mechanical bird that flies in the air, then I'm afraid the level of technology is really quite high. Chen Bin didn't know what Major N was thinking, and if he did, his first reaction would be to scoff. It's not that mechanical birds can't be made, it's mainly that they're useless to make. It's really not as good as a drone. The hovering of a drone is much more difficult to achieve on a mechanical bird, and it's easy to lose your balance. Of course, the Freedom Wing still has to be whole, and after talking to Good Luck, the importance of Wings of Liberty has been kicked up a notch. If he really ran into danger, with the Wings of Freedom, Chen Bin could just take off and run so fast that no one could catch up. Really, if it's too late to run, the wings are made of all metal and can be used as a shield. While Chen Bin was busy, the report on the floating plate was sent to the desk of the military's top logistical leader. Normally, this information would have to be passed up the hierarchy to reach him, but he had given Major N the privilege of giving him direct access to things about Chen Bin because of him. So what happens in the middle of the day can show up on his desk at night. That is, it wasn't an emergency, or he would have known then. Opening the dossier bag with just a glance, General Hu frowned. At the top was a photo of Chen Bin flying through the air with a disc-like object under his feet. Below, there were rows and rows of neatly seated students, all of them with their heads held high, looking at Chen Bin in the air with shocked faces. That's a bit of a fake photo. General Hu looked at the next photo, and after several consecutive photos, the doubt in his eyes increased. At the bottom, a report written by Major N. School Recognition Assembly. Chen Bin Fei came to attend. The report also writes all about the flotation disk, including Chen Bin's own words that the flotation disk flights use ion jets. Honestly, it's a little outrageous. Ion Jet? After General Hu read the report, his frown deepened. Something was wrong. Something was very damn wrong. The Anchor University would never engage in false reporting. Looking at the flash drive in the dossier bag, General Hu plugged it into his computer and saw the full video. The video doesn't show Bin Chen at first because the video is shot right across the stage. On stage, the principal goes from inviting Chen Bin to the stage, to starting to jam, and then, the camera reverses and shoots at Chen Bin floating in the air. The video didn't end until Chen Bin landed on the stage. General Hu sat dumbfounded in his chair. Is this even a fake? Without any hesitation, General Hu began calling the Academy of Defense Sciences. He had to ask the top technicians in Dragonland if this technology could be done. The call went through quickly. General Hu asked directly, Ion Jet, can it do anything to make people float and fly? The person on the other end of the line was a little confused, but said, of course. The shock in General Hu's heart disappeared. It turned out that he was the lone voice. Alright, I know. I thought this was some kind of difficult technology. It's definitely difficult, but it's the future direction of technology development, so it's difficult to keep researching. General Hu smiled. Then you guys go for it, and strive for the day when you can push a car, or a spaceship to fly with ion jet technology as well. The person on the other end of the phone realized that something was a little bit off, but since it was General Hu who said it, he still said, "New try hard. Those who are 100 years from now should have a chance." General Hu was a bit surprised. It will take another 100 years? Is it hard to make people fly and cars fly now? What kind of ion propulsion that makes people fly? Weren't you the one who said you could? It's true that it's theoretically possible, but it's absolutely impossible to use ionic propulsion to send a person flying for a short period of time. General Hu mused slightly. I already know someone who can do it. That must be a liar. General Hu looked at the photo in his hand. If it really works, what level is it? The vice president of the Academy of Defense Sciences on the other end of the line thought for a moment. There's no way it can be done. And if it can be done, let's just say that the ion collider we spent so much money on is a joke to him. He's at a level of technology that has made it possible to be able to develop ion weapons. All can try to build spaceships and try ion propulsion in space. Chapter 30, everyone saw it. General Hu pondered a little. Give me a few relevant researchers, and I'll send them to check out the floating plates created using the principle of ion propulsion. Floating boards? Yeah, the kind that people step on and can fly? No way. What size? General Hu didn't answer, because the tone of the person across the table was treating it like a cutie. I'll send you a picture. Alright, so go ahead and arrange for the researchers to come over. General Hu hung up the phone, took a picture, and sent it directly to him, and then all that was left to do was wait and verify. On the other end of the line, the vice president of the Academy of Defense Sciences silently called to shake the man. He couldn't just stand by and watch General Hu get ripped off like that. Gotta get a professional and explain it all to General Hu. Just before he could think of who to call, he saw the picture sent on his cell phone. General Hu sent in a photo. Somewhat curious to open the photo, the vice dean looked at Chen Bin who was floating in the photo. Speechless. This is someone who believes? This glance at the fake photo. If there was really a place where people were flying in the sky, according to the current penetration rate of cell phones in the Dragon Kingdom, the news would have already spread everywhere. Not so much that no one knows about it until now. And the scene, how fake it looks. Instead of replying, the vice president dialed a phone number and directed it to the leading researcher in the field of plasma physics. Having made the call, he again decided that one person might not be enough and continued to call, this time to researchers in the field of electrical engineering. Then there is the call from researchers in the field of materials science. Researchers in these fields have been involved in the development of ion thrusters. 3 calls later, the vice president put away his cell phone. Now he just had to wait for them to give General Hu an explanation. These days, some people's guts are really fat. How dare they cheat anyone? You think General Hu was a little old man on the street? It's not still them. The 3 researchers quickly came together. In response to General Hu's deception, I don't think I can say it directly. Oftentimes, people who have already been scammed, and know they've been scammed, will instead speak up for the scammers. It's used to cover up your mistakes, as well as to save face. We'll just say that General Hu has been cheated, and General Hu may not recognize it. How about in a roundabout way? We pretend to be shocked too and then slowly question it later. The remaining 2 nodded. Still, you're thoughtful, as indeed you should be. In the car, the 3 men discussed a fraud prevention charter and then set off to find General Hu. But they didn't get to meet General Hu. Instead they got the file that General Hu left for them. Opening the file, the trio looked at a photo. These pictures, and weirdly real, look exactly like the real thing. The skill of the P-picture is really good. You can't see a single thing broken. Yeah, it's just that the tech blows off the charts a little bit, otherwise you can't really tell. Scammers used to scam with quantum technology, quantum sleep, quantum communication, quantum reading, and now they're targeting ions. Several people looked through the photos, and immediately afterward they turned to the report written by Colonel An. In the report, Colonel An told the whole story, including Chen Bin flying over from a distance. By this time, the three men realized that something was wrong. Very wrong. The man who wrote the report, a major, he couldn't possibly help a liar cheat, could he? If he does, his future is basically over. So this person, too, was taken in by a scammer? Is this crook really flying in the sky? How else could you have fooled Colonel An? The three researchers looked at each other and all saw the word difficult in each other's eyes. The level of scammers these days, it's a bit high. Read the report, then watch the video. Watching the video, Chen Bin stepped on the floating board and flew to the stage. A few people suddenly fell silent. They couldn't see a break in this video. There was nothing wrong with the principal's response, the student's response, or the setting of the scene, etc. Even the photos show the shock of countless students. Look for this recognition assembly first. Look at the banner. It's the River State Vocational College. Look up information on this recognition ceremony. It's on the internet, and someone has posted video of the scene. The three professors started watching the video. The previous principal's speech. Okay, half an hour is not too long. The principal invited Chen Bin to the stage. The three researchers all stared wide-eyed, waiting for Chen Bin's magnificent entrance. As a result, the screen flashed and Chen Bin had appeared on the stage. A deleted paragraph in the middle? After Chen Bin came on stage and said a few words, the stage began to take on singers. The three researchers turned off the video and looked at each other. Why did you delete that part? It is now known that the man's name is Chen Bin. Deleting or not deleting doesn't mean much anymore. Check Chen Bin first. There is a lot of information about Chen Bin on the internet. Video of the first place winner of the National Robotics Competition, Robot Dog. Just type in Chen Bin's name, and it all popped up at once. The three men looked at the video of the mechanical dog and glanced at each other, all seeing bewilderment in each other's eyes. This mechanical dog, it's awesome. The animated movements and that natural simulated posture are almost identical to real dogs. At this time, the three gradually sensed that something was wrong. To be able to develop this mechanical dog, Chen Bin's level was definitely super high, but it should just be in the mechanical side, and the smart AI side of things. Ion propulsion technology, that's another dimension. But is it necessary to lie to someone like that? Cheat about what? Cheating money? How can you be short of money when you can develop a mechanical dog like this? Then why lie? As he was thinking about it, a guard knocked on the door outside. The plane is ready. We're taking you to the school now. Good. When the three professors arrived, they felt a handful about convincing General Hu, and they even had a plan. As a result, they are now confused themselves first. Things were going in a completely different direction than they had expected. Go and see first. What exactly is the situation? Take a look and you'll know. The real can't be fake, and the fake can't be real. The three had gone from complete disbelief in the beginning to now being in a daze. It's mostly ion-propelled floating plates that can never be real, but neither Colonel An nor Chen Bin had any motive to cheat. Filled with doubt, the trio arrived at the school. Honestly, it does seem a bit outrageous that top researchers can come out of this school. While there are researchers who come out of vocational schools, most of them make their way through vocational school, then go on to undergraduate school, then on to graduate school, all the way to further education. Against the odds, being a top researcher while attending this school? A bit sci-fi. To be honest, Majorin was already waiting in front of the school, looking at the three professors and stepping forward to greet them. The three professors greeted Majorin. Did you really see Chen Bin flying on a floating board? It wasn't just me. All the students saw it. Majorin turned and led the three into the school. Chapter 31. We are the frogs at the bottom of the well. The three professors were in complete disbelief. Then why can't you search online? Tell your classmates not to send it out. And there weren't many of them who could remember to videotape it. Given the circumstances, Majorin explained, feeling that something wasn't quite right, and turned around to see the three professors frozen in place. The gazes of the three men were fixed straight on a dog in the distance. A dog standing on a floating board. That dog is really floating. Float steadily forward at a height of 10 centimeters above the ground. The dog had a plastic bag in his mouth, like a lunchbox. The three professors came back with a half-hearted analysis. It doesn't look like jet propulsion. The grass on the ground hasn't moved. It's not maglev either. The ground is just a regular concrete floor. What else is possible? Magic. Wired to carry this pontoon and keep the pontoon from falling. As we were talking, several students walked past on either side of the pontoon. There were also people getting out of the way left and right from the front. If it's wired, it can definitely be tangled. What else is possible? Energy field constraints? Creating an energy field. Wouldn't that be more outrageous than ion propulsion? What about anti-gravity? By utilizing negative energy substances, negative matter is produced, and according to the negative matter and positive matter, between them, repulsive force will be produced, so as to achieve the effect of levitation? That seems even more outrageous. 2. And what did you say it was? Several ways to levitate a mechanical dog, and we've said them all. Is ion propulsion just possible? A few people fell silent, mainly because ion propulsion was equally unlikely. Major-N returned to the trio. That dog came out to buy food for Chinbin, and the one under its feet is the floating board. Ion propulsion? Major-N nodded softly. Right. They subconsciously wanted to say it was impossible, but at the moment the words wouldn't come out. The product is in front of them, but they can't see anything. Follow the mechanical dog. Taking a close look at the mechanical dog and the floating board in the meantime. The more you look at it, the more shocked you get. The pontoon remains balanced the entire time, with the height remaining constant not relative to the ground, but relative to itself. There are potholes in the ground, and the pontoon doesn't float up and down, keeping its balance. This meant that there was a high probability that this floating plate had a detection function, detecting potholes in the ground in advance, and then adjusting the angle and amount of ion propulsion at the right time. Analyzing it, several people fell silent again. This is one of those things that is the impossible of the impossible. How can you do micromanipulation without even having mastered ion propulsion technology? Now this floating board presents an effect that isn't even just micromanipulation. That's called subtle control. They felt like putting a full glass of water on it, and after going over the hill, none of that water could be spilled. In shock and bewilderment, the three walked to the lab building, straight up to the 4th floor. The door opened automatically as Colonel N raised his hand and prepared to knock. In the room, Chenbin was picking at his fast food. On the computer screen in front of him, a Galen was being chased by 5 enemy heroes. Who dares to kill me? The whole lab was also a bit of a mess, with piles of various parts strewn about. It doesn't look like a place that makes top-notch products in any way. The place where the mechanical dog was born. Right here? The professor opened his mouth. Student Chenbin. It was in such an environment that he developed the mechanical dog? Major-N shook his head. Not here. It was the development of the mechanical dog that brought us this way. With that, Major-N walked towards Chenbin. Let me introduce you. These three are researchers from the Dragon Kingdom Defense Science Academy, all working on ions. A professor took the initiative and stepped forward. Not working on ions either, but I did work on the project. Ion propulsion requires an electrical power supply, as well as precise electrical control so that the ion thrusters can operate stably and reliably. Chenbin paused the video and stood up to greet a few people. These people were the true top researchers of the Dragon Kingdom, although in terms of level, they might not be as good as him now, but these people deserved respect. Driving the advancement of technology in Dragonland without hanging is a real effort. A professor stepped forward. I'm someone who works in the field of plasma physics, and my main research at the moment is to study the interaction between plasma and magnetic electric fields to improve the acceleration efficiency of plasma. Chenbin looked toward the floating plate. You're here for the floating plate? To demolish you. To be precise. Major-N's face changed. He is not the first time to see people questioning Chenbin. Just once questioned, twice questioned. Chenbin can accept, can explain. Questioning every day? Isn't that a ing joke? Chenbin will definitely resent it, and if he resents it more, he may not be able to create a bad impression of the dragon researchers, affecting future cooperation. Subconsciously, he tried to stop the professor. After all, Chenbin developed these things, whether they were real or fake. Could he not know? The professor continued. But when we came here, we realized that we were frogs at the bottom of a well. Before we saw the floating board, we thought Major-N, General who were being deceived, and we just followed the mechanical dog all the way here. And we were hard-pressed to determine how the mechanical dog flew. Major-N's outstretched hand retracted silently again, narrowly missing a friendly fire. Chenbin beckoned, and the floating board on one side of the table flew over. You can see. The floating board floated to the professor. The professor reached out and took hold of the silver floating plate. The floating plate, 2 centimeters thick, held in the hand without the slightest weight, and was obviously still in the process of being activated. But immediately afterward, the floating board began to get heavier. Then all power disappeared. It was about 20 pounds, not too heavy. Flipping over the reverse side of the floating plate, a dozen irregular holes could be seen. Is that how the ion accelerated away through these passages? Right. How do you manage to accelerate? Electromagnetic technology, Chenbin said while pulling up the diagram drawn during the previous manufacturing on the computer. You can come over and take a look. The professor came up close and looked at the design, confused, and just showed him the design? Just the next moment, all his distractions disappeared into thin air, leaving only the design in front of him. It's so high-end and subtle. This level of technology, so high, While they were still researching the technology, which was all completely immature, Chen Bin here had already started to apply the technology to his products. The level is very much higher than them. While watching, his body was shaking. It's like, he wants to buy a car that he really likes, but it's very, very expensive. And he's going to have to work his ass off, but even then, there's no way he's going to be able to afford it in this lifetime. Only to have a guy suddenly tell him that the car is his to give away. Pristine new, and a gazillion times better equipped than the dream car he super wanted to buy. He hadn't even prepared for a lifetime of research that would perfect ion propulsion technology, because it was difficult and high-end enough. As a result, Chen Bin now directly perfected the ionization technology completely, and the standard is still high. Using ion propulsion technology on a rocket is far less difficult than putting it on this little disc. The most perverted thing was that Chen Bin gave him the design directly. What was the difference between that and giving him the technology? Chapter 32, Why don't you order some? The professor instinctively restrained him from looking at this technique, because it was Chen Bin's technique, and if he looked at it, he would be learning it. Ion propulsion technology. The value is super high because it could be the ticket to the next era, but he couldn't help but look away. It was instinctive. Chen Bin doesn't mind if the technology is leaked. As long as it's not leaked to overseas, then there is no problem. As he was thinking about it, Chen Bin suddenly noticed the beeps starting to ring continuously. Tinkerbell, the three professors who came over this time, and another professor, were studying materials. He has likewise participated in the development of ion propulsion technology. The reason for this involvement is that when the ion thruster is in operation, the internal parts are subjected to high temperature and high energy ion bombardment, which requires high melting point, high hardness, as well as high electrical conductivity and corrosion resistance materials. At the moment his eyes were wide as he looked at the feather in his hand. He was just watching Chen Bin communicating with someone else, communicating something he didn't understand, so he casually looked at it himself. He chimed in on the feather at first glance. With its dark silver appearance and that particular streamlined design, it was beautiful. The moment he picked up the feather, his eyes went wide. The feathers are definitely metal and not too dense, as the outside is textured and flowing, but when he held it in his hand, the feather gave him the feeling that it really was just a feather. One word, light. Two words, super light. Holding a metal feather that turns out to be as heavy as a real one? How did this happen? Not metal? As he thought, he picked up another feather. The two feathers gently touched together, making a metallic clash. That's the alloy. I don't know what the recipe is for the alloy, but the appearance of this alloy could definitely change the world. As a researcher in materials science, he was incredibly shocked at the moment. Such a horrible new material, and as a result, Chen Bin doesn't announce it? Chen Bin looked for the source of the ding 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 and saw the professor with the feather, looking at him with wide eyes and a wildly changing expression. He figured it was him. The feather can be looked at. Don't take it away. The professor couldn't help but say, this feather, what parts were used to build it? Why is it so light? A light alloy. Cast. The professor's eyes widened steeply. Not hollow? He had just assumed it was hollow because it was so light. As a result, Chen Bin told him that this thing was cast. Casting is usually not hollow. Solid. Ding. Shock +1. Professor Kim's eyes widened as he looked dead at the feather in his hand. What's the weight? This piece of feather? 3.6 grams of it. Prof. Kim was silent for a moment. It's not lighter than plastic? Aha. How? A bit of special craftsmanship amounts to changing the properties of the metal, Chen Bin said as he turned to rummage through the clutter and quickly found the smelting flowchart. Look at this. Follow this. As long as there are no mistakes, you can smelt this alloy. Ha? Professor Kim looked at the flowchart with a blank expression. This, what's it for me? Don't you want it? How could Prof. Kim not want it? But it was too valuable. It's so precious. Lightweight metal that can be used in a variety of lightweight designs. As long as the strength is guaranteed, this thing could probably take the place of carbon fiber. Carbon fiber is currently underused in the market because of its price. But this metal, where performance is possible, is definitely not expensive. Smelting technology, and a large market, can keep costs down. This may look like a piece of paper, but it's actually money. Chen Bin saw that Professor Jean didn't pick it up and placed it on the table smoothly. You can also take a look at the process above. It can completely optimize many alloy formulas. Professor Kim couldn't help but look over. Subsequently, when I use these processes, I will also mark your name. As for the formula, I will definitely not touch it. Chen Bin smiled. This formula is here in my place. It's not very useful. You take it out to promote the manufacturing, so that the people of the Dragon Kingdom can live a better life, and so that the products of the Dragon Kingdom can be more competitive in the world. Doesn't matter. Chen Bin really didn't care. Or rather, he had more than enough of such techniques. and he had thought that he could indeed make a lot of money if all the technology patents were in his hands. It will still be a monopoly kind of thing because the technology is only available to him, but doing that, it doesn't make much sense. It's the equivalent of having to pay him for everything everyone uses in the future. More money doesn't do much good, with infinitely diminishing marginal benefits. And money actually does less for him than it does for anyone else, because a lot of things he can manufacture, all things that money can't buy. If he wanted to, someone could spend $1 trillion and not be able to buy a floating board. Professor Jean didn't expect Chen Bin to say that. Subconsciously, in his eyes as he looked at Chen Bin, there was more than a touch of respect. In this day and age, there were too few people who thought like this. Prof. Kim picked up the paper. The last professor saw that both of them had gained something and he had nothing. And for a moment he was incredibly envious. He wanted to see something too. Eyes looking around the room. Any electrical engineering related skills over here? Colonel and all froze. Where did he find a ruthless man who directly wanted technology? Chen Bin also really have. Or rather, he develops products, more or less with a little. Give a little also. In the future to resources. He is also convenient to open the mouth. 2 minutes later, all three professors were in full swing. On the contrary, Majorin was a bit confused. And for a while he didn't know whether he should stay or go. Well, the call that came through eased his embarrassment. Glancing at the caller ID, Majorin picked up the phone. General Hu, guns, we are ready to mass produce a batch. Want to talk to Chen Bin about the price? You communicate with him first. Talk about the mouth. Although the Dragon Kingdom had currently gotten its hands on the EMP gun technology, it couldn't really not give Chen Bin any favors. The patent equivalent of the electromagnetic railgun is still in Chen Bin's hands. Good, Majorin answered. Then asked, price-wise, what's the range? No, you talk first. It doesn't matter if you give more. Majorin hung up the phone and looked up at Chen Bin. Chen Bin happened to look up as well. What? Floating plates aren't for sale. It's hard to manufacture this stuff. Majorin lost his smile. It's not the price of the floating boards. It's the electromagnetic railguns. The military is preparing to mass produce a batch of electromagnetic railguns. Wanted to talk to you about the price to see if it's a one-bite buyout or if we're going to give it based on how much we charge for a gun. Chen Bin's eyes lit up, and without even having to think about it, he directly waved his hand. No money. Previously, he had felt that the electromagnetic railgun had been manufactured to provide less shock value, and the information had not been able to spread. Now that it's mass-produced, it can definitely reap a wave of shock value. As for money, the mechanical dog production line was built right away, and the next thing you know, there's a steady stream of money. In contrast, he cared more about the shock value gained. It would not be worth it if the number of official purchases was affected because he asked for money. Money is easy to earn. Shock value is obtained under relatively harsh conditions. Colonel unfroze. He didn't expect Chen Bin to directly say no money. How many points? Otherwise this is a bit of a stretch. Why don't you order it anyway? Chapter 33 Assembly is complete. Chen Bin looked at Major and somewhat difficult appearance. Slightly pondered. It's okay, then you mean it. Give $1 million? Majorin was silent for a moment. Would it be too little? And the buyout is a bit inappropriate. In terms of value alone, the technical value of this electromagnetic railgun is definitely more than that. Why don't we just stick to how much we pay you for making a gun? Chen Bin nodded. Build an electromagnetic railgun and give me $100? Okay. Majorin nodded, just feeling a little odd. This negotiation situation was not quite right, as if the roles had swapped. It turned into him having to give more and Chen Bin having to give less. Chen Bin finished negotiating the price and started assembling the Freedom Wing. It's been a busy few days and it's time to reap the rewards. The assembly is complete, so you can find a place to fly it and try it out. Majorin called back. It's been negotiated. For every gun manufactured, Chen Bin will be given $100 in royalties. Wouldn't that be a bit low? We are tentatively prepared to make 1,000 guns. Colonel An fell silent. It would be better to give Chen Bin $1 million directly. It is better than 100,000. But the price is all agreed. It will continue to be manufactured in the future, right? It will definitely be remanufactured. And this one will be manufactured first to test it and see how it actually works. Then at that price for now? He doesn't want the money. And it's $100 for the gun. Or I'm forcing it on him. This was said to help Chen Bin so that General Hu would feel good about Chen Bin. General Hu was also a bit surprised. Why doesn't he want money? I don't know, but he doesn't seem too interested in money. And what is he interested in? Majorin stood outside the lab and looked back at Chen Bin who was busy in the lab. Interested in technology? He knew that General Hu's reason for asking the question was that he wanted to facilitate and benefit Chen Bin in other ways. Slightly musing, he still buys food from the school cafeteria. General Hu directly said, how can that be? Immediately arrange a private chef for him. Is there a place to stay? Majorin thought of the recent situation of Chen Bin and thought of the folding bed. During this period of time, he has not returned to the dormitory, and has been sleeping in the laboratory. General Hu pondered for a moment. You watch over this one, and make his life as comfortable as possible. Yes. Majorin put away his cell phone and immediately began to make arrangements. First of all, a private chef, and additionally a room for Chenbin, which is prepared in the laboratory on the 4th floor. This way Chenbin could live a clear life even if he didn't go back to the dormitory and kept resting in the lab. But what he didn't know was that Chenbin hadn't slept at all these days, stay up all night taking one pill after another. One could only say that it was worthy of being produced by the system, and after eating it, Chenbin could not feel any fatigue at all, nor could he feel any discomfort at all. In the evening, Chenbin took his medicine and continued to assemble. There were 3 more researchers in the lab, but they were all working on their own things. No one bothering anyone, clearly separated. All the way down to the lab. The phone rings. It's Professor Kim's cell phone. Professor Kim picked up the phone with some impatience. What is it? Interrupting his technical research? On the other end of the line, it was the Vice President of the Academy of Defense Sciences. What's the situation on your end? Have you cleared it with General Hu? Prof. Kim reacted and looked over at the 2 remaining men, who were still busy. Then he looked at Chenbin and froze as Chenbin was assembling wings. Good big wings. Wings made of all metal. Even if it was a half-finished product, the wings gave him an unrivaled beauty. That curved arc of feathers, cascading and extending, emerges as a near-perfect streamlined design when it comes to the wings. It's real pretty. A perfect match between material science and mechanical construction. Artwork. Old Kim? Professor Kim came back to his senses. Floating plates really do exist, and the ion propulsion technology in them is very advanced. Super far ahead of our current research. The Vice President froze. What nonsense are you talking about? You call them? I'm busy. Busy with what? Chenbin gave me a formula for an ultralight alloy. I need to study the forging process of it. The Vice President tried to continue asking, only to have the phone hung up. He's all confused. No, what's going on? Keep calling. But this time, it didn't go through. The 2 professors didn't have to think about it to know the call was from the Associate Dean. How could they have time to answer the phone now? As if they were sponges, frantically absorbing knowledge. The lab, once again, was quiet, and the 4 men, each busy with their own business. Chenbin fixed a piece of feather together under the guidance of the blue light. A lot of the feathers really do look exactly the same, but in reality, there are very subtle differences in parameters and shapes and bends and such. A wrong installation can cause problems when flying, but with the blue light guiding the way, there was no possibility of error. Chenbin only needed to install it piece by piece, which was already very fast. But spare me the trouble. I'm afraid I'll be busy late into the night. Finishing assembling one side of the wings, Chenbin turned back to the 3 researchers still in his lab and called Majorin. It wasn't that he was trying to kick people out, but these people were sure to stay up late if they continued to stay here. Staying up all night at such an old age can kill you if you're not careful. Majorin took away the 3 mesmerized researchers and then looked at Chenbin. You're not taking a break? Rest later. Chenbin turned around and continued to devote himself to assembly. Majorin could feel the kind of fervor that Chenbin had. A mania for research. He had seen fanaticism in many researchers, but there had never been one who felt the way Chenbin did, as if wasting a second was a sin. How can there be no results when you are a genius in your own right and still have such a fervent pursuit of R&D research? Serves Chenbin right for making it. Thinking about it, he didn't walk away, standing straight outside the lab, quietly standing guard for Chenbin. At the same time, he also wanted to see when Chenbin actually rested, and if it was too late, he would urge it. Wasting sleep and food is just an adjective. If one really wastes sleep and food all the time, that person's body won't last long. A little bit of time passed. At 2 a.m. Both wings were assembled. A piece of wing spread out on the table that could cover the entire tabletop. A huge wing that was 3 meters long, glistening in the light. When closed, this 3-meter-long wing could be completely folded in the flight backpack behind it into a small square that was no more than 30 centimeters in length and width. It's simply spooky. The final step is to assemble the 2 wings in the center wearing area. The wearing area is the size of a duffel bag, with hard lumbar supports on the left and right, and then all the way up to the chest, which amounts to wrapping the entire torso. Underneath is a mechanical exoskeleton-like device that extends down to the thigh section. The parts, which are also inside the backpack, pop out when you start it up. Assembly is simple at the moment. Tuck both wings in and secure. With a soft ding, all the blue light dissipated and the assembly was complete. Chenbin looked at the silver backpack. His eyes were bright. This thing is really able to fly. Chapter 34, Can I try? Chenbin put on his backpack and walked to the mirror. It didn't look too special, just a medium-sized metal backpack. Chenbin tried to press the start button. The waist rests on the left and right of the backpack quickly popped out metal latches. locking Chen Bin's waist in place, below as well as above, all encased in a metallic exoskeleton. Dressed like this, Chen Bin didn't have any sense of being constrained, only a very safe sense of being wrapped up. Then, a pair of dark silver wings popped out violently, huge wings that unfolded from side to side. This feels really handsome. Chen Bin tried to control his wings to gently vibrate them, and immediately could feel a sensation of his body floating up. Meanwhile in the lab, a gale of wind blew, and the metal on the floor was blown around. This wing, it's a little fierce. The aerodynamic feel is very well balanced and there is no stirring of the wings and a steep lurch of the person. Chen Bin was a little impatient to try it, turned around and picked up the floating board. It's an insurance measure in case the Freedom Wing fails. Not only is there a Freedom Wing parachute, but there's also a flotation plate. Triple insurance. Making preparations, Chen Bin pushed open the window, then made a violent leap. A pair of wings unfolded the moment they jumped out. Between the wings, a hurricane rose of its own accord, and under the impetus of this wind, Chen Bin rocketed upwards. Wings of freedom. Fly free. Chen Bin felt the wind blowing across his cheeks, felt the freedom and had a feeling of being free. This is really cool. Just spread your wings, even without flapping, and you can glide at a very fast speed. Vibrating your wings accelerates, as well as elevates. Is this what it feels like to soar? Chen Bin tried flipping and spinning in the air. Each stunt gave him a whole new feeling. All the sensations, all the coolness. Nearly 3 o'clock in the morning at the school. Nothing. Chen Bin can fly as much as he wants. What used to feel like a huge school takes half a minute to circle around. Being able to overlook the entire school with everything in view. Floating in the air. The wings only need to vibrate gently to stay afloat. Chen Bin stood feeling the state of the moment. By this time, he felt that the week's hard work had been totally worth it. You can even reward yourself with a raffle. A 10,000 shock points 10 consecutive draw is definitely not a whole lot to afford right now, but a 1,000 one-time draw can come around a few more times. Ding! Shock points +1. Chen Bin lowered his head as he listened to the sudden beep. Bin seen? Boys' dormitory. A classmate who was insomniac and smoking on the balcony, with his mouth wide open, looked at Chen Bin, who was high in the sky, spreading his wings under the moon, with a face full of horror. Standing at his angle, he could see something with wings, standing in front of the moon, floating in the air. Vampires? Or is it an angel? Because he had the moonlight at his back, he couldn't really see much more than the silhouette of something with wings. Subconsciously, he lifted his cell phone with a trembling hand and took a picture. I read novels every day to get into this vocational school. Now he's excited because screw the fiction he's reading. It's real. The secrets of this world were slowly unfolding before him. As he was thinking about it, he saw the figure turn around and turn into a black line, rapidly moving away. His classmate lowered his head and opened the school for him. Late night sleeplessness. Found a vampire. Chen Bin flew towards the experimental building and was also a bit speechless. He sneaked out to sneak around a bit, but he could still be discovered? But it doesn't matter if they get found out, sooner or later, as long as they don't publicize it. Having developed several things, Chen Bin now knew exactly how to get more shock value. If someone posts the photo online ahead of time, or tells someone ahead of time, then people who get the information ahead of time may not be too shocked when they see the new product and it won't provide a shock point. Good luck finding out who just found me to avoid him putting out information about the Wings of Liberty. Found it. That fast? He posted in the school forum. Chen Bin took out his cell phone as he flew, his brows furrowed. Vampire? Are his eyes blind? Looking at the photo again, the flyers, at night, are still standing right in the very center of the full moon. I didn't get a shot of his face or the details of his wings because of the lighting, and the all-black silhouette is really handsome. There's no need to delete this photo. Keep it, and also set this one as your phone wallpaper. Yes. Chen Bin flew to his lab. Major and also pushed open the door of the lab at this moment. It's 3 o'clock and Chen Bin is still up? He'd have to rush it. Just pushing the door open. He didn't see Chen Bin. He's been guarding the door. Chen Bin hasn't left. As he was thinking about it, a sudden gust of wind blew through the window. A hurricane of wind blew everything in the lab. He braced himself against the wind, ready to go over and close the window. Just as he got closer, he saw a black shadow swooping in from outside, which also had huge wings. The dark figure stood at the edge of the window, its huge wings folding steeply before it stood on the edge of the window. Chen Bin. Majoran looked at Chen Bin with a shocked face, then looked at the backpack behind Chen Bin. The metal feather that he had seen earlier came to mind. He had originally thought that the metal feathers were Chen Bin's attempt to create a bird. As a result, he is now being told that it is to build a set of wings that will allow people to fly, and actually did it? Even just tested it? What's that? Wings of freedom. Chen Bin jumped to the ground and took off his backpack. Didn't I say that floating boards are dangerous to step on? So I created the freedom wings so that even if I don't stand still and fall down, it's nothing. Is there something not quite right about this? When the anchor university brain is down? Floating boards are for flying, but with freedom wings, you can already fly. Aren't the two functions duplicated? What kind of protection is this? Can fly? Or glide? It can fly, and at its fastest it can reach 500 kilometers per hour. Major N's expression managed to lose control instantly. His face scrunched together. Isn't this faster than a helicopter? It's faster than even the fastest traverser. You've been giving it a few days, and you've manufactured it? Chen Bin shook his head. I had the idea before. It's just that I've been in a position to manufacture it recently. Major N looked at the backpack and a crazy idea popped into her head. Can I try it? Chen Bin handed the backpack over. Try it. Major N had been on guard for most of the night and was originally tired. But now, he was in high spirits. Trying out the backpack on his back. How does it work? There's a button on the right side of the backpack. It's an open button. Major N attempted to press the open button, and immediately felt metal poking out from inside the left and right lumbar supports, completely locking his waist in place, and then a piece of metal continued to pop out, wrapping around his entire chest cavity as well, then on the shoulders, and the thighs, the entire person, almost entirely encased in metal pieces, loose and tight. It felt, very strangely, a sense of total security. Colonel On walked in front of the mirror and looked at his current appearance as if he was wearing half of a steel battlesuit. Only the arms, legs and head were not wrapped. Where are the wings? The button on the left-hand side. When you press it, the wings pop out. Try pressing it first. There was something unrivaled and fresh about Major N at the moment he pressed the button, he felt something open behind him, something very special. The mirror showed him with an extra pair of huge wings. Wings so handsome they exploded. Chapter 35 The Feeling of Freedom. Colonel N took out his cell phone and took a picture of himself before asking, how do you control the wings? Chen Bin thought for a moment, mainly controlling the wings of freedom, not flying with regular controls. Imagine this wings of freedom. It's really wings growing out of your back. Colonel N was puzzled for a moment. What do you mean? The control mode of the wings of freedom is a bit special and can be simply understood as sensory control. Feelings? Why don't you jump out the window first? Jump and you'll see what I mean. Colonel N responded. Autoflight? Not automatically, but in conjunction. It will determine whether you want to accelerate or decelerate or turn. How? Colonel N had some difficulty understanding. What? This wing can still read minds? However, he still chose to trust Chen Bin, collected his wings, and climbed to the window. On the 4th floor, even if you fall, the probability of dying shouldn't be too high. Taking a deep breath, Major N jumped out the window. While the man was still in mid-air, his wings popped open steeply, and his entire body practically hovered in the air. What about flying upwards? Subconsciously, Major N glanced towards the sky, and the wings behind him suddenly perked up, a huge force carrying Major N straight into the sky. The 6-story laboratory building was instantly overtaken. Then it continued to climb. Major N looked ahead as her wings accelerated upward into forward flight. The originally tense Major N slowly relaxed and began to enjoy the freedom of the moment, soaring through the air, looking down at the school with a face full of wonder. He actually just flew through the sky. The schoolboys' dormitory. The students who had shot Chen Bin looked at a figure that appeared in the air again, and their breathing became rapid. A thing with wings could be the exception. Now another one had appeared. Ironically, a world he hadn't seen before. A world where high martial arts might exist. He took another picture and posted it inside the forum. Another vampire has appeared, and it looks fatter than the one just now. Unaware that he had become a fat vampire in the eyes of his students, Major N had become completely absorbed in his flight. It's a feeling that's exciting, new, and really cool. He parachuted, and when he trained, he glided. But this moment felt completely different. It was literally flying. After flying a few more laps, Major N returned reluctantly to the lab. After one lap, he's pretty much ready to operate. You don't have to do anything. You just have to go with your feelings. For example, when you want to move forward, your body will have a subconscious lean forward. And this is how you control the freedom wing. The more you use it, the more you form habits and apply those control movements more deliberately. Standing on the windowsill, Major N's cheeks were red from excitement. These wings are worn without interfering with your own activities. To put it more simply, with these wings, a warrior with a weapon can fly into the sky. On second thought, though, Major N gave up on the idea. It sounded gorgeous, but fighters didn't fire well in the air. People in the air, whether they're shooting or whatever, aren't accurate enough. Not nearly as effective as a drone. The skill level of the wings is absolutely superb though. Putting away the freedom wings, Colonel N took off his backpack and asked tentatively, what do you think of the drones? Chen Bin looked at Major N with some confusion. What do you mean? Interested in developing a drone? Major N said directly. Chen Bin's research and development capabilities were perfectly capable of guiding a bit. Drone technology is advancing at a rapid pace, and because it works so well, it has a huge role to play on the battlefield. Longwa's research in the field of drones has actually been done relatively far ahead. However, he had seen this freedom wing of Chen Bin and knew that the drone was far from reaching its limits. The current fastest speed of the traversing machine was more than 200 kilometers per hour. But Chen Bin, the wing of freedom, could reach a speed of 500 kilometers per hour. Just put that speed on a drone, and that drone is all pretty much unbeatable. Chen Bin pondered a little. Okay, I'll look back. Now that Majoran had said that, he decided to turn around and look in the atlas for him. And there is a real need for drones to be developed. It's also safer to have drones surrounding the lab as opposed to installing surveillance around it. Also, drones can have attack capabilities. Currently protecting him with nothing but mechanical dogs. The mechanical dogs were just two, and while they were also fierce, I'm afraid they weren't quite enough as his reputation grew. Majoran looked at Chen Bin contemplatively. You rest early, you can't stay up too late. Chen Bin looked at the time. It was already 3:30 in the morning. Alright, then I'll take a nap. Colonel unfroze. What do you mean? What do you mean? Then I'll take a nap? Chen Bin was not ready to sleep before? Chen Bin was really ready to sleep. Although there were medicines that could make staying up all night without side effects, after staying up for a week straight, he was a little mentally exhausted. This mental fatigue is the inability to take interest in anything. It was previously backed by Wings of Liberty and wanted to play it. Now that I've played it, it's no longer fresh. It's time to take a break. 2. Lying upside down on the folding bed, Chen Bin closed his eyes. Obviously, he had taken his medication and was not tired, but Chen Bin still fell down and instantly fell asleep. There are no side effects, just no physical ones, but it's a long time to go without sleep and thoughts can be very mixed. This sleep Chen Bin slept soundly. It felt like only a moment had passed, and it was still black outside the window, but when Chen Bin looked at the time, he had slept for almost 20 hours. From night to night, refreshing, stretching comfortably, Chen Bin closed his eyes and focused his attention deep into his consciousness. Host, Chen Bin, shock point, 21,007. After consuming 10,000 shock value to upgrade the draw system earlier, there was already only 10,000 left, which had been increasing every day for a while. After all, the video is going viral, and while most people won't find it too shocking to see what's in the video, there are still people who provide shock value. A few days down the road, the 20,000 mark was once again surpassed. It's just over 1,000, so it's perfectly fine to smoke it and try it out. Now Chen Bin has no pursuit, as long as it is not a roll of paper. While preparing for the draw, Chen Bin noticed the tip under the draw page that there was a blitz for 10 consecutive draws. Do you draw once, or do you opt for 10 straight draws? Chen Bin thought of the last 10 consecutive draws, the memory enhancement, and was directly strengthened to be unforgettable. From physical enhancement, it went straight to aptitude. This once in 1,000 chance to draw something good, and then another blast. Wouldn't that be invincible? Even if there is a 10 consecutive draw, there are still 11,000 shock points left in the hand, which is enough for everything. What else is there to say? Smoke. Chen Bin washed his face and sat upright in his chair. 10 straight draws. On the system page, a familiar glow began to flicker. The first glow is blue, which means something good. Then a familiar bottle of potion appeared in front of Chen Bin's eyes. Power potion. Drinking it for a short period of time could boost his strength. Something that could only appear once in a 10 consecutive draws before now appeared for the first time. It also breaks the curse that the first draw in a series of 10 must be a roll of paper. As he was thinking about it, a second flash of light, white light, rolls of paper, or a full 10 rolls. The third glow was red. Chen Bin's eyes widened steeply. Above the blue light was red light. Good luck, this ridiculously strong AI was red light. After a period of time, Chen Bin felt that good luck even had its own wisdom. Again, the red stuff is definitely good this time too. Chapter 36, Swarm Drones. As the light converged, a bottle of blue liquid appeared in front of Chen Bin. In the blue liquid, there were sparkles of stars, making the liquid resemble a river of stars. Chen Bin immediately saw the introduction of the liquid. Elementary Gene Strengthening Potion. Enhancements can be made to life. On a genetic level, Chen Bin was shocked. Genetic enhancement? Can a man become Superman? Also, this gene potion is just a beginner's level? There's also an advanced one? While Chen Bin was thinking, the fourth ray of light began to light up as well. The fourth ray of light was white, and a pillow appeared inside. A restful sleep pillow, which fit the body perfectly, and which changed shape as the sleeper moved differently. Continuously conforms to the curve of a person's cervical spine, providing support while maintaining an extremely high level of comfort. This was good stuff, but a 1,000 shock points for something like this was a bit of a loss, and the pillows are showing up, so it's not like there's going to be a 4-piece bed set. Is it? Another white light. Coming to bed life? Mattress on a cloud? A mechanical bed? Chenbin looked at the four-piece set that really appeared and wanted to smack himself, simply crowing. The light continued to flicker, this time blue again. Amidst the blue light were mechanical arms. Multifunctional robotic arm. Your third hand. The light turned white again and rolled paper. Rolls of paper again. A round of 10 consecutive draws. White light not to mention. 2 blue light, respectively. Vigor potion and multifunction mechanical arm. And 1 red light. Genetic enhancement potion. There's one more chance for a blitz. After the potion of great strength is strengthened, it can become a potion of power increase, which can permanently increase strength. Although the increase is not much, but the value is definitely extremely high. The multifunctional robotic arm, on the other hand, is a wearable piece of equipment. When worn, a robotic arm with multiple functions appears on the person's back. This robotic arm is handsome and useful, the equivalent of an extra hand when working and easy to maneuver. Lastly, there was the genetic enhancement potion among the red light, which could enhance a person's ability in a very comprehensive way. This blitz opportunity doesn't even require much thought. Straight genetic enhancement potion. Blitz. Genetic enhancement potion. There was a change in the gene enhancement potion, and there was an extra splash of swimming red in the originally blue liquid. Looking at the name, it's still a genetic enhancement potion, but with an extra parenthesis after it. Heritable. Meaning, this genetically enhanced potion, there's no way to inherit it until it's blown up. Now there's a genetic effect? That is indeed a blast. After all, it can only be used once, and the offspring are all genetically enhanced. Two completely different concepts. Chenbin glanced at the price of the gene enhancement potion. Shock point exchange. Can only exchange genetic enhancement potions that have not been stormed? Spare a thought. The price is expensive. 8,000 shock points. It's definitely not a bad draw. Then look at the power potion. Worth 600. Multifunctional robotic arms actually have the cheapest price. 300. Looking at the price, a thought flashed through Chen Bin's mind, and the post-blast genetic strengthening potion appeared in his hand. This gene enhancement potion is really pretty. The liquid seemed to flow with a river of stars, but the thought of this kind of enhancement, starting from the genetic level, made him a little scared. Will it make a huge difference to others after taking it? Like original skin that appears scaly? 2 horns appear on the forehead? Or, perhaps, just become a wise giant? A little afraid to drink, but give others to try also cannot afford to give up. Not strengthened are 8,000 shock points. This if strengthened, that shall not be tens of thousands. With a flip of his hand, Chenbin first put away the gene enhancement potion. He was going to wait for more shock points and directly exchange the shock points for a gene enhancement potion. Find someone to try it out and confirm that it was fine before he used the enhanced gene potion. Now, look for the drone first. Colonel and said it once. Plus he did need drones to see if he had the right drone technology first. Opening the atlas, Chenbin began to look for the drone. In fact, with the technology he now possessed, he could easily develop a drone. Whether it's the technology of the floating boards or the freedom wings, it can actually be used in drones. Still, Chenbin looked in the atlas. The products in the catalog are products that are already mature. He'd redesign one that might fly, and might be fast, but it would take many more rounds of testing to find out what was wrong with it. Might as well just graphically record it and save time. It's a bit of a struggle to find drones in the atlas because there's a bit too much flying in the sky. In this era of the atlas, man has utilized the sky very thoroughly. Cars can fly in the sky. A lot of people go home and drive their cars right up to the balcony. The good thing is that when drones are used as weapons, they are definitely being used by fighters. He just needs to look for the equipment on the warrior, as well as look around the warrior. In the sky, a dark shadow caught Chen Bin's eye. 7th generation unmanned fighter jets. Chen Bin paused. This should be a drone as well. It still made sense, but odds are his side of the lab can't build it. Look at the price. 9,900 shock points. Chen Bin retracted his gaze. I cannot afford. The whole body a total of 11,000 shock points. This if the exchange, then there is only 1,000 shock points left. Do what is not enough. Keep looking. Chen Bin's gaze fell on the remote control in the hands of a warrior. A remote control with a screen that shows a picture of the sky. Swarm drones. Shock bombs required for redemption. 2009. Swarm drones. Intelligent unmanned aerial combat systems. A group of swarm drones with a queen bee, 6 escort bees, 12 combat war bees, and 24 multi-purpose worker bees. Chenbin looked at the introduction and his eyes lit up. This drone swarm, a bit bullish. In addition to their numbers, these drones are highlighted by their communication range, performance, and ability to fight autonomously, all without hesitation. Direct redemption. The 2,900 shock value disappeared, and in its place, a massive amount of memories flooded into Chen Bin's mind. This cluster of drones has a full 4 completely different drones. The Queen Bee drone, which doesn't fly fast but has an internal information processor, can also act as a repeater to allow other drones to increase their combat radius. To put it more simply, two groups of swarm drones operating together can change the combat radius from 200 kilometers to 400 kilometers. And the more swarm drones there are, the larger the combat radius. Then there are the guard bees, whose main function is to intercept and defend. Can spot an attack coming in advance and fly over to fend it off. Or if the attack is aimed at a missile or something, then he flies over to blow himself up and ignite the missile. To be able to ensure a precise intercept, the escort peak can instantly accelerate to supersonic speeds. The war bee, a drone designed for combat, can reach a top speed of sound, and that's with a load of 30 kilograms, equipped with automated weapons, as well as the ability to carry small missiles. In special cases, the self can also be used as a weapon. The same speed as a pistol bullet, combined with its own size and weight, can exterminate enemies with precision. Then there are the worker bees. The worker bee is less powerful, but more versatile, with a top speed of 800 kilometers per hour. Chapter 37 Enrollment in the contest. The worker bee drones also have an attack capability, capable of carrying small missiles as well as fitting guns. There is also detection capability with a motion capture system on it, infrared thermal sensing, and radar scanning. With all the information shared in the colony, the worker bees have access to information that can skyrocket the combat effectiveness of the entire colony. To put it simply, with the exception of the queen bee, the other three drones, when put out there, are top-notch drones, collected together. Instead of 1 plus 1 plus 1, they are directly merged together into 111. Straight up invincible. Chenbin put on the multifunctional mechanical arm, slightly debugged, and started working. While making preparations, Chenbin began to think about how to obtain shock points. Right now there is a natural growth of several hundred shock points per day, but keep not messing with it and that natural growth of shock points will become less and less. Gotta do something. Good luck. How can I get more people in a shocking mood about what I'm making? You may consider live streaming. Chenbin's eyes lit up. Yeah, live. Compared to real people who are directly shocked by the sight of a high-tech product, through video as well as oral presentations, etc. It can lead to those people being less shocked, but live streaming delivers results that are worse than live, but certainly better than video because it's real time. Good luck continued. The other thing is going to some big events. For example, if you want to build drones, there's a world drone competition next week, where drones from all over the world will appear and attract countless tech bloggers. Going by what we've seen in the past, there could be tens of thousands of people coming and going from the show. Chenbin's eyes lit up again. Open the live broadcast, but also a period of time to push the flow, but also a live effect, in order to have a lot of people to see, participate in this kind of event and get a lot of shock points straight away. Robotics competitions, for example, and recognition ceremonies, for example, provide many shock points at once. Sign me up. Enrollment needs to be in the name of the company. Okay, good luck going straight to enrollment. The World Drone Race, in full, is called the World Drone Racing Championship. In addition to showcasing the speed of the drones, it is also a showcase for the skill of the flyers. You can't have one without the other if you want to win. For Chenbin, the match wasn't very challenging. In terms of speed alone, even pulling the queen bee up on stage would break the world record. The previous world record, a traversing machine introduced by Red Bull, could accelerate to 300 kilometers per hour in 4 seconds, with a top speed of 350 kilometers per hour. As for the top speed of the electric remote-controlled quadcopter drone, it is 263 kilometers per hour. The current world record, 510 kilometers per hour. The reason why this drone can be so fast, he is shaped like a missile, with an overall carbon fiber frame, and then at the end of the tail are 4 propellers, basically all lightweight design, from 0 to 300 kilometers in 2 seconds. But these records, in front of this swarm drone swarm of Chenbin, it was a toy record, casually broken. The quadrotor wind-activated design of the worker bee drone can accelerate super hard, whether up and down or back and forth, 800 kilometers per hour, breaking records in minutes. Not to mention the war bee drones, flying at the speed of sound. It goes without saying that the escort bees go straight to supersonic speeds in order to accurately intercept missiles. It's like a world champion entering a kindergarten sporting event, crunching and killing. Chenbin thought of this and was energized to continue manufacturing. Having a third arm to help with manufacturing is a huge boost in efficiency. Good luck signing up quickly. Colonel N received the news quickly as well. Just after he woke up, he received a report that Super Tulip had signed up for the World Drone Racing Competition. He was dumbfounded. He had just given Chenbin the proposal to develop a drone the night before, and then Chenbin signed up for the drone competition? How do you develop it in such a short period of time? How to manufacture? Majorin went straight to Chenbin's lab. Chenbin is busy making parts. Majorin looked at the third hand on Chen Bin's chest with a shocked expression. That hand was actually able to assemble with both of Chen Bin's hands. How is this controlled? Can you control it so smoothly? It's as if you were born with 3 hands? Chen Bin stopped what he was doing and looked back at Majorin. Something wrong? Majorin snapped back. You signed up for the drone competition? Right, Colonel, and was a little hesitant. What about the drones? Still building. Colonel looked at the parts in Chen Bin's hands and was silent for a moment. Will you be in time then? Should be in time. Chen Bin finished speaking and continued to lower his head and get busy. Majorin thought for a moment and said, I've arranged a private chef for you. In the future you won't have to go to the cafeteria for your meals. What you want to eat, just talk to the chef in advance. He can make anything so that it tastes good and healthy for one thing, and safe for another. Good. Chen Bin nodded. It was good to be able to eat well. Isn't that why people live to stutter? Majorin turned to go out the door, and after a little contemplation, he still made a phone call. Can I have one of your lab's best drones at the moment? Okay. No one on the other end of the phone asked any more questions. Majorin still decided to give Chen Bin the bottom. Chen Bin developed. That is naturally good news. If not developed, you can first use this drone to make up the numbers. Academy of Defense Sciences, Office of the Vice President. The Vice Dean was handling the paperwork when the secretary knocked on the door and walked in. Professor Kim and the others are back. Tell them to come see me, the Vice President said and stood up. Never mind. I'll go find them. Where are they now? He was genuinely pissed off that he had been hung up on earlier and couldn't even get through to the phone. They're right outside the door. The Vice President looked toward the door. Let them in. The door to the room opened and the 3 professors entered with some excitement. The Vice President grimaced. Hanging up on me and not answering my calls? Professor Jean directly waved his hand. That's all in the past. Now to the important thing. We discussed along the way to carry out a brand new project to develop a rocket ion propulsion engine. The Vice President's brow furrowed. What do you mean? The professor who researched plasma physics was a bit excited. I went to meet Chen Bin this time, and he directly showed me the design of the floating plate. At my current level, there's no way I can learn the technology of the floating plates in a short time, and it would be difficult to utilize them if I did. But I can borrow some of the technology to build plasma thrusters. As soon as it's researched, we'll have rockets that can easily fly to Mars, and beyond, and come back after they've flown there. The speed and range of the weaponry can be increased tremendously, and I have estimated that even if the technology is not utilized well enough, the speed and range can be doubled from the current limits. The Vice President's frown was deep as he looked for the 3 researchers to try to convince General Hu that he would not be deceived. As a result, General Hu didn't convince, but he has 3 more deceived people here instead? How can this floating board thing be real? Professor Jean looked at the Vice Dean who still didn't believe him, took out his cell phone and handed it over. Look at this. Chapter 38, Getting High. The Vice President saw a video of Professor Kim standing on a floating board, floating forward, then trying to move up and down. Next to the professor's voice, let me try. The Vice President's eyes slowly widened. Others could lie to him, but these people, not so much. Really? Of course it's real. Professor Kim pulled out an irregular piece of metal from his pocket, put the metal in the Vice President's thermos. Instead of sinking, the metal floats on the surface. A very strong, but super light alloy that will lighten a lot of our equipment. And once it spreads, the whole world could be changed. The Vice President took the metal chunk out of the cup and felt the lightness in his hand. Where did this come from? Chen Bin's lab. He makes a kind of metal feather trimmings. Metal feathers? What for? I don't know. He hadn't finished making it when we left, but it must have been something special. The Vice President swept his gaze over the 3. And you got the technology from him, as well? Right. The Vice Dean pondered a little. We can set up a new program for you guys. Go prepare the project plan and bring it over to my side for approval. The 3 left with joy. The Vice President looked to the secretary who was watching the whole thing from the sidelines. What do you think? Is what they're saying true or false? I'm inclined to be true. I can arrange for someone to go to the school and ask. So many students saw it. If it's true or not, you'll know once you ask. The Vice Dean tapped his finger on the table. There's no need to ask. Odds are it's true or there's no way to bluff them. I want information on Chen Bin. All of it. Good. At this level, the authority to investigate a person's information can be very high. The secretary also did things properly and quickly placed Chen Bin's information on the Vice President's desk. The information was thick, and it had all the information that Chen Bin had been able to collect since he was a child. And now, the Vice President watched, his brow gradually furrowing. Something wasn't quite right. Chen Bin's family is just an ordinary family, and Chen Bin didn't show talent as a child. A true genius that can't be hidden, like casually learning and getting full marks all the time. That's kind of base manipulation. Chen Bin this. General subject pass is difficult. There's nothing else that stands out very much either. And into junior college because of poor grades. With a resume like that, you should be able to get in after graduation. Although genius cannot be measured by common sense, the change was somewhat abrupt. Seeing the information about the mechanical dog, the vice president's frown deepened. He had seen the video of the mechanical dog, but didn't know where the mechanical dog was born. Now that he saw the photos of the workshop, he felt his intelligence was insulted. A place like this could make such a mechanical dog? Just as he was about to say it was impossible, he saw another picture of Chen Bin in front of the old, badly worn machine tool, surveying a part. Is this picture a little blurry? It was taken from the video. It's inside the USB drive at the end. The vice president opened the flash drive and saw the many videos inside. Finding a video of the machine tool processing, he saw Chen Bin operating on the machine, the 3-axis machine tool, in Chen Bin's hands, as if it had a soul. Watching the flexibility of Chen Bin's maneuvering, as well as his speed, his eyes shifted. Some things can fit, but not technology. He's seen top-notch mechanics operate old-fashioned machine tools. The ability to make very accurate parts with less than accurate machine tools is a result of years of experience. An amazing talent. Chen Bin's operating skills, extremely strong. Is this a technical talent? Looking at the follow-up, the vice president saw the company that had just opened and the fact that the company had signed up for the World Drone Competition. The vice president seemed to think of something. Have the drone competition side arrange a seat for me. It was easy for him to ask for a seat at the World Drone Competition held in the Dragon Kingdom. Good. The secretary nodded. Is there anything else I need to do? Don't have to do anything. Just find out if the Super Toucan drones are the ones they developed. At this age, he's past the point of identifying a problem and having to fix it. Chen Bin still didn't know about the drone major and had prepared for him, giving rise to the association. He's also in a little bit of trouble right now. Drone competition organizers need to register participating drones. But the problem is, the drone he's competing with is still a pile of parts. The counselor looked at Chen Bin and frowned. If you don't register the drone, then there's no way to participate in the competition. Major and looked at Chen Bin in a difficult position. Leave this to me. Chen Bin was a bit surprised. How can this be handled? Isn't it equivalent to cheating? I'll get the research organization to borrow their advanced drone. Register it first, and follow up with your new drone when you race. Chen Bin was a little surprised. Can you pass the test like this? It's no problem. At most, the registered drone is different from the competition drone, and your score won't be invalidated. Let the organizers have a headache then. Even if we lose the title in the end, it's still the uncrowned king. Chen Bin nodded. Indeed, this was more dramatic in turn. Also by saying undisputed, is Colonel On already defaulting to the fact that he can win the title? This kind of person is better to have less, too much faith in him. In turn, make it harder for him to get shock points. The counselor left with Major and to register the drone first. Chen Bin watched the two leave and began to continue manufacturing parts. He'd done the math, and even if he didn't sleep for a few days, there was no way he could build the entire swarm of drones. That was, after all, a cluster of several dozen drones. It shouldn't be a big deal to build one or two of them in time for the start of the drone competition. Trying to build all 4 drones is difficult to accomplish. But again, Chen Bin wanted to get the drone done as quickly as possible. This turned 1 shock into 4 at the game. Slightly contemplating, Chen Bin's attention entered the system once more, and his gaze landed on the power potion. Since you've won a power potion in the lottery, you can now just use shock points to redeem it. 200 shock points for a power potion. Chen Bin only knew that this vigorous potion had no side effects, and didn't know if it could be stacked indefinitely. If possible, the manufacturing speed could be increased slightly. Redeem 2 first and see. Consuming 400 shock points to exchange for 2 bottles of vigorous potion. First open 1 bottle and take a sip. A wave of warmth instantly erupted through his abdomen, rushing through his body and into all parts of his body. A familiar sense of power surfaced. This feeling of increased power is really cool, and this stuff can get addictive if you mess with it. This time, there was still an increase in power, by about 20 pounds. Keep getting high. No side effects anyway. Another bite went down, and once again, Chen Bin felt an increased sense of power. That feeling of real joy. Chen Bin still chose to try with the mechanical dog. Nearly 40 pounds of mechanical dog was slipped up by his one hand. Still felt light. Since the effects stack, there's nothing to hesitate about. Just keep stacking and be done with it. Chapter 39. Not one, but a bunch. Chen Bin knocked down 3 more bottles of vigorous potion, and he felt like he could now lift a cow with one hand. Commencement of work. The increase in strength also has an increase in speed. Because mechanical engineering, there are a lot of things that require strength. Some parts that do not seem to be heavy. Get it wrong is dozens of pounds and hundreds of pounds. Now Chen Bin can pick it up with one hand, and it greatly saves time when taking materials for processing. The other thing was the sudden increase in power, which normally would actually be inconvenient to control. but this time the manufacturing didn't matter because of the aiding guidance of the blue light. The increase in speed brings a direct increase in efficiency. Shenbin manufactured for a while and roughly estimated that it should be in time to manufacture all 4 drones. It was busy until noon, when there was a knock on the door. The guard carried the meal and placed it on the table. You didn't say what you wanted to eat, so Master Wei's side simply made you a 3-course meal and a soup. Shenbin looked at the dishes on the table. A plate of braised pork with a reddish color, a plate of fried pork with chili peppers for dinner, a plate of fried fish, and the soup was lotus root soup. All of them were appetizing to look at, and at the same time, a sudden hunger pang was also felt. Was really hungry, just was busy earlier so I forgot. The meal was served in a thermos box, and when you opened it, the heat rose. The rice was also steamed just right, the kind that feels good to eat alone. Tasting another bite of the dish, Shenbin's eyes lit up. This is really delicious. Before eating braised pork, all feel very greasy, but this bite down, really is soft and sweet flavor, not greasy at all. The chili pepper stir fry was also good, the kind of good that can't be described, and if I had to describe it, it would be like trying to get more mouthfuls of rice, and lotus root soup, a taste of home. It may seem like it's just a few dishes, but the chef definitely put some thought into it. Shenbin gorged himself and winded up eating all the dishes and rice without putting down his chopsticks because he wasn't full. Shenbin thought of the powerful potion. Should the increased strength not come from the amount of food in addition to the potion? The guards were a bit surprised to watch Shenbin eat all the meals. So able to eat? The chef cooks and there is a surplus. These are even enough for 3 people. And Shenbin ate it all by himself? As he was thinking, Shenbin looked up. The cook's surname is Wei? Right. Shenbin pondered a little. Have Master Wei make me 2 more servings, in this portion size, as soon as possible. The guard didn't ask too many questions. Good. Half an hour later, 2 meals were served, and Shenbin continued to eat. It's time to say no. Eating food is a pleasure. The more you eat, the more you want to eat. Under the guard's dumbfounded gazes, Shenbin finished all 3 meals by himself. This time he felt an 8th full. Have Master Wei make this portion every day for the next few days. The guard nodded with a dumbfounded look on his face. Yes. Walking out of the lab, the guards were still a bit bewildered. No, Shenbin was alone and ate a meal for 9? Awesome. They say that brain exercises are energy intensive, and this is a bit of a slam dunk. A moment later, Cook Wei was also a bit confused. Didn't he say that he only needed to cook for 1 person? This one is worth 10 men? Shenbin was busy from morning to morning. 24 hours later, the potency of the powerful potion all disappeared. Keep getting high. Vigorous potions during the day and pills to stay up late at night. Shenbin felt that this super technology atlas should be changed to a super stoner system. In this continuous getting high, and continuous making, Shenbin finally rushed to finish manufacturing all the parts before the start of the competition, but there was no more time for assembly. Major N temporarily prepared a caravan for him, and Shenbin started assembling it in the caravan. First up is the Queen Bee drone. The Queen Bee can control other drones. Instead of the flyer controlling each drone, the swarm works in a mode where the human gives commands to the queen, who then precisely controls each drone. Having the Queen Bee at the controls is actually better than even the best flyers. Come to that. This is because the calculated precision is far beyond the control of a human by feel. Whether it was flying, or attacking, it could be done with no difference. And the reaction speed is also super fast. From discovering the target, to launching the attack, it's just an instant. With the drones flying super fast, that's a huge difference in reaction time. The Queen Bee is a bit large because of the slightly more equipment it has to hold. The length and width are close to 50 centimeters. It is also 30 centimeters in height, with a thin upper end, while the whole body carries a streamlined shape. This allows you to use the top end to break the airflow when flying. Senior Colonel and watched from the sidelines as a drone, just like that, was born in Shenbin's hands, all feeling a bit outrageous. Such a sophisticated thing, and Shenbin assembled it with his bare hands? Still in a mobile RV. When Shenbin asked him to look for a caravan, he still thought that there was a problem, but now it seems that the one with the problem is him, and he dares to question Shenbin? The other thing is the shape of the drone. It's a bit unusual, a drone this big, like a pyramid, with a couple propellers in the back. Can you really make this drone fly at high speed? As he was thinking about it, Shenbin put the drone aside, then start assembling again. Colonel On froze, looking at the pile of parts. The competition only needs 1 drone. That one is the Queen Bee, which is mostly control. And the next one built is the drone used for racing. Queen Bee? Major N was a little puzzled. I designed this drone as a swarm drone cluster. Inside a drone system, there is 1 Queen Bee drone, 6 escort bee drones, 12 battle bee drones, and 24 worker bee drones. Colonel N was confused. He just mentioned to Shenbin that he wanted drones, and Shenbin ended up designing a drone cluster in one breath? Sounds kinda awesome? Chen Bin also smiled as he listened to Shock Plus One, which hadn't even been formally manufactured yet, and was starting to gain shot points. When it comes time to race, once it's out there, it's going to make a ton of money. At that thought, the speed of Chen Bin's manufacturing all increased a bit. The second manufactured is the Escort B drone. Escort B drones that want to be super maneuverable. Two flight modes are used. One is a propeller mode with a long range and the other is a turbojet mode that allows instant acceleration. The exterior looks like a flat diamond shape with a propeller at each of the four corners, and it doesn't look too far off from a normal drone. But once it enters high-speed mode, all four propellers fold back at the same time, and a section of the diamond-shaped block turns into an engine, and the drone, at that time, shoots out like a bullet. This drone is designed to give Colonel N a big knife in the ass and open wide eyes. Still, watching Chen Bin manufacture it, folding the four propellers and attaching them to the main body of the drone, he was shocked. This takes into account not only practicality but also ease of transportation. Very small box for this drone. In addition, it does the whole thing. It's renewable and explosive again. Chapter 40, Can this go supersonic? Colonel N surveyed the Guard B drone, and really couldn't see how this drone could be defended. This drone, it's specialized in protecting the Queen Bee? How does it protect? The shell of this Guard B drone is made of a high-strength alloy, and when it senses bullets and such flying over through electromagnetic induction, it flies ahead to block them. If it's a missile or something like that, the Guard Bs will turn on the Death Intercept mode and fly ahead to intercept the missile by blowing themselves up in the path it must take. Colonel On froze. Drones? Anti-missile? Also, what kind of missile specializes in hitting drones? Isn't this a joke? Keeping up with the speed? Supersonic. Except for hypersonic missiles, which should be able to be stopped. Really, if a hypersonic missile hits this drone, then love it. Ding. Shock plus one plus one plus one plus one plus one plus one plus one. Colonel N looked down at the drone in his hand. This thing, it can go supersonic? Can. The university school people were dumbfounded. What kind of monster was Chen Bin? Randomly develop a drone that takes the current top-of-the-line drone and overpowers it by more than 4 times? As for the drone that reached a speed of 500 kilometers per hour, in Senior Colonel N's opinion, it was purely for the sake of speed and was equivalent to a missile driven by a propeller. Versatility without drones. This drone, however, is literally equipped to function as a drone. It can hover in the air to find a target or launch an attack. After being shocked, Colonel N couldn't help but think, if this Escort B drone is so powerful, how outrageous should a battle B drone be? How fast are the War B drones? Maximum speed of sound flight. Major N was a little surprised. No Guard Bs fast? No, the Escort Bs are fast because they are meant to intercept missiles, and if the War Bs are designed to be too fast, it defeats the purpose. Too fast is just for range, then you might as well launch a missile. This drone, for being able to quickly turn around and then fire with precision, carrying missiles bullets, all to deal with the enemy with precision. Any faster and you're just going to have to sacrifice load capacity, which isn't really necessary much. Colonel N was silent for a long time. Can it really be faster? Can. Chen Bin builds War B drones, which have a more balanced appearance. In terms of the appearance of the War B drones, again, 4 propellers. This is designed to keep the drone balanced at high altitudes. Jets are fast but not stable enough. A drone that can hover in the air. That's an ultra-compact aerial combat platform. If it can only fly all the time, it's a super compact fighter. One is a fighter jet and the other is an air combat platform. Not at all at the same level. For the purpose of a quick turnaround, again there are turbojet engines. Lastly, there is the Worker B drone, which is only 800 kilometers per hour. But the Worker B is much more versatile, with a variety of detectors not equipped on the Battle B, in addition to weaponry. A total of 4 drones were assembled and the cars were parked in the parking lot outside the event venue. Just after opening the door, Chen Bin heard the sound of a drone flying. Looking up, he could see a number of drones flying high in the sky. The host site is open and can be used for pre-flight testing. Colonel N looked at the drones flying in the sky. Should we do a test? No need. Chen Bin packed the 4 drones in a box and carried it towards the field. On the field, various test equipment has been prepared. In addition to this equipment, there was a large staff, as well as signage, and race flow boards. There were also a lot of blondes, obviously from overseas. There are quite a few. There were even more people wearing clothes with the company's name on them. The clothes Chen Bin wore, some maverick, school uniform, that huge badge, was really eye-catching. Just as he walked onto the field, someone said, "Flyers check in." One by one, flyers wearing special glasses removed them and headed for registration. The vice president of the Academy of Defense Sciences sat on the judge's bench and looked in the direction of a group of flyers. Chen Bin is here. Sitting next to the vice president was General Hu. General Hu came specifically for Chen Bin. He should have seen Chen Bin before, but he never had the time, so he just took this opportunity to come over and take a look. They say they're judges, but they're really just standing in for this event, and the real judges today are the speed measuring devices. General who also saw Chen Bin, the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. Now this young man, compared to our time, is much more powerful. The vice president smiled. Not really. What do you mean? General who was a bit puzzled. Why did that seem to carry some other meaning? The vice president was puzzled. You don't know? Know what? The vice president lowered his voice. This drone that Chen Bin is participating in the competition is a drone developed by our Academy of Defense Sciences. General whose face changed abruptly. Really? I've seen the organizer's registration information. Even the number is the same. General who was a bit incredulous. There's no need for this. Chen Bin already has previous results. This competition. It's fine not to participate. Why? The vice dean thought for a moment and said, I've seen Chen Bin's information before. I don't think he's a genius, but I've seen the process of how he makes the parts. The level is super high. I was thinking it was you guys trying to create a sign. General who thought of Majorin. Could it be that Majorin found the technology outside and then arranged it on Chen Bin's head? He gets credit for discovering a super genius, but it's highly unlikely, because really, if someone else had developed that top-notch technology, there's no reason he wouldn't know about it. There is also no reason to give away these technologies that can be the best in the world. The other thing is that this is the kind of thing that is bound to come apart. But why? Then, did Chen Bin use a drone from the Academy of Defense Sciences for the competition? If you can't figure it out, simply don't think about it and just ask later. Watch the game first. Flyers check in and talk about flight paths on the side. There are 2 levels in total, a direct race and an obstacle flight race. It's all about speed. The former is about drone performance. The latter is about the skill of the flyer. The performance of drones is categorized into acceleration and top speed. The skill of the flyer, to get around the obstacles and reach the destination, tests reflexes, maneuvering, and more. After registration and introductions, line up directly for the course. The scene was even more lively than Chen Bin had expected. The sides of the empty flying field were full of people. Almost the entire crew was armed with cameras and are shooting into the sky at the moment. Many of the cars that raced today were appearing for the first time, and many were filmed so they could be released as press releases. There were also a lot of tech bloggers on hand, who also feed off the top new tech products and get a preview of the market, plus get to make videos to post. The other thing is the people watching. It was all drone enthusiasts, filling both sides of the field. Field workers begin testing and commissioning the equipment one last time. The cruise drone lifted off and flew over the original route to confirm that all equipment was working. Meanwhile at the starting point, a staff member said, prepare according to the number. Flyer number 1, go to the starting point and prepare for the test. Flyer number 2 stand by. Chapter 41 He pulled out another drone. Flyer 1 walked over to the starting table with a case and opened it, revealing the black traverser inside. The traverser is angular and looks handsome. The flyer turned on the traverser, then put on his glasses while moving his fingers. The host's voice also sounded over the radio. For this competition, the first flyer is a Kessel traverser from the Dragon Kingdom, niche drone brand, but squeezed into the top 10 at last year's Dragons. This time, as the first brand on the field, I wonder if it will achieve better results. Let's wait and see. The ground staff walked to the edge of the field and waved the green flag in their hands. The equipment has been tuned up, so let's enjoy the performance of flyer number 1. As soon as the words were spoken, the number 1 flyer traverser rushed high into the sky and hovered waiting for instructions. With the moment the indicator light ahead turned green, the traverser propeller spun sharply and made a whistling sound, appearing in the distance in a flash. Several sets of data appeared on several large screens, simultaneously. Acceleration at 100 kilometers, 1.4 seconds. There's also direct comparison data above. The fastest acceleration for a first-view racing drone is 1.3 seconds. There is also the previous fastest speed, 292 kilometers per hour. That's a speed that would definitely stand out in a traverser. The host's voice also became passionate. 100 kilometers acceleration, 1.4 seconds, 492 kilometers per hour. This time, the top 10 is basically stable, or maybe it can even go forward. The drone that flew into the distance made a big pirouette and flew back to the table. The second flyer walked over to the table, took 2 deep breaths, and opened the case. He was nervous every time he came to Longbourn for the competition, mainly because their drone technology was, well, a bit behind. The top traversers in the world right now are basically all in Dragonland. The military ones are fine. Dragonland doesn't have anything too good yet, or hasn't announced too much. On the civilian side, the Dragon State is riding high. The one just now, and it's not even a big, niche brand, just rode face down and crushed it. Their new drones are really outmatched. This time over, I also heard about Longbo's $85 drone with remote control. and stabilized flight controls, etc. $85 is not enough for a meal at their place. Quickly clearing his troubled thoughts, the second flyer readied himself for flight and raised his hand. And then the green lights came on and the drone shot straight up into the sky, quickly following a set course and making its flight. Acceleration at 100 kilometers, 2 seconds and 2 seconds. Top speed, 267 meters. It looks like it's only a fraction of a second off, as well as looking like it's only a couple dozen kilometers per hour off. But in the current market situation, the gap is huge. Instead of reporting the results, the host said, the second flyer's drone flight attitude control was very good. Takeoff and landing, very smooth and natural. Belongs is the art of language now. Then came flyer number 3, also from the Dragon Kingdom, also a second-tier brand. Acceleration of 100 kilometers in 1.6 seconds, top speed of 298, and only 2 kilometers short of 300. There were also gasps of surprise at the scene. The speed, again, is pretty outrageous. Then came the fourth flyer. Chenbin watched from the player's seat and could see the pattern of the drone market. There are a lot of people in the Dragon Kingdom, and a sparse number of people overseas. I don't know if it's because it's being held in Dragonland, so there are fewer people coming from overseas, or if Dragonland drones are really doing well. As he was thinking about it, someone next to him came over. Where are your glasses? Glasses? It was then that Chenbin noticed that all the other flyers had glasses. Chenbin didn't bother to explain. I don't use first view glasses. What company are you with, brother? Super Graphics. Asterisk. The company that developed the super awesome mechanical dog? You guys also develop drones? Add a friend? Can you inbound? I want to go to that company too. Chenbin looked at the excited flying hand and hesitated for a moment. What are you going to do with that company? Early investment. This kind of company, at a glance. We know that the future is promising. There are benefits to joining in advance. Brother, you're lucky. Chenbin gently nodded. I'm really lucky, but our company doesn't recruit flyers. For what? What about you? Don't you need it to test the drones? It's not necessary. Chenbin smiled and stood up. It was his turn to go on. The host's voice also rang out. Flyer number 12, from Super Tulip Technology. You may not be familiar with this name, but let me say something that should ring a bell. They're owned by a college student who came up with simulated guardian robotic dogs at a college robotics competition. I can't believe they have also developed drones. Curious about the level of their drones. Chenbin's box for the drone is huge. Placing the case on the table, Chenbin first took out the Queen Bee drone. The host was a bit surprised. This drone looks a bit like the Peregrine 2, the fastest drone ever, which can reach 510 kilometers per hour. But this one looks like it's a little bigger and wider, so it shouldn't fly too fast. Wait, the 12th flyer brought out another drone. Chenbin took out the Worker Bees. The Worker Bee looks pretty much like a normal drone, with a black paint job and 4 propellers, plain and simple. Chenbin took out his cell phone amidst a group of curious gazes. Use your cell phone to give commands to the Queen Bee drone, which then controls the Worker Bee drone. But this operation, to a group of people around to see confused. Chenbin is using a cell phone to control the drone? Isn't this the contest site? As he was thinking about it, only a short swoosh was heard, and the Worker Bee drone that Chenbin had just taken out flew into the sky and hovered in the air. The hosts froze. That's a bit of a fast takeoff. The moment the green light came on, the Worker Bee drone accelerated forward steeply. Whistling through the air, it rushed through a detector and then continued to accelerate. On several large screens, numbers surfaced. 0.6. Acceleration at 100 kilometers. 0.6 seconds. The scene lost its voice, and a beep sounded in Chenbin's head. Ding! Shock points plus 7,988. Not only is it auspicious, it's more. There were a lot of people there, but only a couple thousand. The rest of the shock point comes from the live stream. The host let out a similar exclamation of surprise, worthy of being produced by Super Turok. 0-100 acceleration. 0.6 seconds. Only 0.1 second short of the current world record for a traversing machine. 0.5 seconds. The next moment, another number appeared on the screen. Once again, the host was shocked. Holy, 826 kilometers per hour? The people who came over to watch the scene were also wide-eyed. The people who can show up here are also drone enthusiasts, in addition to journalists, and official or related practitioners. Basically, I know a little bit about it. At this moment all of them were completely dumbfounded. Their worldviews, directly rubbed against the ground. Chapter 42, he also has drones. 826 kilometers per hour? What is this concept? The current fastest speed of a traversing plane, 510 kilometers. This fighter, straight away, has thrown the world record out of the window. And the world record one, the drone, says it's a drone, but it's actually shaped similarly to a rocket, except that it uses 4 propellers at the tail end like a drone. Also the drone is all lightweight and designed specifically for speed. This one, however, is a drone that is styled pretty much like a regular drone. That's what everyone is shocked about. How can a design similar to a regular drone be so ridiculously fast? Ding! Shock value plus 10,278. Chen Bin felt that it was worth it, not to mention not sleeping for a week. It was worth not sleeping for a month if he could get so many shock points. After the host was shocked, he said, "I have to confirm the authenticity of this data." Everyone wait a moment. The audience reacted and did want to make sure. That's a statistic that's a little too bogus. It was the only thing they could think of that might. After all, this drone is outrageous to a fault. Soon, the host's voice sounded again. The technicians have just confirmed that all the data just tested are all true. After all, if one device is faulty, it's unlikely that all of them are. Plus, the time from drone takeoff to the end of the day is by far the shortest. On the referee's table, General Hu also slowly came back from the shock, somewhat incredulous. The top military drones in the Dragon Kingdom could only reach 750 kilometers per hour. It's still a reconnaissance drone, nothing like the smaller drone. It turned out that the speed of this small drone actually reached 800 kilometers. Your Academy of Sciences drone technology, has it gotten this far? So far ahead of the world? It's hidden really deep, General Hu exclaimed to the vice president. After he finished speaking, he didn't hear a response and twisted his head in some confusion, only to see the vice dean's mouth open wide. Old Yao? The vice president looked back. What? Your Academy of Sciences drone technology, so fierce? The vice president shook his head. This drone, it's not our model. I thought you said that you had read about the organizers? Yes, I've read the organizers' information, but when I read it, the drone registered to their company is the drone from our lab. General Hu pondered a little. So they have their own drones and are just using yours to register them? The vice president's brain was still in half downtime at the moment. Things were not what he had imagined. It seemed, at all. The level of drones had reached such a point that it was beyond even his comprehension. Could it be that Chen Bin was really a super genius? Working on a mechanical dog, then an electromagnetic railgun, then building a floating board, then designing this drone? But that's impossible. He's a researcher too, knowing the difficulty of research, and moreover knowing that many products, simply not a single direction researchers can do, need a lot of people to cooperate, need a team, but also need time. Chen Bin is as good as open, but after seeing the performance of the drone with his own eyes, he racked his brain and couldn't think of any team that could develop and manufacture such a drone. General Hu looked at the distant drones and smiled. Then it looks like the Dragon Kingdom has really picked up a treasure. The vice president suddenly responded that he didn't really need to dwell on the true or false at all. What's fake can't be true, and what's real can't be fake. Technology can never be faked. It says a lot to come up with these technologies. While he was figuring it out, Chen Bin's side of the flight had already ended. The worker bee drone flew over the table. Chen Bin took out another drone from the box. The staff next to him was ready to come over and help Chen Bin load the drone so that he could make room for the flyers behind him. As a result, he saw Chen Bin take out another drone. Ha! Chen Bin looked at the staff. Is there a rule that you can only fly one drone? The staff was confused when the moderator's voice rang out. Flyer number 12 has another drone in his box. A much larger quad-propeller drone. How many models is this going to come out at once? The staff member decisively stepped back as he too was curious to see a better drone in a better configuration. Everyone looked at Chen Bin expectantly. The host was also excited. He is really going to test it again. That drone just now has already set the fastest flight speed of a traversing machine. This one, I wonder how it will perform. Last year's drone competition was a dragon fight. This year's drone competition is a direct mechanical descent. The drone quickly dashed high into the air and hovered waiting for the green light to come on. Chen Bin didn't even need to operate anything next. The orders had already been given to the queen bee, and the controls were all handed over to the queen bee. The green light came on and the drone disappeared into thin air with a whine. Before the data could appear on the screen, an explosion rang out in the distant sky. For those who don't know, at first hearing the loud noise, I'm afraid they thought the drone had blown up. But there are a lot of people on the scene who know what they're doing. On the judges' table, almost a large part of the people stood up, and the scene was even more silent. With nearly 2,000 people in the venue, all you could hear was the wind whistling. No one said anything because they all heard that sound just now and they knew what it was. Sonic boom. That's sonic boom. The only way to create a sonic boom is at the speed of sound. And that's the sound that can only be made when an object breaks the sound barrier. This drone, it's going faster than the speed of sound. Chen Bin once again heard the incomparably beautiful voice. Ding. Shock value plus 12,885. Cool. In this moment, Chen Bin knew where to go next. Brush up on your record and participate in any tournament, big or small. All of them. Contests mean popularity, and popularity means shock points. On the screen, the first set of data appeared. 0.3. The world record for 100-kilometer acceleration by a drone was broken, and not only was it broken, but it was also directly shorted by 0.2 seconds. Ding! Shock value plus 7,000. Chenbin felt a bit of a pity that the shock had just been too fierce, and the announcement of the data did not provide more shock value. Then a second set of data appeared on the screen. 1,269. The speed of sound is 1,224 kilometers per hour. And this drone just exceeded the speed of sound, but not by much. Ding! Shock value plus 5,742. In the dead silence of the room, the host's voice sounded again, his voice suppressed with excitement. This moment is a colorful stroke in the history of drones. Drones may also fly supersonically. Shock from a startup tech company. Let's remember the name. Super Atlas. I looked at the name and thought the catalog was a photo album kind of catalog. And now this drone tells me it's butchery. Butchery as in massacre. Killing as in kill. With this record, I'm afraid it will take many years for those who come after me to break it. As the words came out of his mouth, the host's voice suddenly jammed, followed by an out-of-control scream. In the 12th flyer's box, there's a drone. Chapter 43, The Unmanned Factory. The host thought he had seen the world, but at this moment, he was still confused. What's going on with this company? Want one company to take the top 3? The problem is that every drone from this company brings shock to everyone. It's really outrageous. Intergenerational drones. Wholesale at this company? As he was thinking about it, the sound of propellers, a little less loud than before, rang out as this third drone took to the air. Hover where you started. It was the same waiting for a green light, but everyone on the scene was already looking at the drones with a completely different look in their eyes. They were more than a little curious about the drone. The previous drone was already so powerful. This one debuted later and should be even more capable. Surely it can't be any faster. After all, the previous drone was already supersonic. This one should have other features, right? The green light came on as everyone stared in disbelief. The drone made a loud buzzing sound. All 4 propellers simultaneously explode into terminal velocity, in conjunction with the jet at the tail end. No one in this guard B disappeared in place in an instant. A short buzz was followed by a sonic boom. Supersonic again. And it feels like it's faster? Shocked, everyone looked at the big screen and waited for the data to appear on it. When the data appeared, everyone was once again shocked, because it wasn't an illusion just now. It was really faster. 0-100 acceleration. 0.2 seconds. Setting a new record on the spot and leaving a record that, for now, is almost impossible to break. And then the second data refresh. 1,569. It was several 100% faster than before. Simply unbeatable. Another record that is almost impossible to break. The drone flew back to the table, and Chenbin looked at the shock points, which had rushed to the 60,000 mark. What is this concept? Almost all of the tech products on the first page of the catalog can be casually redeemed, and next the drones will appear online, one after the other. Although the videos are posted online and offer few shock points, this time, blood money. Chenbin began to pack up the drone. The host's voice rang out, no more? The others are also looking at Chenbin in anticipation. That box is like a treasure chest. Is it really gone? Chenbin put away the drone, closed the case, and returned to sit in the chair behind him. The 13th flyer then stood up as an afterthought. He was also a flyer from overseas, and before he came, he heard that coming to the Dragon Kingdom for the competition would be very stressful, as all were big shots. He was optimistic that he would see more good drones and meet more top flyers. It's a good thing to get him to learn and progress, but he wants to abstain now, because it doesn't even compare. The extreme speed of this drone of his, nearly 300 kilometers, he was going to come over to Pride. As a result, it's now not even a fraction of 12. That's a hell of a comparison. There was a lot of pressure and now they just want to swing for the fences. Sitting down at his desk, he began to fly the drone. 292 extreme speeds were really good before, but now, there wasn't even anyone to applaud. The host had even less to say. The 13th contestant is quite handsome. Chenbin sat in his chair and looked at the flyer on his side. Flying Han looked excited. Brother, help me push inside. I really want to get into your company. Chenbin shook his head. Our company doesn't recruit flyers. Are you afraid that I'll push you down? There's no need to be afraid. When I join the company, I'll be your little brother. Our company has drones that don't require a flyer to operate. No flying hands? How does that work? Just give the order. No. Possible, right? Chenbin didn't reply and continued to watch the drone race in front of him, but his mind had already sunk into the system. He could now try to consume 8,000 shock points, exchange for a gene enhancement potion, and then find a target to test it on. Looking for someone? No, it's too dangerous. Ask the officials for a death row inmate? Chenbin reckoned it would work, but it seemed a bit disrespectful of human rights, and it's not easy to explain. Say it was developed? Then ask him to make a gene enhancement potion later. And he says he can't make it? If you really build it, 8,000 shock points apiece is really expensive. Chenbin thought about it and had to conduct animal testing. Genetically enhanced potions, which are based on upgrades on a genetic level, can be used by any animal. Chenbin thought of the dog. The whole dog test. You can raise a dog, by the way. Plus the shock point is more than enough to resist the itch to smoke. The mind sinks into the system and draws 10 in a row. This time, even if it's all toilet paper, Chenbin doesn't feel any pain at all. And it's still that ho-hum. The light began to flicker and white light emerged. Rolls of paper. Is it really a ing roll? Can't we have something else? The white light surfaced once again. The nail clippers. Chenbin looked at it, and it wasn't bad, as it was a semi-automatic nail clipper. Just put your finger in and it automatically trims and polishes itself. It doesn't hurt your hands, and at the same time, it's still in exceptionally good shape. More or less, it's worth it. The third prize was still white, and when the white light faded, it revealed the roll of paper inside. Chenbin felt cross with the rolling paper. The fourth prize flashed out a blue light, a level above the white light. The blue light converged and inside was a pair of gloves. Invisible protective gloves. It's as good to wear as it is to not wear it. It's incredibly real to the touch, but it insulates the temperature to a great extent, as well as protects the hands. The main thing is to prevent corrosion and high temperature. Most importantly, it also does not affect the flexibility of the manpower. Definitely good stuff to wear for a long time. The fifth glow is also blue, this time increasing charisma. Out came two blue lights, and the anticipation in Chenbin's heart increased. According to previous experience, there was a red light in addition to the two blue lights. That's the really good stuff. The next few white lights in a row were small. Finally the 10th ray of light was reached, and a flash of red light emerged from the flickering light. Chenbin sighed in relief. A few consecutive white lights gave him a whole lot of confidence. Fortunately the red light came. Ding! Congratulations to the host, obtaining an unmanned factory. On the system draw page, an illusory factory appeared. What is this thing? How does it work? The host needs to find a piece of land and put the unmanned factory on it. The factory can be manufactured instantly. Chenbin was once again shocked. This ability to instantly manufacture completion seemed to be even stronger than the unmanned factory itself. It's not really hard for him to grant a piece of land now. As he was thinking about it, Senior Colonel Lin walked over to Chenbin and whispered, "For the subsequent matches, there's no need to participate. General who wants to see you." Chenbin felt a bit sad that the subsequent obstacle course would be even more outrageous for him. Flying straight, it doesn't yet reflect the strength of the queen bee, whose control is far more perfect than that of a human. But there's nothing wrong with Dragon wanting to hide its top drone technology for a while. He'd gained enough this time. 2. Where is General Hu? Right at the judge's table. But he's just come down and is waiting for you in his office backstage. Good. It was the first time Chenbin had met a general, but he wasn't nervous in the slightest. If he didn't have the system, let alone being nervous, he'd have a hard time even meeting Major Ann. As for the general, that's something you have to see on TV. But not now. Now he has enough to go around. Chapter 44, Conditions at Will. Chenbin carried the box and followed Major Ann towards the backstage of the competition. Backstage, Chenbin saw General Hu sitting on a chair in his military uniform. He looked to be about 60 years old, with 2 gold stars on his shoulders, which were very bright. General Hu saw Chenbin and hurriedly stood up. He had heard the name Chenbin for I don't know how many times, but it was the first time he had actually seen Chenbin. It didn't look too handsome, ordinary looking, but it gave him a sense of brightness and a feeling of spirit. General Hu walked up to Chenbin and took the initiative to extend his hand. I've heard about you and your inventions too many times, but I was too busy to take the time to meet before. We finally meet today. Let me introduce you to someone. General Hu sidled up and pointed to another person in the room. Old Yao, Vice President of the Academy of Defense Sciences. He's also very interested in what you're working on, too. Chenbin shook hands with the Vice Dean. Hello, Dean Yao. The Vice Dean looked at Chenbin with some complexity in his eyes. The drone. You designed and built it? Right. The Vice Dean looked at Chenbin's calm expression and finally accepted the setting of super genius in his heart. Originally, your drone was bound to win the championship in today's competition, but the drone's extreme performance needs to be kept secret, so you'll have to be entrusted with it. There's nothing aggravating about it. Chenbin waved his hand without much concern. Hiding the performance is also for the security of the Dragon Kingdom, as it should be. General Hu nodded. Is it convenient to introduce me to these top drones you've developed this time? Yes. Chenbin gently nodded his head, then said, actually, it's not several models, just one. Swarm drones. General Hu raised an eyebrow lightly. This is actually a drone combat system? Right. Chenbin opened the box. Although it's a combat system, since it's not equipped with weaponry, it's not good to test it in terms of attack power. This set of drones. There are 4 types of drones: Queen Bee drones, Guard Bee drones, War Bee drones, and Worker Bee drones. The Queen Bee drones are primarily controlled, and after tactical commands have been issued, there is no need for a flyer to control individual drones. The Queen Bee can control all of them. System-wise, I've done a good job. I haven't tested it, but it's definitely not a big problem, so you guys can follow up and test it and talk about it if something goes wrong. Chen Bin thought for a moment and continued. Let's start with the Guard Bees, which have strong defenses. It can detect an attack coming, so it can block or self-destruct to intercept it and avoid the Queen Bee drone from being hit, so it has a very fast instantaneous burst speed. It can go supersonic, but it doesn't have a very fast cruising speed. It's just about 500 kilometers, similar to the Queen Bee drone. The War Bee can fly it up to the speed of sound and can carry 300 rounds of ammunition, plus 2 missiles. When we tested it today, it was able to reach supersonic speeds purely because it wasn't fully loaded. Chen Bin listened to the continuous tinkling sound in his head. Besides, the Worker Bees, they also have the ability to attack, but it's far worse than the War Bees. 2 small missiles, plus 100 bullets, speeds around 800 kilometers, mainly used for detection. A swarm drone system with 1 queen, 6 escort bees, 12 war bees, and 24 worker bees. Chen Bin continued. The Queen Bee can also be used as a signal repeater, which means that 2 swarm systems, or even multiple swarm systems, can fight together, and the combat radius can be stretched very far. What about range? General Hu asked a key question. 3 hours. General Hu's eyes widened steeply. 3 hours of endurance? Isn't that invincible? Directly change the landscape of drone warfare. Normal drones, except for the kind with wings that glide, are an hour or 2 tops. This fast, long-endurance drone has an easy combat radius of several hundred kilometers. It's really scary. What kind of war has 2 sides fighting hundreds of kilometers apart? It's only fought with long-range missiles. But now, this drone can fly a long way to start a fight. Either use anti-aircraft missiles or watch your positions get bombed. Fully loaded. A system with 24 missiles and 48 small rocket-sized missiles, plus tens of thousands of bullets. The damage that can be done is enormous. Easily bomb an entire position. General Hu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, mainly because he was shocked. The military does still have something hidden, and the stash is ranked among the best in the world. But in front of this drone of Chen Bin, it is a toy. Children's toys. The Vice Dean's expression also stiffened a bit in disbelief. If it wasn't for the fact that this drone has just been tested and has made it to supersonic speeds, he definitely didn't believe it. It's something that, under normal circumstances, it's not even certain that it'll be made in 10 years. General Hu looked at the drone. Is this drone set mass-producible? If he could just order it now. It can. Chen Bin nodded his head. The difficulty of manufacturing drones was much lower than floating boards. Looking for some top-notch processing factories that could process the majority of the parts. General Hu pondered a little. Then we'll order 100 sets first, and you can set the price as you like. Other than that, you have any conditions you want, feel free to mention them. The Vice Dean didn't say anything. Being able to research this bunch of things was already enough for the Dragon Kingdom to offer Chen Bin up. As for asking for random money, it's totally warranted. No one else with more money could have developed these drones. Chen Bin subconsciously waved his hand. He didn't have much to ask for. He was halfway through swinging his hand, though, when he remembered that he did have something he needed. Can you give me a piece of land? Also give me a puppy. I want a dog. How much land? Chen Bin thought a little. 1 square kilometer. The footprint of that factory in the system is also 1 hectare. But Chen Bin was a bit intimidated considering the sudden appearance of a factory. So the whole bigger place is fenced in on the outside and the central area inside, housing the factory. On top of that, there are more than enough places to expand the production area. This is very necessary. Otherwise there is no place to put it if you smoke a plant later. General Hu's brow furrowed. That's it? For others, a square kilometer of land would be troublesome. But for him, this request from Chen Bin was a bit small. Are there any other requirements? Like the requirements of this land, location, etc. Location, preferably near a school. Not much else required. Okay. General Hu nodded his head. He had learned about Chen Bin's school. It was so remote that there was enough space around it. There's no problem arranging a piece of land for Chen Bin. What about the dog's request? A puppy, just the kind you can raise and cook. Is variety required? Chen Bin thought about it and a bunch of breeds of dogs came to mind. But in the end, he chose the earth dog. When he was a child, his family had earth dogs, and he had a fondness for their character. At that time, he was really able to man up. Shout a shrug and it is literally bursting at the seams. The field dogs of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 45. It's all about talent. General Hu nodded. Then I'll arrange it for you first. These drones, I'll take them back for more detailed testing first? Chenbin looked at the 4 drones in the box and pondered slightly. Return them to me after testing. I have to keep a set for myself. Good. General Hu nodded. Chenbin could even not want it if he said no now. The vice president came over. Can I ask how you? By yourself. Learn to research? There are so many research directions designed into one product that normally one person can't know everything. Speaking of which, the vice dean said, I don't mean to question you in any way. It's pure curiosity. And you may not answer. Chenbin shook his head. I'm not sure, but I can probably say how it feels. Chenbin was ready to give his R&D speed a little more rationality. Feelings? The vice president was a little hesitant. Yes, I've never touched a mechanical product before, and all I have to do is touch it to get an idea of the general structure of what's going on inside and what technologies and processes are being used. The vice president froze. How was this possible? Those machine tools and so on that I've never seen before. I can use them just as well by touching them. I don't need to learn them. I just get on with it. As if by instinct, the vice president thought of the video he had seen, which showed Chenbin making parts with a machine tool, using outdated machine tools to make more accurate parts. Also by that feeling? Yes, I call this feeling primary mechanical affinity. Mechanical affinity? Primary? Yes, it's mechanical affinity. And the reason why it's elementary is because I feel that, as I build more and more things, the level of affinity for machinery is still deepening. The vice dean was truly shocked. There was such a talent? It's a bit anticlimactic. It's also very enviable. He wanted that kind of talent, too. Also, it makes sense here why Chenbin's talent wasn't evident before, because none of them had encountered many mechanical products before. It seems like the right thing to do is read mechanical engineering. Only the mechanical affinity could make sense of why Chenbin, at this age, could use all kinds of machine tools and all kinds of equipment so smoothly. General Hu suddenly laughed. It's fortunate that you were born in modern times. If you were to appear in ancient times, it would be directly in vain. Chenbin also laughed, but this is really true. If he were in ancient times, even with this system, he would have to start from scratch, step by step, starting from raw materials to manufacture, and then manufacture equipment. One set of processes and a lifetime of screwing up is gone. He's not just standing on the shoulders of the system, he's standing on the shoulders of those who came before him. General Hu didn't stay long. The purpose of his coming over was to take a look at Chenbin, and now that he had seen it, it was time to go. As for the vice dean, he likewise didn't stay much longer, and after getting the drone, he was a bit impatient to leave and to test it. It's not just the speed aspect that is tested, but also the effectiveness of attacks, and combat commands, and so on. Each of these, feeling outrageous, made him want to test them rigorously to see how well they tested. Chenbin didn't stay much. The drones were gone, so it was useless to stay. Went ahead and signed the waiver. Although he didn't participate in the subsequent matches, he was definitely the uncrowned champion. At this moment, the video was probably being passed around online as well, and Chenbin could always hear the ding 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 in his head, but it's still a lot worse than it was live. Across the screen, the shock effect has been much diminished, and it's not yet current, offering few shock points, but it's okay to have shock points credited for doing nothing. After abstaining, Chenbin got into the car to go back, then took out his cell phone and started searching for information on various competitions. A ball game? There were certainly a lot of people watching, but there was no way for him to get on the field or get shock value. Badminton? Billiards? How come when you search for competitions, it's all about various sports competitions? Not much of a tech competition? As Chenbin looked on, he suddenly had a flash of motorcycle racing in front of him. Brushable. The only problem is that it's not being held in Dragonland. It wasn't too much of a problem though. He'd just build the motorcycle and find a rider to go over and ride it. There's a racing competition? Chenbin thought of the flying car he had seen in the Atlas. Was there any mess? Straight out of a flying car, flying through the track air all over again. The odds were that it would be a violation, but violation or not, it wasn't on his mind, and his shock value was definitely pulling full weight. Continuing to look, Chenbin also saw, robot soccer game. This if he made the robots in the catalog. Wouldn't it be a crunchy mess to kill? Also eyes can't be limited to competitions. There are high-tech electronics shows that can be attended as well. Still get shock value. As Chenbin watched, General Hu began to study Chenbin's needs. It's really research. Chenbin needs an area of 1 square kilometer, and the odds are that he will build a factory. It has to be easily accessible while being slightly out of the way, conveniently located for easy access to supplies, and isolated for quiet. Also the land had better be clean. No rivers or anything like that, and no other houses, property rights and so on have to be taken care of. There is also preferably a flat piece of land, so that the plant can be built. The secretary listened to General Hu's words and quickly organized them. General Hu finished his considerations. Pick 3 lots and start talking to the people on those 3 lots as soon as possible. Whether there is land on the ground or a house, compensation and so on all negotiated. Start talking at the same time so that there are no nail biters. The likelihood of a nail biter on all 3 lots at the same time should be very low. General Hu mused a little. The other thing is the dog. He wants a field dog. Go and find out if he has ever owned a dog before, as well as his relatives, and if his family has ever owned a dog, and ask as many questions as you can about the color of the dog's coat, the size of the dog, and its personality. Yes, after you figure it out, have a professional dog breeder pick out puppies with similar personalities. The secretary nodded. Okay, I'm on my way, as soon as possible, as well as there must be no mistakes. Chen Bin had never made any requests before, and this was the first time he had done so they couldn't afford to screw up. The official machine kicked into high gear. Just checking for some information is like hitting a mosquito with an anti-aircraft gun. After finding out that Chen Bin's family used to have a dog, and asking about the dog's personality, the secretary directly called the Jiangzhou site to arrange for the delivery of the dog. Chen Bin arrived at the school in the evening, and at the entrance to the lab, he saw the guard carrying a cage. The cage contained a small yellow dog. The little yellow dog wasn't pure yellow yet. There was a splash of white hair on his forehead brow, plus all 4 of his feet were white, and at the moment he was wagging his tail merrily in his cage. The tip of his tail was also white. Chen Bin froze. This dog, exactly the same as the dog his family raised when he was a child. The dog's name was Wang Kai. This was why Chen Bin called the first mechanical dog Wang Kai. Opening the cage, the puppy softly barked and ran to Chen Bin's feet, wagging his tail and circling around while looking around. Chen Bin was not stupid. The military had definitely expended a lot of effort in order to arrange this dog for him. Not only had they gone looking for the look of the dog that his family used to have, but they were also able to find an almost identical dog in such a short period of time. Chapter 46, This Cage? For Aliens? The guard smiled. The dog seems to like you. You can name him. Dog food and little snacks and little toys and things like that have been given to put in the lab. And of course we can prepare a special place for him to live. Just keep it in the lab. And the mechanical dog to play with him. The guard looked to the mechanical dog guarding the door. That did make a great playmate. By the way, it says that the problem with the land is a bit of a pain in the ass, and I'm afraid it won't be resolved until tomorrow. Chen Bin's first reaction was, tomorrow? A square kilometer of land that can be taken down in 2 days? It wasn't even 2 days, because he just said it today. Chen Bin was a little embarrassed. No need to be so anxious. When can? The guard nodded, but didn't say anything. Chen Bin walked into the lab with the dog in his arms and closed the door. The puppies are in great shape and have great personalities. The experience of choosing a dog is to lift the dog by the back of the neck. The puppy does not bark and is calm. This has the potential of a good dog. Also look at the mouth of the teeth, and the head of the tiger and such. Unlike looking at other breeds of dogs that look primarily at color, and patterns, etc. Field spaniels look for strength and reliability. The dog was just well chosen. So good that Chen Bin was a bit reluctant to use the dog to test the gene enhancement potion. But sooner or later, it had to be tested. And the genetic enhancement potion, produced by the system, would never be fatal, and at most, it would become oddly shaped. Not a big problem. He can raise anything now, and he might even get shock points for it. But before the test, Chen Bin had to make a little preparation first. Chen Bin brought a child's arm-thick steel bar, began to weld the dog cage. Genetic level of comprehensive strengthening. I do not know how the strengthening effect, but preparation to do a little bit. Certainly not a big problem. With a cage like that, you can't throw a mechanical dog in there and run out of it for a short period of time. Each rebar is 1 meter in height and has 2 bars welded across the middle. The gaps were all only 3 centimeters, and the dog couldn't squeeze out even if he wanted to. Using a dozen steel bars, Chen Bin assembled a super reinforced version of the dog cage. Put the dog in the cage. Then Chen Bin entered the system. Redeeming the primary genetic enhancement potion requires 8,000 shock points. At this moment, his shock points had once again reached 60,000. When videos of drones are posted online, netizens see the drones and find them equally shocking and provide shock points. But the shock value tapers off as more people see it, and as the news spreads. Redemption. Primary gene enhancement potion. The 6,000 shock points disappeared, and the blue gene enhancement potion appeared in Chen Bin's hand once more. Chen Bin didn't rush to start the test, had to make more preparations. The first thing was to call in the mechanical dog, which was a very impressive fighter. Then Chen Bin picked up the electromagnetic railgun. It was a gun he had taken the time to build earlier. After all, when the guns were made, he just wanted to play with them himself, so how could he not make one for himself? After making these preparations, Chen Bin stepped forward and injected the puppy with a genetic enhancement potion. The injection was completed, and Chen Bin turned and ran. The puppy wailed twice in pain, then regained his composure once more. Chen Bin didn't take it lightly, and he didn't know how long it would take for the gene enhancement potion to express itself. All he could do now was wait. Observe while you wait. There are cameras inside the cage and outside the cage watching the puppy's every move. It's amazing to see that the puppy hasn't changed a bit. An hour crept by in the wait. Then 2, 3, finally, the puppy barked softly. Woof! The sound was incomparably loud and clear, with a strong mid-air, more than the barking of some big dogs. Chen Bin was a bit surprised. This was strengthening the vocal cords? And what's the meaning of this barking? To eat? It should be. Chen Bin went to get the dog food behind the door, put the dog food in the food bowl and have the mechanical dog pass it in. The puppy happily pounced on the food bowl and began to eat. The mouth, which didn't look very big, took a bite and ate a small portion of the dog food inside the food bowl. The rest clicked away in a few bites. Woof! More food? Chen Bin brought another basin over. The puppy eats and continues to bark. Chen Bin thought of him who had taken the power potion. Genetically enhanced potions have a similar effect when taken? Then if there were more people fortified, there wouldn't be enough food on Terra. After all, the dog ate more than he weighed in one meal. The people who delivered the dog came with a total of 12 pounds of dog food and a bunch of canned meat. At the moment all the dog food, eaten by the puppies, and most of the canned food. Then the puppy got comfortable and flopped down in the cage, closing his eyes. Chen Bin looked at the puppy and knew that this puppy was fierce now, in addition to the fact that there was no change in size. Watch and observe again. By tomorrow morning, if the puppy hadn't changed, he could inject the genetic enhancement potion. Tossing the matter of the puppy aside for now, Chen Bin continued to build the drone. Still have to get a whole set of swarm drones built. Otherwise, as soon as he started making it, there was a blue light guiding him to continue making it, interfering with the making of other things. After working on it until evening, Major N walked into the lab. Senior Colonel N and Chen Bin were already familiar with each other and did not have the nervousness that others had when they were in front of Chen Bin. Upon entering, Major N sat down and took out his notebook. What are your plans for that land? To build a factory? Chen Bin stopped what he was doing in his hands. First, help me surround this piece of land and construct a fence. Which should be higher? Should I arrange for a guard? Chen Bin pondered a little. Yes, but I'll mainly use drones to watch over the area. A set of swarm drones will ensure the security of this range. Colonel N hesitated. Is it really a factory? Or is it to study something very special? Talk to me about all of it. I'll take care of it for you. Now you have to research things. There's no question of anything being forbidden. Anything can be researched. I'm going to build a top-of-the-line production facility here. And that equipment, and some of the products, need to be kept secret. Major N nodded. Okay, then a 4-meter-high fence, plus a set of dead-angle wall surveillance. Plus I'll build a road around the weak of the fence for easy patrolling. Do you need any buildings inside? Chen Bin pondered a little. I'll draw a diagram later. Probably the workshop zoning. You also follow the scale of the enclosure. Just build it for me. Just remember to leave a door. Remember to draw a road map of the interior. Gotta fix the road. Yes. Chen Bin directly began to draw. The plant requires a 1-hectare area, which is directly in the center area of the large lot, in a box. As for the route, Chen Bin directly drew a circle route around the 1,000-meter square plot, then center across, which is the internal path. As for the other roads, Chen Bin did not draw, mainly because he did not know the subsequent planning. Drawing is also in vain. 1 horizontal and 1 vertical, plus the main path around the circle, is perfectly adequate, and the rest can all be paths. Chen Bin handed the paper to Major N and saw that Major N was looking at the steel cage with a curious expression. Major N was also really confused. He knew that Chen Bin's side had raised a dog, but wasn't it a bit outrageous to raise a dog in this container? What kind of puppy has a cage like this? It's clearly used to feed the monster. Chapter 47 Genetic Enhancement. Rebar, or super thick rebar. Normally this kind of rebar is used in skyscrapers, and Chen Bin welded it into a dog cage? Why don't I bring you a cage? This cage is a bit big for a dog. Chen Bin waved his hand. No, just this one for now. Without saying anything more, Major N took the drawing and waved at the puppy. What's the puppy's name? Chen Bin thought for a moment and said, Harold. Major N's expression was a bit odd. This name, not very good to evaluate. What kind of dog barks at a Harold? But this is Chen Bin's dog, so he can bark whatever he wants. Great name, Colonel, and waved at the pup. See you later, Harold. The puppy woofed and ran forward 2 steps before crashing into the cage. Boom! The entire cage, built with thick steel bars, was directly moved by this collision, grinding 3 or 4 centimeters on the ground in a raw manner. Colonel N was startled. That domineering bark just now, and the great commotion of this cage, was it this dog that made the whole thing? A mechanical dog? He asked tentatively. It was the only possibility he could think of. Shenbin looked at Majoran's bewildered face and still didn't say it was a mechanical dog. After all, this dog was sent from outside. I added a little something to the dog. Majoran looked at the cage, which was at least 100 pounds, and was moved by the dog banging around in it. Is that a little ing thing? However, Shenbin said it in such a subtle way. It should be that he didn't want to say it, or that it hadn't been thoroughly developed yet. He simply stopped asking questions and left the lab for now, going to arrange for the fence to be built. Now although the land is not yet fully taken, the wall can already start to be built. Otherwise it would be quite a delay to wait until the land is fully taken and then build the wall. Start building now and wait until it's built just in time to take all the equity. Even more perfect. Thinking about it, his mind wandered back to the cute and cuddly puppy. A little something on the dog? What little thing? Majoran couldn't figure out if it could increase the dog's strength. Could it be a mechanical exoskeleton? But it didn't look like the puppy's appearance had changed much, so it couldn't be an endoskeleton. Shaking his head, Majoran stopped thinking about it. He would always know later. First things first, Shenbin steps in front of the cage after and Major walks away. He had only heard dogs barking before and knew that it was loud, but he didn't know that the dog was so powerful. Is it that hard? A dog that's small, bouncing around in a cage, knocking the steel cage around? Shenbin was genuinely moved. This feels so much harder than a power-up potion. Originally prepared to wait until tomorrow, Shenbin was now a little impatient. After locking the door, Shenbin took out the post-strike genetic enhancement potion from the system. The same gene-strengthening potion. This one in Shenbin's hand could pass on the strengthened genes to his offspring. The color was also different. From being pure blue, it became a hint of blood inside. Again, it was like a river of stars flowing like a dream. The next step is injections. It's hard to give yourself an injection, but it's not any harder to give yourself an injection while wearing a robotic arm. The needle pierced the skin, and a tube of gene-enhancing potion was injected all the way into the veins. Almost instantly, Shenbin felt the changes in his body. The change, starting at the arm, was a feeling of being wrapped in warmth and softness. Shenbin's entire arm seemed to have been placed into the most comfortable warm water. Then shoulders, chest, head. This feeling spread rapidly until it wrapped around Shenbin's entire body. At this moment, Shenbin was as if he was in hot spring water of the most suitable temperature, and he couldn't even feel the presence of gravity. At the same time he could feel the changes in his body, starting with his skin, which he could feel becoming resilient. Then there are the muscles underneath, which can explode with tremendous power between contraction and diastole. The fascia between the muscles, likewise, has been enhanced. Lastly, there were the bones, and he could vaguely feel them being enhanced as well, their density increasing greatly. No, how could he feel his bones getting stronger? It was only when Shenbin realized something was wrong that he felt the change in his brain. His thoughts had become clear and at the same time incredibly sensitive. Any change in his body, he could feel. Is this the legendary inner vision? Legend has it that when one enters a high realm of martial arts, one will be able to achieve internal vision? Could it be true? It was as if, although he hadn't entered the high profound realm now, he was definitely powerful to the point of being outrageous. So it's possible to look inside? This comfortable feeling lasted for almost half an hour. Shenbin opened his eyes. The world in front of me was, once again, different. The world had felt clear when I looked at it before, and now it seemed even clearer. Being able to see a lot of things that you couldn't see before. For example, he could see the lines on the surface of a smooth mirror. When I looked at this mirror before, I didn't see any problems at all, but now I can actually see flaws? There were also a lot of subtleties, like at some of the equipment seams, that he could now see clearly. Of course, that's not even the scariest part. The scariest part was that he could see the machine's equipment, slowing down. Not really slowing down, but he could see it, much like an insect's compound eye. It can see slow motion so it can react quickly. He can also see now that everything that is high speed becomes slow motion in his eyes. Shenbin stood in front of the mirror and stared at his pupils. The originally black pupils now became even darker, black as the abyss. Shenbin looked down at his hands again. Again, nothing has changed, not the palm prints, not even the fingerprints, but he could feel the increase in power, and it was like he could slap a cow to death. It felt like nothing could stop this one-handed push. Shenbin really wanted to find something to try his hand at. Sweeping his eyes around the lab, Shenbin saw the mechanical dog, and the only thing that could be used for testing in this lab was the mechanical dog. Lifting the mechanical dog up with one hand and weighing it twice, Shenbin's face changed. The dog was easy for him to lift, but he could feel the weight of it. The increased strength from his previous dose of the power potion enabled him to lift the dog with ease and feel that it was very light. The dog didn't feel light at all now, but he was able to lift it easily again and felt like there was still plenty of power left. This feeling, in a more precise way of description, it should be called a different way of mobilizing power. After taking the power potion, his body directly exploded at full power, maintaining high strength and high consumption. However, the enhancement of genetic enhancement potions is more comprehensive. It's like a person that picks up chopsticks with a completely different amount of strength than the preparation that goes into lifting a barbell. Picking up chopsticks and just lifting your hands. Barbells require mobilizing your entire body. At the moment this felt the same. Chenbin had only mobilized the power that could lift the dog, so he could easily feel the weight of the dog, and at the same time felt that the dog was light. Chenbin's eyes are bright, so how much specific power? He looked toward the steel cage. Walk over to the high-strength welded steel cage and try to lift it. Nearly 100 kilograms of cage. Chenbin easily lifted it up, not feeling any pressure at all. What about going further? Chapter 48. The sky is falling. Chenbin pulled the two thick steel bars in the cage with both hands in a deadly grip, then fired to the sides. The rebar is not moving. Keep up the momentum. Full body power. Crunch. The steel welded cage made an unbearable sound. After Chenbin exploded into full power, he also unloaded his force and panted slightly, exploding with all his might. He could only pull this pediatric arm-thick steel bar into a slight deformation. Chenbin was sighing. The voice of good luck rang out. This power, if you put it outside, the first thing you have to be is the steel manufacturer has to panic. At the moment even thumb-thin rebar, a Hercules wouldn't be able to bend it. Chenbin thought about it. Indeed, a bare-handed brick splitting outside could attract a lot of attention, and this strength of his was, indeed, quite outrageous. And this was only the effect of the primary gene enhancement potion. In case one day he drew an intermediate one or even an advanced one, wouldn't he be invincible? No, the thought of it makes me want to smoke. How about another 10 in a row? Taking a deep breath, Chenbin still didn't resist the temptation of the lottery. Smoke it once first. 1,000 shot points disappear and the old actor rolling papers makes his entrance. Chenbin only felt like a basin of cold water had been poured on his head, instantly calming down. With this luck, smoke a deuce. Parts don't even bother to be manufactured. Sleep. Didn't sleep for a week for the race, and although I was stoned so it didn't affect me physically, the mental exhaustion was still there. Lying on the folding bed, Chenbin suddenly thought that when he drew the lottery last week, he drew a mattress, as well as a pillow and other 4-piece sets. The 4-piece set took up 4 spots in his 10 consecutive draws, and as a result, he hadn't experienced it until now. The bed is first removed from the system and placed on the floor, then the mattress, the pillows. Chenbin quickly laid it out and leaned his head back before collapsing on the bed. The first sensation is softness, then comfort. It's really cozy. The whole thing feels like you're sleeping on a cloud. It's soft and supportive and wraps around you. Comfort pulls full circle. The pillow also fits the neck perfectly. Reading the description, it says that when you roll over, the pillow deforms and continues to fit as well as support your neck. But at this moment, Chenbin didn't want to roll over, didn't even bother to move. Close your eyes and fall asleep almost instantly. It was a good night's sleep for him. But some people, they wake up and the sky is falling. Drone supersonic flight? The Dragon Kingdom has mastered such outrageous technology? There are many types of drones. In this case, drones that are small and of quad propeller construction. How can such a drone reach a speed of 300 kilometers per hour? Normal 300 kilometers is hard. Fake. Must be fake. The head of Bald Eagle's Foreign Affairs Department looked at the document and felt his head spin. He was in charge of a lot of affairs on the Dragon countryside and was sensitive to these things. Knowing that the Dragon Kingdom has accomplished a great deal in the field of drones and is a leader in the world. But isn't this a little too much of a lead? Most importantly, he had no knowledge of it. If it wasn't for people competing, he wouldn't have heard a peep. Participated, only half of it, and abstained later. Showing muscles, but not showing detailed data? The head of the Bald Eagle's Foreign Affairs Department put the document in front of him to one side. Immediately make every effort to find out information about these 3 drones, as well as the company behind these drones. The more information the better. It's actually already in the works, and this company has come up with a robot dog before. The simulated companion robot dog. We've arranged for someone to get into this company. The head of the Foreign Affairs Department was a bit surprised and pleasantly surprised that the people working below were so excellent. Who's in charge? Give him a bonus, promise him a promotion, and if he can get information about this drone, I guarantee him a great future. John, who was active in the Dragon Kingdom, sensed that this company had potential. Tell him to keep digging deeper, and if there's anything you need, just mention it. The head of Foreign Affairs knew this was a good opportunity for him to make amends. Before, he didn't know anything, so the top would definitely blame him. But now with all this stuff, that means he already knew ahead of time, has been looking into it, and has already made progress. The head of Bald Eagle's Foreign Affairs Department quickly escalated the matter, but with a phone call, as well as the delivery of a report. Time passes quickly. Then the door to his office was pushed open. Can't reach John. He seems to be having problems. The head of the Foreign Affairs Department felt the sky falling again. Contact the people under him. That's not compliant. But I just tried to contact it as well. And there's no news. So I guess this line, it's been uprooted. The head of the Foreign Affairs Department was confused, but didn't hesitate for a second. By all means, investigate. Yes, the bald eagle, on his side, had a chance to react when he was informed. There are other former powers overseas that took their hands right off the keyboard when they got the news. And at the same time, bewilderment. Drones work well. It's battlefield proven and everyone is developing it. It's also the fact that it's all being developed, so they all know how difficult the technology really is. They all felt awesome that Dragon Kingdom could develop such a drone. It is said that the white-headed eagle is in possession of the wreckage of the alien flying saucer and the Arcane Area 51. But now it seems that it should be the Dragon Kingdom that is in possession of the alien spaceships. Not yet the wreckage. And even the aliens are alive. How else do you explain this supersonic drone in Dragonland? While a group of people were incomparably shocked, the Dragon country's side was similarly abuzz. Compared to the overseas forces who felt that the sky was falling, the side of the Dragon Kingdom's senior management was excited. The Dragon Kingdom actually has supersonic drones? This time of year is still coincidental. Just in time for all the major powers to take drones seriously. As far as the current situation was concerned, everyone's judgment was that the fight could not be fought, but the reason why it could not be fought was because of the power of the Dragon Kingdom. In order to continue to run smoothly, the Dragon Kingdom will have to be maintained. So even if the fight doesn't happen, there will be no shortage of investment in drones and other weaponry. But valuing and not valuing, those are two different concepts. Overseas forces do not pay attention. That Dragon country spent a large price to develop weapons and equipment. People as if nothing happened. In such a case, the Dragon Kingdom would have little use for this equipment as long as it didn't go to war. But with the world's emphasis on drones, this supersonic drone not only serves as a deterrent, but also a show-off, as well as propaganda. The drones themselves are deterrents in combat, with a level of technology far beyond the world's top level, which can show off and allow the Dragon Kingdom to show its face in front of the world for once. The propaganda role is even more counterintuitive, and with everyone competing, Longwei is the equivalent of just lifting the table and saying, I mean, everyone here is trash. This was so much so that when the swarm drones were tested, there were a lot of people present. It's full of powerful military brass, as well as official people. Of course, there are more researchers. There are researchers from top institutes all over the country who come over to observe. They are also researching drones. They also wondered tightly. The technology of the Dragon country's drones have developed to this point. They research a hair. Chapter 49, Inspection. Military and official people sat in the stands and watched as the drones underwent one test after another, watching and rocking while making small talk. Which institute developed this drone? Without saying a word, it made such a big news? It's not an institute. It's a startup tech company. I think it's called something called Tulip, Super Atlas, but it's not a startup. It was just created. I helped create it a few days ago, and it's backed by a college student, a student from the Jiangzhou Vocational College. It's called Chen Bin. And he's developed mechanical dogs before. I remember this name. It was also making a lot of noise at the time. This young man, such a genius? Why is he still in junior college? I didn't get the hang of it before. My talent was wasted. And now I'm kind of in the right profession. Then the support that should be given has to be given. A group of bigwigs chatting away, gossiping, talking things through and then finalizing the support. Officials in the military give direct support to the company, as well as to the school. The school has cultivated Chen Bin, and should give rewards. On top of that, there are benefits for the city where Chen Bin was born, the township, and even the village, all of which will be beneficial. Chen Bin didn't know this, and he didn't really care about this. The only thing he cared about was the shock point. The shock points that had just been consumed had rushed back up to 60,000 by the end of the day. Chen Bin are a little surprised. The previous mechanical dog exposure, the follow-up cannot provide so many shock points. Chen Bin estimated that, in addition to the shock value provided by the online video sent out, there are also many people who test offline. Otherwise there's no way to explain so many shock points at once. With 60,000 shock points, the heart of the raffle started to stir again. After all, the raffle did give him a lot of goodies. How about a smoke? While he was thinking about it, there was a knock on the door. Then Major N walked into the lab. The man from your company, and their entire intelligence line was dealt with. Chen Bin was a bit surprised. It's only now that we're done? Trying to involve more stuff out as well as being sure of everything. But they did a good job. And to follow up on that, to continue to pursue it, you'd have to go overseas. And that's too involved. And simply just break the line. Chen Bin was a bit curious. In this era, are there still many spies? A lot of it. And the times were different. So were the circumstances. It used to be a hassle to interact with information and notify messages because there were no cell phones and no computers. But now it's different. Now there are communication tools, and all kinds of communication software. Also, the form of espionage is not what you'd expect. None of the underlings are full-time spies. I'll let you take a picture of the sky, shoot the fighter, and I'll give you 200 if you get it. Will you do it? Don't do it. Majorin laughed. Chen Bin, this is not a barbarian, normal casually to the sky to shoot a picture, and does not involve leakage, and safe. In many places there were fighter jets flying in the sky, visible to millions of people below. It's not a secret. There's nothing to shoot for. $200 is as good as nothing, but someone else will do it. After taking a random photo, they would ask the person who chose to take the photo to take more randomly, and then they would start having requests for the photo, like to take pictures of the fighter jets when they're low at some point. At the end of the day, those people will even run by our base and take pictures for money. We've also caught donkeys drilling into the deep mountains to take pictures, that if we give him a shot, the floor plan of the base will be known by overseas forces. With the accuracy of missiles these days, if they say they hit an airplane, they won't hit a building a few meters away from it. There are also a lot of spies that are really not known to be spies when they're not being used, like this one that came into your company this time. For a long time ahead of her, she didn't have any assignments. She just had to get paid and move up the ladder. Keep crawling until the person becomes useful, then move. Who here could have known she was a spy? And she didn't break. Even she herself didn't know she was a spy for the Bald Eagle. And when we caught her, she thought she was a commercial spy, helping the company behind her, inquiring about tech companies, and feeling wronged. Majorin looked to the computer sitting off to the side. That's why I say good luck against the odds. Spies used to fall into the category of being good enough to catch. Nowadays they are hard to catch and generally still only presentable. Without Major An's explanation, Chen Bin really didn't know about this. Then turn around and I'll upgrade the server for good luck and do a full cleanup? Senior Colonel and waved his hand. This is still a bit complicated. We can't clean it all up. If we clean it all up, we'll have trouble trying to send them a message. The other thing is that it makes them feel uneasy. Just draw a line every so often. Majorin is also getting better at catching spies one line at a time. Okay, enough about that. You can go to the office anytime now. Do you want me to accompany you? No, just tell me a company address. Chen Bin said this, also feeling that there was that little bit of a problem. His company, he doesn't even know the address. Never been there yet. It's in that factory diagonally across from the school. The whole factory is mine? Yes, but it's pretty empty inside. Adding equipment slowly. It's so close, you can just sneak right through. Chen Bin tied a thick chain around the herald's neck and prepared to walk the dog over while he did so. Majorin looked at the chain in Chen Bin's hand and looked at the cute and cuddly puppy, which was a real mismatch. He also thought about the operation the dog had done the other night when he had hit the cage. Decisively, he didn't say anything and had the two plainclothes guards follow Chen Bin to the company. Chen Bin had shuttled through the school countless times before, and now he really didn't go out much. After all, it's not like there's enough time to do research and development. Walking down the main campus road at the moment, the mindset was completely different. It was obvious that he had been at school, but at the moment, he had a feeling of revisiting his hometown. The students also basically recognized Chen Bin, but none of them came over to greet him, just compared to seeing an ordinary passerby and looking at him more. There was none of that stargazing going on, not even coming up to say hello. In other words, this is the normal situation. Also, tertiary education is still tertiary, but at least it's higher education. Chen Bin walked out of the school, crossed the street directly, and then went to the factory building diagonally across the street. The entrance to the plant has a couple of very new, large, stamped letters, Super Turnkey Machinery Company. This plant Chen Bin remembered when he came to school. It was the state of closure, always closed. He was still thinking that it was not appropriate to keep such a big factory empty, but now the factory has become his. It's kinda funny what should be said and not said. Chen Bin walked through the door of the factory. To the left of the main entrance is a row of 3-story office buildings. On the other side is the plant. A number of staff members could be seen coming in and out. From time to time, someone glanced at Chen Bin and looked at the puppy with a dismayed expression. A chain thicker than your thumb on a puppy that looks like it's just walking? Chapter 50 Civilian Model Mechanical Dogs. The most outrageous was the puppy, who waddled along as if it didn't matter. It feels, well, a little strange. There were also people who recognized Chen Bin with a surprised look on their faces, but they were obviously occupied and left in a hurry. Chen Bin is still the first time to come to this company. The feeling that this company has not been operating for a long time. The results of this have become a scale? A factory that doesn't need a boss? Chen Bin walked into the office building and slipped around the first floor first. There weren't many people in the office building. There were only 3 offices on the first floor with people in them, and there were only like 2 or 3 people in each office. All of them were personnel administration or something like that. Walking up to the second level, Chen Bin saw the guards. The 2 guards saluted at Chen Bin before sidestepping. Professor Ho is on his way back. Tell him he doesn't have to come over. I'll just slip in. Looks like it's loose on the outside and tight on the inside here. From the outside, it looks like there's no defense inside, but in reality, it's strictly guarded. The interior knew he was coming while he was still outside. Anyone else wouldn't have been able to sneak in here. What's on the second floor? The surveillance room has been equipped with a warehouse. Chen Bin also slipped forward for a while, and then fell silent for a moment. This place is a bit ruthless. And a gun? Various explosion-proof equipment. The most outrageous are the 2 machine guns. Chen Bin looked back at the guard. This thing, is it necessary? The guard didn't tense up either, because he also thought it was a bit of a fuss. And if he was opening a factory in some troubled part of the world overseas, there was no excuse for arranging this. But this is Dragonland, and it's still a very safe core area, or next to a school. More is better. Chen Bin looked at the surveillance again, and the entire plant was closely monitored. Not only inside and outside the walls of the plant, but even the operation of the plant's equipment is monitored. All work areas, except the restrooms, are monitored. The guard introduced, because of the nature of the work problem, to avoid employees to steal any information. Parts, here not only have a close monitoring, scrapped parts, the same should be counted. Every day to count. Mechanical dog manufacturing, it's not necessary, is it? The guard didn't say anything. He was an enforcer. Plus he felt it was very necessary. The people who work here, even though their work is monitored the whole time, they are given a good income, and they are also told ahead of time about these issues of monitoring, and they are also made to sign non-disclosure agreements. The average salary is twice as much as an equivalent job out there, and they're more than willing. Chen Bin nodded gently and led the dog to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor were the offices of Professor Ho and others. It has a laboratory and a group of researchers busy. When the researchers saw Chen Bin, they all stopped, some greeting Chen Bin while others looked at him. Chen Bin swept his eyes at the work in their hands and was a bit surprised. You're remodeling a mechanical dog? It's not a modification. It's a weakening of the technology inside. Weakened? At the office door, the panting Professor Ho arrived. It's not weakening, it's civilianization. Earlier we talked about how mechanical dogs are categorized into military and civilian. Military is of course the best and civilian can't be that good. But I didn't want that kind of thing to hold you up, so I got the robotics development team. Chen Bin remembered this matter, only that there were too many other things going on behind him, so he cast this matter aside. Casually picking up a few glances at what he was working on, he casually pointed to a modified design. There's a bit of a problem here. I can see you're trying to make the joints less powerful, but the design of the structure was modified in such a way that it could easily be separated, and it shouldn't be used that way. Chen Bin walked over to the computer and began to draw a diagram, saying as he did so, use this one of mine and add a little restriction to the joint structure. When the power reaches a certain point, there are structural limitations, and of course at the core of it, it's still energy supply, and software limitations, Chen Bin said as he drew out the new design. A group of researchers looked at Chen Bin's extremely fast drawing of the design, their faces full of shock. This is really awesome. A brand new structure where Chen Bin just looked at their original joint structure and then just drew a new one on the spot? And an improved model? It's not just the structure yet, it's got parameters on it, which means that this thing can be taken out and machined and manufactured into parts straight away. Just outrageous. Professor Ho was also silent. He had only seen Chen Bin's Overwatch before, but Chen Bin's true R&D ability, he had never seen it before, and it was something that could not be seen with the naked eye. But now, Chen Bin was right in front of him, conducting a study that wasn't even a study, the design that a group of them had to work on for days to come up with. Chen Bin took one look and came up with a better one. Against the day, Chen Bin turned around. Where's the rest? Let's see. A group of researchers reacted and rushed to show Chen Bin the information that had already finished weakening before. There are a bit too many things. Chen Bin did not draw another design, but look at it, see the problem, and then point out the problem. These researchers are at a very high level, already have the technology in front of the case, they out of the problem are not big, or rather, not really a problem, just Chen Bin can have optimization program. Give them ideas and they improve on them and they do better. It took Chen Bin no more than 10 minutes to point out all the problems they had after nearly a month of weakness. When he had finished reading all the information, Chen Bin did not continue reading, mainly because he doesn't know the criteria for weakening. He might as well let these guys continue and he'll help out a bit later. After strolling through the office building, Chen Bin headed for the processing plant to sneak around. It's said to be a sneak, but it's actually an inspection. But the factory is said to be his, and in fact everything is officially handled. Everything is rigorous and no problems can be found. The vast majority of the equipment here is automated. Workers only need to feed the material into the conveyor belt and leave all subsequent processes to the automated equipment. Then at the other end of the facility, workers are responsible for boxing up the boxes. Also here is the assembly shop. In the workshop, a mechanical arm is assembled together to form an assembly line platform. The main body of the mechanical dog is sent by a conveyor belt to the first platform, where two robotic arms attach parts to the mechanical dog. After installing a batch of parts, the conveyor moves forward and another robotic arm, of a different size, begins to install new parts. An assembly line nightmare for industrial robots. But robots don't have nightmares. They can work 24 hours a day, efficient and accurate. The entire plant was commissioned as a fully automated processing plant for mechanical dogs. Shenbin walked all the way to the warehouse and saw the mechanical dogs that were boxed up here. It's still just stacked in one corner of the warehouse, and there's about a couple hundred units. How long will it take to build one? Prof. Ho knows all this very well. Currently it's 32 units that can go off the line in a day. Chapter 51 Efficiency. It's just getting started. There's only one assembly line, and there are two more assembly lines that are already being prepared. Also the other partnering plants, which haven't fired on all cylinders yet, will be able to increase their manufacturing speed once they have an unlimited supply of parts. How much does it cost? Shenbin asked curiously. The costs he had previously understood were the cost of his assembly and the cost of finding some small factory to supply parts in small quantities. In that case, the cost of a robotic dog can go to under $10,000 for all of them. Now with the big manufacturers placing large orders, the parts will only be built lower, and the cost is expected to be lower. 2006 or so. Shenbin was all a bit surprised. So cheap? The price of high-tech products, mainly in technology, this mechanical dog in the case of no R&D costs, only manufacturing costs, the price of various parts, very low. 2006 miles, about 2003, all for various lines, and ships and so on. Shenbin thought for a moment and said, what is their purchase price? 20,000. Shenbin all froze. Isn't this giving away money for nothing? Professor Ho shook his head. The value of technology, infinitely high, let alone 20,000, 200,000. The officials are rushing to purchase it, because they've procured other mechanical dogs that are, well, expensive, and at the same time far less capable than this one. Shenbin did not say anything more. That is indeed, according to the average market price, 20,000 can buy such a mechanical dog. That is basically impossible. But from his point of view, he was literally doing nothing, waiting for the officials to take his skills and go all self-help. He was willing to give the officials so much money when he didn't want anything. By the way, is there any money left in the account? Shenbin had never paid attention to the money on this side of the account. There's over 50 million left. Shenbin's footsteps lurched and he turned back in confusion. How much? Over 50 million. Where did you get the money? None of this stuff is sold, is it? The province gave a subsidy for high-tech companies, specializing in giving $30 million. The Dragon Kingdom also gave $10 million, and the military gave $20 million. Miscellaneous subsidies anyway, sort of using the excuse of enabling to give you money. Shenbin also understands these. Can I take money out of the company's accounts? Sure, I'll have finance call you. How much do you want? Shenbin pondered a little. 1 million. Good. Prof. Ho called directly. Shenbin has not made much money so far, and the money has been given by the officials in various names. He also never touched the money. He didn't think of it, really, as his own. His upbringing from a young age has taught him that you can't just take other people's money. But after coming here and hanging around, he realized that the Dragon Country, for its part, was doing everything in its power to remove that idea from him, and the disconnect that had developed as a result. He sensed the sincerity of these people. The million, in fact, was a signal that he was releasing, that he was accepting these favors, and that he was telling the officials that the disconnect was gone. On the other hand, Shenbin had made so much money, he had to spend some. He couldn't think of anything to spend his money on at the moment, so he'd let mom and dad do it. Shenbin watched the money arrive and dialed a phone. Hello? Is mom busy? It's been busy. The woman's voice on the other end of the line rang out, then said, are you doing okay at school? Lacking money? This kid, how can you go to college and not want money from your family? I'll give you 2,000 up front? No need. I have money. Shenbin laughed and said, I also said to call you guys for some money. How much money do you have? I'll start you off with $1 million. There was no sound on the other end of the line, followed by the words in a lowered voice, have you committed a crime? No. And you're lying. Your dad and I were talking about how there was nothing outside the hotel, and now there's a bunch more food stalls at the end of the street. I went to get a pancake and he broke it. Did he come over to arrest you in plain clothes? What's your offense? Is it serious? Shenbin didn't tense up. Really didn't do anything wrong. Seriously, you just run. Don't ever get caught. Don't worry about us. They won't do anything to us. If it's not serious, then you turn yourself in. We have some savings after all these years. We'll get the best lawyers and try to keep you out of jail for as little time as possible. The words were really brown, but Chen Bin's heart was warm. This is mom and dad, not knowing if he committed a crime, just a guess, thinking the worst, with their life savings, and willing to use it to pay for him. Chen Bin was silent for a moment. Things are a bit big. On the other end of the line, the originally calm voice became a little choked. Then don't ever come back. I can't make it today, and it's dark when I go back, so I'll go back tomorrow. I'm kind of craving your scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Don't you come back. Chen Bin smiled. We'll go back tomorrow. On the other side of the phone, his mom still wants to say something. Chen Bin directly hung up the phone, and in passing, he transferred $1 million to the past. Turning back to Professor Ho, Chen Bin looked at him. The plainclothes outside my parents' hotel. You guys arranged that? Professor Ho shook his head. Security-wise, call Majorin. Chen Bin dialed Majorin's phone, and could hear some noise on the other end of the phone. The plainclothes outside my parents' store. You guys arranged that? Right. Majorin responded. Your situation is unique, and we're worried that the people from the overseas forces won't be able to find a breakthrough from your side and then find trouble with them. But I specifically instructed them not to interfere with your parents' lives, so it's just protection. No interruptions. All right, make the arrangements. I'll go back there tomorrow. Your people are seen to be broken, and I happen to say that I'll make a payment to them. They thought I had committed a crime and were in a bit of a hurry, so we can't let them think too much about going back today. I'm afraid it's too late to go back now. I'll arrange for a plane that can be there in 2 hours. Chen Bin thought for a moment. Okay, in just 2 minutes. A military vehicle stopped in front of Chen Bin. Chen Bin carried a few mechanical dogs to the military vehicle and looked at Majorin on the passenger side. You were just in the neighborhood? Just up ahead. That's the lot for you. Build the road in there. I'll check the progress. Chen Bin was genuinely surprised. You've started building roads so soon? On that piece of land? There's no land? No one lives there? It's all good to talk about. Most people in remote places like this are quite happy to hear that they're going to be demolished, and would have thought it was unlikely that they'd be demolished. Pay them more to move that day. How soon will the road be fixed? It's just 6 kilometers of road in total. Several teams working on it at the same time. A one-night thing, and you can come over and check on it in the morning. Chen Bin suddenly had a deeper knowledge of the words infrastructure maniac. Where's the fence? The fence is being built at the same time and will be ready for use tomorrow morning as well, but it's not completely dry yet, so it'll be 2 days before the strength picks up. Of course, a simple fence is currently being used that has completely wrapped the entire lot, so don't worry. Thoughtful. Chapter 52. Did you really not do anything wrong? As he was making small talk, the car stopped. A helicopter gunship was parked in a clearing ahead. At the moment the helicopter's propellers were spinning rapidly, just waiting for Chen Bin to go up and take off. Chen Bin got out of the car and got on the fighter. It was his first time in a fighter jet. Freshly seated in the fighter jet, the fighter jet lifted off and, after a pirouette, flew in the direction of Chen Bin's old home, nearly 400 kilometers away. 2 hours is perfectly fine. Chen Bin sat on the airplane and thought about flying cars. Flying cars not only shock everyone's eyeballs on the field, but also make the next century. There is no longer the word traffic jam. He goes home. Screw it, it doesn't take an hour. Thinking about it, Chen Bin smiled first and wondered what his mom would look like when she saw him. Happy Kitchen, a small restaurant for couples owned by Chinshur. The door is closed at the moment and the couple is on the phone. Hey, big brother, Chen Bin committed something. I don't know how big, but just transferred us $1 million. Asked? It's just that without asking. He hung up and just said he was coming back. And I'm worried that he's going to commit a big offense and come back and get caught and not be able to handle it. Bin is so obedient. Could there be some kind of misunderstanding? He's a college student. Where is he going to make $1 million? He must have gone astray. His mom just called him, and he said it's a bit big. Hold your horses. When did Bin say he'd be back? Tomorrow. There's still time then. I'll go over there first. Chen Bin's mom was also on the phone. Second brother. Chen Bin has committed a crime. Can you find someone to take care of it? What's the offense? Forget it. I'm coming over. A few moments later, the back door of the restaurant opened and one by one, the relatives fishtailed in. Chenshur's generation had 4 sons. He was the second in line. The fourth had already left the country, and at the moment the third and the oldest were here. The other few people who came were Chen Bin's aunt and uncle. A group of people sat around the table, all with nervous faces. What exactly did Bin commit? I don't know. Just called and didn't answer. Did you guys get around the stalls when you came here? They've been staring at this place for almost 2 weeks. No one came looking for you? No, just staring, but I'm pretty sure they're just staring at us. Chen sure said. They looked at me many times. Xiaobin is a very obedient child. Although the study is not hard, but go to school to work hard and thrift their own, and did not look for you to learn. Chen sure slapped his thigh. I'd rather he come to us for money than be obedient enough to do something illegal for money. The Chen family boss waved his hand. Did Bin really say he committed a crime? He said things were big. For $1 million, can that be small? Chen Bin's second uncle said. There is no hurry. I'll ask around first, in case there is still a chance to hover. As he was thinking about it, the back door was violently pushed open and a high school student rushed in. The helicopter gunships are coming. Everyone was stunned. Helicopter gunships? What are you doing here? As for that, passing helicopter gunships? Parked on the square. It's just over 100 meters from the hotel. A group of people's faces changed. Big Boss Chen, who had been calm, also panicked. It can't be looking for Chen Bin, right? The high schooler was a bit confused. Brother is so good that he can poke such a big hole? Nonsense. There's no rush. What if it's not coming at us? Knock knock. There was a knock on the roll-up door, so loud it shook the group's hearts. Boss Chen, however, steeply calmed down. We didn't commit any crime. Not much of a problem. Rushing at Xiaobin. Let's just bite the bullet and say we don't know anything about it, and then go out and secretly contact Xiaobin and tell him to run. Okay, I'll open the door. Boss Chen walked to the roll-up door, took a deep breath, and opened it. The roll-up door lifted, and Chen Bin stood in front of the door with a curious look on his face. Eldest uncle? Third uncle? Great uncle? Second uncle? Uncle? Why are you all here? A group of people looked at Chen Bin standing in front of the door. All froze. A time did not tense. What is the situation? Why is Chen Bin back? And Chen Bin is standing next to a soldier? Look at the epaulets. So many stars and a high rank? On closer inspection, hold the grass. Major. Chen Shi looked at Majorin, who was flanked by Chen Bin, and a group of guards. They are? Oh, sort of a friend. Heard I was coming back and arranged for me to be flown back. So it was quick. Chen Shi froze. So when are you leaving? Get a night's rest before you go. Chen Shi steeped in relief. He watched on TV. Some people who had committed crimes, before they wanted to tell their secrets, they would often use their secrets as blackmail, asking to meet their family members or something like that. Chen Bin, which are going home to rest for the night, should not be guilty. Why did they give you an airplane? Chen Bin smiled and said, because I have cooperation with them, placing the box in his hand on the table. This is the robot dog I developed. The military procured mechanical dogs like this, so I'm kind of doing military work now. The group remained silent, their faces full of confusion, as if they were listening to a pie in the sky. In the middle of the day, it was the eldest who spoke up. Aren't you a junior college? Yes. Also read the mechanical engineering major. This is not a professional counterpart. Chen Bin said, walking into the hotel. You all know I'm coming back. Specially over? The eldest didn't take it well too. Thought something had happened to you. Came over to try to help you. Chen Bin smiled and looked at the woman who was still in shock. Teasing my mom. She opened her mouth and said that there were plainclothes men outside the door and asked if I had committed a crime. That's reasonable doubt and concern on my part. You're going to give me $1 million as soon as you open your mouth. Everyone else laughed, and the tension dissipated instantly. Brother, can I touch their guns? The high school student in the back stood up and made an inappropriate request. Chen Bin looked at his cousin Chen, who pondered a little, and turned back to Majorin. In principle, it must not be allowed, but now the principle is on Chen Bin's side. Majorin nodded gently. I can touch it for you now. If you want to play with this thing, you'd better join the army. I will definitely go. Chen, who received the gun with some excitement, feeling the heavy feel. It's heavy. Can I take a picture with this gun? I'm going to take a picture and send it to the class group to act tough. Majorin smiled. Okay, this one can be filmed. After Chen, who so interrupted, all the people are not nervous, and major rank is very high, but the person is also really very kind. The relaxed group began to chat, probably because no one was developed. The atmosphere in Chen Bin's house was very good. Otherwise it wouldn't have been his mom and dad who thought something was wrong with him and would have gone to the phone to call someone to discuss what to do. Chen Bin also laughed after hearing this. Fortunately, he came back today. This would have to wait until tomorrow to come back. Then things are afraid to be a bit of trouble. By the way, the vendors outside, are they the ones who arranged it? Chen Bin nodded. Right, because what I developed is a bit sensitive, and they're worried that someone might use you as a breakthrough. You don't have to care much. They won't interfere with you. Live your days as you should. Chapter 53, Mechanical Exoskeleton. Chen Shi nodded. That's fine, but their craftsmanship is really not good. Turn around and I'll find someone to teach them a bit. Otherwise the breakage is a bit big. Majorin didn't tense up and should really be trained properly when this happens again in the future. As we chatted, Uncle Sam suddenly said, what's so sensitive? Can you open it? Chenbin opened the box containing the mechanical dog. The camouflage-colored mechanical dog stepped out of the box. Woof woof. Chenbin didn't expect these mechanical dogs to be camouflaged, but camouflaged dogs are pretty cool. A group of people looked at the mechanical dog, all wide-eyed. Ding! Shock value plus 10. This is something you developed. Bin? Chenbin nodded. Don't you guys surf the internet and swipe videos? Didn't brush me? Are you hot? Chenbin was silent for a moment. Give me your cell phone. Uncle San silently handed his cell phone to Chenbin and opened Shake Shack in the meantime. Chenbin swiped at a young lady standing in front of a motorcycle and began to twist her waist. Uncle Sam's face twitched. I like motorcycles. And this recommendation. Probably because of them. Chenbin swiped again. This time in front of the fish pond. Wearing yoga pants, beautiful women fishing. The moment he threw the rod, the body curves perfectly displayed. Uncle Sam covered his face. Ahem. Fishing is my hobby too. Chenbin did not brush it, and directly searched the mechanical dog. The first one is a video with 10 million plus views. Champion of the National University Robotics Competition. Simulating a mechanical dog. Third uncle looked at Chenbin in the video. That's you? It's me. Grip grass. Good boy. Great. Third uncle couldn't help but burst out, then turned back to Qingshi. Brother, you've given birth to a good son. A few of the others came over and watched the video as Chenbin displayed the mechanical dog and then looked at the mechanical dog on the table. Chenbin listened to the continuous beeps in his head and chose to temporarily turn off the beeps. It's so rare that a group of people get together once and don't want to be disturbed. Majoran also smiled. He came over just to come and explain. Now that the explanation was clear, they retreated first. It's pretty lively out there. 2. The armed helicopter gunships made a bit of a commotion, causing a crowd outside, and they had to leave first. In the small restaurant, a group of people took turns watching the video, as well as searching for other videos. It doesn't matter if you don't search. Under this search, you also find drone videos. Chenbin explained. Didn't I open a company? New company products. Drones are moving real fast these days. The group sighed, not providing a bit of shock value. Chenbin genuine did not taught. They do not know that the drone breaks the speed of sound. More difficult than this mechanical dog manufactured? But that's normal. It's really nice to know that. His previous demonstrations of all that weaponry had been to researchers and groups of college students. Nowadays, it is said that there are as many college students as dogs and graduate students everywhere, but in reality, proportionally speaking, counting college students, it is only about 17%. Most people don't know much about these high-tech products. The only high-tech products they know about are usually cell phones and cars, but the understanding is also shallow. You might not even be able to tell the difference between running memory and storage, but at the moment, their happiness was all genuine, not because of the drones or the mechanical dogs. It was because of these things, all of which were controlled by Chenbin, who was on stage. The corners of Chen Shi's mouth could no longer be suppressed, and also because of the continuous smile, his face was a little red. All done. I'll go fry a few dishes. Come all together and drink. Chenbin also stood up. I'll help you. Just as he stood up, he was squashed. What do I need your help for? You need to talk with your uncle and uncle. A group of people also had hearts full of curiosity and began to ask Chenbin about various things. There's about companies, there's about the military, and there's about robotics pricing. To Chenbin, there was absolutely nothing in these things that needed to be avoided. Talked until late afternoon. Dinner and drinks. Chenbin doesn't drink normally, but he wanted to try it this time. After all, times were different now. He now had a genetically enhanced body. One drink, and as long as anyone at the table was drinking, they were all sprawled out. Chenbin did not feel anything. Is not just a little harder to drink. The night was late, and Chenbin called the guards to send a group of relatives home. The restaurant is on the first floor, and the second floor is loaded with materials, as well as rooms offering rest. Chenbin helped his dad to sleep and then lay down in his own little room. Lying on the bed, Chenbin first took out a bunch of paper towels. It's been smoking a bit too much for one person to use it all. Plus this super soft tissue is really comfortable. Placing a pile of rolled paper on the table, Chenbin closed his eyes and focused his attention on the system. Opening the atlas. All that research and development and nothing for his parents. My mother handled the vegetables, cut them up, and served them on the table every day, while my father topped the pots in the kitchen. Others may not know that the cook is tired, but he really does know that his father has a sore back, as well as frequent pain in his wrists. He has the money now, but the odds are they won't agree if he just tells them to quit. Some parents, when they get older, will choose to retire and have fun, but Chenbin knows his parents very well and is the kind of character who can't stay idle. Got to cut them some slack. Chenbin swept his gaze across the city of the Atlas, looking for something suitable. This search is more like looking for high-tech in a futuristic city and taking it to the real world. Suddenly, Chen Bin noticed a passerby who was wearing an exoskeleton outfit. This exoskeleton gear, compared to the one worn by the warrior in the catalog, is much more modest. There was only a small ring around the body that looked a lot like a basic version of the kind of exoskeleton gear you see in sci-fi movies. Chen Bin concentrated. Mechanical exoskeleton. It can be redeemed by consuming 1000 shock value. 1000 shock points can be redeemed, meaning it's not technically difficult. Looking more closely at the description, it is primarily an aid to human power and is used mainly on workers who need to use brute force. Pretty good. Chen Bin directly redeemed it. As the memories flooded into his mind, Chen Bin could only say that when the system produces something, that is all fine. That being said, it's just an aid to powering up, but it turns out to be such a high level of knowledge. Maximum strength of a ton? If you wear this equipment, everyone will be Hercules. Additionally, the set can increase speed as well as adjust the center of gravity in conjunction with the person. To put it more simply, a person who is unsteady and wobbly, wearing this equipment, he can stand still, even if his own nerve center is out of whack and he can't stand still. The exoskeleton equipment can assist him in standing still. As for speed, nothing has to be done. The exoskeleton gear helps with the stride, a device that allows you to lose weight without having to power yourself. Although it was only worth 1000 shot points, the effect was truly enormous. If this is mass-produced and sold out, it will be sold out. Chapter 54, Forbidden Space. A light rain fell late at night, just wetting the little town, and cleared right up. Chen Bin got on the helicopter early in the morning. The coziness of his family was great, but he still had a lot to do. No time to be home all the time. Adult bonding should, in fact, be like this. Being home for too long makes it easy for two ideas to clash. It's just that the disenchantment of separation is also really present. Chen Bin sat on the helicopter and looked back at the small restaurant getting a little bit smaller and then completely disappearing from sight. They've worked hard all their lives, so they can finally have a good life. Major Ren laughed and said, "You'd have to ask them, and they'd probably say it's been a good life. Nowadays, no one is hungry in the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, if they are picky eaters, as well as those who are hungry because of irregularities in their lives don't count. But whenever life is hard, you either want too much, or you're struggling to scrape your way up the ladder, or it's because you're just not meant to be." The aspect of bad fate is something that the Dragon Kingdom is doing its best to reverse, so that even those with bad fate and bad luck can live as well as possible. The Dragon Kingdom is too big, and the workload is just as big, so we'll just have to take our time. Chen Bin thought about it and gently nodded his head. It was indeed the case that within these 20 years of his life, it was true that the Dragon Kingdom was becoming better with the naked eye. All kinds of infrastructure, all kinds of benefits. Of course, in the process, many problems have arisen, such as young people facing unemployment upon graduation and money being more difficult to earn, and so on. But problems will always arise, and as long as they are still being actively addressed, the future is very promising. He actually perceives it very deeply because technology changes life and technology is the first productive force, so his life was turned upside down when his R&D capabilities became officially known. Officials are taking him seriously. On the other hand, after he entered the circle of R&D, he also discovered something different from his previous perception. Previously, his perception was that the income of researchers in the Dragon Kingdom was lower than that of overseas researchers. Various treatments also fail to keep up with the fact that when you engage in R&D, the fruit is removed. But in reality, what he has seen is that even if the official funding is allocated for research and development, the patents of the finished products developed in the end will be owned by the R&D personnel or the R&D team, as well as a variety of subsidies, a variety of welfare benefits to get soft, such as family members directly assigned to work, etc. So that researchers have no worries. Maybe it used to be what the internet says it is, but it's changed a lot. As he was thinking about it, Major Ren said, "Look there." Chen Bin probed over and saw a square area, an area wrapped by a fence. 2 roads, one horizontal and one vertical, crossed that area like a cross. "That's the land you want." Chen Bin looked at the piece of land. The first feeling was big. It was really big. He casually mentioned a square kilometer. He didn't even realize how big it was at the time. Now it looks really big. The length and width of 1 kilometer each is equivalent to the length and width of 2 half-standard stadium tracks straightened out and put together. A circle around the place. 4 kilometers. The places that had gotten smaller were so big even when viewed from above. Chen Bin felt as though he hadn't been a bit of a pain in the ass before. Thinking, Chen Bin looked into the distance with some surprise. There. It seems like there's also a place surrounded by a fence. What's that for? Major Ren looked at the direction of Chen Bin's finger. The first time nothing to see. What is it? Cannot see. Chen Bin then realized that his eyesight was a bit counterintuitive. Have the driver drive closer. He should be able to see. The helicopter pilot began to drive in the direction of Chen Bin's finger, only with a somewhat complicated expression. he was called a driver by Chen Bin, the master driver who flew the helicopter? Only after the helicopter had flown for a while did Major N see the piece of land Chen Bin was pointing at. This is Lot 2. Lot 2? Yes, General, who was worried about resistance to clearing the field, causing the time to give you land to slow down. So it's not just a piece of land that's being prepared. Chen Bin all froze. Number 2? Is there a number 3? Yes. Chen Bin was speechless for a moment, just a little more inexplicably touched in his heart. If he hadn't seen it from the air, he was afraid he would never have known that the military had given so much preparation for one of his demands. 3 1-square-kilometer plots were laid out at the same time to suit his needs, and whichever was done first was the land given to him. Meeting resistance? No. Major N laughed and said, none of them have been nailed down, and as soon as they heard it was a military need, they all took the subsidy and left. Occasionally, those who feel that the compensation is low, a little bit of communication, as well as an appropriate increase, would be fine. So, all 3 lots were taken? You want it all? Major N asked suspiciously. Chen Bin shook his head, just curious to ask. For the time being, just one piece, closer to the school. Good, that's number 1. Colonel N smiled. Going over there now? Well, now go over there and take a look. The helicopter soon came to rest within the compound walls. It's surrounded by a 4-meter-high fence. It wasn't dry at this time of year, and there was no painted cement, so it looked a little sketchy. Looking inside, you can see that there is also a walled-off area inside, 1 hectare in size. Chen Bin looked down at his feet. Black tarmac and very clean white and yellow lines, as well as guidelines and so on. Very new. He had spoken of his needs the night before, and this morning everything had been done. Efficiency is really fast. Chen Bin walked towards the fenced area in the center. Can flights be banned over this area? Major N followed behind Chen Bin. Is it because you're worried about someone seeing what's here? I'll have to communicate with the top about the no-fly thing. You ask and see if it works. Chen Bin decided to take a gamble. If he could ban flights, he would just take out the unmanned factory here. That way no one will find out what's going on here. If the officials can't get the place grounded, then the next step would be to put real plants in it. When the plant is manufactured, put unmanned factories in it. It takes a little longer, but it won't be noticed. Major N called General Hu in Chen Bin's presence. Chen Bin said there's going to be an air ban above his land. Okay, I'll communicate. 1 sentence later, the phone had hung up. Major N looked at Chen Bin. It's possible, but the specific air ban needs to be communicated with multiple departments, so it may take a bit of time. About how long? About a week or so. Before Major N finished his words, his cell phone suddenly rang. Picking up the phone, General Hu's voice was on the other end of the line. Alright, tell Chen Bin that the air has been banned there. Major N was stunned. So fast? How did you do it? Military maneuvers, temporary blockade for a month, just keep the maneuvers going continuously afterward. Chapter 55, Underground Factory. Chen Bin was also a bit stunned when he heard what was said on the phone. Going to talk about an air ban takes time, but the authority for military exercises is a bit high. Then there's nothing more to say. People have made it this far. Chen Bin can't hide it anymore. Let the people all withdraw out. Let the guards keep watch outside the gate outside the outer enclosure. Don't let anyone get close, and you guys don't come in either. Colonel N was a bit puzzled. Not letting people get close. What was Chen Bin trying to do here? He didn't ask, though, and simply told everyone to withdraw and wait outside the fence. The helicopter took off and flew off into the distance. Where, as a no-fly zone, helicopters wouldn't be coming over next. Chen Bin stood in the center of the enclosure, and he wanted to take a gamble that the military was truly not going to come back in, as well as not flying through the sky. This approach is actually dangerous because the military will realize that an unmanned factory has suddenly appeared here if they don't follow the rules he has laid down. It's outrageous to have a factory appear instantly in an empty place. He developed it quickly and was able to pass it off as him being a super genius. There's no way to explain this stuff, so it's a gamble. Only, Chen Bin, who was standing in the enclosure, suddenly noticed a hole in the ground. The hole inspired Chen Bin. Can unmanned factories be placed underground? A thought flashed by, and in Chen Bin's gaze, a virtual super unmanned factory appeared. It's like a game where the buildings haven't been generated yet, and it's pretty much a vaporware when picking a place. At the moment the virtual shadow moved with Chen Bin's thoughts. Feel free to move around. As Chen Bin looked to the ground, the super unmanned factory began to sink into the ground. Why don't you try it? The idea of trying it bubbled up in Chen Bin's mind. If it works, it's blood money with basically no risk of exposure. If it doesn't work, then it's a bit of a loss, but it's not too much of a loss, since you can also use shot points directly to redeem a super unmanned factory. Chen Bin thought of exchange. First look at the exchange price of the super unmanned factory. After looking at it, Chen Bin was silent. The price of this super unmanned factory, $98,000. He couldn't afford to redeem this super unmanned factory with the shock points he had now. Let's just say that system draws are really good. Try it first. No action digging it out with manpower and resources. Taking a deep breath, Chenbin once again took out the super unmanned factory and sank the virtual shadow a meter underground before determining the location. After Chenbin had the idea of determining the location, an underground passage suddenly appeared in front of Chenbin. There was a blue glow lit up in the passage. A metal ladder was quickly generated, starting at Chenbin's feet and working its way down. The scene was like a dream. Chenbin suppressed the shock in his heart and walked down the steps. Walking out a dozen steps and approaching a depth of 3 meters, a door appeared in front of him. The doors slid open left and right, and inside was the elevator. White elevator. Chenbin is still the first time to see, with the mechanical sense of the light bar above. Chenbin is really feel the future. Step into the elevator, which runs downward. In a matter of seconds, though, the elevator doors opened once more. What Chenbin saw was darkness. Then again, the lights came on a little bit. Under the blue light, there is a fully automated processing machine and a robot in the middle of the processing machine. A lot of equipment Chenbin has not seen, but at the moment it seems to be full of technology. The entire factory is insulated with huge glass. On Chenbin's side was a very large computer. By entering various information about the product to be manufactured and then providing the required materials, this unmanned factory automatically processes the finished product. Without the slightest hesitation, Chenbin directly entered the information of the worker bee drone. While typing in the information, he called Majorin, "Send some materials over. Just send them outside the second fence and I'll send you a list." "Yes." Chenbin hung up the phone and continued typing. "Having built worker bee drones before, I now have a lot of ready-made drawings, and having some left over for improvised drawings isn't much of a delay." It was just that Chenbin kept wandering off, mainly because this unmanned factory was really shocking to him. It's okay that it can be generated directly underground, but the interior is so outrageous. There are so many devices that seem to have all the technical levels, as well as robots. The equipment can manufacture high-precision parts and can also automatically adjust the production line for different parts. If you can't adjust it automatically, let the robot help you adjust it. Inside this unmanned factory, there is a very high level of intelligence system. I just don't know how fast the machining is. Chenbin tried to concentrate hard and finally, in a short period of time, input all the data of the worker bee drone into the drone factory, then returned to the ground through the steps. Outside the enclosure, Majorin had already put a pile of supplies in place. They were all supplies needed on Chenbin's order. On top of that, there was a forklift parked on the side of the road. There wasn't a single person, obviously because Chenbin had asked not to be seen before, so now he simply didn't let anyone get close. Even if you want to get close, you have to tell Chenbin in advance, but also worried that no one, Chenbin cannot move these things, so prepared a forklift. The consideration is really thoughtful. Chenbin drove a forklift and started to move a bunch of stuff inside. The forklift had just driven into the outside of the fence, and a metal platform slowly opened up a dozen meters in front of where Chenbin had gone down to the entrance before. Information instantly surfaced in Chenbin's mind. This was also an elevator, but it was a freight elevator. Get the supplies over there and he doesn't need to worry about anything else. Chenbin drove a forklift and transported it a little bit. After a dozen consecutive trips, all the materials, all of them, were placed on the platform. Press the start button and the platform begins to descend. Chenbin, on the other hand, quickly entered the unmanned factory underground through the stairs. When I looked through the glass before, I was looking at static unmanned factories. At this moment this invincible and subtle machine began to run in front of Chenbin. The first is the handling of raw materials. The robot quickly opens the outer packaging of the material and then puts different materials into different feed ports. Material handling is quick, and most materials, without much handling, can be machined directly into parts, but in half an hour, Chenbin had already seen the conveyor belt with parts being transferred into the assembly center. Inside the assembly center, dozens of robotic arms, with different lengths and angles, can quickly assemble dozens of parts at the same time, but now there is a wait for all the parts to be manufactured. The process, totaling 2 hours. 2 hours later, the lights in the assembly plant went green. Right in front of Chenbin, dozens of mechanical arms began to operate with precision and stability, assembled as fast as if there were dozens of him. 3 minutes later, a worker bee drone was delivered to him. From parts to Chenbin, a total of time, 2 hours and 9 minutes. Not bad for a super unmanned factory. In the future, if such factories can be popularized, all the workers will have to change their jobs. On his own, it would take at least 2 weeks to build the rest of the worker bees or to source most of the parts from outside. Now that the factory is up and running, it takes only 72 minutes to assemble one unit in 3 minutes. 24 units. Chapter 56 Commencement. Building worker bee drones is a test of sorts for unmanned factories. The answer sheet delivered by the unmanned factory makes even Chen Bin feel outrageous. It's so fast. It kills the fastest production line in the world right now. At the same time, Chen Bin was also excited because this way, if he then exchanged technological products through the Atlas, the manufacturing time would be directly shortened by at least half. Previously, you needed to draw your own plans and manufacture them. Now it's just a matter of drawing a diagram and handing it over to the unmanned factory. It's this factory that needs a little rationalization. One could literally build an unmanned factory on the ground. As a front, it's not too difficult. Just build a bunch of simulated robots. In the time it took to think, another worker bee drone was created. Chen Bin pondered a little and dialed the phone again, this time calling Professor Ho to procure the equipment. Take money from the company's books and buy a bunch of production equipment. That $50 million on the company's books can't really buy much in the way of too good equipment. To put it bluntly, some of the high-precision experimental equipment is $50 million apiece, but Chen Bin just needed a front, and that $50 million could do a bit more than that. Hanging up the phone, Chen Bin walked out of the tunnel. Next, he doesn't have to be here all the time, other than sending materials over. The rest of the time he can be in the lab. Data drawings, etc., can be sent to the factory remotely. Standing outside the tunnel, Chen Bin looked at the exit being blocked off, and even the outside was camouflaged with dirt that was the exact same color as the surrounding dirt. As long as someone isn't digging in the area, it's really hard to tell the difference between this and the rest of the dirt. Several worker bee drones, built in short order, have also taken off, hovering around, staring. While there are no queen bee drones to control, the worker bee drones themselves are drones, and direct control is fine, just not as good as queen bee control. But for stalking and policing, no problem. Chen Bin walked outside the fence, where Majorin and a group of guards were present. Majorin didn't know what Chen Bin was doing in there, and although he was full of curiosity, he didn't ask for anything, but just said, "Back to school?" Aha! Chen Bin got into the car and went back to school first. Majorin organized his words. "Do you need me to put more men on patrol outside the fence?" "No need." Chen Bin gently shook his head. "I'm going to use that place as a high-end manufacturing base next. Some of the top high-tech products that will follow will be made over there. I'll also arrange for at least one set of swarm drones. Security isn't an issue. Letting too many people get close is bad." Majorin nodded. "Okay, but there's really no need to worry about this. Anyone who can be placed here is absolutely reliable. Not only have they been vetted by us, but they've been vetted by good luck. Double vetted and really safe and full." Chen Bin pondered a little. "I also need a batch of construction materials. The kind of steel components. Materials that can build a simple factory. No labor? No need. Manual labor, I'll take care of it myself." Colonel Lin hesitated for a moment. Where would Chen Bin find someone? Still, he didn't ask. All he needed was to provide Chen Bin with everything he needed. What he shouldn't ask. In turn, he couldn't ask blindly. Yes, Chen Bin returned to the lab, his attention sinking into the system once more to find the robot. Before that you've seen the robot in the catalog. It's just never been redeemed because the bots are, in terms of application, weaker. Robot dogs have more application scenarios all around. Robots are used more to demonstrate technology and have very little utility. This is because robots are extremely technically difficult to make practical. First of all, walking on two legs is certainly not as simple as the four legs of a robot dog. The four legs of the robot dog, that center of gravity adjustment is not sensitive, are able to keep the mechanical dog is standing. The other thing is that compared to a mechanical dog walking around with all sorts of gear on it, you can use it differently. Humanoid robots, to be efficient, also need to be able to use their fingers. Compared to a mechanical dog with a gun on its back, it's straight up combat. Robots want to have the same fighting ability, either with a gun fixed to their shoulder or a gun in their hand. With a self-firing gun fixed to your shoulder, that's about as practical as a dog trying to hold a gun. That technical difficulty goes right up a level, because that requires not only finger dexterity, but also precise aiming. Chen Bin's attention was focused on the robot. Life service robot. Shot points required for redemption, 3,888. At 3,008, it takes more shot points, but not too many. Then look at the performance, said life service robot, but this single arm 300 kilograms of strength, is very life indeed. With this power, there is no problem to go to construction to build a large plant. Chen Bin acquires the technology again. The next time, it's all about the drawing. Chen Bin started all the equipment in the lab first. As slow as these devices are to manufacture, they've got to be turned on, as a front, to give the super unmanned factory a front. The robot's drawings are complex, even without any R&D process. Just drawing out the thousands of parts inside would take days. When Chen Bin drew a part, he sent one over to the factory side. so that by the time he was done, the super unmanned factory would be able to build robots right away. While Chen Bin was busy, Majorin was not idle. Directed a military truck that brought various building materials into the factory. Also sent in was a whole lot of material. As per Chen Bin's request, the material was sent inside the central enclosure by him. He looked in too, and there was nothing in there. But nothing was more outrageous because he had previously sent a batch of resources inside as requested by Chen Bin. When Chen Bin left, he didn't take his resources with him. You can't dig a hole and bury it, can you? Majorin pushed down the doubts that filled his mind and turned to leave. 4 days on end, the entire interior enclosure, inside and out, was filled with all kinds of building materials, as well as masonry and more. Once the 7 days were up, Majorin received a call from Chen Bin and everyone retired. Just in time for the building materials to have been delivered, Majorin led the men away. No sooner had they left than a worker bee drone shot straight up in the air. At the same time a 10-meter diameter circular platform on the ground descended. Then a dozen robots stood on the platform and slowly rose until they appeared on the ground. This is the first batch of life service robots built in 2 days. Life service bots are starting to move a bunch of resources onto the platform, and these are taken to build more bots. After the move, the life service robots started the build a factory on top of the super drone factory. The first is foundation leveling. This one just needs to be shoveled and then a layer of bricks and then a layer of cement to cover it. It doesn't need to be anything too intense for a while, it's just a front after all. Then came the driving of a huge steel column into the ground. The entire structure of the plant, which is made of steel components, is simpler and quicker to erect. Just outside the fence, a group of people could see the columns going up inside, and could hear the sounds of construction in the plant better. They were really confused. Where did the construction come from in there? One of the warriors couldn't help but turn around and catch a glimpse of a silver robot, climbing to the top of a steel pillar and starting to screw in the screws. Instantly frozen in place. Chapter 57, Aliens? What's that? The distance was great, but the warrior could still see that the thing was human in appearance, with arms and legs. It's just that the skin is silver. With the warrior confused, the others turned around and then saw more robots. On the steel column, the robot fixes an I-beam, which can be used as a steel component platform, and then add a roof on top of it to make a simple factory building. But it wasn't the steel member that everyone was looking at the moment. Instead, it is a robot that holds the I-beam at the top of the steel member. There's a silver robot on almost every steel post. Because of the distance, they couldn't see that it was a robot. What they could see was the silver man. Those on the scene immediately took out their communication devices, suspected alien sighting. After the message was sent, Colonel On quickly said, "Wait for me, aliens?" Colonel On actually didn't feel too shocked when he heard about the aliens. In other words, if it really was aliens, then he could actually accept it, as it would in turn accept Chen Bin's abilities. After a bit of contemplation, Colonel On still called General Hu about the suspected aliens, and then went straight to the scene. By the time he got to the scene, it was an hour later. Looking from afar at the factories that had been built in the enclosure, he was somewhat shocked. Built so fast? The warrior nodded repeatedly. That alien, he can carry an I-beam with one hand and climb up a steel post. Didn't you notice what that was? You can't get close enough to see clearly, and you don't dare take any pictures. Colonel On took a deep breath. Follow me. A group of people followed Majorin, striding towards the inside of the enclosure. 2 levels of enclosure, the first level being 450 meters from the second. Majorin walked to the second fence and called Chen Bin first. Is it convenient for me to go into the fence and take a look? The soldiers said they saw aliens. The first thing Chen Bin did was wonder. Aliens? Where are the aliens from? He has no doubt that there are aliens in this world. After all, the universe is too big. Compared to the entire universe, the Milky Way is nothing. The solar system is a drop in the ocean. As for the Earth star, it belongs to that little tiny molecule in a drop in the ocean. In such a case, it makes perfect sense that there is other life in the vastness of the universe. But can these beings, can they easily come to the planet Earth? Chen Bin was a bit skeptical about this. Even if it did come, could it run right into his unmanned factory? Or maybe it's the unmanned factories that attract the aliens? Chen Bin, out of his trust in Colonel On, directly acquiesced to the fact that the aliens really existed first. Wait for me. I'll come over and take a look too. You don't know? Of course I don't. Majorin could hear that Chen Bin really didn't know. Don't come over yet. I'll go in and take a look. This is out of concern for Chen Bin's safety. If it really was an alien and had a bad purpose, then the first one to be hurt would be him, not Chen Bin. He has to scout for Chen Bin. Hands on the door. Majorin was suddenly stunned. Not quite right, since Chen Bin did not know about the aliens. Why would the aliens help Chen Bin repair the plant? As that thought bubbled up, he saw the doors open left and right on their own. Inside the door stood a silver-colored robot. The robot looked similar to a human. Except it doesn't have simulated skin and you can see the metal link structure under the metal shell. There are eyes, but those eyes are more like cameras. And a circle of lights. Majoran slowly opened his mouth wide. He knew why Chinbin said he didn't know about aliens, because there were no aliens here at all. Only robots. At the same time, Chen Bin, who was far away in the school's laboratory, heard the continuous sound of nails ringing in his head. Then he slowly reacted. Couldn't be mistaking robots for aliens, could it? Now see the robot. So shocking? Chen Bin guessed, but there was no rush to call. First we have to wait. Call again to clear the air when the ANU provides some more shock points. Majoran was in shock at the moment. It wasn't just him, a few others were equally shocked. What they thought were aliens turned out to be robots. Well, that's even more shocking. It's understandable that the aliens could manage to climb the steel pillars and build the plant with ease. And now they're told that robots are okay? This means that the robots are, well, better than they are. As far as the robots on the market today are concerned, being able to dance is already in the category of being a top-notch robot. Turns out this robot, it can build plants? The image of one hand grasping a steel member and then both feet plus an arm quickly climbing up a steel column came to their minds. It's really anticlimactic. Colonel and wasn't much better. Wide-eyed, he looked at the robot. The aliens you're talking about. This is the robot? Unsurprisingly, it should be. Colonel On gazed behind the robot and could see other robots still busy behind him. A robot carrying at least several hundred pounds of I-beams quickly walked to the front of the steel column and then began to climb it. Steel components do not just have columns, plus the roof on the line, but also need to be connected to the middle of the fixed. Once the outer layer was done, these robots started fixing some of the steel on the inside. He could tell a lot with that sweeping glance. The first is the robot's animated and natural walking posture. This means that the link structure used for the robot's joints is, again, completely new and capable of perfectly simulating human movement. What walking very naturally implies is the ability to control the center of gravity. There were various other actions of the robot, climbing, accelerated walking, and so on, all of which felt anticlimactic to him, especially climbing. Who's got a robot that can climb a pole? Chen Bin. This robot was definitely not specifically designed to climb pillars, but the fact that this robot still had the ability to climb pillars meant that this robot was afraid that it was not only capable of climbing pillars, but also capable of doing more difficult behaviors. There's also the complexity of the act of assembling this. Quite simple for people, except for a bit of skill in selling hard labor. But something as simple as that, put on a robot, that's super complex. These robots do it with such aplomb that it's empowering. After multiple shocks, Majoran took a deep breath, then said, "It's okay, you close the door." The robot closed the door silently. Majoran looked back at the group of warriors. "All of you get out. Go outside and stand guard." About the robots, you can't say anything outside. Yes, Majoran fumbled for his cell phone and called General Hu. It's not aliens, it's robots. I guess it's the robots Chen Bin just developed, but didn't talk to me about it. On the other end of the phone, General Hu was also baffled. You mean that Chen Bin created robots and then built a factory on that piece of land? Right. Robots that build plants? Right. Can that go to war? Chapter 58 Blitz Mechanical Affinity. Colonel On hadn't thought in the direction of robots going into battle. At the moment, my eyes light up throughout when I think about it. War robots are definitely more useful on the battlefield than dogs. All the performance and so on need not be talked about. Only one thing needs to be said, and that is that humans have hands. There are so many operations that a war robot with hands can do, but that's only if the robots can actually fight. An image of robots carrying steel frames came to Colonel An's mind. Even if you can't be on the front, ground transportation in complex terrain, etc., is absolutely no problem. After all, carrying hundreds of kilograms of I-beam can be as easy as flying. General Hu was also shocked. So fierce? I'll call Chen Bin first and ask about the situation. Majoran remembered talking to Chen Bin about the aliens earlier. Got to explain that now. By the way, about the robot. Okay, focus on asking about robots going to war. Yes. Majoran hung up the phone and dialed Chen Bin once more. It's not aliens, it's the guards who misread the robots and mistook them for aliens. I thought of it when I hung up the phone. Chen Bin also smiled. How do you feel about that batch of life service robots? In university school heard life service robot. Did not taught. Who's life service robot? With this kind of a slap can kill people robot? This robot is in life services? Will it be a bit fierce? Fierce in what way? I watched them carry the I-beams and climb right up the steel columns. 300 kilograms in one arm. Shorter I-beams. Really no problem. How much? 300 kilograms. Majoran was silent for a moment, and Chen Bin remotely listened to the tinkling sound. It's reasonable, right? When there's something heavy in the house to clean, lift it up and sweep it. Reasonable. Majoran silently lit a cigarette. Can a robot like this go to war? Chen Bin hesitated for a moment. How can anything think of the battlefield? How is this robot going to go to war? The thin layer of metal used for the shell is gone if it gets shot twice. There's also range that doesn't work, and while the power is okay, it's slightly slower. Prolonged weight bearing is also not good, and there is not much detection equipment on the body. On the battlefield, can only be the same as people, with eyes to see, as well as listening to the source of the sound. Not really, this thing is garbage on the battlefield. It doesn't really compare to a mechanical dog. Majoran didn't expect Chen Bin to have such a low opinion of robots. He looked at the mechanical dog and felt that it was quite good. In what way not? Not in any way. Why don't I just design a war robot specifically for you? Really? Give me some time. In addition to the plant there, send more raw materials for manufacturing. The equipment will arrive right away, and the plant there will be able to run straight away. Majoran said directly. Good. Just a little raw material. The value of whatever Chen Bin casually took out was enough to pile up a mountain of raw materials. Within this square kilometer area, Chen Bin hung up the phone and looked at the shock point first. 40,000 shock points left. It could be exchanged for quite a few techniques, but there had been no entries during this recent period, so much so that Chen Bin didn't dare to draw. It's like being a miser. There still has to be a steady stream of incoming money to be able to use it with more peace of mind. What's been going on lately? Chen Bin let good luck count. Recently there is really not much competition, as well as can show off the place. Short term is really nothing, and the closest we've gotten is a big racing event in a month. As for ordinary lap races, they can go any time, and not many people pay attention to them, so they may not provide many shock points, and lead to the leaking of new tech products, which affects the subsequent shock points gained. Good Luck watched Chen Bin frown and hesitantly said, Master, if you want to act tough, you can choose to open the conference. A lot of companies are having launches at the moment, and the bigger ones are doing quite well. For smaller companies, while there may be no one at the launch event, you can advertise as well as have official teasers for new product launches posted for you. More or less people will be watching. Another display or two, followed by a live launch, and the viewing audience will be huge. Chen Bin's eyes lit up. Right, live broadcast to open the conference. Live streaming is 100% capable of delivering shock points, and while relatively few shock points are delivered by each individual, there are very many people who can live stream online. Combined, it definitely gets a lot of shock points. Even if the shock points were gained less this time, Good Luck is right. It's a warm-up, and the audience will come to the show when it goes live again next. The bottom line is that such a live kickoff event is something that others might do once a year, or even once every 2 years. His company can be once a week. Releasing something once a week rocks more than someone else does once a decade. The launch of the weekly shift, isn't that shock point coming? With the various competitions, what's the worry about not having shock points to use? What else is there to say? Let's start with a 10% draw. 40,000 shock points, which instantly turned into 30,000 shock points. At the same time the light began to flicker. White again. Chen Bin saw the white light, and now he no longer felt pity for the 10,000 points worth of shock points. 10 consecutive draws. All 7 whites, 2 blues and 1 red. The system probably really doesn't have much white stuff, so give paper towels. But there's more diversity in all the blue stuff than the white. After 3 consecutive rolls of paper towels, the color of the glow finally changed to blue. Ding! Congratulations host, gain primary mechanical affinity. Chen Bin's eyes widened steeply. Mechanical affinity? The primary mechanical affinity, which he had drawn once before, had helped him tremendously. Both assembly and manufacturing of parts are faster, and operation of the handling equipment is better. It could be argued that without this feature, he would probably still be dawdling at the mechanical dog right now, and the second mechanical dog might not even have been built. It's really not an exaggeration. First of all the equipment in his lab, he can't use it, and without the guidance of the blue light, he is directly blind. It takes a long time to learn how to use all that equipment. Most importantly, it had occurred to him before that if the primary mechanical affinity was this powerful, and the advanced mechanical affinity, wouldn't it be invincible? What was thought then, now has the potential to be realized. There's 1 blitz in 10 straight draws. Now Chen Bin has already had a decision. As long as the next thing that pops out is not very outrageous, his one chance to storm directly to the mechanical affinity. The next 2 white lights went by, and they were filled with things that didn't do much good, until a flash of red light. Chen Bin's eyes widened once more. The things in the red light were definitely good. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining a charisma value of +10. Chen Bin didn't tense up. What charm value does he want? A guy who, before, added little by little, and now, after the red, just gives 10 points? What's the point? The draw continued and the last blue light flashed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a robotic arm. This one was okay. That robotic arm helped him a lot before. now 2 robotic arms. Then there's no hesitation to just storm the mechanical affinity. Ding! The storm was successful. Primary mechanical affinity becomes intermediate mechanical affinity. Chapter 59, Isn't This a God? Shenbin was a bit surprised that above the primary mechanical affinity, it wasn't actually the advanced mechanical affinity, but better than junior is fine. As the thought flashed by, changes began to appear in Shenbin's body. It's nothing like the last time I gained primary affinity. He could visibly feel his body becoming lighter and a renewed increase in strength. Shenbin had already used the primary genetic enhancement potion, and with the life service robots, he could fight a bunch of them by himself. But the moment is indeed enhanced. Plus he felt like there was something more in his body. That is an acquired change that occurs from the cellular level. As Shenbin pondered, relevant information naturally surfaced in his mind. Part of his cells became power-generating cells. It's like an electric eel with specialized cells. Electrocytes. Electrocytes change the concentration of ions inside and outside the cell by controlling ion channels in the cell membrane. Can be used in such a way as to create a potential difference. In the resting state, there is a high intracellular concentration of potassium ions along with a high extracellular concentration of sodium ions. The opening of ion channels and the rapid influx of sodium ions into the cell allows for a rapid rise in intracellular potential, creating a depolarizing process. And then the potassium ion channels are opened and potassium ions are effluxed. This process then produces a tiny voltage. It's one cell, and the overall myriad of electrical cells connected in series and parallel is the equivalent of connecting countless small batteries together to produce greater voltage and stronger current. Take the example of an electric eel, which can emit up to 800 volts. But Shenbin is not an electric eel. Raising his hand, his fingertips began to flash with a blue arc of electricity. Shenbin was all a bit shocked. At this rate, would he become a monster? Or maybe being able to discharge electricity makes him a monster? Got to test it. Shenbin found a multimeter and pinched the 2 test pens in his right and left hands. Pop! A current flashed and the multimeter's voltmeter pulled right up to full. This multimeter can test up to 1,000 volts, which means he's casually drawing a current that exceeds 1,000 volts? I also wonder if I can match Pikachu for a 100,000 volt current. There was no way to test it, and Shenbin was in no hurry to do so. The greatest use of this current is not to be used as an electric baton, but to control mechanical products. Shenbin walked to the front of a CNC machine. Instead of entering information with your finger again, you input electrical signals directly to the device. This process normally should be difficult. However, with the addition of the intermediate mechanical affinity, Shenbin felt that this process was as good as instinct. He doesn't need to go into the process of information generation. All he had to do was think what he needed the CNC machine for, and the CNC machine would do it. A thought passed, and the CNC machine began to work on the part, without anyone in sight. Shenbin turned toward the gate. The door is electronically locked. Without even needing to get close, a signal entered the lock and it opened naturally. Shenbin looked at the door. Just right for the porch. Just right for the wind. It felt like he was just like God. He can change the magnetic field around him. With a little bit of equipment, he could fly. On the contrary, Shenbin raised his hand. As he raised his hand, a metal part flew in the distance and landed precisely in his hand. What's the difference between that and God? Shenbin's heart beat a little faster after some tests. Too fierce. Can't imagine how advanced mechanical affinity would be. Work on it. Draw it one more time. I'm sure I'll get a mid-level mechanical affinity, and then have a blast. Taking a deep breath, Shenbin calmed down. To get advanced mechanical affinity, you have to get more shock points first. A total of 30,000 shock points now. Only 310 consecutive draws. I'm afraid it's not quite enough. Shenbin took a deep breath and dialed Professor Ho's phone. Has the mechanical dog weakening been completed yet? Soon. 2 days at the most. Send. Professor Ho was a little hesitant. What? I'm considering a launch party. Shenbin said. Set it for tomorrow. Isn't that a bit of a rush? It's not completely done with the remodeling yet. It's okay, leave it to me. Professor Ho hung up the phone and looked at the group of researchers in his office. The work is over. Shenbin said the rest. He'll perfect it. A group of people were dumbfounded. They were almost done when Shenbin said he was coming, but there really isn't a problem. In any other situation, they would have felt that the person taking over was coming over to take credit, but now it's at Shenbin's factory, and they're revamping Shenbin's product as well. On top of that, they are really slow in terms of efficiency. Organize all the things that Machine Dog has changed so far and send them to him. Shenbin hadn't been idle while he waited for the information to be sent over. Walk over to the computer and start drawing. Without an intermediate mechanical affinity, his drawings were fast. The drawings for that mechanical exoskeleton outfit, he could have made in a day. But with mechanical affinity, he can output electrical signals directly. What used to require a mouse and keyboard operation now only requires the output of a momentary electrical signal, then continuous output. With a single electrical signal output, an image of the part quickly appears on the screen. Efficiency is directly increased by more than 10 times. What was once a complicated drawing is now nothing short of simple and easy. In 2 hours' time, Chen Bin sent over the mechanical exoskeleton, as well as his parents' body information. It just so happens that Prof. Ho has sent information on the machine dog revamp. The 2 hours had not been in vain, and Professor Ho had even organized all this information. Chen Bin quickly flipped through it once, already improving all the unreasonable places in his mind, as well as changing the subsequent unfinished ones in accordance with the standard of the previous changes. The corrected drawings are then entered into the computer. An hour later, the information for the civilian version of the companion robot was packaged and sent to Professor Ho. Professor Ho opened the folder and looked at the completed and perfectly designed mechanical dog inside, and abruptly fell silent. It would be outrageous. It took them a month to change 90%. It took Chen Bin over an hour to send the changeover? This is not just completing the subsequent 10% of the modifications, but also modifying the same where they had changed the problematic areas earlier. Equivalent. In such a short period of time, Chen Bin read it, changed it, and then redrew all of the remaining modified, as well as the subsequent changes to the content of all redrawings. It was efficient, so fast that he felt outrageous. A normal team, doing this, would take most of a month at the very least. To Chen Bin's place, 1 hour. Is this a human being? Chen Bin didn't know what Professor Ho's side thought as he directly called Majorin. Life service robot dog? I want to have a new product launch. Majorin hesitated. Yes, this is no problem. Civilian mechanical dogs, you can sell them at will. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that at the moment my company is not well known, and when I say that I'm having a launch party, not many people might come to see it. I understand. I'll contact the publicity department. Chapter 60, a small workshop. With a really strong undercurrent, Majorin had an instant decision in his heart, then asked, when is the new product launch scheduled? Tomorrow. Colonel and all but froze, calling him today about the launch, only to have the time set for tomorrow? Isn't that a bit short of a day's preparation? A longer lead time might work better because there's a warm-up time. It's so short that the publicity is only seen by a few people. There's also the soft copy kind of publicity that requires a lot of people to swipe it several times, which is much more effective. Chen Bin does not know what to say. Cannot, and Major said. This new product launch, ready to weekly shift it? This first launch is even the equivalent of a warm-up for later launches. It's tomorrow. Too lazy to mess with it. Okay. Majorin heard Chen Bin's impatience and directly agreed in one bite. Chen Bin put away his cell phone and looked at good luck. Prepare a set of things for the new product launch. Good. Good luck to start busy. First of all, PPT. This thing is very important. Chen Bin directly said a little dry. It's much better to have a PowerPoint and have Chen Bin talk about it. The other thing is the promotional images, and with the right ones, you can release them directly to the military side. Then there's the tagline. Good luck instantly generates a bunch of taglines, then eliminates the vast majority of them before presenting on the screen. A single tagline. To have me is to own the future. Chen Bin looked at the sentence. Isn't there an element of blowing awesome? This could be the tagline for all the next products in the life services line. That's certainly not pretending. Chen Bin thought of life service robots, in addition to flying cars, and a whole bunch of high-tech products in the catalog. Those things, it seems, are the future. Okay. A picture appeared on the screen of a pack of mechanical dogs running after a frisbee. Behind the frisbee at the very front is a mechanical dog. A mechanical dog that leaps into the air with its mouth open and can bite a frisbee as soon as it closes. It means faster than the average dog. The mechanical dog in the air gives the impression of an explosion of power. Very tense. That's a good picture. On the screen, another PowerPoint appeared. Chen Bin did not look at the PPT. Anyway, flip-flopping said, is the technical performance show, when he went on stage and then see it is not too late. Smoothly sending the diagram and propaganda slogan to Majorin. Chen Bin's mind sank into the atlas once again. When you let the crown do a job, you have to give the crown something. Since they want to go to war with everything, let's really give them robots that can go to war. Chen Bin had searched for things in the atlas too many times, and now, if he wanted to find a war robot, he didn't need to search much at all. Just at the very edge of the atlas, not far from the heavily armed warrior, stood a heavily armored robot. Type 2 war robot, land weapon, 2 meters too tall and covered in superalloy armor. It can defend itself against tank artillery blasts and control heavy weapons during ground advances. Equipped with a variety of detection technologies, capable of using a wide range of weapons. Carriers, 3 tons of strength in one arm. Chen Bin all sucked in a breath of cool air. Although it didn't say anything about the actual combat power of this robot. Can you single arm 3 tons? together with that outrageous defense. Even if you don't know how to use firearms, you can carry 2 sledgehammers and charge across the battlefield. Who can stop you? God stops God. Buddha stops Buddha. Opposite a tank. A straight hammer. Opposite a warrior. Walk over and kick the crap out of him. Weapons of war. Awesome. Chen Bin looked at the price. 7,000? Expensive. It's really quite expensive. But thinking about that effect, it's definitely worth it. With a tank-like defense, the same damage, but also incredibly flexible, but also able to operate a variety of weaponry. Super omnipotent. When such a robot is standing on the battlefield, it is a proper one-man band. 10,000 man band. Engage. Chen Bin walked to the computer and began to enter the drawings. While entering the part model, the unmanned factory manufactures the part. While Chen Bin was busy, Majorin was also busy. The military gave a civilian company publicity and a lot of fanfare. Nothing like that has happened before. ANU school just called when the site is going to be reviewed. After a few consecutive calls, Colonel On gave up the idea of calling directly because he didn't have enough to say. Calling General Hu directly. Chen Bin just called me, wanting the military to help him publicize the new launch of the civilian mechanical dog. Do I even need to be asked about this? As long as he's not trying to make war on the white-headed hawk right now, that's fine. That's what I was thinking. But calling the publicity side, they have to apply, as well as having to vet. What Chen Bin is asking for is a launch tomorrow. General Hu was silent for a moment. The response from the propaganda department's side was reasonable. In principle, it is true that no one can come and say that if you use an official account to advertise, then you can advertise. Military accounts, after all, highlight a seriousness. There's something a little less reasonable about advertising to people. But the principle is for others, not for Chen Bin. Chen Bin is the principle. Well, I'll communicate. General Hu made a direct call and asked directly, do you want War Machine Dog? Of course. So how come you don't feel too keen to have it? When Toho asked you to make an advertisement and pushed back? What do you mean? People's Tulu company develops and produces mechanical dogs, and when I heard you guys say that you want a mechanical dog with such a good performance is only sold for $20,000 a piece. Is it reasonable for people to ask you to help them advertise when they want to make some money by coming in civilian? Reasonable. You talk to your publicity department and advertise people first. Good. The person on the other side didn't say a word more and directly sent an order to the publicity department to help Toho advertise the company. Not to mention, where can I buy a $20,000 mechanical dog? All that crap on the market goes for $100,000. Most importantly, General Hu made the call for this advertisement. Having made one call, General Hu began a second one immediately afterward. The military has many propaganda accounts and different people in charge of the accounts. Different military districts with different accounts. Moments later, multiple military accounts, simultaneously advertised on multiple platforms. The diagrams are all the same. They're all the same diagrams that Chen Bin posted. Couple that with the exact time of the launch and done. It's just a very simple picture with words. But it's a military account, and it's still all the military districts, sending messages at the same time. The first thing many people see is doubt. Isn't the military not allowed to do business anymore? How dare you advertise? What company? Super Turok? Never even heard of it. Curious, some people started searching and then outright shocked. The mechanical dog, that's from this company? And drones? Supersonic drones, developed by this same company? Where did the company pop up? I hadn't heard of it at all before, but it turned out to be so fierce. Small workshop, the undercuts are just fierce, and it's really fast. The mechanical dog was only developed earlier, and now it's in production, and there's a new product launch, posting that smart puppy? Chapter 61, Heat Spike. Military accounts get a lot of attention, and there are many bloggers who feed off of what they post on military accounts. It didn't take long for the message to be posted on the military's account, and it was read by more than 1 million people. Along with that, searches for Super Graphics, Inc. have skyrocketed. By the time the evening was over, information about the Super Graphics company, as well as advertisements, hit the hot seat. Chen Bin was a bit dazed when he heard the good luck reminder. So fierce? Is the official number publicized so aggressively? Far more than he could have imagined. However, the number of readers is not the same as the conversion of users of the live broadcast. The number of viewers of tomorrow's live broadcast can be converted a tenth, has been very good. Millions of reads, 100,000 viewers, 10,000 shock points. This was Chen Bin's goal, and in hindsight, it shouldn't be too difficult to accomplish. As he was thinking about it, Lucky added, do you need me to push the flow a little? Pushing the flow? Yeah, I can sign up for a lot of little accounts and reply under a lot of them to turn up the heat. A top hot search ranking breaks the circle and attracts more people to see that message and thus the live stream. In addition, To attract people to watch the live broadcast, it's best to have to give some benefits, so that they know that they can get benefits from watching the live broadcast, and a lot of people will come over to watch the live broadcast. Chen Bin pondered a little, meaning, talking up the rewards and sending them out in advance? Right, that does make sense. So what would be a good benefit to prepare for? Good Luck said directly, discounts and such are not really appropriate, because the price of a mechanical dog, in many people's position, is very expensive. In addition to the vast majority of people will not buy a mechanical dog, because a mechanical dog is not a necessity, wouldn't even have the money to buy it. It's not attractive to give discounts in a situation like this. Suggest taking out a batch of mechanical dogs and raffling them off. After all, we're not going to lose too much money if we make them and they're not worth much. Chen Bin pondered a little. Alright, then we'll send 200 mechanical dogs first. Give away 100 units at the start of the broadcast and 100 units at the end of the broadcast. Good Luck takes less than a second. Is the copy ready to send? Send. It's good to use the official account of the Tulip Company to release a live statement, as well as the news of the mechanical dog giveaway. 200 mechanical dogs, live in the booth for a raffle. No strings attached, just need to be watching the live stream at the time to draw. That way a lot of people will come to watch the live stream, even if it's just for the raffle. It's nothing to click in and read anyway. This is a large number of live viewers, but also cause a chain reaction. No more people. The promotion will be more effective. Good Luck continued. According to the current market, you can consider preparing more personalities for the mechanical dogs, as well as designing more appearances. Can you design it? Instead of answering directly, Good Luck said, I can design, but my designs, instead of creating, I borrow. Borrowing from different styles, different other design elements, and creating are two different concepts. Then borrow a bunch of them first. The next moment, a mechanical puppy appeared on the screen, with a large mouth and green appearance in its paint job. Chen Bin vaguely saw the shadow of the bad guy, Stitch, and then a yellow one. Pikachu? Chen Bin waved his hand. You'd better not design it. I'll let the counselor find someone. Just pulled out his cell phone and it rang just in time. Caller ID says it's a counselor. Chen Bin hesitated for a moment. Something wrong with the counselor? The counselor was also not taught, and when he saw the news, the first thing he did was to call Chen Bin. You're having a launch party? Right. Why didn't you tell me? I wasn't just about to inform you, and then you called. Quite a coincidence. The counselor didn't tense up. He pressed on. The military news on Channel 7 just now. It said something about a launch party at Turok. If I hadn't been watching the news, I wouldn't have known. You have to communicate with me about something this big so I can prepare. Right now the production lines are all producing war mechanical dogs. There's no productivity to make civilian model mechanical dogs. There's civilian sales and so on, and there's still hiring to be done. Chen Bin pondered a little. Release first, there is no rush to sell. In addition, you see whether to recruit some designers, or temporarily find someone to outsource. I want to give the machine dog to design some distinctive appearance. The counselor mused a little. Don't hire anyone yet. Recruiting is slow. Plus after designing the robot dog, there might not be anything to do. I'll find a studio and make a batch first. Look at the subsequent repercussions. Chen Bin nodded his head. Okay, all as you wish. The counselor's head hurt when he heard this. After all, this was how Chen Bin had fooled him in the past. Says it's all about listening to him, turns his head and continues to skip class. Let me know if you have anything more company related behind you. I don't want to know any more about the company that's on the news. Yes. Chen Bin hung up the phone, scratched his head, and continued drawing. Good Luck getting busy too. The news has just been posted on the official account of the house, and there is no heat, but it's not a big problem. She can create heat. Reply under all posts on similar topics to bring up the heat on the account. This kind of waterman, usually with an external, running account, replying to content based on keywords. Oftentimes, comments that have nothing to do with the subject are replied to with inexplicable content because of the keywords triggered. But that's the general hang-up. Good Luck doesn't need a plugin. Or rather, she's the more invincible plugin. Keyword searches are useful, but she also reads what the keyword search comes up with. Before answering, provide different answers depending on the question. There will be no fake replies at a glance. With the same diversion, Good Luck getting to the point where someone sees it as if it's really a passerby, and then telling them that there's a raffle on the air. With that in mind, the launch fever for the Super Tutu has skyrocketed. There's an official account to promote it, and news to back it up. And good luck with this invincible AI for targeted attraction. The night passed, and by the time the next morning rolled around, the heat of the Super Atlas had soared to the #1 hot search. The whole internet is pretty much talking about mechanical dogs. This promotion is absolutely unbelievable. Chen Bin finished the drawing of the robot, took his cell phone, and swiped to the content related to the robot dog robot. A bunch of bloggers are rubbing it in. It's all the videos that were made overnight. Before, they were in love with the mechanical dog, but when this mechanical dog became a top stream, then everything was different. Their mission, to catch up with the heat. With their help, the buzz around this launch is still climbing. Chen Bin watched 2 random videos. This mechanical dog of his, in the first video, blew up into a banner for the rise of high-tech technology in the Dragon Kingdom, a milestone launch for the Dragon Kingdom in the field of top technology, leading the world. In the second video, it was trolled by the blogger that the technology development was skewed and that the mechanical dog was highly technical but would sell poorly. In terms of companionship, does a robot dog compare to a real dog? It's not like real dogs are expensive. This one is amazingly expensive. Like those so-called high-tech products in the past, it is a concept. Fire a wave to make some money, and then die out again. Sales won't be high because it must be a rich man's toy. After Chen Bin watched the video, it was time to say no. The man was quite right. This mechanical dog really doesn't do much. Really, what do people want from dogs? There doesn't seem to be much demand, but he had a need for the launch, which had to happen, and it had to happen right. Chapter 62 Drone Clusters. Chen Bin walked out of the lab and began to arrange the stage. There has to be a special stage so that in the future, when you have a new product launch, you don't have to build a stage. It is perfectly possible to set up in the plant area, just outside the Unmanned factory, a stage dedicated to a launch party. You don't need an audience on stage, so nothing extra is needed, just a background screen. These are easy to procure. Chen Bin only needed to say the demand, and the rest would just wait for the others to do it. Building materials, screens, etc. all delivered within 3 hours. The robots begin to build the stage. This time, because of Chen Bin's arrival on the scene, Majorin was also able to watch the robot work up close. A bunch of robots paired up to build the stage, and the whole thing ran smoothly. Majorin originally felt that the ones doing the hard labor, or construction workers, would be hard to replace, but now it seems that the pile of robots are doing a better job than the workers. True is that my eyes are the ruler. The stage was built without any flaws. After setting up the stage, the carpet began to be laid as well as assembling the oversized screen at the same time. It was completed in no more than an hour before and after. It's just a stage with a screen and nothing else. A stage dedicated to online live streaming. Although Majorin felt that this was quick to assemble, there was still a fixed stage here, which took up some space. It's only a one-time launch. Why here? You can find a better place outside. Chen Bin shook his head. It's better to have a stage of one's own, and you can use it for a launch party later. Senior Colonel hesitated for a moment. Will it be open in the future? But he didn't say anything more and nodded gently. Then I'll get someone to set the place up a little. The outside of the stage is just a dirt floor. It's a little bit of a mismatch. It's fine. It's quite good just like this. Chen Bin stepped on the floating board and floated onto the stage. Looking around, prepare the live broadcast equipment. Live streaming equipment is also readily available and has been shipped ahead of time. The best live streaming equipment available. The bandwidth is also high, even directly connected to the network cable to this, so as to ensure that in the live broadcast, the network is more stable. The robots begin to set up the live streaming equipment. Chen Bin only wanted to treat this live broadcast as a process of fishing for shock points, but at the moment, looking at the stage, looking at the camera and so on, suddenly his heart could not be still. According to the current heat of this launch, after he went on stage and broadcasted live, the number of people in the Dragon Kingdom who knew about him would grow exponentially. He'd thought he'd be upfront about it, but now it seemed he was still ordinary and cared about the extras. Colonel N walked over to Chen Bin. What are you thinking about? Drifting off? Chen Bin smiled. Thinking about me showing my face in front of countless people is a bit. Is it normal for a technician to do that? And I'll arrange for a presenter to help you with the launch? I'm not done yet. Was kind of looking forward to it. Pretending is like the wind. Always with me. Majorin was silent. This character of Chen Bin, and the other researchers, was a bit of a bad match. Do you need makeup? I'll contact the makeup artist. No need. Chen Bin waved his hand. Makeup? A big man wearing makeup? Unacceptable. Majorin smiled and looked at Chen Bin, suddenly hesitating, because in his opinion, Chen Bin seemed to have become quite handsome. Before it was just a normal face, more popular, but now on closer inspection, it seems pretty cool. Obviously his appearance hadn't changed, but it just gave him the feeling that he had gotten better looking. Your image is also quite good. You don't need makeup, Majorin said, then changed the topic. How long will it take for the war robots to be developed? It's a bit impolite to ask someone normally how long it takes to develop. After all, how long it takes to develop is all down to luck. You can usually only give an estimate based on progress. But when he asked Chen Bin, it was really asking how long it would take to manufacture. Chen Bin was also really able to reply to him. This week, although Chen Bin felt that the war robot could be built tomorrow, he still chose to press on. Taking it out too early is a bit too anticlimactic. This time of the week is just right. It's also fast, but it's not that amazing. Colonel and looked shocked. A week? But immediately after that he looked to the side of the robot, with the basic model robot already in place. The difficulty of developing a war robot shouldn't be too high? That's why it's fast. As he was thinking about it, Chen Bin handed him his cell phone. Confused, Colonel On took the phone and then saw a rendering of a robot. Warbots, just looking at the renderings, feel very dominant, tall and powerful. There was heavy armor all over. This is a war robot, a land weapon with strong defense. The full body armor is made of a high-strength alloy that can be defended against normal missile cannons. Plus the armor is replaceable. When it breaks, able to manipulate all kinds of weaponry, just like a human, and likewise to attack directly. One arm is designed for 3 tons of force. For speed, it's comparable to this living robot. There's no way to speed this up. It's limited by its structure. Running on 2 legs, stride your legs any faster and your center of gravity will not be able to control falling backward. And if you run with your body leaning forward, the requirement for center of gravity control is, against all odds, beyond my skill set. In other words, a person can also easily fall if they are running with their body leaning forward, or if they are running with their body leaning back, a difficulty that real people can't manage, let alone robots. Majorin had stared in shock when he heard this. Shenbin felt that the speed was slow and explained it, but in his opinion, such a robot was already invincible. A land weapon? It should be called the land invincible weapon. Defensive pulls are full. Offensive pulls are full. In modern warfare, it is possible to advance without injury. There are swarms of drones flying around in the sky. There are mechanical dogs on the ground as detection forerunners, followed by war robots. This who do not cry for the opponents of the Dragon Kingdom, unless the opponent has direct missile bombing, and it's sustained. It can't really deal with the Dragon Kingdom. As for sustained bombardment, doesn't that bombardment advance? Advancing would be needing such an adversary. Still have to cry. Colonel Lin took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Really? Can? Chen Bin said, thinking of the swarm drones. By the way, a set of swarm drones has been manufactured. Colonel Lin froze. So soon? It's hard to build the first drone, but after you've built it, the difficulty of subsequent builds plummets. As he said that, Chen Bin waved his hand at the robot. Go, carry the drone over. The 2 robots turned and walked into the back of the plant. Colonel Lin froze. He remembered that the plant had only just been partially assembled, and it was already in operation? Already manufacturing? Chen Bin looked at Major N's gaze. These robots can also be involved in manufacturing with high precision. Colonel N responded. Installing equipment and manufacturing at the same time? Right. Chen Bin nodded. Wasn't this quite reasonable? 2 robots carried a large 1-meter square box out of the enclosure. Major N's body was trembling slightly. Individual swarm drones are outrageous, and an entire set of them is a myriad of times more effective in combat, on top of one another. He was a little impatient to see this drone in action. How do I open it? Chapter 63 Synergy. Chen Bin pointed to the button on top of the box. Just press that button. It was only at this time that Major N noticed the box. This case, it can be used for more than just a drone? Or a drone base? Chen Bin nodded. Yes, there are also batteries inside that can help replenish the drone's energy. Colonel N's eyes lit up. It would also make transportation easier. And even airdrops. Bring the crate above your destination and drop it. The drone flies out and performs the mission. Think about it with a sense of humor. It's hard for the enemy to defend against it. Most importantly, the kill radius increases linearly. He looked at the button Chen Bin was pointing at and raised his hand to press it. A window opened in the top of the crate and the Queen Bee drone flew out, floating just above the crate. Then 6 more escort bees flew out and circled around the Queen Bee drone, connecting in a line that would be the hexagon. 12 battle bee drones also flew out in formation. The war bee drone, which is 1 size larger than a normal drone, is similarly surrounded on the outside. Finally, there were 24 worker bee drones, flying around the outermost perimeter. There were 43 drones in all, and the buzz from their simultaneous flights was violent and noisy. But it was as if Major N had heard fairy music. It was shocking and surprising. The flight of this drone at the moment is shocking. Different drones, in a circle, surrounded the Queen Bee drone in what looked like a ritual. Major N twisted his head to look at the admiring Chen Bin and exclaimed, "How do you control it?" "Just give commands to the Queen Bee, close enough to give direct commands, far enough to give commands via cell phone." Colonel Lin looked to the Queen Bee drone, spread out and monitor the entire plant area. 42 drones flew high at the same time, then quickly dispersed. 24 of them, worker bee drones, flew over the fence and hovered. With such a height and such an angle, you can clearly see inside and outside the fence, and you can see far beyond the fence very clearly. And after flying high and hovering, the sound of the drone's propellers becomes very low. The ground is largely inaudible. 12 war bee drones, on the other hand, were put on alert, again flying high above the ground, higher than the drones. Begin roundabout patrols. Each Warbee drone has its own flight path, 12 coordinated patrols. Can do no matter which direction the danger appears, can instantly have 2 Warbee drones to launch an attack. The entire plant, as well as an external area, was within range of the attack. The ability to attack at all times. There won't be a swarm of Warbees flying to one side, only to ignore the other. 6 escort bee drones, flying at a low altitude, but all just above the queen bee drones a bit, diagonally. The main defense is against danger from above. After all, with drone protection on all sides, safety is guaranteed and you only need to defend against danger from the air. Colonel An looked around, and with a single word, so many drones were able to go on patrol on their own. It's outrageous. What about a direct order to attack? Colonel An looked around and his eyes landed on the jeep not far away. At this moment, he had a desire to just destroy the jeep, just to see this set of drones in action. He still holds back. He's past the age where he has a hydraulic press in the house and it's all that's left in the house. But here are the building materials. Major An looked to Chen Bin. Can you draw some circles on that board, please? Chen Bin instantly understood what Major An was thinking. He wanted to use the block as a target. He wanted to see it too. Yes. Immediately, a robot rushed over and erected the 2-meter square baffle 100 meters away. Then it was time for the robot to start spraying colored targets. A total of 5 circles were drawn, equivalent to 5 targets. With everything ready, Colonel An looked to the queen bee drone. Attack the target on top of that board. The instant the words fell, shots rang out high in the air. There were only 5 voices, from 5 directions. At the same time 5 small holes appeared in the center of the 5 targets. The whole thing took absolutely less than a second. The attack was over the moment he finished his command. Isn't that a little too far out there? Major An looked at the drone with a shocked face. The speed of this attack, as well as the accuracy, directly pulling full. So it seems that the extremely counterintuitive drone data that was tested earlier was just the basics. Totally underestimated this drone cluster. Because of his combat effectiveness, it is a substantial upgrade from the original. The command combat effect of the queen bee drone can similarly bring the real-world role of drones to the forefront. To make a simple analogy, several drones, all of which are godly weapons, are about as useful with a human as a 3-year-old with a godly weapon. The killing effect is there too, but not much. But queen bee drones control several drones that are the equivalent of a Jedi swordsman who has been given a Jedi sword. Super increase. Also quantitatively, the same argument is made. There was only one drone, and that queen bee drone was the equivalent of the sword god dancing with his sword when he was in control. If it was dozens of drones, it would be the equivalent of a sword fairy wielding a sword. From martial arts, it went straight to immortal cultivation, even in a way. This swarm drone system was more powerful than some of the legendary immortals. 100 miles away, taking the head of the enemy? This is a drone that is 600 miles away from taking the head of the enemy. The most counterintuitive thing is that it's hard for cultivators to multitask. This drone can multitask a few times, can take chances while still pulling full kills. After providing several points of shock value, Major An dialed the phone. It was General Hu on the other end of the line. General Hu picked up the phone. That's a coincidental call you made. I still have 10 minutes to get to Chen Bin's new factory. Major An was a bit surprised. What brings you over? Came over to check out the robot. And by the way, isn't Chen Bin having a launch party? I had to come over to give him some support. Major An looked up at the stage. The ground in front of the stage is still a dirt floor. It was even a little wet. What about this? Put a tarp down later? Or just put chairs here? Moist, soft dirt. Put in a chair and the chair's feet sink into the dirt. Not very convenient. General Hu continued. Anything? Chen Bin has made a whole set of drones out of it, and I just briefly tested the real-world effects of this drone, and it's even more outrageous than tested. General Hu all but froze. No, several drones together with extra acceleration? That's not possible, but it can be synergized, as well as rapid response. General Hu instantly reacted that this was more outrageous than extra acceleration. In turn, the gold in the word synergy, he understood. The same as a group of warriors, know how to work together. That combat power straight line soar. Do not know how to work together, that is a plate of scattered sand. Chapter 64 on talent. Be right there. General Hu finished excitedly and hung up the phone directly. A few minutes later, General Hu went inside the fence. I came here for the robot, but there's a surprise? The performance of the swarm drone's several drones was already quite unbelievable, and with the ability to work in tandem, the real-world effect on the battlefield would only be even more outrageous. General Hu greeted Chen Bin first. Where's the full set of drones? Chen Bin said to the queen bee drone. Get all the drones back. The drone that had just flown out came back quickly. The ready formation was resumed and a circle surrounded the queen bee unoccupied. Major In's eyes widened as he watched. It was just that the scene was too shocking. Such a formation actually gave him a sense of beauty. Very showy. How do we synergize? General Hu asked directly. Major In looked to one side of the target. Although the target is difficult to show the effect of real combat and is not intuitive enough, it is sufficient for demonstration. General Hu can definitely read. Major In looked to the Queen Bee. Attack that target. Once per ring. The moment the words fell, all the drones simultaneously flew up a few meters in height and fired at the same time. 50 shots were fired in an instant. There were also 50 extra holes in the target. All of them were gunshot holes, and they were in a line on each of the rings on each of the 5 targets. General Hu's eyes widened. A continuous stream of shock points. It's not just him, others are delivering shock points just as well. The people who were there were people who knew a lot about weaponry and about war and the effects of attacks that can be done on the battlefield now. It is the understanding that shocks. It's numbing. First of all, it was a simultaneous attack. So many robots, attacking at the same time while none of the attacks were repeated. It's all about synergy, and it's done very well. There is also the accuracy of the attack. Across such a long distance, can hit accurately, not to mention that all the drones can hit, and even hit the place, can be connected to a line. In a real battle, if 50 people come from the opposite side, these drones can take care of them in an instant. Again, in real combat, a Warby drone that can carry 300 rounds of ammunition. Example of the case. That is 300 enemies. Also, the bullets can easily destroy a vehicle when unloaded. Things like hitting tires, blasts, and precision shots at fuel tanks and engines. It even threatens tanks. Kill on sight, as well as being able to target all sorts of new equipment on tanks, like laser weapons, and all sorts of external detectors. Multiple drones synergize to play tactics in addition to being able to attack together. General Hu took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and looked at Chen Bin. This set of swarm drones, how much can it be sold for? If the price is right, the military has no second thoughts and will directly purchase in large quantities. Unlike the mechanical dog, the UAV's real-world effectiveness has been proven both in the marketplace and on the battlefield. Superb performance on the battlefield. On the modern battlefield, drones are making a splash and causing headaches for both combatants. Flyers sat in the back, controlling a drone as it traveled to battle. Drones are cheap and effective. It didn't hurt a bit to lose it. After all, the value of letting another one fly was low, but it was blood money to be able to drop a bomb and kill a person or two. There are even drones of that sort, with bombs, fly right into the target and explode. Suicide drone. The flyer controls the traverser at over 200 kilometers per hour and can turn corners. Who can stop this? The various bunker trenches that used to be superb are now coffins. Drones can fly into the trenches quite easily. On the side of the Dragon Kingdom, it can be said that at the same time as it is at the forefront of drone technology, it is also compressed to the extreme in terms of cost. Unmanned with remote control that flies and takes pictures. $80. $80 is the asking price, which means the cost could be lower. Of course, drones don't perform the same. Chen Bin shook his head. I don't know how much it costs. This has to be produced later. General Hu hesitated. Not productive? Not for now. Many of these parts, I need to make them myself. I can take the time to build a few sets if you guys need them, but not too many or it'll affect my R&D. General Hu quickly waved his hand. Doing anything cannot affect Chen Bin R&D. It is clearly more important to continue research and development than to manufacture in bulk. After all, the Dragon Kingdom was safe for a short time, but he wasn't happy that such a powerful drone couldn't be built. Tell you what, I'll find a group of researchers who specialize in drones and have them help you mass produce them. The technology still belongs to you, and so do all the proceeds. Okay? Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Bin directly nodded his head. Fine. As long as they can manufacture drones in bulk, nothing else. Who the technology belongs to this, it doesn't matter. The interest doesn't matter. More money doesn't help. General Hu nodded, looking at Chen Bin with somewhat complicated eyes. First of all, it is gratifying. He is very clear about the situation in society now, and it is very rare for Chen Bin to have such an awareness. But on the other hand, he had a headache. Normally, when a contribution is made, they have to give favors. It has to be reciprocal or it seems like they're bullies. In most cases, money is given, and money is something that is important and valuable to anyone. As a result, in Chen Bin's case, no money. They gave that money before, or they stiffed it. What's next for Chen Bin? We can't let Chen Bin keep paying for free, can we? General Hu put back the hint of complexity and turned back to his secretary. Go find the Dragon Science Academy, as well as the Academy of Defense Sciences to ask for a group of people to form a panel of experts. Good. General Hu looked at Chen Bin again. Where's the robot? I came over, or I wanted to see the robot. Chen Bin called out a random robot. The silver robot walked out of the factory, reaping another shot point for Chen Bin. Everyone's eyes widened. The robot was so identical to a human that if it was skin on the outside and still wearing clothes, who would know it was a robot? A guard in the back didn't hold his tongue. Do we have to work with Spring Waterhall next? General Hu snapped out of his shock and looked at the guard in confusion. Spring Waterhall? What is it? Shenbin really knew about Chun Shui Tang and looked at the embarrassed guard. The company that does robot simulation skin. It's doing quite well. General Hu was a bit surprised. There are still such companies in the country? Shenbin smiled and nodded. Indeed there is, but this robot is not very suitable for preparing simulated skin. It's quite good just like this. General Hu didn't delve deeper into the matter and carefully surveyed the robot. This robot, can it really hold up 300 kilograms with one hand? It's something where it's too pale to just say you can or can't, so you might as well just go straight to talent. The robot walked off to the side towards the building materials. There are still work sections there. One weighs hundreds of pounds. The robot grabbed one with one hand and lifted it straight up, then made a gathering motion. The whole room was shocked. Hearing about it is hearing about it, but seeing it with your own eyes, that's still shocking. General Hu waved his hand. Don't say anything. Mass production. Procurement. Chapter 65 Rich Man's Toy? Majorin, seeing General Hu's excitement and his direct desire to make purchases, hurriedly said, "There's no rush." General Hu looked at Majorin with some confusion. "Why don't you buy it?" This time, he was with a question. Couldn't Shenbin say that this was a life service robot? Then this was a life service robot. He really saw the potential of this robot on the battlefield. This would be invincible on the battlefield. Majorin looked at Shenbin. He said he designed a war robot. General Hu was a bit hesitant, with a hint of surprise hidden. War robots? Shenbin handed over his cell phone. General Hu just looked at it and his eyes widened. On this robot, armor was added? No, a new design with more power. General Hu's breathing became a little sharp. Where are the robots? It hasn't been manufactured yet. Only ideas for now. I expect to have it out in a week. General Hu is still shocked. This R&D capability. So unbelievable? Have an idea and design it in a week? He wanted to say outrageous, but his heart already believed it. After all, the words came from Chen Bin. General Hu returned the cell phone to Chen Bin. No need to be too hasty. When you've created a war robot, give me a call. Chen Bin answered and turned toward the stage. With only an hour left until the broadcast begins, it's time to start getting ready. First is the test equipment. These things are simple to test with good luck. Chen Bin's side began to look at the PPT. Good luck with the new product launch PPT generated before. Good luck having all the info on the mechanical dog and knowing how to present the technology. Chen Bin hadn't looked at the PPT before, and now that he had, the first thing he felt was that it was inappropriate. The PPT is well written and definitely high by the standards of new product launches on the market today. Not only clearly stated the power of the function, but also many program effects, and the art of verbal expression. It mobilizes the audience. But that's not what Chen Bin wants. A new product launch like this will reap a lot of shock points, because it's presenting the technology from the ground up. No impact. Compared to directly showing people mechanical dogs are not even worse. The audience would have been shocked by the product. After such an open conference, the audience will only marvel. Come on, the technology is awesome. Chen Bin was now a little glad that he had watched the PowerPoint in advance. Otherwise it would have been a little embarrassing to wait until the start of the broadcast. Good luck. The PowerPoint needs to be revised. Such a PowerPoint cannot make an impact on the audience. I need new product launches that have an impact on the audience. Good luck getting straight to the point. It's a little difficult. The mechanical dog has been exposed in advance, and everyone knows the mechanical dog exists. A lot of people have been introduced to mechanical dogs before they watch the broadcast, and it's hard enough for a mechanical dog to feel impactful to them. This release, or a weakened version of the mechanical dog, is not as good as the one that exploded online in terms of performance. Chen Bin had thought about this before, but he still had that hint of a chance. That's why there's this new product launch. What about having a mechanical dog for visualization? Good luck after analyzing. If the operation that the mechanical dog can do is unexpected, it may shock the audience, but that would be equally unlikely, because what a mechanical dog can do, most viewers know. Chen Bin scratched his head. This thing, it seemed a bit insoluble. General Hu said on the side. Actually, I think that the mechanical dog will be announced first, and with such an advanced mechanical dog, the audience will surely be amazed and will surely like it. It's comforting, it doesn't help. Instead, Majorin came up with a point. A mechanical dog is smarter than a dog, able to interact, as well as do things for humans? Good luck getting straight to the point. There is very little a mechanical dog can do to help a person. It has no hands and has to use its mouth to hold anything. A real dog helping to carry something, that's a plus. A fake dog helping to carry something might be shown as a cockamamie operation. It would be more appropriate to switch to a robot, to pick up things. Instead, Chen Bin continued to scratch his head. The launch was about to begin, only to realize that he hadn't prepared the program effects. It's a little awkward. Looking at the mechanical dog used for the display, the mechanical dog is going to look a little softer and cuter than the previous one. Bouncing around the stage made it all the more adorable. Almost exactly like a real dog. Chen Bin did really think of a point that would shock the audience, and that was the price. When the price is announced, come up with a $2,000 gold subtitle, and that's how many people will be shocked by how many people watch it. But then, the entire mechanical dog market would be chiseled right through by Chen Bin. It will cause other mechanical dogs to be uncompetitive, and many companies will have to go out of business or suffer serious losses. Slightly pondering, Chen Bin couldn't think of any good ways, either that or use this launch as a warm-up for the later launches. Honestly, announce the mechanical dog first, even if it doesn't have a shock point. More people will watch it when it's released later. General, who was originally prepared to come over to support the scene. After all, other people have a new product launch, a large number of people on the stage. It's full of industry bosses, and official people, and so on. Showing is networking. He sought to help Chen Bin stand. As a result, Chen Bin's stage, which was built temporarily, did not even have a chair under the stage, and did not even pave the ground. Still dirt floors. It was a bit of a sloppy launch. General, who still brought chairs and sat across the stage. On stage, Chen Bin is also sitting, playing with his cell phone, and it's not even 6 o'clock yet. He first used his cell phone to enter the live stream and could see a lot of people interacting in the black screen. I'd trade my roommate's inability to find a girlfriend for the next 10 years for this win. Upstairs, it's a bit good for the brothers. I'll directly sacrifice 10 years of their lifespan. How much does a mechanical dog sell for? Any guesses? No amount of money is something we should buy. A rich man's toy. Ordinary ones on the market cost $100,000. This one, it's reasonable to sell it for $200,000 to $300,000. People don't really want to sell it at all. They're just showing off their skills, raffling off a prize and slipping away. Chen Bin looked at the pop-up screen and was silent for a moment, as if he hadn't thought about how much to sell it for. Previously, it only said that it could not be too low, not too much lower than the market price, to allow some room for other companies in the market to still survive. But the exact price is not negotiable. Looking at the pop-up saying that the rich man's toys, Chen Bin had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Mechanical dogs are indeed toys, as they serve little practical purpose. The audience is saying, and rightly so, that this is a one-time show-off for a company that doesn't even have a production line. The mechanical dogs he was going to raffle off were all set to be manufactured by the unmanned factories when the time came. The pop-ups sent by the audience were a bit solid, but alright. Chen Bin had a decision in his heart. What do you mean by rich people's toys? No money can also use this mechanical dog as a toy. Chapter 66 Abbreviated Live Streaming. It officially kicks off at 6. Before it was even 6 o'clock, the number of people in the live broadcast room had already reached hundreds of thousands. This number was quite a bit more than Chen Bin had expected. How many viewers there are in the live stream is not a function of how many people see the message. And don't look at how lively the internet is. Depends on how many people are actually interested. Cell phone launches, for example, are delayed when most people get the news, except for a few enthusiasts. Wait until the next day after the launch to see bloggers' summaries of the launch, or live slices. Not even pressing on, just knowing that another new phone has been released. These cell phone manufacturers are much more publicized than he is. The number of people who know about these manufacturers' phones is also very high, but the number of viewers in the live stream is not very high. Chen Bin, now this popularity, through the official publicity, as well as the temptation of the lottery, can attract so many, has been considered rare. Taking one last look at his cell phone, Chen Bin looked at the camera. In his ear, Good Luck's voice rang out. In 10 seconds, the live broadcast will begin. No one else helped the whole broadcast, only Good Luck, but with the assistance of good fortune, tops countless others. Most of the viewers of the live broadcast came for the raffle, and a small percentage came to see the robot dog. Others were just bored and went into the live room to see the action. A live room like this has a lot of people, but not a lot of chatter. Spare a thought. The pop-ups were very much as crowded as they were. At exactly 6 o'clock, the black screen suddenly lit up. Chen Bin appears in front of the camera. On the screen behind Chen Bin's back, the logo of Super Tutu appeared. Chen Bin stood in front of the camera, waved his hand gently, and began to say the opening line given by Good Luck. This is still Chen Bin's first time to live broadcast the opening of the conference, and it is still a little fresh. The vast majority of people, of course, don't have that opportunity to stand in the spotlight. Chen Bin was surprised he wasn't nervous at all. It just didn't feel right at first because it was a little awkward for the camera, but when he focused on General Hu and the others, he found the feeling. Having someone on stage, and having no one on stage at all, are two completely different feelings. The content of the PowerPoint surfaced in Chen Bin's mind. Originally, he was thinking of following the PowerPoint given by Good Luck and talking about the various designs, various abilities, and various technical properties of the mechanical dog. This was what he had thought after some previous reflection. But now, he felt that there was something wrong with his previous thoughts. If he doesn't find it interesting anymore, then why play along with what's not interesting? In his ear, Good Luck's voice rang out, "Are you nervous? Why don't you say something?" Chen Bin picked up the remote control and looked up at the camera once more. "I've prepared a very comprehensive PowerPoint for this live launch. It was supposed to be told according to a PowerPoint, because that's how other company launches. That's how they start. Introducing individual technologies, introducing different accessories, different software, and differentiated designs. But when really standing around, I find that stuff a little too boring." Chen Bin picked up the remote control. "Next, I will spend 2 minutes. The content of the PPT to show the end. Everyone interested, screenshot on the line. What content above? While we're at it, 2 minutes. Everyone, first draw." I was originally going to draw 100 robot dogs, but I didn't realize at the time that so many people were watching the live stream. The number of people I can see in the background is up to 700,000. Thank you all for your support. You can't just thank me on your lips. First draw 1,000 units, but in advance. Priority delivery is given to those who draw, but the company's production is so slow at the moment that those who win will have to wait. The audience in the live room froze. It could still be like this? Prepare 100 units in advance, but when it comes to the head, Chen Bin goes to the head and decides to send 900 more units? In addition to Hao Hung, there was another reason that the entire company was owned by Chen Bin, and he was able to make decisions on an ad hoc basis. Unlike some companies with multiple shareholders that have to meet to do just about anything. Good news for viewers, though, the chances of winning the lottery were very slim, and now that hope has suddenly increased tenfold. It's also slim, but it's better than a small chance. The pop-ups on the live feed steeply increased and the heat of the live feed went up. Chen Bin began to draw a prize without any conditions. It doesn't even have to be a pop-up, it just needs people to be on the air. Everyone right on the air is already in the drawing. The pop-up will appear on the screen in the live room, whether it's drawn or not. Those who have won the draw, after clicking on the confirmation, fill in the contact information and contact address, and then the robot dog will be sent over after it is manufactured. As the words fell, Chen Bin began the lottery. Pop-ups appeared simultaneously on hundreds of thousands of people's cell phones. The vast majority of people's screens were, sadly, not drawn, but there are also 1,000 lucky people whose cell phone screens read, "Ding. Congratulations, you've won the mechanical dog drawing." These 1,000 people, instantly ecstatic. This belongs to the category of being a benefit for nothing. You don't have to do anything. It's not like other sweepstakes online where you have to do a bunch of things to draw reward. For example, pay attention to the account, pay attention to the end but also pull friends, and then let download a software, and then in the software and then registered and so on. It's a live stream, really, just come in and watch the live stream and be entered into the drawing, and it's really smoking. A robot dog? Those who were drawn started filling out the information right away. Those who didn't win the lottery started posting pop-ups, tweets about raffle insulation, as well as asking if the mechanical dog is a real giveaway. After all, there is an official rule that the amount of the raffle cannot be higher than $50,000. If the mechanical dog costs more than $5, then screw it, you're just giving away a year's use of the mechanical dog. Chen Bin can also see the pop-ups, scanned the pop-up, but didn't explain anything. Instead, they wait quietly. A quick flash of a PowerPoint image on the rear screen. In other companies' new product launch is the focus of the introduction of the project. In Chen Bin here, there is not a word of introduction. 2 minutes passed and the PowerPoint was all played. Chen Bin once again looked at the camera. PPT put finished, which has all the technical introduction of the mechanical dog, performance and so on the same there. Anyone interested can look at the recorded screenshots, but people shouldn't be interested in this stuff except for the tech guys. After all, it's more of a case of it just works. I'm going to say something of interest now. Everyone wonders why they want a mechanical dog. After all, for companionship, you can have a real dog. Chen Bin paused slightly. In my opinion, mechanical dogs are part of the future of life. That's what our company is all about. Take the technological products of the future and apply them to real life. Show those things in advance that will only come in the future. Start with the mechanical dog. Chen Bin spoke while gently beckoning. The robot dog waiting outside the stage bounds into the shot. Ding! Shot points plus 9,028. Chapter 67, is this the end? The moment Chen Bin listened to the beep in his head, he only felt goosebumps stand up all over his body. So much? Almost 10,000? Isn't that more than entering some contest? This mechanical dog is the same one that was previously exposed. If you come up with a tech product that has never been seen before, it's going to be $100, 000 or $80, 000 easy. What a detour before. The viewers in the live broadcast room didn't know why Chinbin was fuming, and they didn't even care. Everyone's eyes converged on the mechanical dog. The mechanical dog, which was almost identical to what they had seen in the online video earlier, was very similar. This robot dog, however, is significantly cuter, and the action poses, even more cute and bouncy. And then there's the fact that while they've seen a mechanical dog before, most of them have, to actually see a close-up of a robotic dog, to watch a robotic dog jump and walk into the shot, that kind of animation, that kind of nature, still very impactful. The mechanical dog walked to Chenbin's feet and began its trademark pampering. It ran around Chenbin's legs, rubbing gently. Chenbin lifted the mechanical dog and gently shook it in front of the camera. I had an unparalleled sense of accomplishment when I created this mechanical dog. It's as if they created life themselves. Chenbin thought of the elation he felt when he had just created the mechanical dog. Not only is there a sense of accomplishment in creating it, but there's also that rare feeling of having spent almost a year earning money and finally getting a mechanical dog built. Chenbin rubbed the dog's head. This mechanical dog's appearance has softer lines, making it more suitable to keep at home as a toy. I see a lot of people online saying that mechanical dogs are useless, or only useful as toys for rich people. Let me tell you that this can be used as a toy not only for the rich, but also for those who are temporarily broke. Since I am bringing the future forward, what that brings can't be a rich man's future. Chenbin put the mechanical dog down. Good luck. Set a price. Luck's voice rang in his ears. Manufacturing cost $1,840, plus other costs, $3,550. Chenbin looked to the camera. This mechanical dog cost $3,550. I properly earn a little. Also take an auspicious number. 3,888. The dozens of people in the live broadcast room all froze. $1,000 mechanical dog? They previously thought that Chenbin's mechanical dog, 100,000 plus, because 100,000 plus mechanical dogs, in front of Chenbin this mechanical dog are all toys, and Chenbin offered 3,000? It's not like there aren't 3,000 mechanical dogs, but that's not an AI mechanical dog, that's an artificially retarded mechanical toy. The average quadrupedal bionic robot that got by a little bit started at $30,000. Chenbin's pricing for this has directly pierced the market, knocked the market out of the park. How does that make the mechanical dogs in other homes live? Chenbin waited for a while and didn't hear any shock point prompts, meaning that this pricing failed to shock people, or rather, this kind of shock wasn't considered by the system to be the kind of shock that comes from a technological product. However, at the time Chenbin stated the price, these were in turn less important. Chenbin continued. The future shouldn't be expensive. The future should be comfortable. It should be the future of all, not the future of a few. If you want to know about mechanical dogs, buy them and study them yourselves. I won't go into too much detail at the launch. Speaking here, Chenbin gently waved his hand. Alright, thank you all for watching this Tulip Company's launch. Next is the end of the lottery. Again, 100 units. See you next time. The screen in the live room went black, but countless people were still in a daze. No. That's watching a new product launch? How come it seems like a 2-minute watch of the launch? Chenbin is a bit abstract. Start drawing a prize, take 2 minutes in the middle, and give a straight-up presentation of something that someone else would have to present for 2 hours. Many people are still in shock from the price they just paid and can't get over it. For over 3K, you can get a better sweeper, right? In the live stream, after the broadcast ended, the pop-ups started to skyrocket and everyone was talking about it. Some people have also taken slices of the live feed and posted them to other social media platforms. The main thing is that a launch like this is definitely very capable of blowing people away. Just one more question that people have is where to buy a robot dog? Can't seem to find it? What kind of a launch party has a launch party and doesn't give access to purchases afterward? Their shock was small potatoes in front of another group of people. Also watching the live stream were executives from other tech companies. As a company that also develops robotic dogs, they also keep an eye on the progress of other peers. This facilitates gaining an edge in the competitive market. So while the average person is still watching the live stream with a lot of skepticism, they are watching it with the mindset of learning and researching. But watch yourself fall apart. It crumbled to pieces. 3,800 pricing? That awesome mechanical dog? How else are they going to make money? No one can claim to be number one within a similar company. Whether a product sells well or not also depends on a lot more than technology, design, performance, marketing, price, word of mouth. It's complicated and many dollars. Competitive differentiation. People's mechanical dogs have made a huge breakthrough. Then their own research in a different direction. Curved the curve to save the country. and curved the road to overtake the car. However, these things instantly became pale when Chen Bin shouted out this price, being a gazillion times more powerful than you and crushing it on all fronts. The price goes straight to the ground? 3018. A price that you can't even get for a cell phone flagship, for a world-class mechanical dog? So are they still developing their mechanical dog technology? Is development still useful? It was hard for them. Chen Bin was directly cutting off all of their paths. The only way they can stay alive now is to use their technology to make mechanical dog toys. Real toys, the kind that cost a couple $100, the kind of toy that rolls toy makers to death. But a mechanical dog made with their technology couldn't be cheaper than $3,000. $3,000 is definitely not enough to cover the cost. Not just manufacturing costs, but personnel costs, and tax costs, etc. On second thought, the only thing they could think of was to take their hands off the keyboard and quit operating. It's less damaging to just go bankrupt and screw up. Countless people were shocked and confused. It also includes a group of people who were at the launch. General who felt redundant having chairs brought in. What's the point of having a chair? Less than 5 minutes total. This launch, isn't it a bit sloppy? And isn't 3,888 a bit too low? None of this is about the market being penetrated. This is about the whole industry being kicked in the teeth. General who was truly surprised that Chen Bin would set this price. But Chen Bin's words on stage had touched him as well. The future should not be the future of a few. Everyone has the right to enjoy high-tech products. And when they can, they are kept from enjoying them for the sake of the market and for the sake of other companies. That means something is wrong with them. Chapter 68, High-Tech Gifts. General who was thinking clearly, looking at the end of the live broadcast of Chen Bin, directly applauded. He applauded, causing the others to come back from the shock and applaud as well. Chen Bin walked off the stage. What's wrong? General who smiled and said, that's a good point. Chen Bin was just about to speak when his cell phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, a call from Professor Ho, who had told me before to set the price higher. That's what should be asked now. General who nodded. If it were before, I also think the price should be higher. But you just woke me up with that comment. If it's that the cost of construction is inherently expensive, and so the product is only available to a select few, there's nothing to say about that. But the cost of building is very low. So in order to make money, in order to allow other companies in the market to still grow and exist, so they continue to maintain high prices, that's no different than real capital. For that matter, the price is the price. And anyone who has a problem, tell them to call me. General who spoke with righteousness, and he really thought so. Chen Bin picked up the phone, and on the other end of the phone, Professor Ho directly said, didn't we say it before? The price can never be too low. This price, it will lead to the bankruptcy of a large number of technology companies. General who asked me to order it. General whose eyes widened. He had just clearly said that he was backing up Chen Bin, but how did it turn out to be backstabbing? The price he set, and the price Chen Bin set, were two completely different concepts. Chen Bin set the price. That can be Chen Bin's personal behavior, but he set the price. That must carry the official behavior. At least that's what others would think. Got it. Professor Ho still had a bunch of persuasive words, but he instantly held them back. The military said they'd sell it at a reserve price. So what else did they say? Nothing. The phone hung up, and Chen Bin looked at General Hu. Is this okay? If Chen Bin hadn't asked this, General Hu would have really thought that he had misunderstood. When this was asked, General Hu could only smile bitterly. Chen Bin knew what he meant, and also let him take the blame. Not really letting him take the blame, but letting him solve the problems brought about by this pot. This price would put a large number of companies at risk of closure. Many companies are taking investment to develop. With Chen Bin this super catfish, investors do not see other fish. Those fish will be difficult to develop. In a market economy, it all has to go out of business. He came to take the fall, just to do a good job of wrapping this up, or to keep these companies from going out of business, or to take on the researchers who go out of business, and so on. Okay. Chen Bin thought for a moment and said, then I'll work overtime. And in 3 days, the war robot can be manufactured. General whose eyes widened instantly. 3 days? 3 days? Really in time? I'll spell it out. No surprise it's not too late. After all the technology is readily available. General who was a little excited. His heart was racing. He was happy to be able to meet the war robot in 3 days. But he held back. It's still a week. So you don't stay up all night. I know in my heart. Chen Bin finished speaking and turned around first to walk into the factory. The plant is not completely finished now. The outside was still under construction, but to serve as a front, the equipment inside the plant was already up and running, and robots were already starting to make parts from the equipment. It's really useful parts. Chen Bin made sure that the door to the factory was closed and that no one had followed him in, before he walked to a corner of the factory. The ground, which didn't look any different from the concrete floor, suddenly cracked open a seam and then slowly opened up, revealing the steps below. Chenbin walked into the underground Unmanned factory. In the control room of the Unmanned factory, Chenbin could see the manufacturing process of war robots. Most of the parts are already done, and the assembly and the rest of the parts fabrication is estimated to be done in a day. Compared to drones, war robots are difficult to build. It takes 2 days to manufacture a set, and 2 hours apiece for assembly line manufacturing. However, compared to the level of actual combat of war robots, 1 in 2 hours is really a super fast speed. After all, other equipment is made more slowly. Chenbin looked at the progress of the manufacturing, then walked towards the 2 boxes that were placed on the table. Open the box and inside is a small metal cube. There's a button on it. Chenbin pressed the button and the cube began to unfold. The entire cube consists of a strip of metal. When unfolded, it's exoskeleton gear. Rudimentary looking exoskeleton gear. There is no additional protection, and a slightly more comprehensive area is the hands and feet, which are wrapped around the hands and feet. The core control area is also only palm-sized, there in the back of the center. This is where all the information can be handled, as well as the power supply and so on. Everywhere else, it's 2 pieces of metal, left and right, with fixed straps. The overall look is a bit perfunctory, but the skill level is also really not bad, and most importantly, it fits. It's a customized exoskeleton outfit made specifically for his mom and dad, and it fits absolutely perfectly. It's not pulling any punches and it's not a hassle. After putting on the exoskeleton gear, and then putting on the clothes, you can't even tell that you're wearing the exoskeleton gear without looking at your arms and legs. Plus it still fits. His mom and dad are still making money from the restaurant. In fact, they no longer need to make any money at all. This exoskeleton gear will help them make money while keeping them from getting tired. The strength is not too big. The maximum assisting strength is 100 pounds, which is definitely enough in daily life and work. Also weight-bearing power consumption is not high. Chenbin checked once, did not find any problems. It was put into the box, carrying 2 boxes out of the plant. General who had gone, but not far, straight to his quarters to wait for 3 days. He said that he should not stay up late, but the result has been waiting in advance. Chenbin handed the 2 boxes to Majorin. Help me send this to my house. A gift I prepared for my parents. The moment Majorin took the box, his face changed. Chenbin carried the box with a light touch, quite a texture. At the very least, 1 or 20 pounds. He felt heavy even carrying it, and Chenbin was just like holding 2 paper boxes. Chenbin's power. It's a bit big. Majorin handed the box to the guard behind him. If we send it over now, it will arrive in the evening, but to avoid disturbing their rest, is it okay to send it in the morning? Whatever, earlier or later didn't matter. Chenbin got into the car. Take me back to the lab. After saying that, Chenbin directly closed his eyes. It's time for his favorite part again, taking stock of the harvest. This live stream, although it only lasted a few minutes, the shock point takeaways were real. Aside from the wave of robot dogs that came out and provided a full nearly 10,000 shock points, there was a steady stream of shock points coming in throughout the broadcast. Almost 13,000 shock points overall. Coupled with the slow increase in shock points over the past few days, his shock points had once again returned to the 50,000 mark. According to the previous experience of upgrading Toho, the accumulation of shock points to 100,000 should be a bump in the road. Should you save up to 100,000 shock points in one go? Or do you smoke first? Chenbin thought about it. Shock points are spent, not saved. The more you save, the less you have. Instead, the more you spend, the easier it is to get. Chapter 69, Super Power Potion. Chenbin prepared himself mentally and went straight for a 10 consecutive draw. The familiar glow began to flicker again. White light surfaced. Chenbin already had a normal heart. There were bound to be 7 white lights anyway. In the white light, a mention of tissue paper once again appeared. Expected and usual. Tissues again. Reasonable. Or paper towels? Chenbin rubbed his hands together. Was today not a good day for a lottery? As he was thinking about it, a flash of red light surfaced. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the vigorous potion formula. Chenbin all froze. He had used the power potion before, but he hadn't thought that the recipe for the power potion could also appear. It was definitely good stuff, directly boosting one's power with no side effects. There are no side effects, and if it's still hard to be detected, then give the Olympic athletes a handful of them, and the dragon will break a bunch of records in minutes. But in Chenbin's head, there was another idea. Can it be blitzed? Straight up give the power potion recipe and storm it into a power booster potion? Strength boosting potions consistently increase strength. Chenbin had already taken it once, but since the strength booster potion was obtained from the blast vigor potion and could not be directly exchanged through the system, he did not know if it could be reused. but a potion that consistently increases strength with no side effects is definitely a good one. Put on the average person. Everyone is Hercules. Put it on a warrior and they can even carry a bunch more bullets. Still have to see if there's any good stuff back there though. A white glow emerged from the flashes of light. Another ordinary prize. Then came the surge of blue light. Chen Bin focused again. The blue light represents a prize that is just as good. Perhaps not as high level as the red light, but it contains something that may be more valuable, or at least blitzable. Charm +1. The hope on Chen Bin's face disappeared. No! How many times has this charm been drawn? It's all become as much a base price for the guaranteed draw as the rolling papers. But the rolling papers at least he can use. What good are charms? Chen Bin silently looked forward to the next blue light. Never mind what it was, as long as it wasn't charm value. Ding! Congratulations host. Charisma value +1 inch. Chen Bin felt like his entire essence had been drained away. 10,000 shock points are so hard to earn, and now he's given 2 charm values? Luckily, there's still one more blitz. Chen Bin waited for the remaining few white lights to appear, and his gaze fell on the potion formula. Blast! Ding! The power potion recipe has been upgraded to a super power potion recipe. Chen Bin had a black question mark on his face. Super power potion? What's that? It's a little less than expected. Shouldn't it be a power-up potion? As Chen Bin thought about it, information on the formula of the ultra-vigorous potion began to appear in his mind, as well as an introduction about the potion. A super strength potion that dramatically increases the user's strength within 24 hours. At the limit, the power can be doubled. Chen Bin was a bit shocked. The previous vigorous potion could only enhance roughly 20 pounds, which directly doubled. The current human record for a hard pull is 500 kilograms out. Wouldn't that be a ton straight up if you took this super strength potion? Of course, it's on the person's own physical ability to improve. If the user was a fine dog, then his boosted power would be equivalent to 2 fine dogs. In addition, this super strength potion will also change one's body to a certain extent. That is to say, it can improve the physical condition by using it several times, and it can do a continuous strength enhancement. It's not too difficult to manufacture. It's all about various molecular formulas. With the formula and the manufacturing process, Chen Bin only needed to find a pharmaceutical factory as a partner to directly manufacture it. But this potion, what was it made for? What can you do with a day's worth of increased power? Temporarily need to pop a seed job? Can't seem to think of an application scenario. Chen Bin suddenly thought of himself. Now that he's coupled with the super power potion, wouldn't he be able to dry a hole in a steel plate with one punch? It doesn't seem like much use to manufacture it, but it's okay to spend a day or two making yourself happy. Chen Bin fished out his cell phone and called Professor Ho. Can you help me contact a pharmaceutical company or laboratory? In order to a set of potions, the entire laboratory, not very suitable, but also have to wait for a period of time, directly borrowing people's laboratories, manufacturing just a few to use, the most reasonable. Prof. Ho began to help Chen Bin make connections. He happened to have people he knew, not to mention that he had people he knew. Even if he didn't, he would find someone to build a bridge and provide a venue for Chen Bin. On Chen Bin's side, he was preparing to research an ultra-vigorous potion. The heat is starting to soar for Tulip's new product launch. It takes time for live studio videos to be posted online and for fermentation to take place. Usually the more explosive something is, the faster it festers. This outrageous launch was a real blowout. First, there's the contrast. The contrast between seriousness and casualness. Normal new product launch. That's all very serious and formal. The people on stage are dressed in suits. And what they say on stage, the various things they prepare, all have to be rehearsed. The people seated on the stage were also dignitaries, as well as all those who had received invitations. How serious can it be, so to speak? Because the launch is the equivalent of the face of the product and the company, as well as the image. But the launch by Tulip was, in truth, perfunctory. But what is perfunctory is the process, which is actually sincere. Knowing that people don't like boring content, I made a good PowerPoint and quickly flipped through it, with all the content but not a single word of introduction. See for yourself if you're interested. The other thing is the raffle. That's really sincere. Seeing how many viewers there are, it's straight up tenfold. Whose family is that posh? Although the value of the mechanical dog is not high, but the value is even lower. A total of 2,000 mechanical dogs. That is also worth a very large amount of money. Especially in the case of Chen Bin, mechanical dog is not yet profitable. The other is the mechanical dog. A more adorable mechanical dog that many people want. The price of this mechanical dog is still low in the case of wanting it. You can buy a mechanical dog for the price of a cell phone or tablet. The biggest problem is that this company had a launch party, and several hours later, they still couldn't find where to buy it. All want to buy it, but there is no access to buy it. In such cases, the amount of interaction online soars right up. There were people interested in technology who were discussing what was in the PowerPoint, and it rocked. The technology on every page of this PowerPoint is breakneck ahead of what other robot dog companies are offering. Those who want to buy are discussing where to buy. They have even set up a support group to find channels to buy Tulip mechanical dogs. The industry is in a broken state of mind, crying in chat about the inappropriate people at Tulip. There were countless other passers-by, who likewise couldn't help but watch the live cutscene and then felt it was interesting as well. This company, definitely, is a mudslide in a large group of tech companies. There's definitely more fun to be had in the future when this company gets bigger. Chapter 70. I'm going to the games. The Turo company was originally true to its name. Even if the technology is great, the people who know about this company are insiders or people who understand the technology. The average person has never heard of it at all. It's because it's virtually unheard of that the military helps advertise it so highly. Chen Bin is a man who is likewise not too well known. Some young people who cared about technology updates knew of him, but more people who cared about technology only knew that there was a company that developed the top robots. I didn't know it was him who developed the robot. But not now. Now he's breaking the circle because of a launch. Most people have their own information cocoon. Big events that can break out of that information cocoon can reach everyone. Now everyone knows it was him who developed the robot. The same hot search number 1. Some hot search number 1 is only a little bit higher than hot search number 2. This time the Tulip Company's conference occupies the hot search number 1, throwing off the second place 10 times the heat. The second highest ranking is also related to the launch. Why did Chen Bin carefully look not handsome, but gave off an attractive feeling? The person who posted this message was originally just posting it off the top of their head. Curious. The results resonated with those who saw it. And then there are more and more people who resonate with it. Others saw that so many people resonated with it and were curious to see Bin Chen in the video. Without seeing it, it really does feel wrong. Look at the shape of the face. Look at the eyebrows. It's really not handsome. There is no creamy kind of beauty or tough guy handsome feeling. Very ordinary face shape. But it was a good look for them when they saw it. The most outrageous thing is that the ones commenting below, there are many boys, and boys also find Chen Bin particularly attractive. Under such circumstances, Chen Bin's launch this time, in a very ominous situation, achieved unprecedented success. A lot of big corporate people look stupid. It was obviously a disaster of a launch. But how did it work so well? After their launch, they dominate the top few hot searches every time, because releasing something new does generate heat. But anyone with eyes can see the difference. It's kind of amazing that the heat from Tulip is coming in, and the popularity of the heat is equally as high as it is scary. The heat of the conversation is still soaring. Let's just say, iron sharpens iron. Even a 5-minute livestream can spread quickly if there's actually something in it. It was a sleepless night for many. This new product launch has smashed the rice bowls of too many people. But as long as the night is dark, it will dawn. Early in the morning, someone carrying 2 boxes walked into the Chen family's restaurant. Chen Shi looked at the 2 boxes. What's this? The person in charge of delivery said, this is what Chen Bin asked us to send over, saying that it's a gift, so you can open it and take a look. Chen Shi opened the box with some curiosity. Inside the box looked like a metal block. It was this metal block that had a button on it. What's this for? Chen Shi asked while pressing the button. The original metal block unfolded quickly. A strip of metal that gradually forms the shape of an individual. What is this? Chen Shi was confused. Artifacts? Was watching on TV. Some bosses would put ornaments on their tables. This one is supposed to be placed on the doorway as an ornament, isn't it? Chen Shi has a trough to spit. What kind of gift is this? But as much as I want to spit on it, it's a nice gesture from my son to be able to put it in front of the store. A lot of stores have mannequins in front of them, and it's okay to have a human-sized metal bar here. 2 sets of exoskeleton gear were placed on either side of the hotel's front door. It looks oddly like that. The person in charge of delivering the gifts also nodded. It's just fun to have people who know how to deliver things technically. Chen Bin mainly didn't expect it because his first reaction when he saw it was exoskeleton equipment. Because I've seen this design in movies and TV, along with the gloves and the footwear on the feet. It's basically instantly recognizable. But he ignores the underlying cognitive issues. That's all those sci-fi movies he's seen that his parents haven't. As for the delivery guy, it had also felt a bit like exoskeleton gear. But people have preconceived notions. The first was that the exoskeleton equipment was considered unlikely to appear in reality. And the other was that after hearing Chen Shi say that it was a pendulum, he directly defaulted to it being a pendulum that looked like an exoskeleton equipment. The most outrageous thing is that the exoskeleton outfit is ergonomic and does have a certain aesthetic appeal. There were no guests in the morning, and until noon, Chen Song walked to the front of the restaurant. Chen Song is Uncle Sam's son, and because it's close to the high school, he comes here for lunch every day. Before he could get to the door, he noticed the 2 exoskeleton outfits outside. It's quite exquisite. Reaching out and squeezing the exoskeleton outfit's hand, Chen Song unexpectedly realized that the set could move. It's not just one joint that moves, it's all of them. Real exoskeleton gear? He tried slipping his hand into the glove and then placing his arm between the two metal bars as well. Just right. It's almost like it's tailor-made. Hands and legs. He put them in and then secured them easily. After the fixation was complete, Chen Song tried to move his arms and legs, and the exoskeleton equipment on his body was moving almost simultaneously. He could feel the action becoming easier. Wide-eyed, Chen Song tried to raise his arm. This time it was even more pronounced with deliberate feeling, and he felt as if he could hold his arms flat for a very long time without exerting any force. Is this really an exoskeleton? Chen Song was just trying it out, but it turns out that this thing, it really works? Why is it out the door if it's really useful? Then he remembered something important. Chen Song rushed into the kitchen in his exoskeleton gear. Second uncle, give me your cell phone. What for? You're trying to study now. You can't play with your cell phone. Make a call. Chen Shi handed his nephew his cell phone. Chen Song directly dialed a phone. Old class, afternoon sports meeting. Can I still sign up now? I thought you weren't participating in anything? All that hype for nothing. I'm in now. For whatever program is available. The homeroom teacher was a bit surprised. What's going on? Who did you lose a bet with? Do your class proud. Okay, I'll set you up with a few. Chen Song hung up the phone. Before he definitely did not participate. The school a bunch of great sports students. He went to participate in the games. That is humiliated. But now it's different. Now it's true that you can simply fake it as long as you don't get caught. Returning the phone to Chen Shi. Chen Shi then realized that Chen Song was carrying an exoskeleton outfit on his body. What are you doing with the pendulum on your body? What ornament? This is exoskeleton equipment. Chen Song explained. What is it? Something that increases strength. Chen Shi was puzzled. How much can it increase? How would Chen Song know how much it could be boosted? Shaking his head. I'll take it to the school to test it. Right. Where did this come from? A gift from your brother. Chen Song hurriedly said. Quickly call my brother and say I want it too. You study hard, and when you graduate high school and get into a good school, I'll have your brother send you 2 sets. Chapter 71, is this a record? Chen Song realized that his own exoskeleton gear was out of the question. I'll use this set for an afternoon, and I promise it won't interfere with my studies. Chen Shi did not refuse. Chen Song study and good. The family's only learning seedling, but also willing to learn. It's okay to relax a little bit. Just if it is not like his brother does not learn at all. Seems to not learn at all. Can now have now achievements. Also can. Chen Song quickly finished his meal and then began to undress. He'd wear the exoskeleton gear on the very inside, with a suit over it. The only problem is that the mechanical exoskeleton still has gloves. But there's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with a glove? It's no big deal if you get caught. It's just cheating at school sports. Chen Song returned to his class, and the old class happened to walk into the classroom. Even though we are a rocket class and focus on engaging in learning, it's reasonable to be a little active. Here this focuses on praising Mr. Chen Song, who took the initiative to ask to participate in the games and win glory for his class. But I still think that the games are about participation and results are not important after all. Friendship comes first, results second. When old Ben finished speaking, everyone in the class looked at Chen Song in unison. Well, if it isn't cutie pie, is it? People are competing with a group of sports students, and Chen Song goes up to be a clown? Really clowns. Other people jump high. Are 2 meters jump? Chen Song ran over. Challenge a 1 meter. The result is also tripped over the foot to fall a bit? Chen Song faced everyone's gaze and arched his hand. My name is Chen Song, for both friendship and achievement. The homeroom teacher waved her hand. Go down first, you've got a bit of a program to attend. Go down and get ready. Chen Song's smile froze on his face. Old Ben, how many items have you prepared for me? There are 4 events in the afternoon. The high jump and the long jump, and the 1,000 meters and the shot put throw. The class was suddenly filled with joy. The old class didn't stop. When I owe you a favor, a class should sign up for at least 4 projects, and if none of you participate, I'll be criticized at the meeting. Chen Song was also desperate. 1,000 meters? He hadn't run 1,000 meters in a long time. It was possible to run down, but the tiredness was real. The playground is buzzing with activity. The rocket class was full of schoolboys with a love of doing problems, and few went down to watch the fun. But when Chen Song wanted to participate in the competition, the whole class came out to support Chen Song, and they even took out their cell phones, ready to take pictures. The old class noticed the cell phone, but did not say anything. To this juncture, learning or not can only rely on themselves. These students, they're reliable. Chen Song is also reliable and willing to go up and disgrace himself, but helps him get the job done. Good student. Turn around and set him up with a set of questions. Chen Song walked to the playground and the first event was the shot put. He didn't have a clue in his mind. His inside swelled as he wore his exoskeleton gear. The thought of coming to the arena for a simple little costume. But when you really come to the field, it's a real heart attack. What if you get caught? As well as what about pitches that are close together? It is just that it has come to this time, and can only be hard. The front participants in the race were all tall, athletic students. They were already in good physical condition, and with professional training, they were already at a high level. There's still a difference between that and the national level because of age, but spiking equivalent students is as good as playing. The first shot putter through the shot put, a distance of 18 meters. Many people don't know what 18 meters is. There's a score sheet for the high school in situ putt, which varies depending on the province, but being able to throw 13 meters, in the vast majority of provinces, gets you a perfect score. 18 meters, at this stage of a high school student's life, is a very good score. The national high school record, which is 20.71 meter. After the referee has said the distance, the contestant is allowed to throw again, 3 times in total, this time 19 meters, 2 meters short of the record. Next third, poor play, 17, 9 meters, that's a good enough grade to defy the herd in a school that specializes in academics. Then the second student took the stage, basically nothing below 17 meters. Finally the referee called out a name, Hoochie. Instantly, an area of the playground came alive, because Hoochie is in the rocket class. With the shot put thrown, the referee measured with a straight edge, 9 meters 9. There were chuckles all over the arena. After all, this was really not breaking double digits. There was only one area that roared, "Go Hoochie, go!" Hoochie helped them top the thunder. They have to support it any way they can. With 3 throws Hoochie finally broke 10 meters once, 10 meters and 2. Hoochie's cheeks were red, and he didn't know if he was embarrassed or holding his strength. The referee smiled, then said, "Chen Song." Chen Song walked up and picked up the shot put. The fact that Hoochie had just been coaxed into laughter had been etched into his heart, and he must send his full strength. At this moment, all the students in the same class clenched their fists and said in unison, "Da Xiang, hold on." Chen Song turned around and waved his hand. "Don't worry." Picking up the lead ball, Chen Song made a lunge movement, pulling his hands back, pulling his body into a bow, and then violently throwing the lead ball forward. The postural movements are all substandard, and the way the power is delivered is not done to perfection. Still, the lead ball made a perfect throwing arc through the air. Look out, run and hide. The lead balloon hit the podium hard. The podium was a patchwork of tables, which were smashed through a hole, and a large group of school leaders ran away in disarray. Chen Song's cheeks turned even redder, and he was even more humiliated and off-kilter. The power burst was down to the max, but the power was high and the direction was not controlled. The whole crowd was confused and the referee was even more wide-eyed. The direction is off. Yes, but with this thing, it's the distance that counts. The place where Chen Song was standing was more than 30 meters away from the podium. What kind of concept is that? The world champion only threw out 23 meters. This kid is better than a world champion? What else? Rocket class? Throwing a shot put. Throwing the shot put so fiercely. The javelin surely can. Descending blow ah. The referee's cheeks were red from excitement, and he even thought about the interview he would give later on about how he had unearthed the super genius of the sports world. The school leader came back to his senses and confirmed that no one was injured before he picked up the microphone. "Student Chen Song, if you have a problem with us, you can do it another way." Chen Song hurriedly apologized. "All right, on with the game." The referee rushed forward. "Don't be nervous, pay attention to the simultaneous power of both hands and throw them forward." At the same time, he quickly taught Chen Song some techniques. Getting ready, the referee pulled out his cell phone and started recording. Chen Song took a deep breath, adjusted his form, and threw the lead ball. 38 meters. The whole room was in an uproar. What the? Is it fake? Superman is alive. Chen Song looked at the lead balloon that was thrown onto the runway and was also silent. So far, overplayed his hand. In the midst of the uproar, his class started cheering, super loud. The referee snapped out of his excitement, and he felt a little fake too. But how does this thing cheat? Dope? There's no such thing as a powerful stimulant. And if there was, it would have to be Team America's Super Gene Serum. It's not cheating? How can anyone throw a shot put 38 meters? What a gift! Chapter 72. Not buddy. You're really good. With the whole place rocking, Chen Song ended up pitching for the third time. This time the power was smaller, because he used less power and the exoskeleton gear automatically adjusted the power. So the shot put landed 8 meters away, the lowest in the field. But no one booed. Just speechless. It's definitely not even a little bit of skill. It's really just a forceful brick flying. Chen Song returned to the crowd. A group of students who were ready to see the joke looked at Chen Song with a confused face. "No buddy, you're really good." Bows. Chen Song gently patted his chest. "You will see me as if I were a god." The homeroom teacher also looked at Chen Song somewhat confused. This kid, so fierce? The shot put program ended quickly. The referee flew towards Chen Song after the last player finished the match, then went straight to the class teacher, Mr. Chien. This student, Chen Song, studying is a waste of talent. He should appear on the field of play and compete for the country. He can easily break the world record without training, and once systematically trained, could make history in this sport. The homeroom teacher didn't know what to say for a moment. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation in all his years of practice. Playing sports, asking for someone from his class. How much of an insult. But Chen Song has broken the world record? That's a bit scary. Study on an odds or you'll get an average job and screw up the employment environment even more later on. It was undoubtedly better for Chen Song's development to get a world title straight away first. But this is something that you still have to ask Chen Song. Chen Song, what do you think? Chen Song pointed to the playground. I want to finish the high jump competition first. The referee nodded back. No need to jump too high. It's dangerous to fall. Engaged in sports, injuries are rare and common, but the injury is a very serious thing. Light cannot train for a few days. Heavy missed the body's best time, conditioning, and finally cannot get better results. Chen Song nodded and walked into the arena. High jump, again, is a bigger sport. Still following the list. First, the gym students. The first round was a straight 1.7 m. Several gymnasts in a row jumped over it with ease, and only a few touched the pole off. One by one, the gymnasts finished their jumps, and the referee picked up the list. Hoochie. It seems that this unlucky guy was also pushed out to make up the numbers, signing up for several programs at once. Hoochie walked out, but instead of jumping, he just raised his hand. I abstain. 1.7 m, almost catching up with his height. Going up would be a self-inflicted humiliation. Chen Song walked up, thinking about the movements of those high jumpers just now, and started to charge forward. Without rushing, Chen Song felt his speed soaring as he rushed, his exoskeleton gear accelerating him. Running like this gave him a feeling of flying. The speed was increased to such an extreme that he had been a little afraid to jump. But the pole is right in front of us. Chen Song could only fight to jump up. At super fast speeds, his entire body practically flew, flailing through the air, over the high jump bar, and in one smooth motion, over the fall protection sponge mat, before landing and continuing forward. After taking a great deal of effort to stop, Chen Song heard a gasp of surprise, mixed with the sound of a foul mouth. Countless people stared in disbelief. Is that a ing high jump? It's flying high, right? Others are rushing forward, jumping up and down. Chen Song was flying over. The height is also high. That's more than 1.7 m. That's almost 3 meters. You know, the world record for high jump is just over 2 meters. The referee's mouth was open. His eyes glazed over. And wait a minute. Strength and speed and agility, all in one person. That run just now, it was too fast, wasn't it? And then there was that high jump just now, which was equally high and a bit scary. It's too all-powerful, isn't it? The others froze equally. This? Superman? Or did the Dragon Kingdom really have national arts? And Chen Song had practiced light kung fu? Chen Song was a bit unnatural in everyone's gaze. Damn, isn't this exoskeleton outfit a little too fierce? The school leaders on the stage looked at Chen Song, their eyes already glowing. It's equally good that the school is producing awesome athletic students. In the future, if Chen Song could break more records, there could be more signs outside the school in the future. And this would be Chen Song's alma mater. It really is that when you are at school, you are proud of the school. And when you leave the school is proud of you. Chen Song could feel the blazing gaze of many people, subconsciously backed up a few steps. Behind the same classmates have surrounded, grass. You disguise so deep? Martial arts master? No. Chen Song was very vain. He even wanted to say that he was wearing exoskeleton equipment, but he still held back. The good face of young people was still at work. The next high jump was no longer challenging for Chen Song. Rushing over and jumping up, he could pass. Ended up jumping 2 meters too, not breaking the world record. It's not because you can't break the world record, but the school's pole tops out at 2 meters too. The third event, the long jump. The program hadn't even started yet, and everyone was looking at Chen Song. The scene of Chen Song's high jump, where he jumped in place, then soared over the high jump bar and then flew out a long way, was vivid in his mind. It's also properly capable of breaking the world record. High school sports. 3 world records broken in one afternoon? The sports meeting became the scene of Chen Song's performance. And finally, running. When 1,000 meters was run by Chen Bin in 2 minutes, everyone in the whole school had a feeling of unreality. The PE teacher, who was the referee, was more than a little confused. What had started as excitement at the discovery of genius had turned into skepticism about his own perceptions. How can anyone break so many world records in one go? This is only because the competition is only 4 events. If this is more, will Chen Song break more world records? Tai will these items, Chen Song has not even practiced, can achieve such impressive results. After specialized training, you'll be invincible. While Chen Song was frantically pretending, Chen Bin, who was far away in the Jiangzhou Vocational College, had a dumbfounded look on his face. The number of shock points continued to increase over the course of an afternoon when he did nothing. It will increase once a while, a few thousand at a time. Almost 20,000 shock points up in one afternoon. But the thing is, he didn't do anything, did he? Curious to look online. I didn't see a spike in online video playback either. Where's the shock point? I didn't do anything. Electromagnetic guns were distributed, so there was a wave of shock points? But doing the math, it shouldn't be that soon. Chen Bin cannot think, simply do not want to. Anyway, no matter what the situation, we'll know later. And whatever the case may be, the added shock points are a good thing. Chen Bin simply packed up his things, got in his car, and went straight to the biology lab. Go configure the super strength potion. On the other hand, at Uncle Sam's house, there was a large group of extra people, all persuading Uncle Sam. With Chen Sung's talent, studying is too much for him. He should abandon literature and join the military. Chapter 73, A Small Problem. Uncle Sam is also confused. He doesn't know what his son is like? It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that his hands are unarmed, but at least he's halfway to the level of a loser. The guy who can run 1,000 meters and throw up says he's an athletic super genius? Could easily break the world record? Isn't that a little too far out there? Uncle Sam was confused and shocked at the same time. Second brother's son got rich and now it's his family's turn? Twice? Chen Song sat on a side chair, shivering. Things seem a little off. It's a bit of a big deal. Ahem, I have something to say. The leader of the General Administration of Sports who came to the door looked at Chen Song with a kind face. You said that your opinion is the most important. Chen Song wanted to talk about the exoskeleton equipment, but couldn't say anything at the moment. I don't want to play sports. I want to study. The leader of the General Administration of Sports said pleasantly. There is no conflict. If you want to study, you can study well. No one will interfere with you, but it's okay to take time out of your studies to train, or wait until college and lean toward sports. Chen Song is even more embarrassed to say, which put him on the shelf. The Chen family's oldest three pondered a little. This matter, it's a bit big. According to our family's situation, big things need to be discussed. I should, and listen to both. The oldest of the Chen family started calling the other brothers. Chen Bin's side had just arrived at the lab when he received a call from his dad. You're saying that Song Tsong, from third uncle's family, is very high in sports? Or even gifted? Someone from the sports authority came to his door and asked him to take physical education? Right. Chen Bin thought of Chen Tsong, who was indeed a big man. But to say that he was not even as athletic as him. How did you find out about his athletic talent? A man who refuses to walk a few hundred meters has a talent for hammers? Maybe as enlightened as you are? Chen Bin was silent. He wasn't enlightened. This was enlightened. Is it hard to believe that cousin also has a system? Like a super point system? Or a martial arts system? The likelihood should be low. I can't go back right now. I'll call Uncle Sam and find out what's going on. Chen Bin hung up the phone and dialed Uncle Sam's number. Uncle Sam quickly picked up the phone. Hey, Xiao Bin, give the phone to Brainy. Song quickly picked up the phone. I do not know why. Before all did not have any bottom, but when picked up the phone, suddenly a lot of peace of mind. Brother, find a place where no one is. Good. Chen Song quickly went back to his room. No one is there now. What's your situation? Can you tell me? Conveniently, when I went to your house for dinner, I saw the exoskeleton gear, and then I wore the exoskeleton gear to school. The latter goes without saying, and Chen Bin is no cutie pie. It was just that he was speechless, and his cousin did turn on the charm, but he gave it a go. Tell your dad the truth directly and study hard. How do I open my mouth? There is a leader of the General Administration of Sport outside. It looks quite a big leader. It's not just him, there are so many other people who are excited. They all think I can be the hope of the dragon sports world. Chen Bin slowly reacted. You this afternoon, was it displayed at the school? I was at the school field day this afternoon. Chen Bin was silent. It was his cousin who would play. I know. You reject it first and say you want to study hard. Who's going to force you? Just say I told you to study hard. So what doesn't matter? Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. Chen Bin hung up the phone and called Majorin in passing. There's a small problem on my cousin's side. Anything you need me to do, you just say so. My brother went to the games wearing exoskeleton gear I built and broke a couple of world records. And now a lot of people are urging him to go sports. And he's too embarrassed to tell the truth. When was the exoskeleton gear made? I didn't say that. It's just a gift I built for my parents. And it's not very technical. Colonel N was silent for a moment. Nothing technical, and then broke a world record? You know, world record setters are all super high-level people themselves. Ordinary people see their records and wonder what can this man do? An ordinary student, wearing exoskeleton gear, easily broke the world record. It's still not very technical? Okay, I get it. I'll find out what's going on first. Chen Bin hung up the phone and walked towards the experimental equipment. Pharmaceutical equipment he had never touched before. But now, having had a look at it, I have learned a lot about it. And when my hands touch the device, I already know how to use it completely. And it is a very high level of control. An arc of electricity flashes across the equipment and the CNC machine starts working automatically. No additional operations are required at all. Intermediate mechanical affinity. Scary as hell. Colonel On learns about the incident of Chen Tsong first. Chen Bin's cousin. He knew who it was, and with a little understanding, he knew the situation. Then he realized that this thing, it was so much more outrageous than what Chen Bin had said. Although Chen Bin was not wrong and did break the world record, isn't this breaking a bit exaggerated? Throwing a shot put 38 meters? 15 meters more than the world record. And then on Chen Tsong, you can't see anything at all? How? The Dragon Kingdom has also developed exoskeleton gear. But the exoskeleton gear developed by the Dragon Kingdom is conspicuous by its absence. The other thing is that it only saves power slightly. It simply doesn't do that much to give that much of a power boost. Even if Chen Tsong is better, throwing a 12 or 13 meters tops the sky, untrained, can get a full score. The rest is all exoskeleton gear power. That's not even the most outrageous. The most outrageous are several other items. High jump? That's flying high, right? Majoran looked at Chen Tsong who was almost flying low. Arrange a trip. I'm going over there myself. He was going to check out the exoskeleton gear. Seeing it in person would visualize it better. The reason why he hadn't alarmed Chen Bin was purely because he didn't think the exoskeleton equipment was very powerful, and using this to find Chen Bin might annoy him. While having the car arranged, Majoran began to make phone calls, looking for someone from the sports authority, who would have to get things sorted out first. After switching people around a few times in between, Majoran contacted the person in charge of recruiting Chen Tsong. Chen Tsong doesn't have too much athletic talent. He just got his hands on the new type of equipment we're developing. Young people, they like to show off, so they took their newfangled equipment to the games. The man from the sports authority was silent for a long time. What kind of equipment can be so powerful? Instead of answering, Colonel On asked rhetorically, and what man can manage to break the world record by that much with ease? I know. Don't tell anyone outside. Keep it a secret, and better yet, help cover up this sports genius thing. This incident was a mistake in my work and I'm sorry for the impact it has had on you. The person from the sports authority didn't care about the liability issue, but just felt a little pity. I'll talk to the school side. Chapter 74, Mice. Chen Bin solved Chen Tsong's matter with a phone call. It wasn't like he had been dismantled and faked it, and things didn't have any consequences because Chen Bin directly wiped out all the consequences for him. Chen Tsong's academic career leveled off almost instantly, only to pretend that he had become a school celebrity. Colonel Un, as the man who helped him wrap up, had arrived outside the hotel. He didn't rush in, though. Instead, I waited until the afternoon. He knocked on the door and walked into the restaurant after the noon hour had passed and the restaurant was all gone. Chen Sure knew Majoran, who had come over with Chen Bin last time, rushed to pour tea for Majoran. Majoran hastily said, "No need to be so polite. I came over because I wanted to borrow something from you." "What's that?" "Talk about borrowing. Take it if you want it. The gift that Chen Bin gave you last time. 2 sets of exoskeleton equipment. We would like to learn more about it." Chen Sure was polite, and he was indeed polite, but where Majoran wanted something else, it was given, but it was a gift from Chen Bin to them. "Well, I'll have to call Bin first." Majoran understood that Chen Sure was worried that he would target Chen Bin. "I came to make the call? He doesn't know I'm coming to you guys privately, and he might have a problem with me if you call." Chen Sure wasn't stupid. He could understand the subliminal meaning of the words, but it was precisely because he understood it that he was confused. Majoran is worried about Chen Bin's anger? He's afraid of Chen Bin? People are a colonel, and they're worried about offending his son? Isn't that a bit ridiculous? Okay, you fight. Majoran breathed a sigh of relief and fumbled for his cell phone to dial Chen Bin's number. The phone rang several times before it picked up. "I'm here at your parents' hotel to find out about the exoskeleton gear. Didn't tell you because I was worried about the repercussions." Chen Bin is not stupid. Then you first take the test. After the test back to them, feel the need to equip, and then talk about the next step of mass production. Good. Majoran sighed in relief. Chen Sure was even more bewildered. He still seemed to have underestimated his son somewhat. His son seems to be more than just a regular researcher? Colonel On was careful to explain the motive after he finished. Without much ado, he pointed to the door. "There it sits." Colonel On all but froze, rushing to the door and seeing the exoskeleton gear. No. Does Bin Chen know about his exoskeleton gear that his parents put on the doorstep as an ornament? Majoran wanted to say something, but opened his mouth and held his tongue. Press the button to put the exoskeleton gear away. Looking at the little box, he was all silent, slack and still convenient. Conveniently enough, he'd obviously seen it before, but there was absolutely no way to associate it with exoskeleton gear. We're just doing a simple test, and we'll probably send it back tonight. It's fine to use it for a few days. Chen Shi was polite. Majoran was polite and walked out of the room, heading straight for the nearest stadium. The field has been allowed to be cleared in advance, so feel free to test it out. In the hotel, Chen Shi looked at the faraway car of the college. His eyes were full of bewilderment. Our son, it seems to be a little out of the ordinary. Then we can't pull his leg. What can we pull back? You don't understand. You go outside now. Throw a piece of garbage with your hand. Get photographed. There are people all over the internet saying that Chen Bin's mom is littering and has no quality. It's okay to throw garbage. It's harder when you have people out there. Chen sure didn't have the heart to say, 24 hours a day here, and there's someone else? The two finished their brief bickering and both went to rest, ready to get refreshed for their afternoon guests. It must be said that Chen Bin has already made it this far, and they can still steadily open a small restaurant. The mentality has exceeded countless people. On the other hand, in the stadium, the fighters who had been found in advance according to the specifications of the exoskeleton gear had already put on the exoskeleton gear. Unlike those previous styles of exoskeleton gear, this one is lightweight. Wear it on your body and it hardly affects your body shape at all. None of them need to wear loose clothing, and as long as you don't wear tights, you won't be able to see them at all. The test began with strength. The warrior clenched his fist and slammed it into the target with the force gauge. A word count floated above the target. 155. It's 155 kilos. This warrior's punch had a force of 100 kilograms before he wore his exoskeleton gear. 55 kilos more. 110 pounds? But that's just a punching test. And a strength test isn't just a punching test. The warrior began to pull hard. The warrior originally could only pull 200 kilograms at full strength. This has been only. Not that 200 kilograms cannot. In fact 200 kilograms has been very outrageous. But with the exoskeleton gear on, the warrior pulled hard to 400 kilograms. A doubling of the original strength. A direct strength increase. 200 kilograms. It's a bit outrageous. The most outrageous thing about this exoskeleton gear is that it's only a little bit bigger. Such a small size. Such a little strip of metal. And it's so fierce? After another speed test, the warrior, who had originally been able to run a kilometer in 3.5 minutes, sprinted almost the entire time with the exoskeleton gear, completing the kilometer in 2 minutes and 2 seconds. It's a bit outrageous. That's 10 seconds faster than the world record. 10 seconds faster. Running isn't quite the same as other sports, where a 1-second improvement is counterintuitive, and a 10-second improvement at once. The problem is that this exoskeleton gear, instead of boosting on top of the world record, boosts on top of the warrior's 3.5 points. Majoran was shocked while thinking about Chen Bin's words. Nothing technical? If this is not even technical, then all the years of research and development that the Dragon Kingdom has invested in exoskeleton equipment is a joke. The Dragon Kingdom is going to be all a joke. Then the overseas powers have been developing it for even longer. And it's even more of a waste. Majoran let the people continue testing while he walked outside and dialed Chen Bin once more. This exoskeleton equipment, I'm afraid it's going to be mass-produced. The test so far has been very good. Very anticlimactic. The previous robot dogs, robots, guns, those were all weaponry used directly on the battlefield. This exoskeleton gear is the gear for warriors. Ordinary warriors, wearing this exoskeleton equipment, that directly transformed into the king of soldiers. And it's the king of soldiers, the warrior who is more powerful than everyone in the world. When you go into battle, the fighting power is stronger while the probability of survival is also greater. It can be said that this is an all-around enhancement for the warrior. The technical content, really, is a bit weaker than the previous couple of equipment, but in actuality, it's rather greater. Oftentimes, the value of equipment on the battlefield is based on a lot more than just the technical level. This is an exoskeleton outfit with a full priority pull. Chen Bin pondered a little. Okay, I'll prepare, get the drawings and so on ready. When needed, you can directly mass produce, kernel and side in relief. Well, if you need anything from my side, just say so. Chen Bin shook the liquid in his hand. There's really something that might need your help. What is it? Looking for mice. I developed a super strength potion on my side that can theoretically boost a person's strength, but we still have to test it to see how well it works. Chen Bin had originally sought to develop it and give himself a first pleasure, but after really manufacturing it, he was a little heartless. Better to let someone else use it first and see how it goes. Chapter 75, Killing the Heart. Chen Bin. In this regard, has always been cautious, just like before using the gene enhancement potion. He also let the dog try it out. This super strength potion, though, wouldn't be quite right to test with a dog. It would have to be tested with a human. Majorin on the other end of the phone was a bit hesitant. Didn't Shenbin want to seize the time to research war robots? Why test potions now? Super strength potion? It doesn't sound like it's going to work out too well. It has the feel of listening to a commercial on TV. Also, the vigor thing has been somewhat entertaining because of the ghosting. After a little contemplation, Senior Colonel said, Super power potion, can you describe it in detail? How effective it is, as well as the basic principle of action. And then there's the level of danger, and I'll see who I get to test it. The super power potion works by boosting strength, and the stronger the power, the greater the boost, probably nearly double the amount. Duration 24 hours, then rapid recovery. As for the principle, it can be understood as stimulating the cells of the whole body to a certain extent and stimulating the secretion of various hormones without any side effects. It's not a big risk. In theory it's fine. Then it shouldn't be a problem. I'm just still ideal to see exactly how it's used. Majorin was a bit bewildered. Shenbin said this. To him, it is equal to not saying. This is equal to no one. It's hard to understand. If this had been said by someone else, he would have just thought the person who said it was nuts. But the problem was that it was Shenbin who said so, and there were no side effects. Maybe it's true. As for Shenbin said there is no risk. The probability is that there is no risk. But even if there is no risk, you cannot just find someone to test. Colonel hesitated for a moment, thinking of good luck, and then of a line that had been found by good luck. I do have a suitable test target on my side, but it may take some time. Okay, Shenbin wasn't in a hurry. Then I'll give you the super power potion first. Good. Majorin hung up the phone and dialed another number. You guys cooperate with me in a play. The old man on the other end of the line was a little hesitant. Doing research? Acting? Where's the hullabaloo? You find someone else. No one else. It's easy to find someone else who can't be trusted. Only you. It's important. What kind of drama? And I still have to act in it? I'll say it up front. A short video at most. Colonel didn't strain himself. It's not real acting. My side suspects that someone is a spy. But only suspicion. Specifics still need to test it. Need you to subordinate research institutions. Send a little potion. This potion is super important. Can strengthen the warrior combat power. It's a bit fake to make up this potion. It can't be swindled out. No one will believe it at all. Colonel really didn't have a bandage. As if the target wouldn't believe it if he said that outright. He already knew who the spies were. And he thought about having the spies think they were doing a great job. Stealing the potion, and then using it so that it could be tested again and no one would be sacrificed. That's the only way to do it now. Why don't we try it first? It's a little rough. I'll figure out how to perfect it. You have a plan? Majorin was a bit skeptical. Not because he didn't trust the old-timer, but mainly because the old-timer was the one doing the research. If you don't have much time, my suggestion would be to just disguise yourself as a spy. Go find the target, reveal your identity as a spy, and give the other person the potion to give to the designated target, who will be given a large sum of money in return. The first thing that Colonel did was mull it over, and after doing so, his eyes lit up. This was definitely a good idea. Spies can't know all the spies. The odds are that a spy running into another desperate spy won't believe it, but as long as he cooperates with the subsequent arrests and investigations, then ironically, he will. How can we let that man use the potion? Isn't it testing the individual? Why make him use the potion? The old researcher was strict. One wrong word caught the loophole in Major An's words. Colonel mused slightly. Testing the potion by the way. The old researcher didn't continue to go deeper, but said, whether he's a spy or not, after getting the potion and not reporting it, that's a spy, and he needs to be allowed to use it himself? Do you have to kill people to put them out of their misery? Majorin was silent. He understood what the old-timer meant. In terms of this aspect of ruthlessness, the old-timer was still ruthless, but it really doesn't make much of a difference. So is it convenient for you these days? First, tell me who the target is, and since you're looking for me, you should be acquainted with me? An acquaintance of your subordinate institute would. The old researcher fell silent. What are the odds of your suspicions? 90%. No wonder you sought me out. Went to school with him, co-worked with him, and thought, fine. I'll go down to the research institute to inspect it and give him the potion you guys were talking about. I've just thought of many possibilities, but never thought it was him. Colonel mused slightly. You don't have the slightest suspicion? There's no way to doubt it, but now that I think about it in reverse, he's had a life that's gone a little too well. When he was a student, he was richer, and he was lucky enough to find a more lucrative part-time job and bring his classmates there with him. Then when he entered the institute, he did a little worse and rose a little slower, but relatively quickly. And then there's now. Of all of us in the group, His sons and daughters are developing the best. My daughter runs a very profitable company and my son is doing well overseas. I hear. The old researcher pondered for a moment, but he's involved in a research project and hasn't heard of any leaks? Normal. A core person. It is possible to activate him only once in his life, and it may not be time to activate him until now. Hey, I'll arrange for an inspection and get it done for you in 2 days, and on the 3rd day you'll go straight there and arrest me. Good. Majoran answered and hung up. He also sighed. Without good luck, he couldn't really do much against an enemy that was hiding so deep, couldn't even spot it. On the other hand, people really pay a lot to install an important person, or even difficult to curate. Simply cultivate them yourself. The corrosion starts when a researcher is reading a book, and it doesn't start until the guy is all old and not enabled. On the flip side, once this person is activated, he can surely bring great losses to the Dragon Kingdom, just as those high-tech research programs in core data, etc., were once stolen. Research for 10 years, or even more, pay a lot of money, a lot of energy, so easy to develop things, taken right out of the way. It's hard to think about. Originally, Majoran was still a bit psychologically burdened by this kind of phishing law enforcement, and was even thinking of letting the other party use the potion on their own, and he only needed the final test. The mental burden was all but gone now, just waiting for the implementation of the plan to be completed and for him to finalize the capture and test. Chapter 76, War Robots. Chen Bin created a total of 12 ultra-vigorous potions, putting 2 of them away and handing the remaining 10 to Senior Colonelin. They were all from the same batch, and those 10 tests were fine, so his side could use these 2 to get a feel for the increased strength. Returning the lab, Chen Bin went straight to the Unmanned factory. Inside the underground Unmanned factory, in the finished product area, a war robot stood silently, at 2 meters tall. It was lanky. The other thing is that the robot is covered in armor and is very strong. The robot had no extra weapons on it, only a sledgehammer. Originally, robots were unarmed because robots could use tools. The hammer was specially fitted by Chen Bin, a super sledgehammer that weighs 800 kilograms and is made of a super strong alloy. Let's put it this way, the ancient golden melon hammer, as imposing as it sounds, actually had a hammer head the size of an egg. It's nothing like the kind of watermelon-sized hammers you see in movies and TV, and a hammer the size of an egg, hit on the head, with no defense, and a single knock could send a man to heaven. Also specifically used to break armor. Wearing armor, by this hammer smashed, light as broken bones, heavy is a life. Just a hammer the size of an egg can be so outrageously lethal. The killing power of this 800-kilogram sledgehammer was definitely even more outrageous. Chen Bin also specializes in designing as a ram's horn hammer. The sharp side can be used to break armor, targeting all kinds of sophisticated equipment, and a hammer goes through everything. On the other side is a blunt head. What wouldn't be smashed to pieces with a hammer? 800 kilograms, in conjunction with a total of 6 tons of force in both arms, and gravitational potential energy, etc. Chen Bin made a tisk-tisk sound as he thought about it. This kills, absolutely super fierce. Too bad I can't test it here. In addition, the most powerful thing about this war robot is not just having great strength and speed, but also his algorithm. It is a war machine. His AI, built for war. He is able to seize the perfect moment of fleeting moments to strike and also to physically create the best possible plan. Just give him a task and he'll get to it. The most perverse thing was that he could also make real-time adjustments to the execution plan based on the changes that occurred during the execution of these tasks. Chen Bin led the robot outside first. Exactly 3 days have passed since the time I spoke to General Hu earlier. Taking this out is still shocking, but at least it's padded. Outside the enclosure, General Hu, who had received the news, had arrived, and not only him, but beside him, and behind him, stood a large group of people. All wore uniforms, and those in the front row, almost entirely, carried gold stars on their shoulders. They were all looking at the gate of the enclosure at the moment. As the door opened, the first thing everyone saw was Chen Bin. Then they saw the robot following Chen Bin, at 2 meters tall, and with the armor. It made the warbot look rather lanky, in addition to being a bit bulky because it walked very slowly. A big dumb robot? Chen Bin looked at General Hu. The war robots have been manufactured. General Hu looked at the robot with a burning gaze, his eyes filled with excitement. Other people look at it as a silly big man, but he looks at it as a Chen Bin product. A group of people went up to look at the robot and then saw the sledgehammer on the back of the robot. The 800-kilogram sledgehammer looked enormous. The handles are all 7 or 8 centimeters in diameter. The length of the hammer head is even closer to a meter. It's not what they thought it would be. They imagined war robots with all kinds of weapons all over their bodies, just like in the movies and TV shows, where the war robots had machine guns in their arms and carried cannons behind their shoulders. And then this robot comes on stage with a sledgehammer? Someone looked at Chen Bin. The design idea of this robot, isn't it a bit less reasonable? The speaker, also a general, was very strict in his wording and modest in his tone. Chen Bin looked over in confusion. How so? Using the most advanced technology to fight the most primitive fights? The general said in a joking tone. Chen Bin thought for a moment and said, I feel that there is nothing advanced or primitive, especially on the battlefield, as long as it is useful. The idea of this war robot is to take the enemy's attacks hard and destroy them while having a very high defense capability. You can use missiles and artillery as well as bullets, but with those things, there won't be much left for a robot to load with weapons when it runs out. When you run out of weapons, you can use a hammer. Also there is the issue of distance. Distance, definitely a hot weapon is better, but at a close distance, the killing power of this hammer, very considerable. General who waved his hand, whether it's a mule or a horse, pull it out for a walk and you'll know. The test site is ready. Chen Bin was also a bit interested. Go, I'll go take a look too. The group got straight into the car and headed straight to the test site. Waiting until he was close to the test site, Chen Bin unexpectedly realized that this seemed to be the third piece of land that had been circled for him before. Again, high fences. The gate opened, and Chen Bin unexpectedly realized that there was actually another layer of alloy gate inside. The alloy gates were flanked by concrete walls that said they were fences and gave him the impression that they were no different from a fortress. When was it built? That fast? Walking into it, the first thing you see is a large open space, all with concrete floors. On this ground were placed tanks, artillery, and all sorts of weaponry. Again, there are all sorts of concrete obstacles on this ground. There is also a heavily protected control room on the side. The entire site is densely covered with cameras and various sensors. One by one, researchers, as well as the military, were shuttling around the grounds, setting up all sorts of things. Chen Bin all froze. This scene, the first time he had seen it. Testing here? Yes, the environment here is capable of real-world testing. General Hu said. The surrounding walls are all made of ultra-high-strength cement. There's no way for a rocket to collapse a hole in this ground, and most missiles can be defended against it. Chen Bin looked toward a stone bunker not far ahead. That bunker, is it also built with the high-strength cement you mentioned? Right, General Hu said while looking at the robot. You want the robot to try? Try and see the strength. Chen Bin said, looking toward the war robot. Destroy that bunker. The bunker was a wall, 30 centimeters thick. Inside, besides the bricks, is concrete. This concrete, however, uses silica fume, as well as silicate cement as the base material, and the aggregate is high-quality quartz sand, the kind that requires all the particles to be extremely high. In addition to this, there are admixtures such as water reducers, defoamers, and finally fibers will be mixed in the cement, carbon and polymer fibers that enhance the impact resistance, durability of concrete. Steel fibers are also added to improve flexural strength, toughness, and crack resistance, can form a mesh structure in concrete. This way, even if the concrete is subjected to a huge impact and there is a breakage, such a structure will stop the cracks from expanding. Chapter 77, What's wrong with this? The super strong concrete walls, on which artillery hits, are like scratching an itch. The warbot walked up to the wall and raised his arm first, making a knocking motion. The group of bigwigs felt their brains go a little down as they watched the robot's movements. No, what's the robot doing? What's the point of knocking if you're not going to destroy it? The warbot listened to the dull sound of the concrete wall, stepped back, and then snapped his foot out. It was just a test to find out what was broken. By tapping, it can analyze where the breaks are, based on the sound, but he just didn't find a break. Then there's only violent destruction. Boom! There was a loud bang. A tinkling sound rang out in Chen Bin's head. It was the shock points increasing. It was just that the robot's full-force punch only made a very small dent in the concrete wall, a result of using tons of force to crush the concrete a bit. In the dents, you can still see the steel fiber filaments inside. Nothing else is broken. Chen Bin was also shocked. He somewhat underestimated the world's people. Such a defense effect, the robot may not be able to destroy. The strength of the concrete, is it already this high? Unbeknownst to him, the generals were far more shocked than he was. This robot actually punched this wall, leaving a fist mark, nearly 2 centimeters deep? What kind of concept is that? Come a rocket shot, it can't even do any damage on this wall. Artillery can barely achieve a similar effect. Meaning, the power of this punch is comparable to a large caliber artillery piece? As he was thinking about it, the robot took another step back, this time with his foot. The strength of the arm is 3 tons, and with the inertia of the forward stroke, the killing power is even greater. But the strength of the legs, it's much more than 3 tons. Boom! There was another loud bang. This time the robot's foot kicked the wall. The wall was broken a little larger, with more footprints and a swish of lime shaking off, but it still didn't do much damage to the walls. Still, the robot didn't give up, but grabbed the sledgehammer from behind his back. The huge ram's hammer was held in both of the robot's hands. The robot swung the hammer and slammed it against the wall. This time it was smashed on the concrete wall and floor where it was attached. Boom! After a loud bang, the sharp ram's horn hammer pierced into the concrete wall for a full 10 centimeters, 800 kilograms of weight, plus the 6 tons of strength in the robot's arms, and the inertia of its body swung round with all its strength. The hammer broke through the wall's defenses. Chen Bin's brows furrowed. The test was over by this point. The wall was broken, but it could block the robot for a long time. In other words, the robot doesn't perform very well. Robots that look awesome, but turn out to be that useful on a real battlefield? Chen Bin waved his hand. Alright, let's stop here. The robotic hammer settled into the air. My tactic is to cut a row of holes under this wall, then smash the top, which can collapse the wall. Chen Bin waved his hand. There's no point. It can't be destroyed directly, or the power isn't quite enough. While speaking, Chen Bin looked at General Hu. Give me some more time. I'll upgrade and upgrade again. General Hu froze. No, the power of this hammer. Chen Bin is not satisfied? The other generals had the same expression. They couldn't even think of what kind of attack that could chisel a big hole in this wall for a short period of time. Such a fierce attack. Chen Bin is not satisfied? Previously said Chen Bin design thinking problematic people. Now feel before really talkative. This is the design thinking problematic? This is he has a problem. He doesn't understand the gold of primitive warfare. What does it mean to be a powerful brick flyer? For that kind of hammer damage, what could stop it? Tanks? No tank can stop it. A hammer can make a hole. All the current main battle tanks cannot do this kind of defense. General Hu hurriedly said. Enough, this power is already enough. The robot chimed in. That wasn't my strongest blow just now. General Hu froze again, looking to the talking robot and then back to Chen Bin. It has intelligence? There is a certain amount of intelligence, but mainly in warfare. General Hu didn't know what to say. This damn thing is actively trying to behave, and it's still only a certain intelligence? Taking a deep breath, General Hu looked at the robot. Then you show your strongest power? The robot didn't say anything, but looked at Chen Bin. Seeing Chen Bin nod his head, the robot then stepped back a few steps before swinging the sledgehammer, swinging it in a circular motion. While swinging round, step forward and then continue to swing the hammer round. This time, the hammer spun around faster. Taking another step forward, the hammer spun around even faster than before, so fast that it was almost impossible to see. But the robots haven't stopped. The eyes of a group of big brothers rolled in surprise as they thought that the robot was not talking about the strongest attack, but that there was still power left to be exploded. Turns out there are still tricks left to use? Looking at the agile and light figure of the robot, they couldn't connect the robot with the stupid big man before. So flexible, so powerful. The robot turned 5 times in a row, which was as fast as he could go. The spinning hammer shifted its position slightly, and then with all its strength, it continued to accelerate the hammer. Boom! There was a loud bang as the hammer hit the wall. This time, dust flew and the earth shook. The head of the hammer directly smashed a huge dent in the wall. Around the depression, a circle of cracks spread like a spider web. The wall was crooked, but it didn't fall down completely because there was still rebar inside. The whole wall, however, was covered with cracks, and the interior was very much shattered. In a dead silence, a continuous dinging sound appeared in Chen Bin's mind. Chen Bin frowned deeply. It really wasn't that he was pretending to be a pussy. It was mostly that the robot was acting, and it kind of didn't satisfy him. Come up here and get stumped? Still stopped by a wall. This is if the enemy is hiding inside a concrete fortress like this, and the robots don't have to chisel for a day? General Hu snapped out of his shock and raised his hand. I want this. Bulk purchase. Someone from the back of the room said. I'll take one too. 1,000 units to start. Legions of robots. The others said. We want it too. Money is not a problem. The field instantly became rowdy, and someone else came up and pulled Chen Bin, compensating with a smile. Come on, let's exchange a contact. We can communicate more in the future. Both surnamed Chen. Our family. The others took out their cell phones and walked over. Can you supply us first? We're having a miserable time. General Hu hurriedly peeled everyone away. The test is not over yet. Let's conduct a real-world test first to see the exact performance. What else is there to see? Isn't this enough? If you don't want to see it, you get out. Chapter 78 Machine Gun Test. Everyone looked at the robot expectantly, though by now they were super satisfied with its performance. No matter what the situation is, the robot will definitely be procured. But that didn't stop them from seeing the robots in action first. The field staff first said to Chen Bin, we're going to test the robot for certain defenses first. The attack is increasing a little bit, and it stops as soon as it can do damage. So don't worry about destroying the robot completely. Chen Bin nodded his head gently. He also wanted to see the level of official weaponry. I didn't know anything before, and I didn't know the actual combat power of modern weapons. This will affect his options for acquiring technology. The strength of this concrete today belonged to teach him a lesson. He just knew that the military used extremely strong cement in some important buildings, but he didn't know it was this high. A war robot with such fierce strength couldn't manage to completely destroy a concrete wall? This is really a bit beyond his imagination. Shocked again. Now the military's attack test will surely expose some weaponry for him to see. He can make a simple reference, subsequent to acquiring the technology again. You can also have a general idea of the technology. Then we'll start the test, and you'll go to the safe zone to watch first. Here at the test site, there is a special security area. Right next to the testing area, there is high-strength concrete inside and out, as well as alloy gates. Walking into it, one can see that there are already quite a few staff members busy here. On the other side is a screen with all sorts of data. To the left of this safe house is a large piece of glass. You can tell the glass is thick and translucent. On the other side of the glass, Chen Bin saw the war robot standing in the very center. Stand behind this super strong glass and watch the test, safe and clear at the same time. A group of bigwigs stood beside Chen Bin, looking at the war robot with an expectant face. This war robot, as long as it can defend against small missiles, then it can basically rampage across the battlefield. Chen Bin thought for a moment and said, as long as we don't use missiles like aluminum heat bombs, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Aluminum heat bombs do not kill their targets by explosion, but by the extreme heat that erupts from the instantaneous reaction. In actual combat, hitting a target has a high probability of triggering ammunition martyrdom. Tanks, for example, and ships, for example, are generally loaded with a lot of ammunition and are dangerous to hit. Robots, being metal weapons, would have the same problem when faced with ultra-high temperatures. The casing melts, the interior is burned out by the heat, etc. That's not so bad. We're a preliminary test, not a destructive test. General Hu smiled and picked up his walkie-talkie. Testing can be conducted. Testing begins. The first natural place to start is with firearms. Pistol testing. Chen Bin looked at the pistol that was fixed on the shooting platform. Is there any need for this test? General Hu smiled. One step at a time. The pistol hits the robot with a single shot, and then a technician steps up and wipes the area hit by the bullet. It didn't even break the paint job. No one had any shock as this was expected. Pistols are inherently less lethal than a small plate of steel can block, not to mention that the robot's defenses look kind of amazing. The second step spans a bit of a rifle. The lethality of a rifle also depends on the bullet. First, it was a regular bullet, again unable to leave a mark on the robot's shell. When the armor-piercing rounds were replaced, they finally left a small mark on the robot's shell, where the paint had been knocked off. The metal underneath the patent leather is undamaged. At this time, Chen Bin's mind resounded with sporadic shock value prompts. Armor-piercing rounds don't do anything to the armor? It's kind of scary, the crew warned from the sidelines. Next, machine guns will be employed. A few bigwigs looked at Chen Bin. Chen Bin had heard of machine guns, helicopters, and high-speed machine guns on ships. The last time he developed an electromagnetic railgun. Someone heard about machine guns. Can you see machine guns in reality now? There should be no problem. The crew rolled the machine gun out of storage and secured it. Chen Bin saw the machine gun that was as big as the turret. As usual, the staff introduced the 30mm caliber close defense gun, with a theoretical rate of fire of 10,000 rounds per minute, can reach 5,000 rounds per second in actual use. Effective range, 4,000 meters. While explaining, the machine gun went off. There was only one sound, but it was loud and vaguely concussive. A 30mm bullet hit the robot in the chest. The warbot's body shook, and there was an additional white spot at its chest. The crew quickly approached and wiped the white spots clean, revealing the metal armor underneath. The metallic patent leather remains unmarked except after the top is gone. The power of this shot, to hit a human body, directly into a sky of debris. Hit a car and the average car would just fall apart. A tank would have to wimp out in the face of that shot. And the war robot carried it? Staff confirms no damage, sustained fire. The moment the words fell, the machine guns began to gulp fire, and countless bullets were instantly declared. The entire front of the close defense gun was ablaze with primer flames, and the scene looked unbelievably impactful. The war robot could not stand up almost instantly and directly stepped back, then was sent flying out a long way like a rolling gourd. 10 seconds later, the close defense guns terminated their fire. As everyone looked on in shock, the black robot stood up. The original camouflage paint on the armor was all covered with smoke, but the robot stood up. A sea of large caliber bullets that didn't destroy this robot? So much for not destroying it, but at least a little bit of damage, right? But now, looking at this, not to mention damaged, I'm afraid it's just broken skin, just like before. The staff also recovered from the shock and swooped in to wipe down the robot and inspect the damage, wiping the black clean off the robot, which had been camouflage colored. turned its silver. No damage. A group of bigwigs were shocked, and Shenbin was also shocked. That's a close defense gun. It's a bit of a slam dunk. It's no more violent than an EM gun. Not only is it more powerful, it shoots faster. There are also CNC ports on the back, so apparently you can control the firing with a computer. This means that the accuracy is so high that the radar locks on to the enemy's position, and then the computer controls the close-in defense guns to make angle adjustments. The killing power is fierce while still having a long range, and the competition should be high. Also, the Dragon State has such weaponry, and odds are it's available overseas as well. When redeeming weapons and equipment in the future, you still have to know about it in advance. The current level of weaponry in the Dragon Kingdom far exceeded his imagination. Luckily, though, the warbots are a product of the system, barely holding up the field. Chapter 79, Cross-Pushing the Invincible. The robot's ability to carry a close defense artillery attack has fulfilled all the imaginings of this group of bigots about robots. Such defense, coupled with terrifying strength, you can rampage across the battlefield. Anything can be destroyed. If a close defense gun can't break it, then the vast majority of weapons are not lethal to robots. Rockets, and some conventional missiles, are no longer available for testing, or rather, are no longer needed. The impact of the explosion is not as powerful as a bullet from a close defense gun at a single point. The rockets, while slightly more powerful individually, are limited in their strength, and again don't have the ability to have a high lethal effect on exoskeleton gear. The best way to destroy this robot for a short period of time would be an aluminum heat bomb, or a powerful missile, etc. But the robot still has agility and the ability to dodge. Something is definitely wrong with being hit, but can it be hit with 100% accuracy? Just a few meters off and the kill is very much less. There is also the issue of cost. Hit this one robot with a missile worth a lot of money, and the Dragon Kingdom bleeds money. Shenbin looked at the nearly unharmed robot. What's the next weapon to be tested? The staff shook his head. No more. This close defense gun is the final weapon of this test. Shenbin was a bit hesitant. This is it? No missiles? Smaller missiles that don't do as much damage as you might think. Mostly range. Damage to a single point, except for the moment it hits the burst, is no match for a machine gun. Shenbin pondered slightly. What about larger missiles? Those kinds of tests, which need to be scheduled in advance, reported, etc., are a pain in the ass. Plus they're equally unnecessary. If someone else hits a robot with an ICBM, the staff did not continue to say the latter words, but Shenbin understood. Anti-aircraft guns hit mosquitoes. So what's the next test? Practical test. The staff member pointed to the glass in the distance. Shenbin saw a tank drive out from under a building in the distance. The ground shook as the huge tanks drove with a rumbling sound. There was more than one tank. There were several. This large area would barely allow a tank to crisscross a bit. General Hu smiled and said, "Land weapons, touch base with main battle tanks and see who is the king of land warfare." Tanks were invincible on the battlefield before. Then because it was so good, it was targeted in all sorts of ways, with anti-tank rockets, anti-tank mines, later drones, etc. Many things upgraded for tanks. It's safe to say that at that point in time, many felt that the tank's role in actual combat was already low. Plus the later bald eagles demonstrated what modern warfare means, with direct missiles in conjunction with aircraft bombardment, and washout-like strikes. Tanks are no different than targets, but that was only for a while. And the recent wars around the world have once again shown the reliability of tanks. Drones, missiles, fighters, bombers, are really useful and deadly, but any war that isn't one-sided and too different in strength will involve a ground advance. Once again, the role of the tank is realized. Ground propulsion doesn't work without this. It was badly targeted, but irreplaceable. A total of 5 tanks were lined up at the moment, all aiming their guns in the direction of the robot. Shenbin took out his cell phone, but instead of giving a direct order, he said, "The people on the tanks, will anything happen to them?" The staff member points to a group of people in the corner of the safe house wearing eyeglasses and holding a remote control. "The drivers are here. It's safe. This tank, now, can be unmanned, with fully automatic shell loading and machine guns that can aim and fire automatically." Nice guy. The tank was originally able to protect the people inside, plus a strong fighting force. It's safer to advance on the ground now that they can all be commanded remotely. Then there was nothing more to say, and Shenbin gave the order to destroy it. The moment the robot received the order, it charged straight forward. Also at that instant, all 5 tanks opened fire at the same time. The tank gun was accurate because of the advance aim. 5 shells, 2 hit the warbots. The warbot's charge slowed, but didn't even wait to get to his feet before he rolled smoothly to the ground and ducked behind cover. A bunch of bigots are confused. No, and hiding behind cover? A robot this fierce that will still take advantage of terrain conditions? Just as they were thinking about it, they saw the robot turn and stomp violently on the wall, then use the force to charge toward another cover. It takes time for a tank's gun muzzle to turn. Before it could turn around, the robot had already leapt up once more and charged one of the tanks at the very edge. In the process of rushing, the robot drew its sledgehammer from behind its back. The robot leapt high into the air. Then the hammer swung round and down. The battle was over by the time the robots approached the tank. Tanks are cumbersome in front of robots, just like turtles. Its turtle shell, however, is not strong. At least it was incredibly vulnerable to the robot's hammer, especially since the robot hammers the back end of the tank. That's where the tank is relatively vulnerable. Boom! A hammer fell and the whole tank went right through a big hole. It was empty, but if there had been anyone inside, they would have been killed by the blow. Chenbin took out his cell phone and told the robot to stop attacking. The main point is that the outcome is already predetermined, and to continue would be to waste the remaining 4 tanks. The robots stopped attacking, as did the 4 remaining tanks. There's no point in fighting any longer. There's no way they can hurt the robots, whether it's a tank gun or a machine gun. But robots hammer one, just like beating up little kids. The other thing is that the robot's 2-meter size is small in front of a tank, but the power of the attack could not be stopped, and it was impossible to defend against it. A land weapon, no less. A group of bigwigs could probably guess the results before the test though. After all, the attack and defense were there, but the robots still surprised them. The robots didn't come face to face with the tanks on subsequent occasions, except for the initial forward charge, borrowing cover and then approaching with a running arc as well. It's a technique that allows equipment with the same performance to explode into a completely different fighting force. Robots fight, quite literally, and some thinking skills, able to develop tactics. This time it's not quite fair though, putting a lot of distance between the bots and the tanks. But the distance is long and the result is the same, just slightly more time consuming for the robot. The test has ended here. The war droid defended his reputation as a land weapon. It will later be used as a major force for ground propulsion. Nothing stands in the way of a robot. A robot, perhaps, could be handled. A robot core would be invincible if it showed up. Combined with robot dogs, drones, absolutely unbeatable. Cross-pushing invincible. Chapter 80 is just a bit expensive. A group of bigwigs looked toward Chenbin, their eyes burning. They had known about Chenbin for a long time, but many of them were seeing Chenbin for the first time. At first sight it's just stunning. Just can't help but feel the urge to please. R&D staff at Chenbin's level have a super high status. If Chenbin said a word about who this equipment would be supplied to on a priority basis, then they were really getting the equipment. However, compared to the excitement before, they were now restrained instead. It's mostly a case of anyone who wants it can't fight for it. It's no use begging Chenbin. If he can ask, so can others. Might as well make a good impression and try to pull some strings later. After all, according to Chenbin's R&D capabilities, this was definitely not the last piece of equipment. General who was also looking at Chenbin. Can this war robot be produced? This is important. It can't be mass-produced. That means it can only be made in small quantities. While it's awesome to make small quantities, it's not possible to form core, and then robots are just going to show up in small battles. Can? Chenbin nodded. The group was thrilled. About how much does one cost? It's a bit expensive, Chenbin said. A group of people's faces changed slightly, but then said, expensive is not a problem. Bite the bullet. You can still procure a batch. Approximately how much is it? I can have a number in my heart. 100,000 or so. The scene fell silent. 100,000? A war robot like this? For only $100,000. Chenbin says it's a bit expensive? $100,000. 1,000 of these robots. That's only $100 million. What is this? A fighter jet for 1,000 robots? Let's not talk about fighter jets. Let's talk about the main battle tanks that were just destroyed by the robots. A main battle tank costs tens of millions of dollars and can buy 100 of these robots. It's super cheap. Chenbin looked at the group of people with wide eyes. It's a bit expensive, but not that much, right? Expensive? Where is this expensive? Someone didn't stop. This is not expensive. Not to mention 100,000, or even millions, or even several millions. 10 seconds of fire from that machine gun just now would have replaced this one robot. Chenbin knew that weaponry was expensive, but he didn't expect it to be this expensive. It's still expensive compared to the previous equipment. The others were speechless. Chenbin continued, then I'll go back and arrange for mass production? It just so happens that Professor Ho and the others have just become idle. Okay. Chenbin thought for a moment and said, war robots can already be manufactured. So the life service robots from before, can they be used for civilian purposes? Colonel N was silent for a moment, mainly because it was a bit of a big deal and there was no way he could give a direct answer. While there are now war robots, that life service robot is at the same very high level. Instead, someone off to the side said, that life service robot? If it can be used for civilian purposes, That's not even a technology thing. That's too soon. The current society is still relatively backward. Once such a robot enters the market, it will cause a huge impact on the current social system. Robots can replace labor, and they can replace the vast majority of it. In such a case, there may even be social unrest. Most of them, at the moment, are still working at the bottom of the pile. Chen Bin fell silent as he tried to gain shock value. Because of this test, he realized that the first page of the atlas was very close to the peak level of current human research and development. It's one of those things that is a half step ahead, but most of the technology that reaches out can still be reached. He hadn't realized it before because the exposure was civilian, and civilian products with a high level of technology were limited. Or rather, it's all top-notch electronics, but top-notch mechanics and top-notch weaponry are hidden away. This minute of tens of thousands of rounds of machine guns made Chen Bin realize that when something like a life service robot was produced, there was no need to worry about any wise weapon crisis. No amount of crisis can withstand a shuttle. After seeing today's weaponry, Chen Bin had realized that the zombie siege, as well as the smart device crisis that he had seen in the previous film and television productions, were all a bit fake, because the current level of technology can be easily suppressed. He desperately needs more shock points to stay ahead. There's still a launch party. Chen Bin thought of a possibility. Can we just have a launch party and not sell? It really seems like it could. I'll have a launch party and tell everyone that the life service robot is being made, but I'm not mass producing it or selling it. Is that okay? General Hu thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, it will also serve as a whistle to get people ready in advance. General Hu also laughed. He now thought that Chen Bin was trying to play hard to get. I've had launches before, and I'm addicted to them, and I still want to do them. But Chen Bin has made so many contributions. What's wrong with a conference? Drive when you want to. Chen Bin went back to school satisfied, and on the way, he gave Professor Ho a call. By the time he arrived at the school, Professor Ho was already waiting in the lab. It's not just Prof. Ho, it's a group of top researchers, all researchers studying robotics. At the moment, a group of researchers looked at Chen Bin with sizzling eyes. On the way here, they had heard that they were going to be allowed to put a robot into mass production. Warbots, while they are responsible for mass production, they also have access to drawings, to technology, and thus learn. In weakening the mechanical dog, they feel they have improved their level of play. Now they feel that the level can be raised even more dramatically. Also just curious, what kind of robot? What's the performance? Chen Bin directly opened his computer, and there were drawings inside. The stuff is all in here. You guys can take a look. The group lunged straight for the computer. Looking at the computerized drawings of the war robots, they all stared in disbelief. What a dominant robot! Looking again at the intricate structure inside the drawings, their eyes were glowing. Chen Bin smiled even as he listened to the ding 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 beep. It's still got to be the group. After a group of people provided a bunch of shocking points in succession, they began to ask Chen Bin questions. These questions are not answered now and he will be approached later. Answer now, it will save a lot of time. Chen Bin answered one question at a time. The beeps, which had just subsided a bit, reappeared and became more intense. Obviously there were only a dozen or so people who waited until they had gone through the robotics and provided Chen Bin with several hundred shock points. They're emotional, kind of rich. While Chen Bin was harvesting shock points, on Major N's side, he was also making layouts. Chen Bin found him just to be on the safe side. He found spies just to be on the safe side. Good luck certified spies. It's 100% real. So the whole plan, it was smoother than Major N had imagined. When the inspection team came down and then the old man took out a potion and gave it to the target took it straight away. It was also time for him to strike. Acting the whole show, he'd have to arrest the play actors and then make an arrest on the real target. Chapter 81 Capture. The program went a lot smoother than expected. The monitor can clearly see the potion being given to Wood. Colonel and also took direct action. The original plan was to catch the cooperators first, then Wood, but that plan was a fake. The real plan was to just grab Wood by the scruff of the neck. Even if he didn't want to be a bit more logical, he didn't want to come to so many processes. It was simpler and easier to just arrest people. Wood was arrested at the same time that many others were arrested. After all, this kind of thing, arrest a person, a line of people will be vigilant to escape. Waiting time, but also the time of the deployment, so that once the strike, directly arrest a line of everyone. Wood was dumbfounded when he was caught, not that he had only just gotten the potion and was even now in a state of willful disbelief, also thinking of following up to investigate if there is a super potion program. And you got caught? In the office, a large group of people looked at the warrior who suddenly rushed in with a confused face, and then looked at Wood with some bewilderment. What did Wood do? Wood, on the other hand, pointed directly to the old man who gave him the potion on one side. He's a spy. He's the one who gave me the potion, and said that I should pass it on, and that the people behind it would pay me a large sum of money. He's the spy. I'm innocent. Majorin looked at Wood. Then why didn't you just report it when you got the potion? Do you really want to exchange the potion for money? I'm not off duty yet. I was worried about alerting them and was going to go back and call you guys. I have the potion anyway. Majorin smiled. You're not the only one arrested today, but also your neighbor and the owner of the badminton court you frequent. Wood was abruptly stunned. Then his body went limp for a moment, and he would have almost slid to the floor if it hadn't been for the two men behind him who were holding him up. I haven't done anything, and while they found me early on, I didn't give them any useful information. It was all unimportant stuff. Everyone else's eyes changed when they looked at Wood. Really a spy? Thinking about it, they even felt a little scary. Wood is already so old. How much has he really done over the years? Wanted to hit him so bad. Majorin waved his hand gently, signaling for someone to take Wood away. He didn't rush off, but looked to the side at the old man who was a bit stunned. Temporarily got hold of more information, and have been able to arrest people directly. The old man didn't have the heart to say, "Guess what I believe?" The old man said as he followed Majorin outside. I understand wanting to be on a first-name basis, but what's the deal with that medicine? Majorin fell silent, looking at the old man's serious face, and after thinking about it, he chose to say directly, there can be a potion that increases the effective strength. The main reason is that the old man was originally a researcher in biologics, and definitely knows a bit more about pharmaceuticals than the others. For sure. Qianlao pondered slightly. Stimulate hormone secretion? In the short term, the only potion he could think of that would boost his strength would be to stimulate hormone production. It's impossible to have a steep rise in human strength. It takes a process, but hormone secretion is a real way to boost strength for a short period of time. Adrenaline, for example, directly allows one to ignore most pain and transform into a berserker warrior with no fear and no pain. It also makes the heartbeat faster, raises blood pressure and increases blood flow to the muscles. In terms of sports, it can directly improve physical performance, make muscle contraction more powerful and reaction more agile, and help a person perform super strength and speed in a short period of time. Growth hormone, which increases muscle strength and explosiveness and improves athletic endurance. There is also erythropoietin, which allows the muscles to have sufficient oxygen during exercise, reduces fatigue, increases endurance and persistence, and improves aerobic capacity. Majorin thought of what Chen Bin had said and nodded gently. That's right, it's to promote hormone secretion. Elder Qian frowned. However, this medicine can't be commonly used. I'm afraid it has very serious side effects. It says there are no side effects. Qianlao was a bit puzzled. What do you mean by saying yes? Who said so? So undisciplined? Majorin didn't continue. Let's see how the test goes first. Biologically tested? No. Ha? Elder Qian froze. The drug was tested directly on a human being without going through biological experiments? In such a hurry? The situation is a bit different. Majorin shook his head gently. Don't ask so many questions for now. Do you want to see the next experiment? Look, Qianlao's impression of the potion had become poor, but he still wanted to see it. It's mostly curiosity. He felt that the odds were that the potion had a lot of side effects, but he still didn't say anything. Let's see what happens first. Looking at the medicine being held in Majorin's hands, another possibility occurred to him. That would be steroids, such as the strong androgenic and anabolic agents like trenbolone. What strength-enhancing potion doesn't have side effects? Trenbolone is able to enter the cell and can bind specifically to the androgen receptor, forming a complex that enters the nucleus and then controls gene expression, contributing to protein synthesis for muscle growth and bone development. It also increases the size and number of muscle fibers and improves muscle strength. It also allows the body to retain more nitrogen, which helps with protein synthesis and muscle growth, promotes growth hormone secretion, reduces fat accumulation and enhances red blood cell production. Finally, it also regulates metabolic pathways to promote lipolysis for energy supply, reduce fat storage, and improve the body's energy utilization. Sounds powerful and useful, and it does in fact work well, except that it's backed by horrible side effects. Liver damage, increased heart burden, increased risk of cardiovascular disease, endocrine disruption. These, however, are only direct physical injuries. There are also injuries from the spirit. When a person tries to get stronger, it's normal and should be encouraged. But having tried the assistance of drugs, one can become addicted. After all, normal training, whether it's muscle building or fat loss, requires intensity and time. Steroid medications are available and can be made stronger by not moving. In the long run, the user will get used to using the drug, and instead of using it, they will have very strong body image anxiety and so on. Getting stronger with no side effects? That's not even close to equal. However, Qianlao didn't say much and followed Colonel Lin into the car, ready to check out the situation. Though in his mind he had already labeled the potion a steroid. Wood sat in the car, his body shaking with fear. Everything he had was gone. the odds were that he wouldn't die. He'd learned that before, but all his life's work is gone. It was obvious that it was impossible to be discovered. He had been so cautious. As he was thinking about it, he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his arm, but he had his hands held back and didn't know what was happening. Subconsciously, he wanted to turn back, but his head was pressed against the recliner and he couldn't. A potion was quickly injected. Someone left a record that the target chose to use drugs knowing he was about to be captured. Just as he finished injecting the drug, Wood was pulled out of the car and put into a room. Chapter 82 is quite sudden. The room was empty and Wood didn't even have a place to sit. Next door to the room, Majoran watched Wood in the room through the one-way glass and waited quietly. Elder Chen frowned. Observe right here? How long does this have to be observed? 24 hours. That's all the drug does. This 24 hours he's in a healthy state, and we can proceed with the official test. Qian Lao somewhat failed to understand. Since the drug acts for 24 hours, shouldn't it be tested within those 24 hours? Why wait until 24 hours before testing? After thinking about it, Senior Colonel and still said, this potion is a bit special, and cannot be tested in the same way that conventional drugs are tested. The test isn't about what the drug does either. It's just about testing safety. A follow-up test that tests the real-world application of the drug. Qian Lao's eyebrows were still tightly frowned, but immediately afterward, he reacted a bit. You mean, this agent is injected to take effect and directly increase muscle strength? Right. Elder Qian was silent for a moment. Such medicines were not unavailable, but their effects were all limited. What did the team that developed this potion say about the effects of the medicine? It says that the effects of this potion can make a person about double their original strength. Qian Lao was silent again. If it wasn't for the fact that he had known Majoran for quite a long time, he would have suspected that Majoran was a cutie. It's absolutely impossible for this to happen. It can't be. Really, if it could do what you're talking about, then it wouldn't be called a steroid potion. It'd be a miracle drug. Majoran looked at Qian Lao with a face of looking at a little cutie. As expression, also innocent, he normally wouldn't believe it either. But the problem was that the medicine was given by Qin Bin. After thinking about it, Colonel Lin picked up the intercom. Find a 100-kilogram barbell and send it in for him. Immediately a soldier took the barbell and brought it into the room. In the room, Wood looked at the barbell and froze. What did it mean? While incarcerated, he was also sent barbells to relieve his fatigue and exercise? Majoran's voice rang through the room. Pick up the barbell in front of you. Without questioning, and with doubt, Wood walked over to the barbell. 100 kilograms of barbells doesn't sound like much, but it's heavy enough for someone who hasn't trained. For an old man who hasn't trained in a long time, this is basically impossible to hold. Wood bent over and gripped the barbell with both hands. The body position was off. The way the force was applied was off, but Wood just lifted the barbell all at once. 100 kilograms of barbells. Even if he had used a super strength potion, he was still a bit strained and his face was suffocating red. But the barbell was really taken up. Elder Qian's eyes were rounded with disbelief. Majoran wasn't too shocked, mainly because Qin Bin had already spoken to him about efficacy, and he believed in Qin Bin. If the medicine didn't work, would he have been able to pick the barbell up? Qian Lao lapsed into silence as he pondered. Majoran certainly wouldn't use a fake barbell just to give him a shock. The odds are, then, that the drug is really working. If you get an immediate strength boost shortly after injection, it shouldn't be a steroid drug. Steroid medications, while they also work quickly, are not likely to make such a big difference. The other thing is that the effects of steroids are not as exaggerated. What else could it be? For a moment, he racked his brain. The first thing that comes to mind are the conventional ones, such as creatine phosphate supplements, which act as an energy storage substance in the muscles that energizes muscle contractions and enhances muscle explosiveness and power output. This stuff, however, can only be used as a sports supplement because it takes time to absorb. Doping, as many people know, enhances the performance of athletes and is therefore banned. But this stuff is really useful, promoting the interaction of calcium ion release and muscle contractile proteins to enhance muscle contraction, as well as promoting lipolysis, enhancing energy supply, and improving muscular endurance. But the boost from this stuff is equally limited, which is within 5 to 20%. What else? Qian Lao also thought of androgen receptor modulators, which promote muscle growth and strength enhancement, as well as protein synthesis, which also boosts strength and endurance. But this thing? It's not enough either. There is also insulin, which promotes the uptake and utilization of glucose by the cells and can provide energy for exercise. It also enhances the uptake of amino acids by muscle cells, promotes protein synthesis, and accelerates muscle growth and repair. Nitric oxide donor analogs. It releases nitric oxide in the body, which dilates blood vessels and increases blood supply to the muscles, getting enough oxygen and nutrients while exercising. Improving muscle contraction and athletic performance likewise boosts strength. Chancellor thought of a whole bunch of possibilities. But now add up all of these possibilities and the effects stack up and you can't do what this super vigorous potion does. What about the envisioned possibilities? Qianlao thought of an enzyme inhibitor. And a study has now found that enzyme inhibitor restores the lost links between nerve and muscle fibers, enhancing strength in injured and aged mice. That leaves the neuromuscular modulating drugs, which make nerve signaling more efficient and muscle contractions more powerful by precisely modulating the release of neurotransmitters, as well as receptor sensitivity. Elder Qian also thought of genetic potions, but the difficulty of genetic potions was on a higher level. Those are not to be talked about. Thinking of all the possibilities, Elder Qian looked at Majorin. Which team developed this? Majorin thought for a moment and said, Chen Bin. Chen Bin? Elder Qian really did know this name. And lately, this name, it wasn't a normal fire. Super cheap mechanical dogs, and supersonic drones, have been swiped. He knew of Chen Bin even if he just fixedly looked at the news every day. That, robot dog Chen Bin? It's not Chen Bin the mechanical dog. It's Chen Bin who researched the mechanical dog. Elder Qian didn't bother with such corrections, but couldn't help but ask, isn't he a researcher of machinery? Why would he still research this kind of potion? Majorin shook his head. I don't know. It was quite sudden. He asked me to find someone to test it. So you just tested it? No animal testing first? You don't understand. Majorin watched as Wood picked up the barbell once more. When a man, who can come up with all sorts of high-tech products at a high frequency, I become a believer in him. Never misses a beat, and all the products developed are very advanced. Qianlao was a little less convinced. Does he really have R&D capabilities? Or is there a team behind him? What team can develop so much advanced technology and give it away? As for ability, you'd have to be able to communicate with him to know how good he is. Old Qian still didn't quite believe it, but there was already anticipation in his heart. Can you arrange a meeting? I mainly want to know the principle of his medicine. Chapter 83, Can you also raise your intelligence? Majorin didn't directly agree to Elder Qian's request, mainly because he didn't know what Chen Bin's side thought, as well as the potion has not been specifically tested. Just watching Wood is not enough to judge the effects of the potion. Looking through the glass, he watched as Wood picked up the dumbbells once more. I'll have to ask Chen Bin, and if he agrees, I'll arrange for you to meet. Elder Qian didn't force the issue. Looking at Majorin's attitude, he knew that Chen Bin's position in his heart was definitely very high. Okay, try to communicate as much as possible. I'm really curious. Majorin nodded his head. He could understand. Which one of those researchers from before didn't want to see Chen Bin? Many of them even held a skeptical attitude, and then were instantly honest after seeing Chen Bin. A little bit of time passed and Wood started knocking on the door. Got any food? I'm starving. Colonel N signaled for someone to bring food. Immediately, someone brought a long-prepared meal into the room. Wood, who had been panicked before, was much better now and took the bowl of food and began to wolf it down. He felt hungry to the core. The meal that was originally enough for him was instantly swept away. Instead of putting down his chopsticks, Wood got up and went to knock on the door again. I'm still hungry. Very hungry. Majorin froze. That one serving just now was definitely enough for an adult and there would be more. And it turns out Wood didn't get enough? Still hungry. By the looks of it, 2 more deliveries. On the side, Elder Qian looked at Wood's performance. There's a possibility that the potion enhances digestion, allowing one to acquire energy quickly, and then allowing the energy to act on the body quickly. Strengthen the digestive system, then the nervous system. Majorin listened to Elder Qian's words. So that, it can make people stronger? Yes you can, but it's very difficult. First of all the digestive system is strengthened. There's no way to do that normally. It's too fast. Neurological enhancement, which is equally difficult, exists only in conception at this time. Colonel N looked into the room again. Inside the room, Wood was still wolfing it down. Another meal for 2 was devoured and Wood looked up, his eyes staring straight at the wall. What have you done to me? I'm still hungry. It was a frightening moment for him. He knew something was wrong. How could he eat so much? The problem is that the hunger is still there. Will you be eating yourself to death? Colonel N picked up the microphone. Super power potion. That's the one you took. The side effect is a little too much food. Don't be afraid. Wood shook his fist. Give me a couple more. Colonel N signaled for people to continue serving food. Just looking at the way Wood was eating, his mind drifted to Chen Bin. Before there was this potion, Chen Bin seemed to eat a lot of it as well. It was reported, but he squashed it and didn't go deeper while not reporting it. Now he realized, this potion, I'm afraid, was not just researched, but had already been applied on Chen Bin. There was a sudden pang of fear in the bottom of his heart. If something went wrong when Chen Bin used the potion, the consequences would be unimaginable. The other thing is, this potion, does it have any boosting effect on intelligence? Majorin turned back to Elder Qian. Can intelligence be tested? You suspect that this potion, too, has an effect on intelligence? Major N nodded gently. Chen Bin eats a lot every day, no less than Wood does now. Elder Qian's eyes widened. You mean that Chen Bin has been taking this potion? More details surfaced in Major N's mind, such as when Chen Bin handed him the gift for his parents, 20 pounds or so, just like holding cotton. He held it all in his hand and nearly missed it. There are many other details that show that Chen Bin has a lot of power. That's a reasonable guess. The odds are, the increase in power requires energy to support it, and energy is transported through blood. When you elevate your body, you naturally feed and energize your brain, but it's a bit difficult to boost your intelligence, and the sudden increase in blood flow, the sudden increase in energy, can in turn burden the cerebral blood vessels. Like a lot of people who work out and get high, they're prone to bursting blood vessels and having brain attacks. Majorin didn't continue to ask any more questions. It was enough to know a generalization. After all, everything else was speculation. There's no point in speculating deeper than that. Would 8 minutes of rice in one sitting before he felt full? Sitting on the bed, rubbing her belly, full of confusion. Is that potion real? He didn't quite believe it, but he had just eaten so much in one sitting that his belly didn't even bulge. What the hell kind of medicine is this? Fishing for him with drugs like that? He's not even worth it. At the same time, his heart instead panicked even more. Such a medicine was given to him. In his life, could he still leave here alive? Wood's mind began to race, suddenly looking up at the wall. I cooperate. Colonel N was outside the one-way glass, looking at Wood. What are you cooperating with? Cooperate with your testing of the potion, and with your laying a trap on the people behind me. I still have value. Elder Qian took the communicator from Major N. Do you feel that there is an increase in intelligence now? Wood froze, feeling the jumbled and organized thoughts in his mind at the moment. It feels like a lot of things are becoming clear. Qian Lao's breathing became a little more rapid. Because of this potion, not only does it boost strength, it also boosts intelligence. It is much more difficult to improve intelligence than it is to improve strength. The high degree of sophistication of the human brain, even if the medical treatment is advanced to the present, but also dare not say that it has been studied thoroughly. Many things, or empiricism. Majorin took out his cell phone and dialed Chen Bin's number first. The agent has already been given to someone to use, and so far it seems safe. It's just that the experimenters ate very much of it. It's normal to eat a lot. Majorin continued. This potion, is it by boosting the efficiency of the digestive system, coupled with neural control, so as to achieve the effect of increasing strength? Chen Bin was a bit surprised that Majorin still knew about this. Yeah, but with hormones. Senior Colonel N looked at Professor Qian, who was actually right. Professor Qian could also hear Chen Bin's words, but he was confused because all of his previous guesses were just assumptions. It's beyond the reach of humans at the moment. Chen Bin, this have been realized? How is that possible? Majorin thought for a moment and said, this drug, in our initial tests, seems to boost brain power? It can, but it only boosts it a little, and it's not too effective. Majorin was used to Chen Bin talking like this. Other people were already very rebellious when they had a boost. Chen Bin was not good enough when the boost was small. Elder Qian didn't strain himself. Can we upgrade the existing base? Upgrade it specifically for intelligence? Chen Bin understands, and university to find foreign aid, and it is really understand the foreign aid. The previous speculation of Majorin about the mechanism of the drug should have come from this person as well. The difficulty is a bit high because this boosting effect is actually incidental to boosting mind control. Continuing to elevate, that would require dosing the potion. The human body would not be able to withstand it, and there would be serious side effects. Chapter 84, Fake It, right? When Old Man Qian heard Chen Bin's words, he also knew that he was thinking a bit naively, but through the questioning he had just done, he had a clear idea of Chen Bin's level. Is it convenient to meet? Chen Bin didn't really want to meet, mainly because every time they met, it would end up being someone else looking at him adoringly. As for the technology or whatever, he didn't mind leaking it at all. It was for the Dragon Kingdom anyway, and he even wanted the level of researchers in the Dragon Kingdom to rise. There's no need to meet. You want this potion? I'll send you the molecular formula directly, as well as the manufacturing process and required standards and such. Qian Lao froze, feeling that he was hallucinating. For a medicine, this is the most important thing, and Chen Bin just wants to give it to him directly? Fake, right? Give this stuff to any pharma company and it would fetch sky-high prices, because it creates medicine directly. This medicine is also very effective, so good that there are definitely a lot of people who will want to use it consistently. After all sorts of steroid medications, that belong to veterinary medicine, are up for grabs. The sales of this drug, which has almost no side effects and can become very strong, are absolutely high. Also there is a competing need for this drug. It is a strategic grade material, The fact that the Dragon Kingdom side could mass produce it meant that when it came to the battlefield, the Dragon Kingdom's warriors could have a strong fighting force, the other powers didn't. So their warriors were far inferior to the Dragon Kingdom warriors on the battlefield. This would seem to make the potion only more valuable. As a result, a potion with such a high value, Chen Bin was going to give it to him directly? Give the molecular formula and it's still understandable. Because even if a drug company gets the molecular formula of a drug, it's almost impossible to copy a drug that is 100% effective. Different manufacturing processes, different added materials, and even different steps of adding materials can result in different potencies. Also, the portion sizes of different ingredients likewise result in different potencies. This is the difference between an original and a generic drug. Generic drugs work and are cheaper, but they can't do exactly what the originator did. And while Chen Bin gave the molecular formula, he also gave the manufacturing process, as well as all the formulas, which was basically equivalent to giving him everything about this drug. Xian Lao looked at Majoran with a confused expression. Majoran had long since gotten used to it. After all, Chen Bin really didn't care about those highly valued technologies. Okay, he directly helped Elder Qian to agree. It also does require that Elder Qian agrees to do so. Let Chen Bin to be responsible for mass production. That is a high-powered artillery to hit mosquitoes. In addition to delaying Chen Bin's time, money old man is just right. The level is high again. Plus the people are very nice. Majoran continued. Then send it directly after you've organized it? I'll keep watching from my side. Good. Chen Bin hung up the phone. Majoran put away his cell phone and turned around to see Qian Lao's dumbfounded expression. He hates trouble, especially when it comes to things he doesn't find interesting. The potion. He didn't have much interest in it. He just asked me to test it briefly. Qian Lao was a bit incredulous. What do you mean? Majoran wasn't very good at explaining. You'll find out later. Qian Lao was full of doubts. But since Colonel said so, he couldn't continue to ask. Then the molecular formula and so on. When will it probably be sent over? Before the words left his mouth, Majoran's cell phone vibrated. Majoran took out his cell phone and looked at the extra file on it. It's been sent over. On the screen of the cell phone, there was an additional folder with the name Superpower Potion. Colonel smoothly forwarded it to Elder Qian. Qian Lao looked at the documents in his cell phone. His hands were trembling. Wasn't this a bit too hasty? Other people have to be thrilled to death to research an ordinary medicine. Chen Bin just didn't care at all and gave him something of great value directly? You're not afraid of him being greedy? It does seem like you don't have to worry about it, since we have Colonel here. But it's not something that can just be leaked, is it? Clicking on the folder with a trembling hand, the first thing that appeared was the introduction of the superpower potion. The presentation is very comprehensive. From the principles of drugs, to the introduction of the efficacy of drug materials, to the action properties of drugs. Xian Lao looked at the introduction and realized that this thing was even more heaven-defying than what he had guessed before. Further back, the molecular formula. There's also the full process of manufacturing, and how the drug is processed. He didn't look at the back in detail, and after a cursory glance, Xian Lao was a bit incredulous. He just really gave it all to me? There is no hiding? Majoran sat in a side chair. He doesn't care. How can you, as a researcher, not care about what he develops? Instead of answering directly, Majoran gave what he felt was an apt example. Does a worker on an assembly line care about a product that passes quickly from one piece to the next in his hands? Qian Lao was silent. This example, is Chen Bin can attack all kinds of problems like producing assembly line products? Majoran gently waved his hand. Don't think too much about it, he really doesn't care. But if this medicine has no side effects and can also drastically increase one's strength, then it's completely necessary to mass produce it. Is it difficult to mass produce? Elder Qian thought back for a moment, then gently nodded. It's difficult, but the difficulty isn't too great. Many laboratories can manufacture it, and it's fine to temporarily set up a plant and specialize in production. But the drug can't be kept for long, and there's a little bit of gene expression in it, and when it's manufactured, it expires in a week. Having a time limit can have a big impact on how a drug works. After all, there are limits to storage, and that means there's no way to have a continuous supply for a long period of time. Temporary needs, temporary supply. But 7 days is a long enough time, not to mention 7 days. With the current level of freight transportation in the Dragon Kingdom, within 3 days, one could send everything, from any point, to another point. 3 days here is still the normal delivery process, by logistics or express. Officials come in to handle it, everything is expedited, and it could be faster. 7 days is perfectly adequate. Qian Lao pondered slightly. I'll carry out the mass production, but I'm still curious. Chen Bin gave back someone else's technology? It wasn't that the technology was given to someone else. It was that he was too lazy to mass produce some of the technology. So we assembled the top teams involved and let those teams take over the follow-up. Chen Lao felt that his worldview had been refreshed, but when he thought of the mechanical dogs and drones before, he was somewhat relieved. Chen Bin could easily develop those things. The level of technology and ability was already very high. Saving time to spend on R&D makes sense. As far as value goes, the most immediate value at the moment is money. But money is something that has an infinitely diminishing marginal effect. There's more money to be made up front and all sorts of spending. By the time there is more money, super money, what to spend it on, or only that much, the quality of life enhancement has been almost non-existent. Chen Bin's willingness to take the technology directly out in such a situation is still worthy of admiration. Chapter 85, Another Launch? In the school lab, Chen Bin, who was being read to, was lying on the bed with his eyes tightly closed. Shot points are currently up to 80,000. That's a lot of money to go to the ground and buy a lot of big welded national treasures. Chen Bin was somewhat inhibited from wanting to draw a prize, but he held back. 80,000 shot points is very close to 100,000. Previously, the system's 1,000 shot points opened the first page of the atlas, then 10,000 shot points to upgrade the lottery system. When 100,000 shot points are accumulated, will the atlas open to a second page? Originally, Chen Bin was in no hurry to open the second page of the atlas, but the situation was different now. He found the various high technologies on the first page of the atlas somewhat less than adequate. The level is still high, but these are things that are currently within human reach. Chen Bin was not in contact before, so he did not know. Now that he had been shocked once by the machine guns, he also learned that the military was still hiding very much more. That way, following up with a high-tech product doesn't pack enough of a punch. He was a little impatient to see what was on the second page of the atlas, but you can't just wait around. Continuously waiting for shock points to increase can be a long wait before enough shock points are accumulated. It's okay to not raffle, but you still have to redeem the technology to life aspects of technology. That way, there's still a launch party to get more shock points. Chen Bin opened the atlas. Many of the high-tech products on the first page of the catalog are household items. For example, Chen Bin noticed the flying car early on. Cars that can fly high in the air avoid congestion and commute at a faster pace. The technology for this stuff isn't really too difficult. Still, the techniques on the first page of the atlas are much of what Earthstar has mastered so far, just not as in-depth as the atlas has mastered them. First up is the flying car, which is even being attempted by a number of tech companies at the moment. For example, the quadruple helix winged flying car has actually been attempted at home and abroad, and has even been let out of the bag. Jet flying cars, at the moment, although he hadn't heard much about them, but according to Chen Bin's understanding of the current technology in the world, it wasn't too difficult to make them. There are even vertical takeoff and landing fighters available right now. It's about sacrificing a lot of things for vertical takeoff and landing, like load capacity, etc. In contrast, the technology for charting is coming to be more mature. I've had my eye on it for a long time, and there's not much to say now, so I'll just redeem it. 2018 shock points, which was a huge sum of money before, was now really not much for Chen Bin. Memories also flooded into Chen Bin's mind at this moment. The centerpiece of the speeder is the engine, which uses an extremely efficient turbofan engine. Extremely high thrust-to-weight ratio. There are a total of 8 turbofan engines on the speeder. 4 were down there, helping the flying car take off and land, leaving 4 at each of the 4 corners of the flying car. When flying, the speeder goes high, then to go in a certain direction. The 4 remaining engines that control the direction of the speeder kick in. The terminal velocity is subsonic. After all, it's a civilian thing, and it's not appropriate to go too fast, so it's only subsonic. The car has an overall length of 5 meters, a width of 2 meters, and an interior seating capacity of 5 seats, which can also be adjusted fore and aft so that the seats can be turned into pairs. The car also has an intelligence system that selects a destination and flies itself. You can also only fly by yourself. After all, it's dangerous to let someone control a flying car. The speed is too fast for a person's reflexes. So fully intelligent. The flying cars have different flight plans according to different destinations, and their routes are fixed so that they can avoid car accidents at high altitudes. There's a lot of space inside, much more than in a regular car, so there's a bit more to be able to do in the car that way. On top of that, there is an insurance system on board. Very good safety and security system. The first step is to protect the people in the car. If it is recognized that the passengers in the car are in danger, or are sick, the route will be terminated and the passengers will be taken to the hospital. There is also an anti-touch setting to prevent passengers from opening the doors when they are high in the air. Finally, there are contingencies for flying cars if the engine fails. Regardless of which engine is in trouble, the different engines can be quickly adjusted to achieve balance. Once all the engines go wrong, there are parachutes on the flying car to ensure the safety of the passengers 100%. Passengers may even find it exciting to travel in a different way. In addition to safety and security, the seat design of the flying car and so on, all of them have something in them that can make people sit in them comfortably. This is even used as one of the core technologies of the flying car. This chair, even if not in the flying car, alone to get a chair, afraid of a bunch of people to grab to sit, that is not more comfortable than what ergonomic chair. Acquiring complete knowledge. Chenbin first asked Good Luck to send out a notification before opening the conference. New product launch. For once, there's no need to even communicate with the officials. Good Luck sending it straight away. Because of the heat from the release of the mechanical dog a few days ago, the number of followers of the official blog of the Tulip Company had already exceeded 3 million. Good Luck posting a message directly to the official blog, and the publicity isn't bad at all. Good Luck sending the message. While Chenbin started building flying cars, the flying car was a little bit bigger and a little bit more difficult to manufacture, but Chenbin gave himself a week's time and could definitely manufacture it. The Good Luck message went out and was immediately seen by a number of people. The first thing people who saw the message were bewildered. No, another new product launch? Did you send it by mistake? Didn't we just have a new product launch a couple days ago? Immediately someone replied, is the editor sending the wrong message? To be deducted wages this year's conference has been opened Good Luck immediately replied, our company doesn't have just one new product. Is it a drone? Immediately, someone asked. The hottest things at Turo at the moment are the mechanical dogs and drones. The mechanical dog has been announced, and the next announcement should be the drone. No. Many fans looked at Good Luck's response with some surprise. Not a drone. What's that? It's not a drone though, which in turn attracts more people to comment. It's a drone. Then it's even. After all, drones have been exposed before and they know the general situation. Now tell them it's not a drone. Then a lot of people's curiosity is piqued. With curiosity comes anticipation. With anticipation, come over and watch the live stream. As good as drones are, supersonic drones are bound to be expensive. The expensive price tag, paired with the fact that the actual role of the drone is just to take pictures, is relatively low value for money. It doesn't appeal to a lot of people. In a way, drones are worse than mechanical dogs, unless the price can be really low and you can really buy it as a toy. But it's unlikely. Instead, it's the other product launches that have a lot more on the minds of many people. Good Luck keeping an eye on the interaction in the comments section the entire time, and starting a high intensity of replies and chats. Also, whenever someone retweets it, she quickly follows up and leaves a comment. The way the heat was raised before is being used at the moment. News about the new product launch at Tulip began to spread rapidly. Chapter 86. The vast majority of people felt something had gone wrong when they saw the news of the new launch. But in the comments below, the editor is still replying that nothing has gone wrong. That is, there will be a new product launch next week. It's not even a drone that has been around before. What was that release? Not a word in advance? Not even a picture to think about? I don't know. But now it's literally nothing. Not even a photo. An archbishop still gets his news from the internet. However, he didn't think much of it and just assumed that it was an exposure robot. After all, Chenbin had asked before if he could publicize the living robot. It's one thing to want to, it's another to help or not. Soon, the military announcements began and all accounts sent messages to help get the word out about the new launch. It was only a part of the population that was clueless, but now there are countless more. The Atlas account has a following, but it's nowhere near as good as the military. This latter group of clueless people felt that there was a beaut in the world. If the catalog company got it wrong, then the military got it wrong too? It was only then that Good Luck found their comments and started super duper trumpet replies. Turo, which has just been off the hot seat for a short time, is once again surging up to the top. A lot of people are speculating about what Tulip is releasing this time around. The other more people are trolling. The last mechanical puppy that was released is not open for purchase yet, and ordering is not even an option. If it were not for the luck of the winners, who are already receiving mechanical dogs one after another, they would suspect that this mechanical dog is a PPT product. And as a result of this, Tulip is having a launch party? Can you make it with a launch party? The other is more of an expectation. In the previous live broadcast, Chenbin promised them a future that belongs to all of us all. Now this launch is supposed to be part of the future? Ordinary people wait quietly in anticipation and curiosity. Turo, on the other hand, is starting to run at high capacity. Recruit hard while expanding hard. The fence has come down and several more plants have been added to the originally very large one diagonally across from the school. Orders for various parts, too, are drifting across the country like rain. Orders from the military, orders from civilians, gave this small company a big hit. There are many other people in the company who have dual identities, originally from the military, who were mobilized to help out and were thinking of screwing around for a while and then leaving. As a result, it now appears to be a total walk in the park. not only are they not going away, but more people are being drawn in. But there's a sense of fulfillment within them when they work for a company like this. They are serving the future of mankind, not to make money. As the centerpiece of this company, Chen Bin draws diagrams in the lab. Send the drawn diagram directly to the unmanned factory. The flying car has a lot of parts and is demanding to draw, so you have to take your time, drawing while distracted by the video. Live video streaming of the super strong potion test on the other side of the room. After 24 hours of observation, Wood is safe and sound. All the tests afterward were quite healthy. Healthy to the point that originally he was sick and now he can't be checked. Just outrageous. Such being the case, subsequent drug testing begins. The selection was full of military men, who were at the moment testing their extreme physical abilities in the video. Chen Bin can't be there. He can watch it via live streaming. Being able to go through the live stream shows the importance placed on this test. A total of 5 displays were involved in the test, but there were hundreds of staff of all kinds, as well as 5 ambulances parked not far away, and there was no shortage of elderly people among the paramedics, who looked like the experienced kind. Always be ready to snatch someone from death. The other thing is that there are quite a few researchers on site. The first is to test the warrior's extreme physical abilities, strength, a 100-meter sprint, and the speed to run 1,000 meters, plus a test of breath closure, and a reaction test. All 5 were elites among elites, and their test results were, quite literally, excellent. Take it outside and be an athlete of sorts. It's all a bit less than the top athletes, but balanced out, it's basically unbeatable. The next 5 used the super power potion at the same time. All 5 fighters were a little nervous. Although I was mentally prepared before I came, I was still inevitably nervous. Senior Colonel said from the side, "Don't be too nervous, it has been tested and verified. There's no problem with safety. Even if something goes wrong, we've brought in top-notch medical personnel. You said hello to Hades, and they'll be able to pull it all back for you. What if it doesn't pull back? It's on air. Don't talk nonsense." Majorin pointed at the camera. "Behave yourself and be the first to say if you have any discomfort." After injecting the drug, the 5 people looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. They can feel their bodies getting stronger. Report, "I feel a heat in my body that started where I just injected the drug and then flowed through my entire body. Where the heat flow passes through, I feel an increase in strength, a rising sensation." Be specific. Majorin's face changed slightly. When he gave it to Wood before, there was no such thing as a usage experience, and he thought that he didn't feel anything after using it. A feeling of congestion, but not just congestion either. There's an extra sense of power. A warrior clenched his fists and flicked them around a bit. The power has gotten bigger, and the speed of the punches have gotten faster. The other 3 also nodded. Yes, one can clearly feel the power rising. Before Majorin could speak, a tinkling sound rang out in Chen Bin's head. A group of researchers on the sidelines were confused. "No, it worked so fast? It's just been less than a minute since the injection. This potion, it's a bit fierce." Colonel reacted. "Speed test first, 100-meter dash. Strength tests, in the case of not being able to control the force, can easily hurt themselves, so they are tested last. Utilize speed tests, and other tests first to warm up these fighters and get them used to getting stronger." 5 people stood at the start at the same time. This test was more rigorous, with high-speed cameras, and laser devices to ensure accurate values. With a command, the 5 warriors charged forward at the same time. Only in the next second, all 5 of them fell at the same time, and even rolled on the ground because they sprinted too fast. The whole room was in a daze. Several fighters have quickly stood up with a heck of a face. The legs ran too fast. The gravity didn't have time to adjust. The others were speechless, but excited at the same time. It's because it's uncontrollable. It's because it's too fast. With a little acclimatization and control of the center of gravity, then you can control that speed and even go faster. Majorin waved his hand. "There's no rush. Run slowly first and get used to it." With a full 24 hours to spare, these people are perfectly capable of acclimatizing for a while. It doesn't take long to get used to it, because the power comes from the body itself, and their loss of control is simply due to being unaccustomed to it. After a few minutes of getting used to the idea, no one was once again on the starting line. With a command, 5 people shot out like arrows from a string. Chapter 87, Live Test. The distance of 100 meters took the fastest person only 8 seconds. No one else had more than 9 seconds. It was a speed that shook the scene. The whole crew exceeded the world record. You know, someone who can do a world record is extreme in his own right. As a result, these people broke the limit. How fast would this be if the person who originally broke the world record used the drug, and then tested it again? Chen Bin nodded as he listened to the beeps in his head and looked at the scene. The potion is really quite effective. He remembered the world record for the 100 meters, which was 9 seconds and 5/8. It will take longer if we just count the 100-meter world record in the Dragon Kingdom. To reach 8 seconds in such a situation was quite a reversal. The next test was the high jump and long jump. Instead, Majoran called General Hu. It was mainly this potion that exceeded his predictions. It's a little scary how strong it is. Chen Bin had used a casual tone before, saying the effects of this medicine, and while he had listened to it as shocking, it didn't have that kind of impact. Now he felt the impact. That's not even power. That's just a display of speed. It had shaken him numb. The increase in speed can't be counted directly as if the time had been cut in half, because it's hard to improve it by even a microsecond. Now this test directly refreshed his perception. This drug may well become a standard on the battlefield in the future. Before an ordinary warrior goes to war, he gets a shot, and goes straight from being an ordinary warrior to a super warrior. The super soldier king is going to take a shot and go straight to transcendence. General Hu quickly picked up the phone, because Majoran was now following Chen Bin's left and right. His weight was pulled up in a straight line. In the past, when he wanted to communicate with Colonelin, it wasn't even a direct phone call, and he had to hand in his report first, unless it was urgent. Not now. Now all he has to do is call, and General Hu prioritizes picking up while putting off all other things. What is it? Didn't we talk about this before? Chen Bin developed a super strength potion. It's currently being tested and it's working somewhat well. How good? Just tested the 100 meters and got the fastest time of 8 seconds. On the other end of the phone, General Hu froze. Really? The whole thing was recorded on video. Send me a look. It's being tested, so I'll send it to you when it's finished? Or just watch it live remotely? And live? Chen Bin had something to do and couldn't come over, and he wanted to watch it, so he was given a live stream. I'll watch it live. General Hu immediately went into the special live room while sending a message to his other friends. There should be a very large number of people interested in this kind of live broadcast. Chen Bin looked at the live broadcast and could see the number of people in the broadcast room. And there were others? Stopping what he was doing, Chen Bin tried to send a pop-up. How does the potion feel? Lao Lu, just got here. Haven't started watching yet, but taking it breaks records. It's a stimulant? What kind of stimulant is that strong? It's not a stimulant. It's a super strength potion. Will it harm the user? Chen Bin said there were no side effects. Chen Bin said that? Then there should really be no side effects. Look, start the long jump. The world record is 8 meters 9.5. 5 people start jumping in order. The first man lunged forward and then leapt, arcing through the air, and by the time he landed, he could see the ruler at his side. 11 meters. When did breaking a world record become so easy? Can this drug be found out? If it can't be found out, can it be arranged for the Olympic athletes and then go to the Olympics to set a new round of new records? That's a bit inappropriate of you. And I'm not human? Take a lesson from an eagle. That's what I call inhuman. Hate to break down 100 gold medals in a sport you're good at. Double standard awesome. People have a say? That can't be helped. When we have enough power, we'll just cut him all the way down. Might as well go ahead and play in the Olympics now then. Good point. Chen Bin silently sent a pop-up. Can't find out. Definitely can't find out. Can't find out, that's really screwable. There has to be restraint on the military side and complete recovery on the other side. Chen Bin looked at the pop-up screen, feeling that something wasn't quite right. He couldn't help but ask, good luck. Who are all the people in the live room? A card appeared on the screen. On each card is a picture of a person and a basic introduction. Chen Bin swept a glance. Good guy. All recognize. The last time he tested the robot, met a group of big brothers. There are others that I haven't seen, but they are also bigots. It's hard to see that these people would talk like that until you read the pop-ups, but it's time to say no, and he'd love to see the dragons on the international stage, setting records in a big way. It's just hard to mess with people later on after the refresh. It wasn't just the people from the overseas forces who couldn't catch up, but the athletes on the dragon countryside, likewise, couldn't keep up, unless all of them use potions, and all the time. That would be against the spirit of the sport. Unless the super strength potion is long-lasting, the kind that lasts a lifetime. But really, that would cost more food. In the broadcast room, the long jump test ended with a full complement of world record breakers, and it pulled the world record right up to 13 meters. It is outrageous. The next test was strength. Strength is placed before the 1,000 meter test, mainly because you will be tired after running the 1,000 meters and it will affect the speed test. Strength tests are categorized in a bit of a variety of ways: punching strength tests, deadlift tests, and at the most basic level, hard pulling tests, to name a few. The first is a test of punching power. It had all been tested before, and the punching power was basically around 150 kilograms without the use of potions. At the moment the first man stepped in front of the testing equipment, set up his stance, and threw a punch. Boom! A loud sound was emitted, and the red number, 312, appeared on the screen. The power of this punch is more than Tyson fierce. A punch of more than 300 kilograms that hit an average person could send the other person to heaven on the spot. It's like being hit by a car. The second man tested. Again, over 300 kilograms. In the live broadcast room, after a short silence, someone said, "This is a bit fierce. It's not scientific for them to hit this power with this weight." It's still not scientific? This shouldn't be called the superpower potion. This should be called the super soldier serum. Chen Bin was a bit surprised. Big brother still watches movies? And knows about the super soldier serum? Really no side effects? That could totally be a regular medication. Every once in a while, take the medicine and train, so that the warriors can get used to it. Then when they need warriors, take the medicine uniformly, and all of them can become super warriors. I have tactics floating around in my head. Long run, single soldier with heavy weapons, straight to the rear, and special operations. What were hellishly difficult missions are now at easy level. It's still Chen Bin. It's all a bit inhuman. This thing can be developed? Chapter 88. Vulnerability. The timeliness of this drug has even become a good thing in discussions on the air, because there can be no side effects. If the duration of the effects of the superpower potion is permanent, that one super powerful warrior would be a huge liability when he retires. Once these people have an unsettled mind, the damage that can be done is great. As Chen Bin looked at the pop-up discussion, he had to say that he had considered a bit less before. He only considered the various deficiencies of this potion. Now that he saw these people discussing it, he felt that the value of this medicine could increase infinitely. It's kind of a shame that these guys don't go into sales. The punching strength test is completed, and then the other strength tests are performed. The power boosts of the 5 fluctuated a bit, with some being able to reach 100% boost, and the most for one, a 125% boost. The one with the least amount of lift was 94%, compared to others who were basically above 100%. This boost was only 94%, which belonged to the resistance to pulling the full weight of the drug. One round of testing made the potion infinitely more important. And finally, the 1,000 meter test. This one also broke the world record. All 5 ran the entire course at terminal velocity. Tired? Not tired at all, because physical enhancement is all-encompassing. While the intensity is pulled full, the energy supply has also been pulled full. It's the hunger pangs that everyone feels after a full run. Majorin was also prepared for this and came straight up with 5 pots. The 5 warriors involved in the test were still a bit confused. Looking at the large pot of rice, they couldn't help but be speechless. Could this be finished? That's a lot for you? Majorin stepped aside and said, "Don't panic, there's more behind you." The 5 warriors still picked up their chopsticks and then began to eat. I was really hungry and didn't think too much about it, so I ate first, eating a pot of what looked like a very large meal. Most importantly, is still hungry. Is this really the end of the line? Majorin continued to have food served, then turned around and took out his cell phone to interact with the live broadcast. The test ends here. A big man in the live broadcast room said, "Is it difficult to produce this super vigorous potion?" Majorin had asked this question yesterday, and at this moment, he directly stated Elder Qian's answer. Highlights mention the 7-day shelf life of this medicine. The inability to keep it for a long time means that the drug can't just be made in a batch and then stashed away for as long as it needs to be used, to prepare warehouses for easy manufacturing at any time. In the pop-up, a group of people started discussing it. Chen Bin, on the other hand, withdrew from the live broadcast, and the follow-up had nothing to do with him. The technology is given out, and the manufacturing and stuff is none of his business. It's just that the shock value only gains a small amount, but it's nice to be useful. Continue with the drawing of the flying car. You still have to have something visually striking if you want to shake things up a bit. Chen Bin's drawing speed had been fast, so fast that he didn't even need to use his hands, controlling it directly through electrical signals. But there are too many drawings for a set of products. Flying cars are much more complex. If you really want to study it from scratch, the amount of data and so on involved is absolutely massive. But the good thing is that manufacturing is now out of Chen Bin's hands. The unmanned factory, the production line that produced the mechanical dogs and robots, was already running. And there was also a portion of productivity that was producing the parts that Chen Bin had taken out temporarily. Everything is in order. There was also a group of forces that were slowly approaching Chen Bin. Chen Bin, during this period of time, had made a name for himself, but he was also being targeted by too many people, especially the overseas forces. The results Chen Bin took out were too shocking, so they thought of many ways to approach Chen Bin. There are honorable people who ask for cooperation, but how can they cooperate? It was hard to get in touch with business and it was rejected outright. Offline proximity is also the way to go, but that path is not working right now. It was basically impossible to find Chen Bin, who didn't go out much anymore. Even when you go out, it's basically a two-way street. You go out and you get in the car, and you come back and you go straight to the lab. It's not practical to go to the office either. It's fully militarized. You can't even get close. It looks like a company, but it's actually comparable to a campground. Plus they've thought of many other ways to do it, from throwing in resumes to observing from a distance. But the importance of Chen Bin's side is known to everyone. Anyone who submits a resume and wants to join the company will be vetted. And good luck with the direct vetting. All those who have questions, just reject them. Those with big problems will also be targeted. It was with this factory that Colonel On had set his sights on a number of spies, and although no arrests had been made, they could be made at any time. Behind a spy, there's often more than one spy. It's basically a line. It's quite a harvest, but if the temptation is great enough, then it's appropriate to invest more. With countless times of no success, someone was finally able to get close to Chen Bin. Outside the lab, there's an extra person who cleans and cleans. Good luck vetting it. There's nothing wrong with this guy. Ordinary to the point where it wouldn't be ordinary to come from. And then there's the fact that you've been cleaning and janitorializing the school for a long time before. Mobilization is here and no one is suspicious. There was also no warning signaled. The main thing is that this person is pressing the issue. Just that someone found him and asked him to take a message. Sweeping the floor for several days in a row, he pressed and did not see Chen Bin. But he was pretty sure that Chen Bin was in the lab building, and he watched Chen Bin go in with his own eyes. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a dog. The dog is a mechanical dog and looks cute and cuddly. Subconsciously, he crouched down and tried to wave. The little mechanical dog ran straight over. Looking not a bit wary, the janitor rubbed the dog's head gently, and in the process, he taped a piece of paper with writing on it to the dog's neck. The mechanical dog tilts its head, but can't see anything. As the janitor turned, the mechanical dog turned and ran to the lab. It stopped just short of the doorway and didn't move in its place. Then the door to the room opened and a robot came out and picked up the note. All of the robotic robot dogs in Chen Bin's current neighborhood had come under the control of Good Luck. Good luck seeing that scene just now. Someone touched her right under her nose and she didn't notice? The robot opened the note and on it was a line. Letter to Chen Bin, my daughter loves and admires you very much and would like to take a picture with you. Is that okay? Good luck looking at the note. Both fell silent. Thought it was someone trying to get close to Chen Bin, but it turned out to be for a group photo? But in less than a second, all the suspicions of good fortune were swept away, and it became a direct confirmation, because the janitor had no daughters at all, only 2 sons, neither of whom were very accomplished yet. Colonel, and was equally surprised when she received the good luck notice. With such tight protection, can someone really touch Chen Bin's side? Good luck explained. He's not a spy. I guess someone wanted him to help deliver a message, but at the moment it's impossible to find anyone in contact with him, and there's no internet connection, so I'm guessing it's a face-to-face appointment kind of thing that I can't find out about. Chapter 89, Drawing the Snake Out of the Hole. Majoran was originally very relaxed, but at the moment there was more pressure in his heart. He had originally felt that everything was a sliver, impervious to the wind, but it turned out that he had actually been gouged out of a slit anyway. It was actually defended, but it was into the cordon. If we really let the mechanical dog find Chen Bin first, if the delivery was not an ordinary piece of paper, but something with a strong poison, then the consequences are unimaginable. Majoran pondered a little. You continue to monitor the person who delivered the note first, see if there are any additional clues. Since he didn't leave contact information, he should know something. Don't move him yet, so as not to startle him. Good luck answered. Already looking into it. There are some places that don't have surveillance, but I can get a good idea of who might have met with him through the wide range of surveillance data, and then sift through those. Majoran felt really comfortable working with Good Luck. Good luck with the level. It's really super high. Hanging up the phone, Colonel On dialed once more. He was a little out of his depth and had to get a professional to come and take care of it. National Security specializes in spying far more than he does. On Chen Bin's side, he also saw the note. Good luck admitting dereliction of duty in this case, but Chen Bin doesn't feel the same way. The main point is that nothing is absolute. Good luck checking has been very strict, but not 100%. Instead, you can't absolutely rely on good luck. It's not that good luck doesn't work, it's that the current infrastructure of the world isn't good enough for good luck to play. Looking at the paper, Chen Bin pondered slightly. Do you need me to lure the snake out of its hole? Now he wasn't panicking at all, mainly because he had already used the genetic enhancement potion. He felt that he now had a chance of surviving against firearms. In addition to a very strong defense, there is also a strong recovery. There's also a superpower potion at the end that makes him even more powerful, and there's really no fear of sudden face. Good luck shook his head. We don't need you to lure the snakes out. We can try. Chen Bin was just asking casually, and when he heard that he wasn't needed, he didn't ask any more questions. Keep drawing pictures. This was already the 4th day of drawing, and Chen Bin had already completed almost all of the design drawings for the flying car, leaving only the last few drawings. Finishing the drawings of the last few parts, Chen Bin took out a box. The box held 2 potions. If we don't try it, this potion is about to expire. There are 2 in total. They cannot be stacked. Only one can be used at a time, and the use of a second one is invalid. The reason it doesn't work is not because the medicine doesn't work, but because the people don't work. A person who doubles his strength has already reached the extreme of his body, and if he wants to make further enhancements, he will hurt his body and simply make certain restrictions. But a team that's already strong. Chen Bin's first sensation after using it was the rapid flow of warmth through his entire body. It's a very peculiar feeling, with an extreme sense of exhilaration. Man's quest for power comes from his bones, even his genes, getting stronger and mooching stronger. That's just the nature of it. So getting stronger will be happy. Chen Bin had a sense of accomplishment at the moment. No wonder it is said that some people get addicted to this drug. This is definitely addictive if used consistently, because people can't accept getting weaker. When you get weak, you want to get stronger and then continue to use it. In a way, the drug is kinda scary. The good thing is that there are no additional side effects on the body. Chen Bin gently clenched his fist, and his sense of power increased greatly. People with power have different things floating around in their heads. It's as if when weak, all one wants to do is sleep. But when one becomes spirited, then one wants to go out and play. When you're weak, you want to hide. And when you're strong, you want to go out and pick a fight. Chen Bin pondered slightly. Good luck. I am. Contact Major An. I want to draw the snake out of the hole. Without the slightest hesitation or dissuasion, Good Luck contacted Major N directly. Major N received the good luck message and was at first bewildered. No, is Chen Bin trying to lure the snakes out of their holes? Lure the snake out of the hole yourself? Isn't this a joke? How important is Chen Bin's safety? I'd rather not look into it later than let Chen Bin take the risk. Not even a hint of danger. Good Luck listening to Major An's direct refusal. He didn't say anything more and directly said to Chen Bin, Major An doesn't agree. Chen Bin's desire to try his level was a bit strong. Communicate and say that my safety is absolutely guaranteed. Major An received a notification from Good Luck and called Chen Bin directly. I know you want to catch the person behind this, but you have a special identity and we can't accept even the slightest bit of danger near you. To actively go near danger, that's definitely not okay. Chen Bin thought for a moment and said, what about absolute safety? I've already used the ultra-vigorous potion, plus exoskeleton gear and a protective suit. In a situation like this, where the other side hasn't had a chance to bring a weapon with them, my safety is absolutely guaranteed. Major An listened to Chen Bin's words, but still said, it's too dangerous. If you're really interested, you can be allowed to watch the action nearby, or in the command vehicle. There's no point in watching. Chen Bin pondered a little. Alright, I won't go. When Major An heard Chen Bin's words, not only did he not breathe a sigh of relief, he instead panicked in his heart. Mainly because he had been close to Chen Bin for a long time. He knew what kind of person Chen Bin was. The kind of guy who won't stop until he gets what he wants. He refused, but he didn't convince Chen Bin. Call Chen Bin again. This time, did not get through. Chen Bin's side did want to have some fun as well. Good Luck planning a route out of here, and take me to the janitor. Yes, Good Luck didn't advise of danger or anything like that, mostly because it was pretty sure there wasn't any. Plans have been made to avoid all guards on the way, and the cameras are under full control. The road is just a little dangerous, so please be careful. Chen Bin took out his cell phone and saw the roadmap plan by Good Luck. The first thing to do is push the window open. Use the floating board to land, then hide behind a tree and wait 3 minutes. Then there will be a patrol dead zone for 10 seconds. It's a 10-second time lag, or a tree to block the view on one side. That is, the route is absolutely fixed. In fact, there was almost no dead space. Someone had been walking behind the trees, walking away in the 10 seconds it took. It's not a guard break. It's a human break. Normal people looking for trouble with Chen Bin, who can accurately catch 10 seconds of vacancy close to the shade of the tree, and then jump directly to the upper floor and enter the laboratory through the window? And that's just the inside. There are layers and layers on the outside. Chen Bin was also silent after looking at the drawings. No, the official protection for him is very tight, but only when you see this map of the fortifications do you realize how strict. Wherever he can see this lab of his, all of them have been laid out. Make sure no one can threaten him from the window. On top of that, there are 3 layers of protection, inside and outside, as well as in the middle. Truly any problems that come up are resolved in a timely manner. And even that doesn't include the fact that there's a campground nearby. Chen Bin couldn't think of anything that could threaten him for a short time. If it weren't for the fact that it was still a school and not convenient to move, Chen Bin suspected that the officials would want the school to move so that he would be safer. Chapter 90, Drawing the Sword and Looking Around in a Bewildered Mind. Chen Bin followed the roadmap given by Good Luck and left the school silently in a very crowded school. There are also people in charge of security outside the school. but they are relatively loose and easier to avoid. Chenbin first called the cleaner and promised to take a picture together. The janitor was surprised too. It really works? Then it's easy. My daughter has to study and can't come to school. Can we meet outside the school? Yes. Can we meet today? The opposite party was a bit surprised. Today? I'll have to ask. Only have time today. Chenbin hung up the phone after saying that, then waited quietly. Majorin had already called the guards. Wherever Chenbin went, they would follow, for sure. But what reassured him was that the guard said that Chenbin hadn't gone out, which was considered good news. Just what he didn't know was that Chenbin had already appeared outside the campus and had even contacted the spies. With his request to meet today, the cleaner quickly arranged everything. It's in a restaurant not far from campus. The restaurant was cold in the afternoon. The moment Chenbin walked in, two people walked out on each side of the door and directly closed the door. Chenbin was happy and felt right. At one side of the round table, a middle-aged man stood up, incomparably excited and polite. Please sit down. I've been wanting to see you, but you've been controlled too tightly, and I couldn't find an opportunity, so I could only come up with this plan. Chenbin looked at the slightly chubby middle-aged man with a polite face and felt that something was wrong again. What do you want with me? Cooperation. The middle-aged man gestured for Chenbin to sit down, then said, cooperating with the official Dragon Kingdom, your earnings will be low. Imagine that the technology you have is extremely valuable, but what do you get out of working with the crown? Money? The value of those technologies is immeasurable. How much did they give you? As for the rest, the same is not true, but cooperate with us is different. The same technology, we develop products. You hold the patent, can share very much profit. Chenbin gently shook his head. I'm not in it for the money. Then I can get you anything you want. Status? Women? We can give it to you straight away. Chenbin looked at the middle-aged man who was very agitated. You guys? Who are you here on behalf of? This doesn't matter. This world, after all, is only about profit. Chenbin feels that it is meaningless to have such a conversation, and this is the person who has been brainwashed. Decisively, he stood up. If it's just to get to me about this, there's no point. I'll go first. Walking up to the door, Chenbin directly opened the door while expecting these people to flip out. Except that by the time he walked out, there was no movement in the room. It went completely away and no one followed it out. Chenbin all gave dry silence. This is not the same as the TV staged why don't you make a move? Or Lucky said, I don't think they expected you to come out straight away, so they weren't prepared. The other thing is that cooperation is the only way to maximize benefits, and taking a shot at you is only a choice that will be made if cooperation is utterly impossible. Chenbin clenched his fist, feeling the surging sense of power, and suddenly felt what it was to draw his sword and look around. So next time, it's hands-on? Not always. Usually when cooperation doesn't work, they find a way to keep begging for cooperation. From a different angle, Chenbin felt that the surging blockbuster feeling in the movie never made it to him. Let Majorin come and arrest people. Good. I'm going to No Man's factory. The school was not far from the Unmanned factory, and Chenbin slipped past it on the side of the road. It's not a good feeling to have empty dragon slaying skills and end up without a dragon. Walk to the Unmanned factory gates. At the moment the factory's doors are open and trucks are coming in and out. It's been a few days since I've been here, and it's a very different place. There are also more factory buildings outside the original inner fence. It was used as a cover and done realistically though. This is a place that really makes highly sophisticated products. The storerooms were on either side of the gate, and there were freshly produced mechanical dogs being put into the storerooms, and then immediately hauled away from the storerooms by trucks. The last live streaming prizes that are going to be produced in full. It will open up the sales channels when the time comes. Chenbin thought silently as he walked into the interior of the factory. The factory inside is full of all kinds of equipment. And robots. Robots travel between devices, transported various parts to the production line. In a way, it's also an unmanned factory. But Chenbin's goal wasn't here. Walking into the corner of the factory, a ladder spread out beneath him, all the way underground to a truly unmanned factory. The finished product area of the unmanned factory held 10 war robots. These war robots, Chenbin was not going to put them outside, so he put them in the plant area as security. Even the camouflage on the robot had been changed by Chenbin to a blue and white color, which was conspicuous and didn't seem very offensive. Another full 3 sets of swarm drones were stacked in the corner. Lastly, there are the mechanical dogs that are created one after another. The mechanical dog was just created and sent outside to pretend it was made in an outside factory, but that wasn't what Chenbin had come for. Instead, it's a flying car. Walking up to the console, Chenbin saw the internal structure of the unmanned factory. A brand new production line is being adjusted, and it is estimated that the adjustment will be completed in 2 more days. There are also scattered pieces of production equipment that are making parts. An unmanned factory can only have 3 rapid production lines. Previously the drone production line, after making a few sets of swarm drones, stopped production and was replaced with a robotics line. After the robot production line finished manufacturing war robots, it began to manufacture ordinary robots in large quantities, which led to the lively scene above. There's also a line of mechanical dogs, can't raffle off but won't give product. Now adjust the production line out of the flying car and the unmanned factory goes into high gear. In fact, unmanned factories are extremely productive, but there was no way around it. Chenbin had a bit too much to produce. If it wasn't for the price of the unmanned factory, he would have wanted to redeem a few more. Fill this area underground with unmanned factories. Looking again at the flying car that had already created a large portion, Chenbin dialed Majorin's phone. Majorin quickly picked up the phone. He now knew that Chenbin had arrived at the unmanned factory, but the people on this side of the lab were completely unaware that Chenbin had left. How did this go? The lab was surrounded by people. Flies flying by could notice. How could they not notice Chenbin leaving? He now suspected that Chenbin would be invisible. Reasonable suspicion. Even good luck getting him to arrest people. He suspected that Chenbin had already gone to meet those people once, but although his mind was full of doubts, Majorin didn't ask. What is it? I've got a car I've been working on over here. Any trouble getting it on the market? Colonel scratched his head. No, Chenbin builds cars? A whole lot of top tech to work on cars instead of research? Chapter 91, is a flying car also a car? Colonel was truly unable to comprehend it. Chenbin actually wants to study cars? After a little contemplation, Majorin said, I'm not too sure about this. I have no knowledge of the preparations needed to get the car on the road. I'll ask someone for you. Good. Colonel immediately went to get an inquiry. These are things that are difficult for many people, but for Majorin, not only can you ask but you can also set up a special team right away. The group's sole mission is to help list Chenbin's car. There are a lot of steps required to get a normal car on the market. The first is the certification and announcement of the product. The most important safety and quality certification. To obtain safety and quality certification, you need to go through safety standard tests, crash tests, brake performance tests and so on. After all, a car is not like any other product. It is something that is meant to be on the road and can cause great harm if you are not careful. Loss of control of brakes, for example, can pose a life-threatening threat to pedestrians and vehicles. Environmental certification is also good to understand. Tailpipe emissions and other tests to avoid environmental pollution caused by vehicles. In addition, product marketing and promotion, sales channels, and the establishment of after-sales service system. Again, not the same as those that came before. A car is not something that you buy and then don't use and don't fix when it breaks. Marketing and the like can be left alone, but the sales channels and after-sales service must be guaranteed. Otherwise the user buys a car and has no place to fix it. That would be awkward. With a large item like a car, you basically have to look at the car offline. How can a user buy a car when there is not a single offline store? Now that Super Tutu is a company? But the team was formed to address this. To solve the problem, a temporary team, all official, and all directly assigned from above. A group of people with a lot of power. A plan was quickly drawn up. Safety testing begins as soon as possible and environmental testing is synchronized. While these are going on, they are working directly with the large automotive groups that are held by Dragon Nation. Borrow offline sales and repair points. This will make up for all the shortcomings of the Super Toucan company and will allow the vehicle to start going on sale as soon as possible. The head of the squad was named Wang, and Director Wang arrived at the plant the next morning with a temporary team. Looking at the guards at the entrance of the plant, the group of people's faces were also straightened. I have known that the background of Turo is not simple, and now it seems that it is not the usual uncomplicated. Majorin came over early and waited, and when he saw Director Wang, he went forward to greet him. Director Wang shook hands with Majorin. Where's the car? The launch is not for 2 days. We need to see the car as soon as possible and then arrange for testing. On the side of offline channels, someone has already gone to communicate, directly borrowing ready-made sales channels. Majorin also nodded. The car is sitting in the depot. Majorin hadn't even seen the car, and at the moment took Director Wang and the others directly to the depot. Walking into the warehouse, the first thing Director Wang saw was a mechanical dog in a box. And, robots? Director Wang was shocked and looked at the box with the robot painted on the outside. This is? Majorin glanced at the robot. It's not convenient to explain for now, and you guys shouldn't talk about it outside. It's classified content. Director Wang and the others quickly nodded their heads and were staggered in their hearts. Turo is really fierce. Robots have been researched? It still looks like the awesome kind. At least the pictures are super cool. Awesome. The group had a sense of purpose. This company has developed something so awesome for the Dragon Kingdom. So what's wrong with making some money? They need to help. Majorin walked all the way to the end of the depot. There are cars covered with tarps on the ground here. When Majorin looked at the car, the first impression was that it was a bit short, like a sports car. Walking up and opening the tarp, Majorin froze. The car in the tarp is silver in color and has an overall streamlined design. At first glance it's really handsome, the kind of handsome that blows up in your face. But upon closer inspection, Colonel felt unable to tell what it was. Say it's a car. It's slightly next to each other front to back and slightly taller in the center, so it really looks like a car. Why doesn't this car have wheels? A car with no wheels? You call that a car? Director Wang also froze, looking at the car with a confused face. This car, no wheels installed? Someone in the back said. It doesn't seem like there are no wheels installed. There are no wheels at all. Not even the mouth of the wheel is left whole. Major N's entire body stayed in place, then scratched his head, and immediately afterward dialed Chen Bin's phone. Your car doesn't have wheels? Chen Bin was a bit surprised. Of course the flying car has no wheels. With wheels that is still called flying car? Colonel An fell silent and said incredulously. A flying car? Right. Colonel An thought about when he first heard Chen Bin talk about researching vehicles. He thought it was hitting mosquitoes with anti-aircraft guns. Now that he saw the flying car, he was suddenly relieved. Normal. Reasonable. Originally, a lot of things were abnormal. But when this thing was developed by Chen Bin, then everything became a matter of course. How could Chen Bin work on an ordinary car? Flying cars make sense. How do you fly? Sit on it and just let good luck operate it. Just control it directly with your voice. Major N tentatively walked over to the car door, then opened it. When the door opened, a gentle female voice rang out from inside. Welcome to the Tulip Flyer. Please sit back and fasten your seatbelt. Colonel N turned back to Director Wang, as well as a group of clueless people. Sit up and experience it first? Director Wang hesitated. Experience flying into the sky? Major N reacted. He had absolute trust in Chen Bin, but others who hadn't been in contact with Chen Bin wouldn't necessarily have absolute trust. Yeah, but I'll sit on it first, and you guys can just watch from down here, Colonel An said as he opened the car door and got in. Close the door, then fasten your seatbelt. Good luck. Fly a meter high first. Yes, good luck taking over the car. The next moment, the 4 engines underneath the car began to run. In a hurricane of wind, the car slowly took off a meter and then hovered in the air. An older school can feel the smoothness of the vehicle. It's real smooth. It's not bumpy at all. It was horribly stable from takeoff to hover. With this level of control, one could only say that it was worthy of Chen Bin. Major N twisted his head to look out the window and saw that Director Wang and the others were actually not blown back when they were standing very close. What way are the engines propelled? It feels like it's a jet, so why don't they seem to be too affected by it? Good luck explaining. A turbofan engine that uses certain aerodynamic principles to avoid impacting its surroundings. Major N nodded gently. Fly out of the storage room. Then go outside and fly around to see what's going on. Don't fly out of the fence. There wasn't much outside the fence either, but it's better to hide this kind of thing when you can. The flying car began to fly outward, leaving Director Wang and the others staring at each other in disbelief. Chapter 92 Gap. They came over and were originally professional counterparts. It seems a little hard to get around now that the majors are suddenly out of sync. Director Wang said, we know the testing process for cars. What is the testing process for flying cars? We can't come to ground testing, can we? This car doesn't even run on the ground. Air crash test? Several people looked at each other. Before they came, they were curious. After they came, they decided to do their job with all their might. After seeing the car, I realized they had a bit too much drama. Director Wang took out his cell phone and prepared to call the top. Someone in the back said, everything here has to be kept secret. Does the car have to be kept secret? It has to be kept secret, and as a result you call out, what should we do? In the silence, they saw a flash of silver light outside. It was the speeder that had flown around the depot. A few people stepped out of the storage room and saw the silver speeder fly past the front of their eyes once more. The superfast speed made the flying car like lightning. Several people's faces changed slightly. That's a speed of at least 300 kilometers per hour. It also flew around and around, and I don't know if Majorin inside could stand it. Inside the flying car, Majorin was pale. He was already sort of trained, but at the moment he still felt his stomach turn. Good luck. Slow down. Good luck began to slow down while saying, the range here is too small to get the speeder to its terminal velocity. It's not that the speeder can't get to terminal velocity, it's that your body can't handle the greater inertial forces. Majorin also felt it. When the speed came down, the whole person was slightly more comfortable. What does Chen Bin think? He wants to sell this flying car as an ordinary vehicle? Good luck's voice rang out. I don't know. Master didn't tell me the plan. Majorin still felt out his cell phone and called Chen Bin first. This flying car cannot just blindly sell. This if Chen Bin on stage to a sentence of 8,000 A, that the whole Dragon Country low altitude have to be messed up. The airspace is going to be all wrong. That's if someone throws a piece of trash out while sitting in the car. It's an overhead throw. There are too many things left unresolved. and the consequences of just letting flying cars start selling all at once would be dire. Chen Bin quickly picked up the phone. What's wrong? Is there trouble? Colonel On pondered a little. There's trouble. Is it convenient to meet and talk? I'm on my way. Okay. Colonel On hung up the phone and told Good Luck to control the car's landing. The car stopped precisely in front of Director Wang and the others. Director Wang looked at Major In, who came down from the car. Before we came, we didn't think about flying cars, and the process for flying cars to go to market was pressed. We have to communicate with the top. Is this a breach of confidentiality agreement? Major In waved his hand. There's no rush. Chen Bin will come over soon. Ask first. He was also a little unsure. Chen Bin arrived at the plant in no more than 10 minutes. Major In looked at Chen Bin and also smiled bitterly. It's a flying car. You're talking to me about a car? A flying car is not a car? Major In had no way to retort, and smiled as he sidled over. Let me introduce you. These are the people who will help you with the listing of your vehicle. And this is Director Wang, in charge of the entire process. Director Wang had seen Chen Bin in the video before and knew that Chen Bin was young, but when he really saw it, it was very visual. It's really young. Director Wang shook Chen Bin's hand. I'm ashamed to say that I originally came over to go through the process, but now I can't decide because it's a flying car, and I don't know how to conduct the test. Chen Bin does not matter. There is no precedent to get good. If there is a precedent, then you have to go through a full set of processes, not to mention quite troublesome. It's okay, discuss it. There were no offices on this side of the plant, so several people sat down on the stage. Director Wang had been to countless conference rooms, but this was really the first time he had seen such an open-air conference room. But I have to say, it felt pretty good. Chen Bin looked at Director Wang. What are the main processes? Safety and environmental testing. The other thing is the online sales and offline sites, and the after-sales system. We previously considered, is to use the system of the official holding of the car company, you can directly use, but now I'm afraid not. Flying car, their after-sales level is afraid of not enough. Chen Bin waved his hand. The idea I had before was somewhat ill-considered. Selling this flying car is not realistic for a short period of time, and the manufacturing speed is also slow. Director Wang froze, then said, if it's not for sale, then sales and after-sales don't need to be taken care of. Just consider the safety test. You don't have to think too much about the environment either. Chen Bin looked at Major In this time. The safety is absolutely reliable. There are multiple sets of safety measures on board. Nothing will go wrong. Major In nodded. There really isn't much of a problem with security. Director Wang wanted to say that it still has to be tested, but the words came to his lips, but also said, such an advanced flying car, there is no test standard. Will be the safety measures as well as the principle of filing, go through the process is good. Chen Bin thought for a moment and said, what else is wrong? Director Wang thought for a moment and said, the question is, the car is not for sale. Will you rent it or? Chen Bin was silent. It wasn't appropriate to rent, because once it was possible to rent, then there would definitely be people who would keep renting, even if you limit how long a person rents it for. It's not appropriate because it creates a very long queue, trying to make the experience and get shock value while still being fair. Chen Bin was inspired. Netflix flying car? Netflix is really a perfect way to do this. Anyone know what kind of cab you can get on your own? It's all about luck. This is a situation that allows more people to experience flying cars. Fair. Best of all, it only takes a handful of flying cars to make the experience accessible to the vast majority of people. A 10-kilometer stretch, a few minutes in a flying car, and then in order. How many shock points would that take? Director Wang thought for a moment and said, then I'll go talk to the online car service company and connect the flying car to a few larger taxi platforms. Okay. Chen Bin nodded. This would indeed encompass most of the users. Colonel and mused slightly. It still has to be tested, but it's a round of performance tests. Make sure the flyer can fly properly. Plus insurance measures and such have to be tested. Chen Bin nodded. This made sense. Director Wang stood up. Then we'll go talk to the online car company first? We don't understand the follow-up test. Major In nodded. Trouble. It's no trouble. It's even gone from being a lot of trouble to being a small thing. Several people stood up and quickly left. As he walked, he thought about what had just happened. Some trance, some unreality. It's like a dream, but just a short distance away from them. The silver flying car with no wheels was still firmly parked. The world is changing a bit fast. Really, the major car companies are still in the roll car configuration. Speed performance, Chen Bin this flying car have appeared. What else do they roll? Straight hands off the keyboard. There's no telling what the traffic will be like in the future, but it definitely gets better. Chapter 93, A Flying Car? Major In waited for the group to leave before looking at the flying car. Compared to the shock of the others, he genuinely felt it made sense. It would be a shock if Chen Bin researched ordinary cars. The silver color of the car is almost perfect, and every flowing line on the car conforms to the wind-driven design. Conforms to wind-driven design, which means some degree of conformity to the rules. The beauty of the rules is on full display in this flying car. From every facet, it was beautiful. Beautiful beyond measure. Manhwa finally took his eyes off the flying car and said to Chen Bin, "So I'm taking the car now, to do a performance test? And safety tests? Good." Chen Bin nodded and turned to walk into the plant. One line of the Unmanned factory, if it ran consistently and produced only flying cars, could produce 18 units a day. This has been quite fast. If all 3 lines are used to produce flying cars, that's 54 units a day. Normally in many factories that supposedly can produce many cars, that's not one factory that produces them, it's parts that are machined in many places that are brought together to be assembled in one factory, with the Unmanned factory making all of its own parts. 54 units a day. This efficiency is extremely frightening. But now, with only 2 days left before the launch, a total of 36 units can be produced, which is really a bit less. Dragon Country have 23 provinces, so a little flying car, an average of 2 units of a province cannot be divided. It was also unrealistic for Chen Bin to temporarily adjust the production line. There were 2 lines left in the Unmanned factory. Even if they were adjusted to become flying car manufacturing lines, it would still take time. After a moment of silence, Chen Bin chose to shake people. It's too late to find a factory to place an order, because factories make assembly line orders. They also need to open molds, as well as adjust the assembly line. It also takes time. Then find someone to customize the parts on a non-standard basis. Much more expensive. But now is not the time to discuss money. Chen Bin took out his cell phone and opened a group chat. Before that, his little workshop, to make money, took orders. That is, in groups, as well as online. There are very many similar small workshops. After Chen Bin sent out a sentence about having a mission and asking for precision, the private chat instantly appeared with dense red dots. Prices are negotiable, all in one price range. Chen Bin's only requirement is to be fast and give the highest grade directly inside the price range. Then there are shopping sites and various channels to place orders for almost anyone who does non-standard parts machining. But this would not be for Chen Bin to do. He would have to come and do it. 2 days would not be enough time. But good luck only takes a moment. With most parts externally machined, the Unmanned factory would only need to assemble and machine a small number of important core parts, as well as ultra-high precision parts. While Chen Bin was busy, Senior Colonel An also brought his flying car and arrived at the nearby airport. Originally there was no airport near here. After having a campground, an airport was built on fire. What appears to be a military airport is actually meant to help Chen Bin transport materials and parts. There are cargo planes dropping off at the airport at this very moment. A robot carries very heavy cargo directly onto the train. The whole process was fast. Normal requires a forklift to transfer the load, which takes quite a bit of time. Now with robots, it's a dozen times faster. It's also the case that everyone here has signed a non-disclosure agreement, or else they'd be worried about the robot situation leaking out. Manhwa. Just at this time, someone from the rear called out to Manhwa. Colonel An turned back and looked at the visitor, also smiling. "So soon? And I hate to be slow in coming." The old man looked around. "What about the car you said would fly? Is it really commercially available already?" The dragon also has research on flying cars, or rather, the dragon has been working on making everything fly. Flying grenades all around. For example, in the old days, grenades used to require manpower. Now they don't. Now they're thrown and the grenades can fly a long way. From the original grenade, which had a small killing range and close proximity, it went straight to a precision-guided weapon. It makes sense to want to work on a fly club car. The old man is the one in charge of the flying car program. Compared to helicopters, flying cars are much more stable and easier to park and take off. It's even now possible to achieve some results. It's just that it's not completely perfected at the moment and still needs to be polished and refined. As a result, by this time, civilian use had developed flying cars? Professor Ling also had to sigh. Civilian was indeed powerful. It's like a day-to-day, where's the flying car? Colonel An pointed to the van off to the side. In the hopper of the van, a flying car covered with cloth was parked. Professor Ling looked at the flying car and his brows subconsciously furrowed. It doesn't seem right. This flying car, how does it fly? The current mainstream flying car design is more of an expansion on the drone. This way all 4 propellers fly at the same time, providing stable lift. But this flying car, obviously, has nothing. Professor Ling walked up and curiously opened the tarp before seeing the silver flying car. Looking at the streamlined flying car, looking at the flying car that didn't have any suspicion of braking, his eyes went straight. Is this a ING flying car? It's a craft, right? This perfect design is really beautiful. How did it fly? Professor Ling looked on and thought of a possibility. It couldn't be a magnetic levitation flight, Could it? No. That's the same principle that Chenbin took out the floating board like before? Majorin shook his head. Neither. What's that? Turboprops, but built in. Majorin pointed to several holes in the body of the vehicle as if it were designed for looks. They all have airflow channels in them that propel the speeder forward. There's a couple more down there that can propel the flying car into levitation. Professor Ling was silent for a moment. It can't be. This car is also designed by Chenbin, right? Right. Prof. Ling knew something about Chenbin, and at the moment, he was also admiring him in the bottom of his heart. He wouldn't even be too impressed if the takeoff method used by the flying car was ionic acceleration. This is because ion acceleration, already a mature technology, is at the same time difficult to mass produce. Even if it could be developed, the manufacturing efficiency would be super low with the current industrial base. Screwing up a couple units a year isn't very useful at all. But Chenbin gave up the more advanced technology and developed this flying car again. This flyer could definitely be mass-produced, the kind that could be used by a lot of people. Prof. Ling couldn't stop nodding. Good stuff. What's the exact performance? Majorin said. The fastest flight speed is subsonic, and as for other performance, it's not quite clear. Could ask. Inside this flying car, it has its own AI. Professor Ling thought of something? Can't control it yourself? I can't. The whole thing is AI controlled to avoid danger. But people can give orders to the AI. Professor Ling nodded. It was a good design too. Really, if people could control it, it would rather be more dangerous, as well as raise the bar for playing with flying cars. Chapter 94, Design Thinking. After some analysis, Professor Ling walked over to the flying car. The door of the flying car opened automatically. A gentle female voice rang out. Please sit back and fasten your seatbelt. Professor Ling walked into the car and felt the spaciousness of the car, and also had to say that it was a very comfortable feeling. Sitting comfortably means that the seats are designed with the same effort that Chenbin has put into them, and feeling comfortable means that throughout the interior of the car, there is ingenuity at work. Prof. Ling thought for a moment and said, AI, hello. The gentle female voice sounded again. What's your name? I don't have a name yet. You can give me one. Professor Ling's heart moved. This sense of interaction. The voice is also good. I'm not qualified to give you a name. Turn around and let Chenbin give you one. Can you tell me about this flying car? In what way would you like to learn more about this car? Professor Ling had to sigh. Awesome. An AI is so awesome. Other AI hear the question and answer it directly. This AI will also give the question more detailed. Be comprehensive. Can we start with design ideas? The design idea of the flying car is divided into 4 points at the very core. First and foremost is speed and performance. Featuring a streamlined body design that reduces wind resistance, the vehicle moves more smoothly through the air at high speeds. Equipped with a high-performance engine with a high-energy density battery pack, it's capable of fast acceleration, as well as high-speed cruising. AI paused briefly. Of course, to ensure the safety of the passengers, the speed was blocked so that the top speed was only subsonic. Colonel N was confused. No, subsonic speed is not the limit of the car, but it is limited for safety? Professor Ling's eyes widened as well. Grass. This flying car can fly supersonically? How does that leave a fighter? AI continues. The second core point is personalization. There's more to the car's design than just this one, and there's more to the color scheme than just silver. The owner has incorporated different elements into the design, and when you look closely at the interior, you can find designs of the Chinese zodiac, as well as various totems. Professor Ling steeply lowered his head and looked at the seat. Could see lines on the seat that he'd overlooked before. The patterns, too, are beautiful and the level of design is very high. Most importantly, you can see the beauty when you look closely and feel comfortable when you just don't notice. There are also some angular areas in the car that have a similar design. It's comfortable at a cursory glance, with surprises at a closer look. Professor Ling felt like his worldview had been refreshed. Is this really something one person can do? This mustn't be a super huge team? AI's words didn't end there. Externally, there are a variety of colors, but this one, for now, and the ones that will be made in a short time, are silver, which is the color that catches the eye the most. The third central point is me. Intelligence. This flying car has a state-of-the-art intelligent control system with a variety of advanced sensors, capable of complete autopilot, automatic obstacle avoidance, adaptive cruise, etc. With the airspace network, it's extremely safe. There's also human-machine interaction, with a clean human-machine interaction page, as well as voice control, gesture control, and more. The last core point is safety and comfort. A body frame built with high-strength materials and equipped with high-grade intelligent airbags that can selectively utilize certain airbags and from which angle the airbags erupt, depending on the seated status of the members of the vehicle. People can't react, but smart devices can. And then there are the external security devices. Separately controlled engines ensure that if one engine fails, the others will still keep the vehicle balanced. And supersized parachutes make sure the vehicle can still land safely in the event of all engine failures. There's also the safety network, which requires more flying cars to navigate the skies, where one of them breaks down and the others can assist it in landing safely. There's also a better ride, and that involves space design. It starts with comfortable seats, then constant temperature, air humidity, reducing noise and keeping the vehicle smooth. AI stops here. The 4 core design ideas have been introduced. Professor Ling was silent for a moment after listening to the introduction, originally thinking that this flying car was a technological innovation, but as a result, after coming over, he realized that it was already an extremely perfect product. Even the details were considered. It's a perfected product. What's the point of him coming over to test it? Testing security? This still needs security testing? Professor Ling thought about it, but decided to go through the motions and turned his head to Majorin. Fly it for a bit, test the performance, and then have the dummy test the intelligence of the airbag while it's in the air? To be honest, Prof. Ling didn't even think that airbags could be intelligently controlled, but when you think about it, it's really good again. In many cars these days, a bunch of airbags are installed, and when danger strikes, they all go off in an instant. Smart airbags, same bunch of airbags, but only the ones that need to go off, and it makes it safer. Okay, Majorin agreed. Testing Chen Bin's product, at first, was a serious test, and by now, it has the trust. The test started soon after. Silver lightning began to fly high in the sky. Speed test. Limit speed per kilometer is 1200 kilometers per hour. The speed of sound is 224 kilometers per kilometer. It is indeed subsonic. The kind of subsonic that's a bit of an exaggeration. Keep testing. Safety testing. The flying car flipped in the air and then the airbags popped. A group of people on the ground could see that the airbags were able to jam the target directly into position, unable to move while avoiding a target bump. Professor Ling looked at the images in the video and exclaimed, "This flying car, give us 20 years and we won't even be able to design it." Colonel Lin smiled. Now what? Now see, running to imitate the R&D, not even for a decade, and don't even think about it. The speeder landed, and after a tumble, managed to land smoothly. The car door opened and the dummy inside remained firmly seated in the chair. Immediately a staff member took away the dummy and started doing tests. Dummies are made in imitation of humans, with similar strength, and are still expensive. A quick check showed that the dummy was not broken in any way. It also means that if a real person were to be a real person, he or she would be unscathed in the kind of crisis situation that just happened to be no worse than a washing machine in the slightest. This is the end of the testing, mainly for flying cars, with no precedent, and no idea what to test or which areas to test. One could only trust Chen Bin first, and then wait for problems to arise before resolving things. The problem is that, trusting you, Chen Bin, it's not expected to be a problem. Chapter 95, The Explosive Launch. While Major N's side was busy testing, Director Wang also took care of the matter of making the flying car into a net car. This one's not that difficult. Director Wang represents the crown and says one thing, even more so, the other side doesn't know that it's flying cars that are going to be merged into their taxi system. If you know it's a flying car, it's crazy to beg to join, because as long as you choose to cooperate with Chen Bin, there will definitely be a large number of users joining, and there will also be a lot of users, even if they don't have a need for a taxi, will try to take a taxi, just to feel the flying car. The ones who had the benefit of working with Chen Bin were them, so naturally no one refused. Now they are just waiting for Chen Bin to finish his live broadcast and then merge the flying car into their taxi system. Online, in the last 2 days, the news about the live broadcast of Tulip's company has once again hit the hot seat. A lot of people are paying attention early this time around compared to the last livestream, not only because of the top high-tech products announced by Tulip, but also because Tulip's mechanical dog has not been officially on sale until now. Super-duper willing buyers can only watch as those who won the raffle are very happy to make videos of their mechanical dogs online. They want to play with that high-tech mechanical dog too. On top of that, there are many more that came because of Chen Bin. Right now online, there were even a bunch of people idolizing Chen Bin. Of course, all of the above people who are following the livestream are in the minority compared to the entire number of people who are following the livestream. And the vast majority of the people who are starting to follow the live stream at this time are doing so because of the good fortune that has begun to build up her momentum once again. For this live broadcast, Chen Bin attaches great importance to it and looks forward to it. Previous live broadcasts announcing already announced mechanical dogs have garnered tens of thousands of shock points. This time the flying car appeared out of nowhere and brought a shock point that was not very anticlimactic. It might satisfy him to open the second page of the atlas at once. Chen Bin's side was also preparing for the live broadcast. The last time he went live, it was a bit perfunctory. This time, he was going to come up with something interesting. To avoid a situation like the last one, where you take a PowerPoint and read it on stage. As for the previously prepared stage, Chen Bin directly discarded it. It was a bit simplistic to think of it before, thinking that it was a launch party like others have launch parties. Opened once he learned. Ordinary products. Only to open ordinary launch. Awesome products. To open explosive launch. For shot points, you have to be visually appealing. The most visually striking image is definitely the grandiose scene followed by a sudden display of flying cars. Chen Bin decided to use the car as a stage. Use many cars to form a stage and broadcast live from the sky. Have the car skim over several cities while you're on the air. It was the night before the broadcast began when Major N learned of the plan. He was a little bewildered. No, what kind of bombastic person could come up with such a bombastic launch? Chen Bin doesn't look like that kind of middle-aged teenager. Either, should I add sound to the speeder? And all kinds of light strips? Sparks with lightning along the way? But it wasn't good for him to say anything if he refused Chen Bin. After a moment's silence, Major N subconsciously said, will it be too dangerous? The danger is fine. I can wear my freedom wings and bring my float plane. It's fine even if you fall from high in the air. Plus it's unlikely that anything will go wrong. The flying car is stable and safe when it goes up in the air. Just like a drone show. Colonel N was silent for a moment. The drone show was one thing. After all, there was no one on the drone. Now on this flying car, there was a real person. So many flying cars that keep flying at high speeds while you give your speech? Colonel N was about to speak, but he swallowed back his words. Can I join you? If I don't show up on stage, just get a random car and put it in there for me. Chen Bin could see what Major N's silence represented. He also felt that a launch like this was a bit awkward and shocking for the sake of shocking eyeballs. But that was the feeling he wanted. As long as it was shocking, everything else didn't matter. In other words, if riding a Ghostfire with speakers as well as light strips on the back could get shock value, he'd be the craziest Ghostfire kid ever. Major N accepted Chen Bin's setting and began to think about it for the setting. Are there enough cars? Enough. The unmanned factories have been on fire for the past 2 days, along with finding people to customize a lot of parts. By the time the live broadcast starts tomorrow, there will be at least 300 flying cars. Tonight we can actually start shipping the flying cars to the core cities around the world. 10 units to a city. So even if the vast majority of people don't get to ride them, they'll still be able to have a good time. Colonel N nodded. That would be absolutely super blown up when the time came. By the way, Netflix has come up with an idea that in time there may be HF cabs. People who want to take a flying car but choose to cancel their order after hitting a regular one. The online car company will prohibit that user from subsequently hitting a flying car in order to avoid problems with the system, which you can talk about during the broadcast. Say it ahead of time so you don't follow up with problems. Chen Bin nodded. This could be understood. If it was not prohibited, then there would definitely be a day and night that kept hitting the car and then canceling it, affecting the operation of the system. Chatting some more notes, Major N looked to the front of the stage, where the flying car was already parked in the open. Robots began setting up makeshift stages on these flying cars. This requires a lot of overall synergy, but it's obviously okay for Chen Bin to do this. It's just looking at the simple stage on the body of the car, and then thinking about a stage like that would fly up into the sky is really a bit of a blast. But the problem wasn't too big. As long as it could ensure Chen Bin's safety, blowing up some was fine. It was a night of anticipation for many. Chen Bin has expectations for the live broadcast. The audience has expectations for the live broadcast. There are also many high-tech companies that have a tinge of fear along with anticipation. After all, last time, when Chen Bin exposed the mechanical dog, he directly gave many mechanical dog researchers and developers a fatal blow. This time there is another new product announcement and I don't know what the announcement is, but they're pretty sure that what this company has announced is definitely not bad. A little bit of time passed, still live at 6 p.m., but by 5 o'clock in the evening, the number of people on the air was over 1 million. The number of people was very much higher compared to the last time. That's it. That's not the limit. The numbers are growing. The live stream was blacked out, but there was a lot of chatter. Pop-ups post one question and there will be countless answers. Chen Bin sat on the makeshift stage, with the flying car as the base of the stage. All that can be seen is the stage when you just look inside the camera. But once the camera pulls back, the truth of the stage will be revealed, and it will be realized that the stage is flying high in the sky. That impact, boss. Major N sat on the flying car and looked up at the camera on the transparent glass. This live stream, it's absolutely epic. Compared to the last announcement of the mechanical dog, the world had to be shocked once this flying car was announced. Chapter 96, We Don't Compete. A little bit of time passed, and the audience in the live broadcast room grew. 5 minutes before the official start of the launch, the audience of the live broadcast went straight to the 2 million mark. Chen Bin took to a whole new stage. There were 50 cars below the stage, carrying the stage above. It's pretty much what was envisioned before, which is live in the sky. but with the idea of skimming over big cities reduced. The main stage is too big to pick up speed. Still, it's visually stunning to see it live from high in the air. As the stage rises, the broadcast officially begins. On the screen, Chen Bin appeared, but only Chen Bin. The audience can't see what's going on around them. Only the stage is captured by the camera. Majorin, on the other hand, was watching Chen Bin from the flying car while still running a live stream. Looking at the live broadcast, the flat Chen Bin, and then looking at Chen Bin in the middle of the high altitude. This is completely two concepts. I don't know how shocked the audience of the live broadcast will be when they see this scene when the camera pulls back later in the broadcast. He couldn't help but feel a little anticipation at the thought. A sliver of sunset in the distant sky shone on Chen Bin's face. Chen Bin looked towards the camera and smiled gently. Thank you all for taking the time to watch our Tulip Company's launch. It's also great to see everyone again on such short notice. In the live room, the number of viewers continued to soar, and at the same time the number soared were the pop-ups. A massive amount of pop-ups popped up wildly in the live broadcast room, and the audience in the live broadcast room were all greeting Chen Bin. Chen Bin scanned the pop-ups. I watched the pop-ups for a while before it started. I see a lot of speculation about what is being released at this new launch, but I don't see any right guesses. I also see that some people want me to go ahead and raffle off this product. But this time, unlike the last time, there's no lottery for a while. Chen Bin smiled again. I'm not going to sell any more secrets with you all. This time the company's newly released product is a car. As the words fell, 5 cars appeared on the screen of the stage behind Chen Bin. The 5 cars unfolded behind Chen Bin as if they were peacocks. There are 5 separate colors and colorways, all of which look great. Many of the viewers in the live room were confused, thought a lot and guessed many kinds of possibilities, but just didn't expect Chen Bin to develop a car. Look at the 5 cars on the screen. It was indeed beautiful, but a lot of people were disappointed as well. Hey, the so-called technology companies, so rare to come up with a bright product, turn around and start developing money-making products? Another new car-making power? I wonder when they'll fold. Should I say no? The car does look good. And don't people start companies to make money? I understand. Really bull. These days the car circle people brain beat out of the dog's brain, and there are still people rushing in? Pick the wrong track. Obviously high-tech companies. Roll point in a different direction. The car I cannot afford. Chen Bin looked at the live broadcast pop-up screen as singing, looked back at the screen. The 5 cars on the screen are all shot from a front overhead view, to show the appearance better, but the viewer can't see the wheels of this car from this angle. But this doesn't matter. Chen Bin looked to the camera, still smiling. It seems that everyone is not too satisfied with the products of this launch, said Chen Bin. Good luck. Sort out the pop-ups, the ones that are dissatisfied with us, and sort out the 3 most dissatisfied points. The words fell, and on the screen behind them, the first question appeared. Trying to make money, has over 10,000 entries. Chen Bin turned back to the screen. Looking at the screen, this is the 3rd most pop-up question. This is a good explanation. Our company is releasing this car and not selling it for a while, so it's not about trying to make money, not even for that matter. Our car, subsequently, will appear in the Netcar platform. When people take a taxi, there is a small probability that they will hit our car, and it's all free. The audience in the live room was dumbfounded. No, what's the point of developing a car if you're not going to sell it? Doing charity? At this moment, the people who originally said that Turo was going to start making money and harvesting were suddenly overjoyed. This company isn't really going out of business because it's not making any money, is it? How about making some anyway? On the back screen, a second question surfaced, and the one with the second highest number of questioners, nearly 30,000 questioners, picked the wrong track. Chen Bin looked at the question, then looked to the camera. Thank you all for thinking of our company, but on the subject of the track, I have to say that we don't pick the track. It should be us creating new tracks, because there is no other company that can compete with us. This car, was developed, not to compete, but just to subvert. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room instantly exploded. Chen Bin, this is also too crazy. It's crazy as hell, but all the same, so handsome. The other thing was that Chen Bin really did have the qualifications to be mad. Just the level of technology of this company really crushes all companies, literally across the board for an era. Not to compete, because no one can compete with us. We exist to subvert. Cool. Subverting everything. It's like the advent of the mechanical dog that really turned the whole market upside down. There was a whale at home and abroad. Chen Bin looked at the pop-up screen and also smiled. Alright, next look at the issue with the most trolling. On the screen, a query appeared. What kind of high tech is this? Chen Bin smiled and looked at the screen. Who says cars can't have high technology? The car's tech level is still very high. Cars that are at the top level of the world. The level of technology in them is super high. It's just that because everyone has a car around them, the technological content of the car, is ignored by everyone. But if this car launched by our company today isn't high-tech enough, I'm afraid there hasn't been any product in that period of time that could be called a high-tech product. As he spoke, Chen Bin gently waved his hand. On the rear screen, the image switches and only a silver car remains on it. This time it's no longer a top-down view photo, but a three-dimensional image that can be rotated to see the full angle of the car. Then the audience in the live broadcast room froze. This car, how the hell no wheels? How can you run without wheels? At the same time, in Chen Bin's mind, a tone appeared. Ding, shock value plus 6,000. It doesn't seem to be too much of a shock yet, as many people are still in a state of ignorance and don't realize the root of the problem. Chen Bin waved his hand outward, and the speeder with the camera began to back away. Chen Bin's voice also sounded in the live broadcast at the same time. This car, it's called a flying car, a car that can fly freely in the sky. Accompanied by Chen Bin's voice, the camera retreated to the distance, and the audience in the live broadcast room then saw the panorama. The stage isn't an ordinary stage, it's a stage in the sky. Below the stage are flying cars. The stage is surrounded by flying cars. 5 colors of flying cars that go up and down around the stage. Chapter 97, is it true? Throughout the live broadcast, there was a dead silence. Countless spectators watched the scene in awe. It always feels like it's AI synthesized. After all, how can a car fly in the sky? And the stage on top of the flying car seems a bit abstract. But this was the launch of someone else's company, or one that had previously announced a super advanced mechanical dog. How is it impossible to fake it? So this flying car is real? In Chen Bin's mind, a continuous beat began to ring out. Ding, shock value plus 30,000. Ding, shock value plus 4,000. Ding, shock value plus 5,600. At the very beginning when the camera pulls away, there are 30,000 more shock points in one breath. But the follow-ups are continuous and non-stop. Obviously more people in the back reacted. The shock lasted for a full 2 minutes. And Chen Bin's shock value from listening to the beeps was already almost non-existent. Only then did he say, everyone thinks that the level of technology of this flying car is okay, right? It can barely be called a high-tech, right? Immediately, someone in the live feed popped up and said, damn, he's good Versailles, but can't really say anything. No, the flying cars in sci-fi movies don't even look like they're as outrageous as this one, do they? If that's not high-tech, what is? It's time to say no. This flying car is real fun. No wonder Chen Bin said this car is not for sale. If this is for sale, who can afford it? And what was said before? He doesn't go into the track. He creates the track. He's disruptive. It's really creating tracks. There's just no one to compete with them. And it's really turning the whole way of traveling upside down. Chen Bin swept his eyes at the pop-up screen and smiled. Now, I'll give you all a brief introduction to this flying car. The camera began to fly closer, once again capturing Chen Bin inside the stage. It's convenient that this vehicle doesn't pick and choose where it takes off and lands. It can take off and land anywhere. Speed-wise, it can reach subsonic speeds at the fastest, but flying within a city doesn't require the use of that much speed. And in most cases, you should be at your destination before you've even accelerated to your fastest speed. Then there is the interior and so on. It is very comfortable. I don't want to introduce more specifics. People will know when they sit in the online car. Sit in it and feel it for themselves. Focus on safety. Right. With multiple security measures. All security measures failing. Well, that's less likely than winning the lottery. And as we all know, you can't win the jackpot normally. And then, when Chen Bin was still ready to continue the introduction, a different beep sounded in his head. Ding, the host has accumulated more than 100,000 shock points and can open the second page of the atlas. Does it consume shock points to open it? Chen Bin didn't respond directly, but looked at the camera first and said, that's all about the introduction of the car. The audience people in the live room were confused. No, that's the end of the introduction? It's very much in line with Chen Bin's previous style, but the thing is, they want to hear more. The car was so awesome. They were really interested in finding out how awesome it was. Chen Bin was a little impatient to upgrade the catalog, but at the moment it is still live. As well as there are some important things that have to be communicated with the audience. Can only resist the impulse to continue, and everyone to say a little bit about the follow-up on the arrangement of this flying car. The flying car's current production is very low, and it can't be spread out in a short period of time. There are only 300 flying cars in total at the moment, spread to the whole country, each prefecture-level city, but also a city A. After all, our dragon country is a big land. Prefecture-level cities have 293. For the time being, it's set as the provincial capital city, 10 flying cars per city, and any subsequent remanufactured flying cars will be distributed to the prefecture-level cities. According to the current manufacturing efficiency, within a month, all prefecture-level cities we'll have at least 10 flying cars. Within a year, everyone will absolutely be in a flying car. In addition to say a few words about the cooperation between the flying car and the online car rental platform, in order to avoid people to continuously hit the car cancelled. Once hit the car after the direct cancellation, will be cancelled for a period of time to hit the flying car qualification. That is, people should still choose to travel by taxi based on their needs and not keep taking a taxi just to get a flying car. With the current manufacturing efficiency, it won't be too long before everyone can experience the flying car, said the car. Chen Bin waved his hand. Well, today's conference ends here. Looking forward to the next meeting. Chen Bin finished speaking and directly turned off the live broadcast, turned his head and beckoned for a car, sat in the car and closed his eyes. Going deeper into his consciousness, he saw the template for the atlas. Host, Chen Bin. Shock point, 145. 800. Over 145. 000 shock points. It was the first time that Chen Bin had grasped so many shocking points. The familiar tones sounded again. 100. 000 shock points to open the second page of the catalog. So what's the hold-up? Chen Bin directly said. Open the second page of the Super Technology Atlas. In the next moment, the huge atlas appeared before Chen Bin's eyes again. The atlas bloomed with blue light, and in front of Chen Bin, the first page was slowly turned over. In the first page, the future life of ordinary people is presented, with various high-tech products that are close to life. Simply dazzling. So far, Chen Bin had only acquired a very small number of technical products in the first page of this catalog. However, other technical products, Chen Bin did not have much interest for the time being. The main point is that while taking it out also gains shock points, it gains too few, and most of the technology in it is already mastered by mankind, just to a varying degree. That is to say, the technology that he redeemed for a short time and was able to get ahead of the game could actually be mastered by humans before too long. Techniques worth several thousand shock points are a little more difficult, and the 1 or 2,000 kind are just a little bit ahead of the game. Flying cars, for example, have actually been mastered by humans. They just take off differently and perform differently, but there's already one, and it's very easy to go from 1 to 10. As Chen Bin thought, the blue light flourished. Then the second page of the atlas also slowly unfolded in front of Chen Bin. In contrast to the urban background on the first page of the catalog, the second page of the catalog has a starry sky background. A fleet of spaceships sprawled across the star-covered background. The largest ship was tens of thousands of meters in length, and its massive size, combined with the huge main cannons on the ship, gave people a strong visual impact just by looking at it. On either side of the main ship were a bunch of star frigates and star destroyers that reached a length of 1,000 meters. On the periphery were cruisers that were no more than 100 meters in length, as well as battleships of various colors. On the outermost perimeter, densely packed like star points, were space drone fighters, only a few meters long and as small as dust. At the outermost reaches of the fleet, there were also various probes, various devices floating in space. The entire second page of the atlas, with much less content compared to the first page, consists of only one fleet, but a random ship out of this fleet is worth a lot, definitely far more than the high-tech products on the first page. Chen Bin's attention was focused on the space mini-fighter. Detailed information comes to mind. Small space fighter, unmanned model, equipped with high-powered laser cannons, combined defense module, shock points required, 10,000. Chapter 98, Cosmic Fleet. Chen Bin stepped back a little and took in the entire second page of the atlas, as if the fleet of the Milky Way stretched across the starry sky. This dominating fleet is something that can be made now? How handsome must this be? 100,000 shock points spent is really worth it. Having just created a flying car, which can already cause widespread shock, this airship can be created? How cool is this? Chen Bin's gaze once again swept over a ship that was a cruiser. Stellar-class cruiser. Can enter FTL? Shock points required for redemption. 46,000. Chen Bin looked at the largest of the main ships again. Stellar-class spaceship. Shock points required. 99,000. On this page, the cheapest thing is 10,000 shock points, and the most expensive technology is 99,000. A little pricey, but not too pricey. Chen Bin's attention fell on some small devices around the fleet. Detecting satellite, shock points required. 10,000. Remote communication satellite, shock points required. 10,000. These were all good things, but Chen Bin didn't exchange any of them and exited the consciousness space first. Large ships are definitely not redeemable, only between small ships and probes. But before redeeming it, he had to find out how far human spaceflight technology had gotten so far. I've been largely unconcerned about spaceflight lately. Got to ask. Chen Bin opened his eyes in the flying car just in time to see the sunset in the distance. The sun had almost completely set and was already barely visible from the ground, but high in the sky he could still see the reddish haze in the sky and see the clouds colored red. The scene is uniquely beautiful. Chen Bin looked at it for a few seconds and dialed Major An's number. Colonel was still in the car at this time as well, and was likewise high in the air. At the end of the broadcast, he was here looking at the view, a view he'd never seen before, so good that it made him feel a little emotional. The view from up high was just great. It used to be that other people were looking at the view from up high, and they were down there desperately trying to climb up. Now that he had finally climbed high enough to be able to look down below, he could see higher and farther up, as well as being able to see the special, only he can see it view. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Colonel glanced at the caller ID. It was Chen Bin, the man who had brought him to the heights, who had brought the Dragon Kingdom to the heights. Pick up the phone. What's going on? I'd like to know the current level of aerospace technology in the Dragon Kingdom. Is that convenient? Colonel all but froze. What do you want with the level of aerospace technology? Chen Bin raised his head. The ceiling of the flying car was made of translucent glass. Chen Bin could see the sky outside through the ceiling. I want to go to space. Senior Colonel was stunned, and then it was a rush to dissuade him. That's too dangerous. That's why I want to know the level of space technology first, and then try to research it myself. For some reason, Major N's heart began to beat faster. Likewise looked up into the sky. The sun was fading fast and it was getting dark fast. It could already see a flash of black. The blackness of space. That's definitely the most fascinating blackness, with almost endless secrets and opportunities. The densely packed star point was a planet. It's still a star, and around the star, there are more planets. How many secrets are hidden inside the almost infinite universe? Man's desire for the sky and his fantasies about the universe have never ceased since the beginning of time. The curiosity of man makes them even more curious about space. Who didn't have a childhood dream of becoming an astronaut? It's just that the vast majority of people, who can't go to space, then gradually forget the dream. But once in a while, I look up and wonder if there are aliens in space and if there will be all sorts of strange and beautiful sights. Senior Colonel retracted his gaze. Research is fine, but you can't rush into the sky. After testing it, although he didn't know what kind of thing Chen Bin was going to research, he had already acquiesced that Chen Bin could develop it successfully. Good. Chen Bin was only prepared to research an unmanned spacefighter in the beginning. First going to skulk around in space to see what it was like. Major N answered. Then I'll go get the relevant information. That said, his interest in spaceflight has also become low, and he only glances at it a little once in a while when an important rocket or spacecraft takes to the skies and makes the news. He remembers a time when he had just graduated, a time when rockets flew nationally live. It was really a lot of people right in front of the TV, their hearts fluttering along with the rocket, their mouths joining the people on the screen, counting down those 10 counts, and then watching the TV screen as the rocket lifted up into the air and then disappeared into the camera, listening to that bunch of people talking about normalcy and a sense of excitement. For now, though, gotta start making calls and asking for information. How far has Dragon's space technology come? It's a bit of a strange question, with no clear direction. Major N thought about it. It wasn't too much of a problem. He just needed to organize the performance of the current top rockets and spaceships and give them to Chen Bin. Chen Bin made the call and looked at the system shock points again. The previous exchange was 140,000, and after consuming 100,000, it has now rushed to 60,000 again. The rate of growth is a little scary, but very reasonable. After the live stream rocks, there are many others who didn't watch the live stream that will be equally rocked, although they will be less shocked if they don't watch it live. There will be more of them. Shock point acquisition. Screw it. At this moment, countless people who had watched the live broadcast were actually still in a daze. Will believe it. The main thing is that this broadcast, what was shown was a little too outrageous. A flying car? A car that really flies in the sky? And also to appear directly on the market. Able to make people hit the net when they hit the net? Thinking about it all feels impossible. Chen Bin really did it? Many people subconsciously looked up at the sky, trying to see the flying cars in the sky, but they couldn't see anything yet. The live feed, likewise, was posted to major video sites, compared to other people's launches, which have to be edited for important content. Turo's launch, once again in 5 minutes, proved what it means to have a short launch. There's no way to cut it at all. It's all to the point. Not a word was spoken in vain. It's also outrageous. The same outrageous video was seen by people watching the video online and were bewildered. Offbeat ing opens the door to offbeat. Offbeat to the house. Cars still fly in the sky? The scene, especially when the camera is zoomed out in the live feed, is quite a sight to behold. A lot of people are at a loss. Really? When did the world become so powerful? Totally unprepared for this. It's as if they were obviously fighting for food and clothing 1 second, and then someone tells them that humans are colonizing alien planets, and the shock is a little bit too much. Someone started commenting, only to find a whole bunch of question marks for the comments, all of them questioning. There were questions about the live stream being fake, And questions about whether they were too closed off to information? Is the world moving too fast and they're totally missing it? Chapter 99 Challenging the High Road. Amidst the skepticism and curious clueless responses, the heat about flying cars skyrocketed. Mostly, the flying car is so impactful and very talkative. The other thing is, there really are flying cars. Huang Jia was interested in all kinds of high-tech technology. Very interested. But it's also because of his interest in high technology that he scoffs at flying cars. With his knowledge of current technology, there was no way to develop and manufacture that flying car released by Turok, a company that can be industry-leading and innovative. But whether it's industry leadership or innovation, there has to be a foundation. This foundation can be the level of the R&D base of the industry or the industrial base. Industry leading, that's based on the industry as a whole leading. Innovation, you have to innovate based on the level of industry. It's the same as taking modern weapon drawings and taking them to ancient times, where the ancients had no way of making them. How can a flying car be made? The images in the live stream, AI at a glance. Walking downstairs, Huang Jia opened the taxi software and prepared to go to the mall. Looking at the flying car display image on the homepage of the taxi software, Huang Jia scoffed, "Screw it, this is an advertisement for the taxi software. Attract more people to take a taxi. I've heard that the stock prices of ride-sharing software are soaring. Ordinary people are still stupid and being cut by capital as leaks." Luckily, he kept his wits about him and his ability to think independently. Ding! Congratulations, you've hit the flying car. Please wait in place for a little while. 17 seconds. Huang Jia looked at the screen and froze. No, he hit the flying car? Subconsciously, he raised his head and saw a silver point of light in the distance coming from far away. Huang Jia slowly widened his eyes. No, there really is a flying car? By the time he reacted, he had seen the outline of the speeder. He also reacted quickly, rushing to turn his cell phone camera on and pointing it at the sky. He's going to record this scene. All the independent thinking, all the sobriety, that had just gone out the window. He had nothing but frenzy in his heart now. Incredible frenzy. Finally, the silver speeder stopped in front of him. Click. With a soft click, the hovering speeder opened its door. Please sit down and fasten your seatbelts. Huang Jia maintained his shooting stance and slowly got into the car before fastening his seatbelt. Please confirm destination. Commercial walk. Right. The door of the flying car closed of its own accord, and the gentle female voice sounded once again. Welcome to the flying car. Don't be afraid. Don't panic. We are absolutely safe. Anything you need during the flight, or any physical discomfort, you can talk to me directly. You can temporarily stop flying and land. Huang Jia was indeed a bit nervous and his body was a bit stiff, but he still said, yes. The flying car rose into the air. Not fast, but very stable. Huang Jia's brain was all a bit down, jammed up while he thought. This flying car, which he thought was absolutely impossible, had actually become possible, and it's really commercially available? It's not profitable, but the fact that it's already in use means that the technology is mature. Feeling the smoothness of the flying car's ascent, Huang Jia couldn't help but say, the ride is excellent. Slowly relaxing, Huang Jia felt the seat support his entire body in a super comfortable way. Craning his head to look out the window, he could already see the entire city in full view. It's really beautiful and you can see the clouds. He'd never seen the city from this angle before, and I must say, it was quite unique. Of course, the most important thing was that he was sitting in a flying car at the moment. Having just thought the flying car was a fake, he was now pretty sure he'd become an unbeatable fan of Toho's company. This is a company that actually manages to turn his perceptions upside down, with the industrial base being what it currently is. It's straightforward to develop flying cars. This is really bringing the future forward. Huang Jia photographed the scenery outside before seeing the flying car begin to land. The speeder parked. Then the doors opened. Please take your personal belongings. Watch out for the back of the car, and make sure it's safe to get out. Huang Jia froze. A normal car ride requires at least a quarter of an hour, and a flying car only requires a minute? Isn't that a bit outrageous? It's really turned the way of traveling upside down. In the future, if there are more flying cars, then the time spent commuting within the city can be reduced indefinitely. Getting out of the car, Huang Jia flipped the camera. Where normally it takes at least a quarter of an hour to get to, the flying car took less than a minute, and the ride was very comfortable the entire time. After saying that, Huang Jia stopped recording and then directly posted the unedited video online. Standing just in front of the walkway, he saw a similar video posted by someone online. It wasn't just him, but a lot of other people at the same time who hit the flying car and chose to record at the same time. The already hot flying car is now hot once again. Flying cars have appeared over all the provincial capitals. Not many though, just a dozen or so. As the flying car flew overhead, many people underground looked up and could see it. Such a situation shook countless people. It's a really different feeling to watch the launch than it is to see flying cars literally flying overhead. Chen Bin was sitting at home, and the shock value came from the sky. The beeps can go off in your head every now and then, and when they do, it's thousands of shock points. Chen Bin was originally a little worried. After all, the second page of the catalog had to consume 100,000 shock points. So the third page shall not be a million? That's too hard to get. The difficulty doesn't seem too high right now. At least there's a chance tonight. Chen Bin couldn't resist the urge to smoke something, but he held his tongue, and it was perfectly fine to hold back when he had already done so for so long. Endure until you accumulate another 100,000 shock points and upgrade the lottery system as well. The previous raffle system, which was also good but had red rewards at best, is not quite enough now. A red prize can't reward a spaceship, can it? Got to upgrade. Chen Bin resisted the urge to draw a prize and began to help place orders for major factories. The parts for the flying car can now be made directly with the big factories so that they can make more of them. More manufactured this way. Now is the time to wait until the internet is not completely flooded with news so that more people can see a flying car above their heads and even ride in it. After time, everyone has seen so many flying cars on the internet that it may not be very shocking to see them again. Now that I've seen the news, I'm still going to be able to get more shock points. It's a race against time to get enough shock points. While Chen Bin was busy, Majorin was also busy. The information he wanted was basically under wraps, because state-of-the-art technology, by nature, is tightly controlled, so he needs a very reasonable explanation, as well as the need to communicate with a lot of people. The first to know was General Hu. General Hu was also a bit surprised to hear that Chen Bin wanted to research space technology. This was a challenge of high level? Chapter 100, Cute Dogs. But on reflection, it didn't seem like a challenge for Chen Bin to develop a space technology. At most, it is a different field of study. With the level Chen Bin had shown before, this didn't seem too difficult. He actually had high expectations. That didn't leave much to be desired. And General Hu began contacting space researchers for current top-of-the-line rockets, as well as all sorts of space technology. General Hu has a high status and is also in charge of equipment updates and so on, and has deep ties with that side of the world. But the design tunes to look at the core technology still have to meet and decide. A Chen Bin to see. The meeting was as unanimous as it was going to go through the motions. Still, a charter was discussed at the meeting, and a small team was finalized. Who would take the current top space technology and go to Chen Bin? The whole team is full of bigots. Top researchers, they got into this group out of pure curiosity. Curious as to how this man, Chen Bin, was able to develop those previous things so quickly. From robot dogs to flying cars, there are so many other products in the mix. It's basically an 8-pointer and it's still being developed as a result. It's simply anticlimactic. Now you want to work on space technology? Chen Bin is still young? Even if you started researching in your mother's womb, you wouldn't be able to accomplish so much, would you? The most important thing was that Chen Bin was still ing alone. It was so that the group that had access to Chen Bin's group, a group of bigwigs, still had to grab in order to get in. There are too many people who want to see Bin Chen. In addition to curiosity, it's also because you want to share and learn. The group responsible for looking at the technology made it look like a communication group. With the USB flash drive storing a large amount of data, he got in the car and headed to the Jiangzhou Vocational College under close protection. At this moment, Chen Bin, lying on a chair in the Unmanned factory, watched a flying car take off. Underground factories and above-ground factories, fire away. It's not just here. Non-standard parts are being made in large quantities. Chen Bin almost all over the country to do non-standard parts, have made money, and a lot of money. Such is the case with a steady stream of parts coming in. What had been a maximum of 50 flying cars a day was now drying up to 500 a day. 500 units is also very little relative to the national demand. But if these 500 units just fly in the sky, for people to see, then all the prefecture-level cities can have a flying car flying in the sky. A flying car came off the production line and took off, flying to the city of his destination. Shock value is harvested wherever the drone arrives. While many people already offer less shock value because they know about the existence of flying cars, they can't help but have a large population base. By the end of the day, the number of Chen Bin's shock points had once again soared to 100,000. That's a growth rate that's really fast. That's it. Or the flying car acquiring shock points hasn't stopped yet. According to previous experience estimates, there are still at least 200,000 shock points to be harvested. No shortage of shock points to upgrade the draw system first. The red rewards were already a bit inadequate. Chen Bin needed something more powerful. In his mind, a prompt sounded. Is it time to consume 100,000 shock points to upgrade the lottery system? Upgrade. There's no hesitation to upgrade straight away. The last upgrade, in addition to the overall upgrade of the raffle system, The raffle system also had an additional function, which was to directly purchase things that had already been drawn through shock points. So Chen Bin was able to use 60,000 shock points to exchange for an unmanned factory when he was short on productivity, as well as redeeming other things. I also don't know if this upgrade will have multiple features again. As he was thinking about it, more information about the upgraded lottery system appeared in his mind. One draw consumes 10,000 shock points, and 10 consecutive draws will give you a chance at a strike. Likewise, there are functional upgrades, raffle acquired abilities and the like that can be given to others to use. Chen Bin's eyes lit up with this feature, which was also a good feature. For example, things like Overwatch, as long as they were drawn, Chen Bin either didn't use them or had to use them himself. If it could be given to someone else to use, that would make any researcher a super genius. If this was given to a child, the child would be as good as open. There are many more things that you can use for your family, but it's also a bit of a cockamamie, because there aren't that many draws. 10,000 once, which you can draw every day. The landlord's family doesn't have any leftovers either. Exiting the system space, Chen Bin continued to dispatch the manufacturing of the flying car. Shock value or less. The good thing is that access is now fast. As flying cars appeared in more and more cities, the speed of shock value acquisition, in turn, was faster than before. An hour later, Chen Bin looked at the 10,000 shock points in the system and started the lottery without hesitation. Watching the light flicker, Chen Bin was a little nervous. Spent a full 10,000 shock points on the raffle, so you can't give him any more toilet paper, can you? This is going to give toilet paper again. He's going to give the system 2 mouthfuls. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Gain charm value +1. Good news. It's not toilet paper. Bad news. The guaranteed item becomes a charm value. He's a guy. What does he want for charisma? It used to be that you had to have it, but now, can give it to someone else. Chen Bin thought about it, and there wasn't really anyone to give the charm value to. Subconsciously, he looked to the dog in the cage. Here, Harold gently screamed, and did not feel anything, but also some doubts. Chen Bin to give it what? But as it watched Chen Bin go off to do something else, it was in no hurry and continued to play in the cage. Chen Bin continued to be busy while waiting for his second chance to draw. The first draw is not so good, then the next draw must be good. There's always something good. This time, it waited until the evening, when Chen Bin drew again. When he heard the charisma value +1, Chen Bin was bewildered. Can't give something good? Although the charisma value was also at the blue light level, he wanted something above the red light. When he was ready to continue waiting again, Chen Bin received a call from Colonel and that the expert group had departed and was about to come over, bringing with them space-related technology. Tomorrow arrives, and at the rate I've been gaining shock points today, I'll be able to draw twice more in the evening and early morning. After gaining 2 more charm values, Chen Bin's hanging heart finally died. Smoke my ass. Either you accumulate 100,000 shock points and do a 10 at a time draw, or you don't. It's the already cute Harold that looks a little bit cuter after gaining 3 points of charisma. Rubbing his dog's head, Chen Bin departed back to school. There's nothing on this side of the plant for hosting people. There's a conference room in the lab at the very least. Chen Bin's side was ready for a group of top researchers. The group of researchers were conversely a little nervous, and while they were looking forward to meeting Chen Bin, they also had a very special feeling in the back of their minds. The youngest, and currently the strongest researcher in the Dragon Kingdom. These two labels together are really a little bit of an anticlimax. Chapter 101 Unmanned Fighter in Space? As the convoy entered the technical school, the faces of the group of researchers began to shift. They do not know what school Chen Bin study, but never thought that just vocational school. They are clear graduates of top schools. When have they ever seen a technical school student doing research? The car finally stopped in front of the door to the lab building. The group of people got out of the car, and Majorin took the initiative to quickly step forward to greet them. Majorin had been waiting here for a while and went up to greet the group. The group of people were observing their surroundings as they greeted Colonelin. A lab building? It looks pretty ordinary. Looking around further, the school has done a very good job of landscaping, which is a benefit of being an isolated school with all kinds of greenery all over the school. But how can a school like this produce a talent like Chen Bin? With full curiosity, the group went upstairs. Walking into the lab where Chen Bin was, the group saw Chen Bin sitting on a chair with a hopeless look on his face in life. This first look is not very impressive. Chen Bin is also very difficult. Just did not hold back. Pumped again. The result is still charm value. I've spent 100,000 shock points on upgrades. Can't I give you something nice? It's hard. A group of top researchers were a bit hesitant. Chen Bin's state. It didn't seem right. Colonelin was also a little surprised. He had never seen a disappointed look on Chen Bin. What was the situation? Bin, are you okay? Chen Bin quickly came back to his senses from his hard time and gently shook his head. Nothing much, just a bit of stuff I haven't figured out. While speaking, Chen Bin looked towards the group of researchers and greeted them first. A group of researchers curiously surveyed Chen Bin while giving data and surveying the lab at the same time. How did Chen Bin do his research with this crap lab? No, and a dog in the lab? This management is too messy, isn't it? But it's time to say no. This puppy is so cute. One researcher couldn't help but reach out and rub the dog's head. What a cute puppy. Why is he in a cage like this? Majorin turned around to see this scene and hurriedly said, "Don't touch." He remembers the dog jumping up and down and being able to knock hundreds of pounds of cages around. The professors were so frightened that they withdrew their hands. Instead, it was Chen Bin who said, "It's fine, he's well behaved." The professor reached out again, but this time to open the cage. The puppy jumped out of it and stood on top of the cage, wagging his tail frantically. Chen Bin has a dog. That's really not amusing. The professor smiled and picked up the puppy. Then the smile froze on his face with a look of disbelief because he couldn't hold it. It took a hard push to pick up what looked like no more than 10 pounds of puppy. What is this? 10 pounds? Dozens of pounds? All these bones are made of steel. But they're not that heavy, are they? The dog is real cute though. On the other side, Chen Bin began to read the information. There's a lot of information out there, and for a major spacefaring nation, it's going to be comprehensive. It can be less than top-notch, but it must be there. That's where Dragon is headed, to the top of the heap while being well-rounded. So the information has multiple directions in space technology. The first is carrier technology, with the development of high-performance rocket motors to improve delivery capacity and efficiency. Chen Bin now sees liquid oxygen methane engines with high energy density and lower cost. There are also numerous improvements in the design of the rocket structure. The current cost can be seen in this profile, respectively, the fifth and second ding. They are all launch vehicles and have a high capacity. In addition to cargo carriers, there are various spacecraft technologies. For example, artificial satellites, communication satellites that enable global communication, meteorological satellites for weather forecasting and detection, and observation satellites for resource exploration and environmental monitoring. There's also manned spaceflight technology, life support systems, load return technology, out-of-cabin activity technology, as well as deep space exploration technology, capable of probing celestial bodies outside the solar system. Chen Bin watched with superfast speed. The more he watched, the more amazed he was. The Dragon country in aerospace technology is really very comprehensive at the same time, but also to achieve the top. There is also space measurement and control technology, which is space technology on the ground. The entire system, consisting of ground-based measurement and control stations, as well as measurement ships, spacecraft can be tracked, measured and controlled. It also transmits data as well as ensures smooth communication. There was also the aerospace materials and process technology, which was equivalent to one of the current technologies of the Dragon's aerospace. High temperature and radiation resistant as well as high strength materials such as carbon fiber composites and ceramic matrix composites. Finally, there is energy technology. Solar energy technology is the core. The current Dragon country in solar energy technology has done the world leader. Then there is the storage technology. This is not even necessary to go into too much detail. Chen Bin did not look at it much, mainly because he has a better one. A series of looks took Chen Bin nearly a day. He also probably had an in-depth understanding of the Dragon's aerospace technology. The performance of space launchers is known. The meticulous situation of the space station is also known, as well as the specifics of the solar probe satellite Quasar I. It's just a bunch of researchers on the sidelines, looking confused. Seeing Chen Bin stop, someone couldn't help but say, "Have you finished reading?" Chen Bin stopped what he was doing and nodded his head gently. Yes, finished reading. A bunch of people were a little confused. No, so much stuff to just read? Isn't that a bit too hasty? What about that one-liner that those who know it are geniuses and gifted, and those who don't, think they're quantum readers? Really see clearly? Majorin laughed on the sidelines. How could Chen Bin not see clearly? Although he was also shocked, he knew what Chen Bin was capable of. Chen Bin nodded. My eyes work better. The head researcher, surnamed Zhang, watched as Chen Bin shut down the computer, and had no thoughts of verifying it, as the various techniques Chen Bin had previously taken out had already proven his ability. Nothing to verify. So what are your thoughts on spaceflight, then, or any directions you want to develop next? Chen Bin gently nodded. I'm considering designing a space drone fighter first. A group of researchers subconsciously went wide-eyed. No, isn't this a bit radical? Unmanned fighters in space? No. A cosmic war? Humans currently have the ability to strike satellites, but specialized space fighters, not yet. When Chen Bin opens his mouth, it's a king bomb? A group of people were shocked, but Chen Bin didn't know what to say. Space drone fighters, on the second page of the atlas, are just the most marginal of technologies. It's basically the equivalent of an attack-blocking thing, and can be used perfectly as a daredevil sort of thing. It doesn't hurt to lose as much as you can. Professor Jiang hesitated for a long time before speaking. The difficulty is a bit too great, and it's not very likely at this stage. It's just a matter of waiting for the 7th generation fighter to be developed. Chen Bin thought for a moment and said, actually, what limits the performance of a fighter jet is not the fighter jet itself, but the people on it. It's not too difficult if you're just designing a top-of-the-line space fighter, the unmanned kind. Professor Kong didn't have to persuade him any further, except to tell the young man that he had to stop in time. How long are you going to spend trying on this project? Not really, develop it in a month if possible. Chapter 102 We can help you. The group of researchers, hearing that Chen Bin was going to develop a small space fighter in a month, were silent. What does that say? A 1-month development cycle? Under normal circumstances, let alone a month, even if it can be developed in a year, or even 10 years, they are very acceptable. And Chen Bin said or try to be able to develop. What does it mean? It means that Chen Bin feels that a month is still relatively long. This man is so crazy. But on the contrary, Chen Bin did have something, and had also already come up with so many amazing things. It was also true that Chen Bin felt that 1 month was rather long, and the reason he said 1 month was still considering that the stuff on the second page of the atlas was probably at a very high level. It is difficult to manufacture, so a 1-month deadline was given. Otherwise he would have pressed the time a bit. Not wanting to delay, Chen Bin turned around and walked to the workbench, first installing the 2 mechanical arms on his body. 2 mechanical arms are fixed to the left and right shoulders, making a total of 4 arms. A group of people looked at Chen Bin's mechanical arm and once again, their jaws dropped. How is this robotic arm controlled? Neural control. Chen Bin controlled the 2 mechanical arms in a simple motion. The difficulty of manipulation is very low, and it is mainly used for manufacturing. A group of people fell silent. When they first entered the lab, they still felt that it was trashy, but now they feel like they're the ones who are a little blind. Chen Bin did not say anything more. First went to get the drawings, and while doing so, 2 mechanical arms slightly longer than the arms began to take to the pen. At this time, Chen Bin closed his eyes. After looking at the top aerospace technologies currently mastered by the Dragon Kingdom, Chen Bin had already determined that just about anything on the second page of the atlas could be very far ahead of the Dragon Kingdom. There's no hesitation in any of it, so start by redeeming the most common things. Also look at the manufacturing difficulty. A small ship worth 10,000 shock points should be able to be built. After all, the technology that had rocked the big few thousand before was something that Chen Bin could easily manufacture. Watching the system page revert back to an account of 10,000 shock points and redeeming it directly. In the next moment, all of the technologies and manufacturing techniques for small drones in space, etc., flooded into Chen Bin's mind. There's a lot to know about this space mini drone, more than any of those previously redeemed, but it's not complicated, just deep, as well as monotonous. Aside from the thrusters, it's the attack and defense modules, and finally the energy source. It's not like building a flying car where you still have to have seats, interior space design, etc., but just monotonous knowledge, but all very deep, which if taken out, can make the Dragon country's aerospace technology. There is a huge improvement. As Chen Bin was acquiring knowledge, a group of researchers looked at me and me at you, not knowing what to do. Go they don't want to go. It's not easy to come here once and not communicate. It feels like a bit of a waste to leave without exchanging a few words. But communication is not good communication. And normally in this situation, when they come over, they at least arrange to have a meal or a little ride. But Chen Bin didn't seem to have any thoughts about it at all. Get the information and start reading it for the rest of the day. Focus is real focus, and they admire it. But after reading it, you start doing research. What's going on? It wasn't that they hadn't seen that kind of focus, but this was too much focus for Chen Bin. Why don't we help him along? Someone suggested. The others immediately brightened up, assisting in research and development, which was so much better than direct communication. Direct involvement in research. If Chen Bin really had something, there was more they could learn, and now it seems that Chen Bin definitely has something. At least focusing on the material from morning to night is something the average person really can't stick with. Professor Jiang took the initiative to walk towards Chen Bin. We can help you. We're still a bit on the level when it comes to the aerospace field. You can tell us the general idea, and we'll see what we can do to help you. And help you a little bit if we can. Chen Bin had just finished digesting his memories, looking at the expectant Professor Jiang, and then at the group of researchers behind him who were eager to try. Let's start with my design ideas. First is the propulsion, the engine of the unmanned spacefighter, with a super combustion ram engine, so that it can meet the maneuvering requirements. Weapon systems are equipped with laser weapons capable of delivering precise lightspeed strikes against space targets and ground targets. Shape stealth design with smooth transitions and fused structures, avoiding strong reflective structures, using radar-absorbing materials, and wave-transparent materials. The controls are equipped with artificial intelligence in addition to remote control, a simplicity I have a lot of experience with. Chen Bin slightly contemplated, probably design performance, certainly to exceed the first cosmic speed. Other than that, there is currently no standard. Not too good to say, but certainly cannot be too bad. Professor Jiang heard Chen Bin's words, silent. Chen Bin, this seems to say everything, actually said nothing. These design ideas, which have a bit of a PowerPoint feel to them, are a bit screwed up, except for the stealth effects, which are realistic, and the AI, which makes sense, and the engines and the attack methods, which are a bit screwed up. It's not unreasonable, it's just that the current technology isn't up to it. First of all, weapons. Using laser weapons? Laser weapons make sense, and there are already laser weapons on the current battlefield as well, and have been given the name deadlight weapons. But there's a very important problem, and that's that the power doesn't work. Sounds impressive, but the biggest role on the battlefield right now is to destroy enemy optical observation elements. If it worked, it would be used all over the modern battlefield, and the farther away you are, the more attrition you have, and the less range you have to kill. The last is that the more energy a light wave carries, the greater the load on its own equipment and, simply put, the greater the size. It's not that lasers don't kill, it's the sustain that kills. To kill someone with a laser weapon, you need to point the laser at the person all the time, and then the target stays still, endures the pain, and doesn't even squirm, and lasts for a while before dying. Like the current laser cutter, instead of the laser cutting through the metal directly, the laser allows the surface temperature of the metal to increase and then cuts it with a high-speed airstream. How powerful would a laser alone as a weapon have to be to do a direct kill of a target? They don't dare think about it anyway. And then there's the hypercombustion ramjet. The Dragon Kingdom had mastered the technology of the supercombustion ram engine a decade earlier, but it was precisely because of that mastery that it knew the rationality was pending. First of all, the operating conditions of the superfuel ram engine are harsh. Needs to be flown at high speeds to start and work effectively. High speed here, it's Mach 6+. This already places high demands on the initial speed and altitude of the vehicle, already limiting the design of the craft itself. There's also the issue of high engine temperatures, extreme high temperatures that would definitely affect the ship. There's also the fact that once you start the engine, it's too difficult to adjust, which means it's a pain in the ass to adjust for acceleration and deceleration. And then the cost is too high, super high, so high that when it comes to R&D, testing costs a very large amount of money. Of course, money is not something they should consider, but the R&D cycle would definitely be lengthened, and how it could not be compressed to 1 month. Chapter 103 in the head. Chen Bin finished the design ideas, looking at a group of people silent. What? Isn't it inappropriate to research and develop so much for a month? It's indeed not quite right. Chen Bin gently nodded. 2 weeks should be fine. Professor Jian looked at Chen Bin with a dumbfounded face, a little hesitant. No, he is saying that a month is too short. An engine alone takes a very long time to design. Other than that, this set down. The R&D process requires a lot of theoretical research, numerical simulation, wind tunnel tests, as well as the final development of successful. There are flight tests and so on. A set that can be completed in 6 months is already super efficient. Who gave Chen Bin the courage to say half a month? But Chen Bin didn't explain anything. There was no way to explain this thing, unless one said that he had a system. Chen Bin turned around and began to draw on the drawing. The simplest sketches are just very simple drawings of a general appearance on a drawing. For hands draw pictures at the same time. Watching a group of researchers gape in disbelief. It's normal for people to draw with one hand, but if they draw with 2 hands, do they really not have left and right brain wrestling? With 2 hands drawing pictures that were heaven-defying. Chen Bin was actually using 4 hands to draw pictures? While he was thinking about it, Chen Bin had already finished the diagram. There was no data, just a simple graph, but a group of people who knew what they were doing looked at it with some seriousness. The drawing, it's something real. There's no data on this, but there's beauty in this painted airplane. That would be pretty outrageous. The whole appearance of the fighter looked slightly unusual, resembling the shape of a spindle, but with extra tail and side wings. These were obviously to keep the fighter balanced while on a ground star. At the end is the engine port. Professor Kong couldn't help but say, the engine doesn't seem right? Chen Bin nodded his head gently. This supercombustion ram engine I designed is different from the one you have. Professor Jiang subconsciously looked at a few more ice drawings. Not this drawing also did not design a superfuel ram engine. Checking once to make sure he hadn't missed it, he then said, you designed it. Where is it? Chen Bin pointed to his brain. In the brain. Ha, A group of researchers simultaneously wore something akin to a dumbfounded expression. Mainly bewilderment. The design was in their heads. And that was an answer? Chen Bin didn't explain anything, walked to the computer, and began to formally draw the diagram. The first thing painted is the engine. Since this group questions the engine, let's build the engine first. The Superfuel RAM engine in the catalog has been a thoroughly optimized engine that has taken all the drawbacks of the original Superfuel RAM engine and has solved them. One engine for all problems. Of course, there's actually a problem, and that's that the instant burst of power is a bit too much. A bit too much super acceleration all at once. But there is a solution to this problem, and it is unmanned. Still, the biggest problem limiting the maneuverability of modern fighters is the pilot. The driver can't handle the instantaneous super fast acceleration, and the steering at super high speeds. A sudden slowdown when you're going a little faster. That brain buzzes. Any faster and you'd hit something and be easily injured. It's a little faster, and your brain is all over the place. That's why airplanes are designed below human limits for speed, steering, and such. For that matter, all pilot training, anti-stun, etc., is pulled right up to full. The average person spinning in place a few times would probably get dizzy. Pilots can be spun like a gyroscope, but the mainstream should be all unmanned from now on, or develop something that can take a huge hit. Chen Bin thought of the gene enhancement potion, and it might actually work. After all, with the genetic enhancement potion in place, the more shock one could withstand. Chen Bin stopped thinking about this and continued to draw. A group of people can read drawings. Looking at Chen Bin really directly began to draw the engine. Are a little shocked. When did R&D become so easy? Simple to the point of outrageousness. Straight away the thoughts in your head come with what is developed. The other thing is that the drawings, and the engines they know, seem to be a little too far apart. Seems completely different? As they watched closely, they grew more and more shocked. Especially someone who really studied the engine. He found that such a design improved a lot of the problems of the original Superfuel RAM engine. No. This design, there are hidden dangers. If the engine's combustion chamber is not strong enough internally, it will easily cause a martyrdom explosion. Chen Bin looked back at the researcher who had spoken. The strength of the material has indeed been greatly improved, and the heat resistance has likewise been improved. And in terms of safety, there is no need to consider it. A researcher didn't hold his tongue. The material recipes aren't in your head too, are they? The material is upgraded with equal difficulty, because of the need for countless tests. From the material of different raw material ratios, different treatment processes, and even the same process, different temperatures, there will be a big difference in performance. These need to be tested to get results. It's something that's not the same as computational design. If calculations can be done in your head, and design can be done in your head, the study of materials, surely not. Chen Bin gently nodded. Right. In the silence of the room, Chen Bin continued to make drawings. It's just that he's a little slow to make drawings when a bunch of people are watching. There's no way to output commands directly with current, so you have to draw them slowly yourself. But his slow drawing, with a group of top researchers looking on, also falls into the category of being super fast. So fast that they couldn't see Chen Bin's mouse clearly. One can only say that the innate research saint body. Until late at night, Chen Bin stopped. Not that the painting was finished, but purely to eat. The group ate right there in the lab's conference room. The researchers who had originally come over with a full of doubts and an exchange mentality were now silent. Communication? What's the point of communicating? They're not even on the same level. There's no way to communicate. Learning? It's all about talent. You can't learn it. However, they were also heartily convinced, and their original doubts and suspicions had now completely disappeared, leaving only admiration. Before, I felt that Chen Bin said that 1 month was very little, and 2 weeks was even more anticlimactic. Now they knew that the 2 weeks that Chen Bin had said was not yet R&D and design. Instead, it's manufactured. There was no need for them to stay, and they had even thought about helping silent research before. Now it seems to fall into the category of being a big talker. As Chen Bin ate his meal, he could also feel the shock and bewilderment of the group. He didn't know what to say though, mainly because whatever he said, the blow seemed a little too big. Simply keep eating. Now he was a bit impatient to finish and get back to work. He wants unmanned space fighters, built as soon as possible. Thinking about it, Chen Bin thought about the products on the first page of the catalog again. In fact, those things could continue to be manufactured. After all, there's no way to get shock points without the space fleet being exposed. To get a lot of shock points, you still have to rely on new product launches. Chapter 104, Mechanical Guards. While Chen Bin was drawing the drawings, Professor Jiang and the others left silently. Originally, they wanted to stay and help out. They could learn a lot by being involved in the program this way, but now they're completely out of it. As things stand now, it's better to say you're helping than to say you're not. They couldn't play any role in Chen Bin's research. Communication doesn't help. That's not something normal people can learn. Chen Bin, who had no one to disturb him, accelerated the speed of his drawing. Chen Bin, late at night, is still drawing pictures, but late at night on the streets of the big city, countless people are taking a taxi on the curb, because videos of people hitting flying cars have been posted online and they are on fire. Countless people were on the side of the road trying to get a cab, from various internet celebrities, to ordinary people. Although Chen Bin had explained during the live broadcast that people should not take a taxi just to take a flying car, but it's something that there's no way to avoid. Everyone wants to experience it, so the online taxi drivers got a lot of orders for short trips, but very few get to ride in a flying car. Spare a thought, there are still a lot of holdouts, insisting on taking a cab in the middle of the night, not canceling the cab when you get one, going to your destination, and then continuing to take a cab back. No cancellations, just hard seats. Because of such behavior, and the exchange of experiences of hitting flying cars online, the heat about flying cars is still skyrocketing. Along with Chen Bin's side, the shock points were still increasing rapidly. Late at night, Chen Bin looked at the puppy that had become a favorite and gently gritted his teeth, having wasted 40,000 shock points. As per usual, it's time for something good. It can't always be the charm value, can it? Taking a deep breath, Chen Bin chose the lottery. The light began to flicker. It was only then that Chen Bin noticed that the flickering light was no longer the same as before, and the white light that was there before was now completely absent. Instead, there was an extra splash of gold color. Above the red, is the gold reward? As he was thinking about it, a flash of blue light fixed it. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You've gained a charisma value of plus. Chen Bin once again looked at the puppy. Did not give. This dog cannot bring him good luck. Might as well go home to give this little bit of charisma value to mom. After spending 50,000 shock points for nothing, Chen Bin had really quashed the idea of a lottery. It hurts too much. 50,000 shock points, which could be exchanged for quite a few techniques, could be drawn 5 times in the previous 10 consecutive draws. The next draw will be 10 in a row at the very least. 100% of the top prizes are won along with a chance to win a blitz. More stable. Although 100,000 is hard to save, it's better than having charm values out all the time. Keep busy. The early morning shocks come less often. It took from late at night until morning to accumulate 10,000 shock points. Chen Bin extinguished the mind. Once again ignited. Want to stop smoking once? Last time. If I don't win something good, I'll never draw alone again. Gritting his teeth, Chen Bin still chose to take one last draw. As the light flickered, a heart lifted in Chen Bin. Finally, the light stopped flickering. It was a flash of gold. The incomparably bright golden light was brighter and nobler than the previous blue and red light. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtaining a mechanical guard. Mechanical guards? What's that? As Chen Bin was thinking about it, information about the mechanical guards surfaced in his mind. Mechanical life. Possesses extreme combat power and can control a variety of mechanical and electronic products. Can control extremely strong magnetic fields, making it an excellent guard in the universe. Chen Bin all froze. It gave him a feeling as if it was mechanically affable, but at a higher level than him. Something like advanced mechanical affinity? Opening his eyes, Chen Bin tried to raise his hand. In his hand, a palm-sized piece of metal appeared. The metal piece takes on an oval shape. This is the mechanical guard? Chen Bin placed the metal piece on the robotic arm. The metal pieces instantly melted and then surged into the mechanical arm. The robotic arm has also changed, lengthening slightly while becoming more rounded at all joints. An arc of electricity flashed above it, followed by an electrical signal that reached Chen Bin. Master, you come down first and we'll test it. The mechanical arm directly bounced off of Chen Bin and landed on a table to the side. Chen Bin turned around and picked up a wrench, slamming it into the mechanical arm. His current strength can be measured in tons. I'm afraid the force of the slamming down was 2 or 3 tons, but his hand actually didn't end up falling, didn't even touch the mechanical arm. At a distance of 10 centimeters from the mechanical arm, it was as if it had encountered a wall of air, and no matter how much force was exerted, it just couldn't fall. That's a little scary. Strong magnetic field? Right. Chen Bin walked towards the machine tool, but in 10 minutes, a huge crossbow was assembled. Several pieces of steel reinforcement composed of the bow arm. Killing power is huge. After winding up, Chen Bin pulled the trigger on the robotic arm. With a piercing whine, the crossbow bolt streaked out, then stalled over the mechanical arm. The power of this crossbow bolt was definitely not weaker than that of a normal large caliber bullet, and even the penetrating power was even stronger, because the self-weight is greater, but it was blocked without question. This also meant that as long as this mechanical guard was around, Chen Bin was completely unperturbed by normal large caliber bullets. Walking in front of the robotic arm once more, Chen Bin stretched out his hand. The robotic arm naturally separates the oval-shaped piece of metal. Chen Bin created a belt and placed the mechanical guard on the belt as a belt buckle. When there was danger, this thing would be able to protect him, while searching for nearby mechanical artifacts, remodeling them, and then also exploding with great combat power. Not bad for a golden prize. Awesome indeed. Able to modify mechanical artifacts, able to utilize strong magnetic fields, and defend against various attacks. The more technologically advanced the enemy is, the more powerful it will be in battle. Cattleman indeed. This one wasn't a wasted draw. However, in the future or cannot single draw. Single draw burst rate is too low, or have to 10 consecutive draw. Chen Bin's attention was detached from the raffle and he continued to draw. It was still imperative to get the unmanned spacefighters built. This stuff is important. While the people of the Dragon Kingdom were revitalized and Chen Bin was busy, there were others who were also busy. This announcement of Chen Bin's flying car didn't just affect the Dragon Kingdom, it had an effect on the whole world. In this age of information globalization, even if the network of the Dragon Kingdom is relatively closed, the news can be transmitted to the world at a super fast speed. The information about the flying car caused a sensation in the Dragon Kingdom, and likewise overseas. Countless people overseas, who had seen the flying cars in the Dragon Kingdom, were questioning it, but as more videos of the flying cars in the Dragon Kingdom reached the extranet, their questioning turned into shock. Then again, their shock turned to skepticism, but this time, it was their officialdom they were questioning. Didn't we agree that the Dragon Kingdom is lagging behind? In the information they had previously brushed up on the internet, the backward Dragon Kingdom had actually crushed them outright? Directly breaks defense on the spot. Why could Dragon Kingdom even make such an advanced flying car?